The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challengers stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Good morning, ladies and gents, boys and girls, and welcome to day number 2 of the Blast Paris Major EU RMR. My name is Cody Cast. Joining me is Legendary Anders. Man, we've got some bangers coming up today.
We do. I'm excited. The RMR just feels different. You can tell there's a lot more online just in general. Like everyone's real nervous. Everyone wants to win. I think it's great. I can't wait for it. It's going to be a fantastic day with some cool games. Yeah, a lot coming up for you today. And I mean, there was some upsets yesterday, as you can see. Of course, well, these are the teams that are going to be battling it out inside of our EU RMR A. If you don't know how it works, there's an A, there's a B for EU. That doesn't start till next week, though. We've got more A games coming up for you today, and these are all the games that you saw yesterday on the A stream. Some standout ones for me. I'm gonna keep talking about it. The Fnatic Viperio, the fact it went to double OT, Bait beating Virtus.pro as well. There's some insane games that occurred yesterday. There really were. Yeah, obviously, I think Sprout looking maybe a little bit weaker. They're going to be playing again today, but they look like the most beatable team at the moment, which is obviously bad news for them. But we've seen some of the teams. I mean, I think Bait taking down VP was another interesting upset. Even if it's sort of a regional matchup, obviously they know each other a little bit more. Still, you want VP to win that game, but they just couldn't, which is really exciting. This is the format that we're looking at, and again, for any new viewers that might not know what's going on, 3 wins and you move through, 3 losses and you're out, and then obviously how well you do kind of determines how you get seeded into the actual major later on.
Exactly that. All 16 teams played 2 best-of-1s yesterday. The teams that went 1-1, they are going to be playing another best-of-1 today to be able to decide whether or not they go 2-1 or 1-2. Teams that did fantastically well yesterday, FaZe, Navi, Bait, Fnatic, both going 2-0 and kind of already on the cusp of making it towards the Legends stage. Some of the teams not doing so well and going 0-2. They've got a uphill battle for the rest of the day. Well, these are our 4 matches today over on the A stream. We've got Apeks versus Bad News Eagles coming up for you in just a few moments' time. Into the Breach versus Virtus.pro. Dear Lord, lads, the UK boys are going to have a struggle bus against that one. And then we smash straight into the best of 3s. OG versus Saw in that first elimination game. And then FaZe Navi. God, what a matchup that's going to be to close us out.
That last one is a really heavy-hitting game. Hopefully, it lives up to the hype. But yeah, that could be a finals at another tournament, you know. So
it very well could be.
I'm excited for that one.
It's quite interesting as well, that last game, because there's a lot on the line, and I feel like FaZe are in kind of this REM state of just like, we are going to win games. So definitely one to tune into later on. If you need to disappear now and come back for games, then you've got loads more to catch up to. Let's have a look at the game which is now going to be coming up though, that being Apeks versus Bad News Eagles. The Apeks guys didn't get to catch many of their games yesterday, but it didn't look like it went too well for them in that second map. Played up against GamerLegion, the first one, who actually had an all-right performance overall in the day, GamerLegion, but they were able to best them in a 16-8 game on Barrage. And then going up against FaZe, same, can't really be said, but still acceptable scoreline from them, 16-13.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a team to be underestimated. They are one of those really hungry Tier 2 type teams that we've been talking a fair bit about. I think it's exciting. I think it's fun to watch a team like Apeks right now, and I just definitely don't think they should be underestimated. Whether or not they can actually win the game here against B&E is I guess, a different matter altogether. I guess we'll have to see and find out. They are notoriously a difficult team to play up against, but I would not underestimate this particular lineup. I think they could do some real damage here.
Yeah, no, Apeks have been they've been farming pretty hard recently. A lot of online events, and yeah, they're kind of feeling it. I got to speak to Nork yesterday, and I think I'm gonna have a quick interview with him now as well.
Nork, 1 win, 1 loss, but overall got to be pretty happy with that first day. A close loss against FaZe, but you took it to them in that game.
Yeah, we're feeling good right now for sure. It was even though we lost that game, it was a confidence booster for sure. Today we're playing Bad News Eagles. It's gonna be a good one.
You started very strong against FaZe on that CT side. What was going so well for you in that one?
We've always had a pretty good CT side usually. We didn't really know what to expect, so we just played our defaults mostly and did some plays here and there, and it worked out.
What are you expecting from Bad News Eagles? Did you have good time to prepare for this one?
We haven't prepared much at all, but we're expecting aggression for sure. I played against these guys in FBL and PUGs so many times, so I know what these guys are capable of.
Is it hard to play against a team like B&E? Because it feels like sometimes you might know what they're going to do, but they might just pop your head off.
I think it goes both ways. If you shut them down early, it's easy for us, but if they get going, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, that is a pretty succinct summary of what B&E are like. If they get going early, you probably are going to get destroyed. Yeah, very Swedish interview from Nork.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
It's quite interesting from Nork because he said, we haven't really been practicing too much for this matchup, but he says, but I played against the guys in FPL and PUGs, which actually, that's probably the best prep you can have into a Bad News Eagles squad, where they're like playing by themselves and doing their own things.
Yeah, it means at least you know the capability that you're going to be up against. You know the kind of firepower, you know how aggressive they could be. And hopefully that's something that just kind of sticks with them and they can shut them down. I think that's got to be absolute key to win a game like this. I don't think it'll be easy on any level, but I would not rule Apeks out of this one at all. B&E on the other hand, I mean, we saw yesterday a little bit of a shocking start to them as they did lose the opening game, but they came back. They managed to punish the British team a little bit.
Yeah.
GXX has been hitting shots all over the place with the AWP. It's been really kind of out of control. It's been wild to see.
It's been a bit crazy, right? Because he was so consistent in that first map against 1 win yesterday. And then after like the 9th round, he slowed down substantially, and it was quite hard to see because it's very uncharacteristic from him. If he's hitting shots, he's hitting shots. He doesn't usually have this teeter-off period, but we did, of course, see some really nice adjustments to the one-win strategy, which kind of hampered what Bad News Eagles were able to do. Of course, see the guys ready, repped and prepped for today. Yeah, I mean, it's Devilwalk's birthday as well. He wants a win under his belt.
Yeah, he is coaching them, and you know, obviously himself a former major winner and all the rest of it. It's kind of cool. I mean, I think it's great. I appreciate the fact that he's lending some of his experience to the team, and I think they need it. I think there are some cases of in the past of BNE kind of not having the strongest mental game, maybe collapsing a little bit in certain moments. That's something that I think Devilwalk could maybe help them with. So that's going to be, I think it is a net benefit to the team right now. He's only been with them for a short time, so we don't necessarily know how it's going to play out over a little bit of a longer stretch. But it's crunch time. I mean, whatever he can teach them right now, this is where it really counts, because you're trying to qualify for the major.
100%. Well, he's not the only voice on the team. Another voice is Rigon, and he talked to us earlier on.
First of all, welcome, Rigon. Congrats yesterday, a good win coming through, a good recovery after your first game. How did you feel after picking up a win after your first loss?
It definitely gave us a confidence boost. We are confident now going into the game versus Apeks, and we will do our best.
We got to see you a little bit more this year, because last year I feel like we got to see you guys play really well at all the RMRs in the major circuit, but in other tournaments you didn't get to see you too much. We got to see you earlier at the LAN event. How is it feeling now that you've got Devilwalk and Crystal in the team? What's the biggest difference?
First of all, it's hard to play in those tier 1 tournaments when you don't have invites, and it's just how it is, the system. And second, Devilwalk is fitting really good in our system. He gave us the discipline when we are in 4v5s and stuff like this. And we are doing good. We just need some more time, but I think for this major, we're gonna be ready. Yeah.
In your opinion, what went wrong in the first game? Because you guys started really strong and then it all started to fall away.
I just think we set our bars too high to what we want to reach this major, and we were leading 7-1 or something, and we started to pressure ourselves a bit, and we didn't play really our game, and I think that cost us the game in the end.
What are your thoughts on your opponent today?
Apeks is a really good team. I think they prepared well. We did our stuff, what we had to do, and made a better team win.
Well, that is what we're here to find out. The better team. I like this interview. I think it's great. A little bit of shade thrown at the tier 1 circuit. I don't think it's unjustified though. There is something about that, and I think you know, the BNE, you don't see them too often, but when you do, it's usually always I think a pleasurable experience. It's always fun to see. So I'm happy we get to catch some more of them here at the RMR.
Exactly. Well, we mentioned it earlier. You can see him in the background, the coach. It is his birthday. It is Devilwalk's happy birthday. Oh, here he is. Here it is. Ooh. With the happy birthday balloon coming over, and yeah, we got to spend some time with him last night, just chilling, and the clock ticked over, and he was just so happy that people were around to just kind of be nice and chill out with him. And yeah, no, he was yeah, he's looking forward to the rest of this event, I'm sure.
I feel like there's a bad correlation between people having birthdays and match days. I feel like it usually doesn't work out. I've tried to sort of track it in my mind, and I feel like it's always a little bit tricky, but you know, maybe he can buck the trend and have a little bit of a birthday, you know, gift for himself here.
One nice takeaway that I saw from both of those interviews, both with Nork and Rigon, is that they both said that their second games of the day were confidence boosts. Even though we saw Apeks lose that game against FaZe secondly, it was like, okay, we're pretty happy that how close that went. We're going to be seeing the Veto come out. I mean, we've seen a lot of Ancient so far, and God, it's lining up for it. Ban the Ancient, yes, Ancient banned, let's go. Does that mean Inferno? Oh, it does mean Inferno. I'm a fan. This is the first Inferno game I've done in the event so far. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done one either. I think it's been Ancient, pretty much, maybe one overpass in between, but
yeah, that was it.
But more or less, that's crazy. Okay, Inferno, kind of a classic map, obviously. I think it's been downtrending a little bit in the community. People seem to love it less. I kind of understand why. I guess everyone's opinion is changing. But
what's your thoughts on Inferno?
I don't know. I still think it has some potential. I don't think it is as played out as, say, Dust 2 was. I think it is just like a nice intro map to understanding Counter-Strike. Like most of what happens on Inferno is pretty readable from like a tactical perspective, so I don't really mind it so much. But yeah, obviously I can understand why we've been seeing it a fair bit. These are the pick'ems, and Cody, let's not talk too much about this.
Look,
it's
we're together, okay?
Yeah,
we're together in points. There was a tweet I put out yesterday. It was like, every build needs a strong foundation, and me and Anne is a foundation of this team. We're going to come back today, though, I believe. Look, Dinko's in easy grabbing territory. We're only 1 point away from him. We can do that.
Dinko.
Yeah, I mean, we're both gone for B&E. I think it kind of says everything that we need to say, right? It was a pretty convincing second game yesterday.
Could be horrible news for them, though.
Oh, it could be. It could be. Like, people want us to stay away from us picking them.
At this point.
We'll let them chill out a bit as we're going to take a short break. And when we are back, it's going to be Bad News Eagles facing up against Apeks on Inferno. And welcome back, ladies and gents, boys and girls, to our first best of one of the day. We're about to get this one kicked off. And well, our unicorn odds are saying that Apeks, they are the favourites.
That's interesting. I don't know if I would have necessarily guessed that, but I guess it's kind of close, so we'll find out. It's a best of one game, so I would say even when we have got heavily favoured teams, you just never really know. Could be hard to predict.
Do you think that how close that FaZe game yesterday was potentially panned into that as much as, oh, what's going on here? Oh, he's going to go absolutely everywhere, isn't it? Oh, come on. He did not order the sparkling water. That is the issue. Rookie mistake.
This is why we have delays. Come on, Stico, just keep it together, man.
He's actually done a great job to make sure that hasn't gone all over his keyboard.
Yeah, at least it was water and not something else, you know. The keyboards, you can probably make them survive, Oh, they're hyping up
I love this.
the non-crowd.
This is something that we didn't see yesterday, like, for a while in these BO1s. As a matter of fact, I just saw on the off-cam, I think that they're facing, like, head-to-head against GamerLegion right now, and I think GamerLegion were doing it as well. So everyone's vibing this morning. Everyone's ready, prepped for the first BO1s of the day. I mean, this does kind of dictate the pace for the rest of the event for these guys.
Oh, no doubt. This is super, super important. If you lose this game, then you really have your backs against the wall. Nobody wants it. We're live. We're on Inferno. And it's Bad News Eagles versus Apeks. Bad News Eagles starting on the CT side with Apeks on the T side. And already a little bit of a nice jump for GXX. Just for information, if he sees, like he did, a couple of people there in second mid, it at least tells them that they're not going to be rushing straight into the B-bomb site. So it's always worth it to know. All right.
Double Julie.
Yeah, they're going for it.
I'm a fan.
P250 as well to try and set up a kill, but that's probably the best weapon they have right now to do anything with. It's going to be Stiko instead to get the opening kill of the game, and Jacob to follow. Synapse gets blown up, and oh, that's a nice return. Just as they were setting up the nades, GXX, he comes back and looks for a third headshot here, but he's already done enough to slow them down. What a couple of kills.
Yeah, big disruption now with only a minute remaining on the clock. And Seneri, hello, taking down JL on the sidelines with Rigon picking up one more on Nork as well. I mean, we know how influential Nork can be in these pistol rounds, sometimes against his own teammates, but not in this case. Gets sideswiped out of the round, and now just Jacob looking to control this B-bomb site, and it's simply not gonna be possible. First round on the board now for BNE, and I think they're pretty consistent when it comes down to these pistol rounds. If I remember correctly, I think they won both, all four yesterday.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job. That's a really impressive turnaround for GXX.
Nice GXX.
100 different ways that could have gone horribly wrong because the beginning was good for the T side, but good recovery. And like we saw in the interview, right, the one thing you want to try and do, and they're well aware of it, is to try and stop Bad News Eagles from having a good start.
Exactly, and this is the vibrancy that we weren't seeing like midway through that first map against one win yesterday. We saw it in that second one against Viperio, and that was when they were really getting into their flow, kind of the normal BNE that we're used to seeing, the loudness, the shouting, the arms flailing all over the place, and the fact we're seeing it even after a lowly pistol round. That fills me with a bit more confidence for these guys. Our pick'ems are looking good. Don't you worry about it, Anders.
So you're already celebrating. It's
Let's
too
go.
soon, Cody. Don't do it. You're going to jinx it for all of us. Oh, man. But I mean, it is one of the things that makes them an exciting team to watch, and it's also, I think, part of their power in a way is to get that, just the momentum behind them. But it's been kind of I think, a truism for a long time in Counter-Strike. You know, you talk about the high highs, but the low lows, and BNE are a team that can experience that at times, where if you get really shut down and some of those shouts kind of go away, it probably does feel a little bit quiet on that side, and you feel like, ooh, we can all kind of sense the atmosphere here. Everyone's feeling a bit sad. So they need to keep it going, stop that from happening, and this should be a fairly easy round to do that with. Some upgraded pistols, but... Oh, SMGs, how are they not getting the kills? Where are all the bullets going? There we go. Synopsis shown up for a bit of a cleanup, but that's not really acceptable. They had a two-man setup by that side, and now a headshot from Nork as well. Oh no, Sneri comes in, and Nork will find one more shot. Incredible turnaround, and also an unbelievable failure on the BNE side. There's no excuse for that.
No, they were so stacked up as well. I mean, they messed up the brickwork on the wall behind them fantastically. But yeah, that doesn't bleed too well. Nork, look at these two crisp, clean 1-digs. I mean, we know he's clean on the pistols, but those angles, I mean, they're confused as well. BNE were like, wait, what? Like, how has that happened?
They really can't believe it themselves. Wow, that's a spectacular turnaround. But I still, in my mind, I'm trying to think, how does the MP9 up close not do really anything?
It actually takes skill to miss that many bullets.
It kind of does, yeah. Okay. Well, they picked up an M4 anyway and a scout, and it's maybe fine to keep the pressure on. I think it's actually part of their plan anyway, is to try and make the early game as uncomfortable as they possibly can for the opponent. But yeah, forcing into this round, obviously, not the best chance of winning it. A little bit of a boost to look over. That's always smart, but they do get spotted. And I wonder what Apeks are going to do behind this. They're still kind of checking out the other side. I think they might want to just clear out top mid before they do anything else.
This hero M4 from Rigon, compounding with the Deagles and the 5-7 and the Scout as well. We know that GXX is so prolific with these scope weapons. Let's see what he's going to be able to do up this close corner. Fully automatic, didn't work out last round, but the Scout does find the opening kill onto Jacob. Traded straight back by JL, but we know how strong the 5-7 is now. Up close and personal with Kicksand, takes him out of the round, but traded straight back. But this is working out, or it was, until that moment in Bad News Eagles' favor. We do now see this long rotate over towards B. Now down short, nade going in from Stiko. Weakens him up just a little bit, does put these M4s and this MP9 in a much more advantageous position. Swing the corner, rounds over and done with. JL, some nice crisp clean kills from him in that round.
Good recovery. That looked like it had a potential to spiral out of control for Apeks, but they turned it around. Nork defeating the Deagle inside the bomb site, probably the critical moment here. Up until that point, yeah, definitely scary. 5-7s are just... I think they're getting the recognition they probably deserve, but it still is, yeah, surprising how lethal they could be.
I don't know why. Like, is there an individual point in time that we can realize, okay, now 5-7s are good? Because there weren't any drastic changes to them. I can't remember the last time a 5-7 was adjusted.
It just happens over time, right? I think it's just you see a couple of highlights with it and you start to realize.
This is really interesting, by the way, just the 5-man stack here. For it. I mean, just saying, if they have 5-7, this could actually be winnable, but oh, that's a lot of damage from the USPS. Is Synopsy going to be able to find that opening kill with the help of Flatro? I mean, they're making it a little bit annoying for the Apeks side. It's just going to be hurting their economy here and there, but yeah, Flatro's not really in a position to be able to do much else there.
No, but it's pretty good, right? You get a couple of kills. You only have USPs, so it's definitely better than you could have expected here. Now just playing a slow game as JL will finally take him down. But I think this is all good. I mean, Apeks will take this kind of a beginning. The really horrible sort of turn of events could happen for B&E if they don't win their next buy round. If this one falls flat, they're going to start to feel like they're really far behind, and Apeks will probably get quite a bit of momentum. So I think more than anything, this next round will probably be a good vector for how this game is going to be playing out.
They've got a good chance if you look into the buy from Apeks right now. Jacob's down on that Mac 10. I mean, I don't think this is a misread. I just think he might be going hyper aggro. Yeah, here we go. Straight into mid, and he's looking for some form of information, catching someone off guard.
He's got 3 people with no head armor, so the Mac 10 could really do some damage as well. Oh, good spray with the HE on top. It's a double opening, make it a triple. Why not? North goes down.
Yeah, this is exactly what we need to be seeing. Picked out of the air there with the backup from GXX and Synopsy. And, well, we were saying that this needs to be a good round. How about 5 people staying alive at Bad News Eagles?
Yeah, what a difference it makes. I respect the call, though. I think it's kind of cool, right? You knew that was going to be their first buy round, and just putting that much pressure with a charging Mac 10. Now, the fact that they were this far back is obviously a little bit uncomfortable, but in a different world, if they're a little bit further up and they get flashed at the right moment, the Mac 10 could definitely pick them apart. So there was, I think, some method to the madness there. They haven't been doing this fast in the previous rounds, Apeks, so changing the pace of the game sometimes will just, you know, shock the opponents a little bit and they won't be ready for it.
It's interesting to see that there was frustration on the side of Apeks there, considering they knew that they weren't going into the round with, like, the best weaponry, or, let's be honest, the best strat. It was a rush A. And it didn't go their way, and they were still kind of confused why it didn't work. I don't know. Maybe looking into it a little bit too much, but that double nade onto JL, you don't need to be a mathematician to work out that 7 HP is not the place you want to be this early on.
Oh, no.
Recon.
He's still fighting on there. If they eventually Molotov him, he's probably dead, but it's also the life of being the entry on the banana, though. You just have to know that. That's going to happen every once in a while. Maybe you hope it's going to be a little bit less damage, but sometimes it just is how it is.
Bogdan's Law comes into play. Nork hands over the AWP to JL. Gives him that long sight line instead. Realizes the 7 HP player only needs 1 shot to be able to get this kill. See if Nork is going to be able to come out on top now with the fully automatic. Just spamming this corner, actually. I like this.
He's picked up the AWP to go back to banana and like, you know, 1 more nade down there. It's not going to matter what weapon he has.
They don't have too much, actually, over on this B-bomb site. I mean, from a YouTube perspective on the CT, well, now the molly's gone as well. They've got a flash and a nade, and this is what we were talking about yesterday, the fact that T-sides are just waiting for the CTs to expunge all their utility before they even think about executing on the site. Dude. And now when they do, Kicksand's going to be able to go behind enemy lines, take down GXX. Rigging now goes for the swing. I mean, he gets the high HP player instead of a low one. The spray continues there from Kicksand. Senary on the corner. There's not enough time. He needs to find at least one kill, but he's not going to be good for it. Bomb is going to get planted. Now this push from Banana. Flatro goes down. A lot of damage on Synopsy. Does manage to find that trade. It's a winnable situation if he wants to go for it. AK in hand. Low HP player. He's second guessing himself. He can't work out if he wants to commit to this one. It's a big one. The economy is pretty good for Bad News Eagles off the back of this one. So if they want to go for it round after round, they can. Losing this is not dreadful. If they can win it, it's a massive one.
He's really trying, but probably going to get shot at the back. Jacob just at the right time. Good little sandwich they managed to build themselves there. That is an unbelievably close round. Even at the end, if he could just get a kill or stay alive at the back of the bomb side a little bit more, it's a totally winnable round for the CT side. But this particular kill here from Kicksand is obviously... That's the one that really breaks it open. It puts so much pressure on the B defense. They have to spin around and try and defend from CT spawn. Nobody wants to be doing that. So great stuff. Apeks are off to a flying start.
JL had so much influence in that round considering we dropped down to 7 HP.
Yeah.
7 HP like before anyone was seen, and he was still alive at the end, and his bait, his human flashbang, whatever you want to call it, ended up securing the trade to be able to win the round for Apeks. So nice from him to be able to still have an influence when most people would have been like, cool, I am useless now. I have 7 HP. A swift breeze could knock me over, but...
They might just go aggressive here because they don't have any nades or not enough grenades on the B&E side. They've already used almost everything. No flashes. They have 3 smokes left, but... It's possible, I think, that you could justify grouping up somewhere and trying to look for a fight. Ooh.
Seen this window used a bit more recently, but not to spam down onto site. I think there was a kill recently where Simple got killed on the site from that window spam. Can't remember the team who did it though, but hey, other teams are picking up. Things we like to see.
All right, Jail is actually getting really, really close to this position. Rico going to get smoked off. He needs to be active in some way here, otherwise his teammates is going to be completely alone on the other side. That's not going to be great. Oh, what a sneak in. JL spinning around. That should be the round done. Kicksand's going to pick up a kill as well, and they're just cleaning it up. Getting kills all over the map right now. Synopsy, the last one left in this. Absolutely nothing to do in this round. Try and save the gun if you can, but even that might just be impossible here. Going to be 5-2 in favor of Apeks. It's a brilliant start for them right now.
Yeah, they're going to be hunting him here as well, right? There's what's to lose. There's good eco across the side of Apeks. They know they're going to be winning this round, so they've got to buy either way. I think Stiko is probably the worst person to die here, but it is what it is. They do gain that extra information on Synopsy, although it doesn't look like it's been commed too well. No, Jacob's on the hunt now. Needs to be careful about that window swing. And okay, well, losing 2 players is actually pretty dire. If Synopsy doesn't get traded here, he's going to be laughing his way all the way to the bank. 3 kills? I mean, and an AK. You know what? Hats off to you, Synopsy. You didn't have too much impact on the round until that point, but when you did, you've really disrupted your opponents.
Yeah, there's some great hide and seek that managed to play at the end. It's hard to celebrate when the round starts like this. It's just a very tough beginning. And also because it feels like you're not even really fighting for that round. One guy's just kind of crouched in, and the other guy's behind the smoke waiting. There's no teamwork that can sort of get you anything in return there. It just feels a little bit defeated. And, that's also because even though they're throwing grenades onto Banana at the moment on the B&E side, they're not really fighting for Banana. So then they just end up inside of the B bomb site, which some teams will do. They just don't really want to fight for the area outside of B. I just think it's so risky on this map. And if you do that, at least you should know what's happening at top mid on the other side, which they're also not fighting for. So that means they just don't know anything about what's going on the map, and giving Apeks a lot of space to work with and set up some of these strategies.
Yeah, having no information, pretty bad, it might seem. This 3-man setup over towards B. Seems to be this default now where we're seeing this 3-2 split from B to A. Getting up close and personal towards sandbags, and, well, it is going to be the hero saved AK from Synopsy up close for the early contact. They have spotted him out, and he whips almost every bullet. Drops Kicksand down to 50, but it gets Mac 10'd.
They had a flashbang, didn't they, inside of the B bomb site? Just never threw it. I'm so confused. I think that's the flash they were looking for, but why not do it with the AK to begin with? That's a bit unfortunate, perhaps. Good dink, but not enough for the moment. GXX is going to get run down as well, and on Flatro on the other side, not really anything you could do here. Even a kill or 2, I don't think it would have made a big difference. Apeks are going to take it. They love it. They love life right now. They have a big lead on the T side of Inferno.
Kixan gets dropped down to 46 from that first fight with the AK. Then he gets back of the head dinked from a P250, and he's still alive and kicking.
Still doing fine. It's not a problem.
It's unfortunate. I mean, 5-7 would have got that kill. Just saying.
There we go. More reasons to buy the 5-7. This is starting out really well. Now, GXX has picked up an AWP. That's maybe something that could change the tide of this battle a little bit.
Absolutely.
MAC-10 is in play once again, and there's 4 people with no helmet on the CT side. So again, a MAC-10, not to be underestimated. In fact, it could be a huge weapon in a round like this.
Yeah, the high rate of fire, the
jumping.
Absolute jumping accuracy. Everything about that gun right now screams, oh dear. B&E, you're going to want to be very careful about these close range fights. GXX doesn't seem to care about it though. Here comes a U2 up close. He's not going to be able to hit the shot. Does have to run away, and he is, it's safe for now, but he is one player on the team who has the head armor, so isn't going to be... oh
my god.
Oh, that's a nice little wrap there from Rigon. Doesn't work out in his favor though. Drops Nork down to 8 HP, but simply not enough.
You get the first kill on the guy walking through the smoke on Banana, and now it's back into a 4-on-4, and I understand. He saw the opening. He wasn't wrong about it either, but you feel like once you get that deep in, maybe they're not necessarily even attacking the bottom side. Your teammates must have been able to tell you. They actually didn't move up on Arch yet. They were in the area, but they weren't really rushing it yet. So it's a little bit risky. 40 seconds now. I think Apeks are worried that another player will have made his way past, so they're kind of slowing it down and making sure no one else is shooting him in the back. And they're going to commit to the bomb side, but this is a 2-2 split on the defense. I hate that. I think this is really, really sketchy.
This could be really big from Synopsy, though. Low HP player going to be coming through from apartment, but it does not matter. Steeko's going to be able to hit those shots every day of the week, and I think with GXX's rotation, oh, I thought he was saving, but no, actually, we do see this rotate coming through from the B bomb site. Well, we did for a few moments, and then they realised, actually, you know what? I like these guns that we've got. Our Econ's in the bin. Let's fall back. Rigon did 192 damage in that round, and we only had one person die.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. Wow. The thing is, this is kind of how B&E want to play with some of the aggression, sort of doubling down on the aggression like they just did, pushing down Banana. But man, it backfired that time. He just got caught. They were double peeking in the middle, and it kind of gave the round away in a way. So 7-2 in favor of Apeks. It's a brilliant start for them at the moment, and they can still recover this game, B&E. It's not really too late, but it's starting to become kind of tricky. But now we're going to need to see not necessarily a miracle, but a really huge revitalization from them.
It's slipping away. Yeah, it's definitely slipping out of their hands. The only 2 rounds they got the pistol round, and then they got that first full buy round they had after the force on round number 2 and 3. So I think it was round 5. They managed to find that round as well, purely off frags. They haven't had an opportunity to retake yet. There's only been 2 bomb plants this game, and each situation has been right. We just are too many men down to even think about doing this. That round, there was an argument they could have gone for it. If their economy was, let's say, 2k apiece before they went for that push, then yeah, it's like, we're going to have a 4-buy round next round. Yes, sure, we're not going to have the AWP if we lose, but at least we can make it expensive for the Ts, because right now we're sitting at around 7, almost 8k on 5 players on Apeks.
Yeah, they're doing so well.
JL's like the weakest one. He's on 5k. Like, they need to start making a dent here.
Well, they have the AWP on GXX, obviously saving that from the previous round, so I guess we'll find out. If we haven't seen it have the effect, obviously. That last round, he just kind of got smoked off, first on Arch, then towards the A-bomb side, and then he just left.
He shot 1 bullet.
Yeah, that's it.
One bullet, missed it off the back of the flash, which of course he's full blind, just went for the timing, it didn't work out in his favor. But since then, he's been completely silent on it. And now he's posted up over towards the B-bomb site, the round where realistically, he probably should have been over towards Archers.
Yeah, but this still makes sense because now they can go for a 4-man defense. They might be a little bit late because this is a really fast execute coming out from the Apeks side. It's Rigon again, trying to see if he can go for the flank, and at least he makes his way past this time, putting some pressure on that offense. That makes a lot of sense. Still a 4-on-5. JL is almost dead, but down in the bomb site, 3 people. And actually, look at Apeks. They're falling back from this position. They're not even committed to it. This is very, very tricky. Jacob getting where he's right now in Library is huge.
They have no idea. Bad News Eagles are literally none the wiser to this. And wow, no trigger discipline required. Just find the picks. That's all they need. GXX finally does have an impact in the round with that AWP. Finds that kill onto Kixan. But the bomb is now just posted up, moving over towards the A bomb site. GXX falls to the wayside as Stiko picks up the pieces, and now just Rigon, who tried to find some of that mid control, but was just a little bit too late this time round. There was no lingering peaks from the T side of Apeks, and they're going to be moving to 8. They've secured the half already.
And that is the downside to having that 3-man setup at Banana at the beginning, is if the T side executes pretty early on the A-bomb side, even though they kind of, slow down the actual attack eventually, Apeks, it's still just very confusing. You could tell that they were kind of stumbling back, and in the middle of that confusion, Jacob managed to sneak into an absolutely insane position, and they couldn't really recover from it. So, yeah, I think tactically and just in terms of the map control right now, Apeks are looking really, really strong, and BNE aren't winning or holding some of the important parts of the map. That's what they need to do. They need to control Banana, or they need to control top mid, preferably both. If you're feeling super hyped, you can try and do that. It's possible to do it on the CT side, not necessarily easy, but doing none of them is just giving way too much space. And even worse, Apeks know how to use that space. They're kind of proving that over and over again right now.
I feel like what you're seeing on your screens right now, the player counts of B&Es, tells you exactly what you need to know. This is the same deflated kind of mindset and vision that we were seeing in this one-win game. They aren't feeling themselves right now. I mean, sure, there's not much to really get excited about. They're 6 rounds down, but at least kind of be a little bit elated. That's when we can see that B&E are themselves, and as of right now, they aren't. Although Rigon's feeling something here. Getting a little bit aggressive, waiting on the side of wood, and GL jumps on top of the smoke, has no idea that Rigon's this close. Nate goes in, Span comes in as well. There's trade damage back and forth, but no deaths from either side as of yet. And the fight kind of tapers away. They fall back towards CT.
I think it's fine. I mean, obviously we've been questioning some of the aggression, but I think in a round like this where all you have are the couple of M4s, it makes sense to try and make them have an impact early in the round, instead of just waiting inside of the bomb site, which, again, I feel like has been part of the problem. They are at least on the corner of Arch as well this time, so I think a little bit of a boost going on to try and find a kill over there. But on the B bomb side, again, they're giving them the space on Banana, and Apeks have shown they know how to deal with this. They know how to put the right grenades in, and they find the right timing. So this seems like a huge threat to the defense of B&E at the moment.
Apeks done exactly what they need to do there. Force a rotation, force some util to be used. And they're going to re-smoke it themselves just to make sure that, okay, you still think we're going here. But on the other side of the map, fully rotate round towards the A-bomb site. We don't have GXX on the AWP this time round. Instead, it's the unscoped variant in the form of the Deagle. Looking for a few here, whips the first one, hits the second, but it's not that crisp clean headshot that we need. With the 5-7 once again coming out on top, finding Stiko. GL going to be able to find Synopsy in the trade, but this needs to be an insane retake from B&E.
I very seriously doubt if it could even be done here. They do have a kit on Rigon, so maybe, but they need some strong headshots. Some of the Deagles here needed to find some kills, maybe even on the entry. Yeah, the nade almost blows him up, and now he's trying to get a little bit closer. They do want to try and see if they can force the issue. They've done some good damage to both Jacob and Kicksound, so it's not impossible. Rigon's going to find one of them, but the kit is on the ground now instead, and down in the pit, they just can't dig these players out. This double setup in pit is way too powerful. It will be a 9-2 scoreline here in favor of Apeks. Some of them might die to the bomb, but I don't think anyone really cares.
Bomb, don't they? I mean, yeah, they've got the money to not really care about it, but I think they're all dead here. Yeah, there we go. Just a pile of bodies in the corner.
Rip.
There goes your KD. The only thing that's really affected in that situation, because as we said, the economy is really, really nice for this T side of Apeks.
They're going to be fine, yeah.
They've won the last 6 rounds in a row now.
I don't think that's the major concern here.
No.
And the struggle is starting to really accumulate, and then maybe the reality is starting to set in a little bit as well for B&E, that if they can't turn this around, or at least get to 9-6 right now, this is going to be a very, very quick map. They might not even really have a chance to say anything at all. Nork out there in front of the smoke. That would have been a very, very cool flick. Instead, they get some grenades in return, almost blowing up Nork, and now the pressure is on. They're going recommitting to it, and that's not bad. Scenery also picking up a kill. They get Nork at the final nade back there. That's the kind of fight they've been longing for a real long time, and they finally have it go their way.
This actually feels like a B&E round. This feels like a round that we've seen from them before. They go for an aggro push, and their aggro is met with aggro. So sure, the timing maybe doesn't work out as well for Apeks as they would have liked. But GXX is finding frags here as well. A return to form in this round, but it needs to be more consistent now. They need to chain a few of these rounds together, and considering we've only got a few rounds left of this this first half with them on the CT side, they're going to have to really reinvigorate themselves so they can carry that momentum through onto that team.
Here we go. I mean, that is the kind of all-out fight that they just thrive in. They like having that situation, and most of the times they've been having a kind of a struggle finding that kind of battle out there. Maybe a little bit, but then they kind of have walked away from it again. Oh, Stiko is ready to take up the battle. Flashes are great on the corner, and Rigon gets blown up, and one more kill here, and this round is going to be over before it even really gets started. The flashes just keep on going. Saneri's finally there to stop at least one of them, but they're jumping up on top of the box, and Jacob will find the kill in return. 3 versus 4. That Molotov landed right in his face, and it will burn him eventually. He did get the kill in the meantime on JL, and actually GXX, with that shot bringing it back, it's still a 2-on-2.
Yeah, big kill there to find Synopsy on the back lines. Smoke is soon to be fading, so needs to check every single corner possible. Oh, I say that, and it doesn't clear any of them. Just continues pushing up, trying to find Norks. Norks none the wiser, and oh, that was a little bit of a laboured spray, but it works out with the kill. Kicksan got a fall to the wayside as well. They do manage to go for the retake. Here we go. This is what we needed. It wasn't as crisp as clean, but B&E, they come out on top.
They were not ready for the fact that Synopsy walked through the smoke. That's probably why he's not looking that way. He's assuming that if someone comes through the smoke, it's with a flashbang, right? So he's expecting for there to be more of a sound going on. No one, I mean, it is kind of crazy walking through the smoke. So Nork, he's got his back turned, hoping for some sort of sound.
The fact the smoke's there and he clears no angles.
Yeah,
doesn't look to
care.
Wood, doesn't look to Cubby. He's like, I am going to car and I'm going to go get some kills.
It worked. He got the double. It's pretty sick. Okay, they're excited again. I hope that's going to carry them through because they do need the last 2 rounds here. Absolutely. Even at 9-6, Apeks are going to walk away from this first half feeling great about what's been going on.
Like this aggressive angle here from Synopsy, the backup from GXX inside of Apps as well. I mean, they're kind of feeling that, well, they pushed B plenty of times, so surely they're going to go A. And, well, if their timing pays off, they might be able to find Stiko as he goes for the push into Apps. He's just being a little bit more patient, though. Spams onto the corner, sees what he can find. Confident that he doesn't need to be too stealthy, just stomping around a bit. Synopsy trained on the angle. The backup there from GXX for the trade. It's a good opening if they can find it, but Stiko, I mean, I'm semi-confident he finds this opening kill, and he does! He finds 2 of them! What on earth, Stiko? The backup was there, but they weren't able to even get the single kill. He takes no damage whatsoever, and is on flat road to be able to secure the site. The molly goes in. He's now just stuck, burning alive. The taps left, right, and center. What a round from Apeks!
That's actually almost criminal by Stiko. The fact that he does the wallbang to begin with, kind of announcing his presence, you would say probably, if you were to try and teach someone else how to play Counter-Strike, you'd say this is probably a bad thing to try and peek right into it, because you've just shown the enemy that you're basically at the corner, and that, you know, if they were in the area, they were going to be hyper ready for it, but he wide swings it, gets the first kill, the ult misses the shot, and everyone is dead behind it in that hallway. That is actually sick.
It's like, it's borderline impossible to miss like that trade, right? GXX was there for that exact reason, whips the shot because of the wide swing, and damn, the double nade as well coming in onto Seneri to be able to, well, 10 seconds into this round, bring us into a 4v5. Stiko's got so much ground here as well, again.
Yeah, and Synopsy's got no backup right. They're all on the other side. They've rotated to B, hoping and praying that this could give them something. And he's going to hear the drop behind him, so he'll have a little bit of information. Looks like he might want to go and press his luck. Oh no, GXX. I mean, he was going to die anyway. We're going 100%. He was just throwing the nade, but a little bit hilarious. There's a kill. Synopsy trying to intercept the bomb. And actually, they do have the bomb back here. Nork goes down, and it's really weird. How did this turn into a 3 versus 2 in favor of B&E after an absolutely dreadful start?
I mean, GXX has got 3 of the kills so far. 1 on his teammate, 2 on the opponents. It's going pretty well for him. He's looking for technically a 4th in this round now. Synopsy's come here for the backup, peeks his head up. He's like, oh God, there's someone directly in front of me as Stiko to simply not miss those shots. Bomb is down in a pretty rough spot. GXX goes for the shot. not going to be able to connect it through the smoke. Flatro on the lurk. Hello, Steeko. Spots the gun barrel, able to take him down. And now an underpass is Jacob. Crossfire being held, takes down one, needs to go for the reposition. Smoke goes down, needs to grab this bomb. Only got 20 seconds remaining. Unless he just wants to go for the fight. Small gap in that smoke. Might be able to spot the legs. Chucks another one down. Can hear some audio cues, does GXX. Is he going to be able to rush through and take him down on the cross? Yes, he is. Finds that final kill in the final round to grab a 5th for BNE. Let's see if this momentum can continue in the second half after this short break.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the Gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged. Hello? I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet challenge. How did you feel about your try?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
And we're back once again. It is BNE versus Apeks. We're on Inferno. It's a best-of-1 game, and we didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but the end of that first half was pure misery. BNE at the end then, they're fighting with 30 seconds left in a 3-on-2, like they were the ones on the T side that had to pick up the bomb. They just... I know they're aggressive and they're momentum-based, but they needed to slow that down, and that's been kind of a problem for them. This whole game has been a problem. They're down 10-5 right now. They need to win this pistol round. They need to have one hell of a T-side right here, because Apeks are playing great Inferno at the moment.
Yeah, they are. Senori is looking to find some opening here, and well, so is the rest of the BNE squad, as they stack themselves up down Banana. And Flatro trying to go for this opening pick. No one to find so far. Kicksan's going to be holding back onto the site. It's a relatively slow start for the T's here, but here comes your execute. Kicksan, nade in hand, and well, Martyrdom gets absolutely nothing. Drops as he gets tapped down by Flatro. Jacob now swinging onto the site. Ooh, taken down by a flying Senori. The Eagles flapping their wings as the bomb goes down.
Yeah, that's pretty decisive. There should be no way to lose this round, although if you fight too much, it is kind of a classic way to throw it away. Rigon's not going to throw anything away, just keeps on battling through, gets a couple of headshots in CT spawn, They are, again, these are the kind of things, it's kind of hard to say because it does feel like this is kind of the fuel in their veins, but at the same time, it's also what can absolutely destroy a team. But when it works, it can be pretty overwhelming, and I think that's probably part of what they're gunning for here, is to say, let's just get onto such an insane roll that you have no idea what hit you, and you just can't recover from it, because it's just every round. But so far, Apeks have managed to withstand all of that pressure, and they're doing fine.
Shock therapy.
Yeah,
it
is.
Hey, we're here, by the way. We're 5 rounds has passed, and you've lost them, by the way, because we've just been so quick. And yeah, I mean, it's working out in B&E's favors for so long. He has no. How is he?
It's ridiculous.
How has he seen this man? There was a smoke in the way. CS2 will solve the client-side issues.
That's exactly right. All of the problems will be solved in CS2.
Exactly. You heard it here first. CS2, the savior of the game, which doesn't need saving.
Got Deagles. Got the 5-7 as well.
Could go well. We saw B&E have some nice rounds with these Deagles. Saw Apeks have some nice rounds with these Deagles last half as well. Securing against the full buy round.
Yeah, in retrospect, losing that particular round also is what a difference the first half could have been. Could have easily been a couple of more rounds. Could have been much closer to something like 8-7 one way or the other. So, and that round was actually one of the more painful ones. There's no reason they had to lose that round.
No, it's almost like losing against pistols when you full bought. It's really bad.
Yeah, don't do it. Just try to avoid it at all costs, really.
They simply don't. I like this double stack, though, inside of mid. I don't think it's going to really bear any fruit. We do see this two-man setup over towards second mid with Flatro and Senary, but they are going to test him. They're going to swing in. Are they going to be expecting this one? Is this something that's been inside of Apex's playbook? Apparently not. As JL is going to be able to take down Senary. He has no idea where he shot from.
Oh, they're going to go really quick behind it. They're expecting that there's more of a setup over at the top mid position, and they're not wrong. GXX finding 1 kill, and Rigon will take down Jacob as well at range. They actually had 3 helmets in this round on the CT side, so the fact that the MAC-10 finds one of the few unarmored opponents inside of the B-bomb side is pretty cool. That's a good way to open it. It's a 2-on-2, but again, B&E should be able to win this round just by relaxing and not really fighting too much more.
For sure. And it's nice to be able to hold on to a couple of these weapons as well. I mean, in an ideal world, Synopsy would be able to find a rifle, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case right now. Steeko holding for these exits, which, well, very soon might run directly into him. Flatro does take a little bit of damage, but I think that kind of gives up the goose that it's, okay, we need to be careful about where we're running now, but okay, maybe they don't. JL is going to be able to find that kill onto Flatro, and while it is going to be around for B&E, Apeks have made this very, very expensive for them. Synopsy does finally find his AK, but he has to rip it off of the corpse of his teammate.
And in terms of momentum, even if you win around like this, you're not winning it thinking we're on top of the world. You're winning it thinking, if something goes even a little bit wrong here, we lose this round too. So I think this is important for the momentum on both sides, right?
Absolutely. This is the second round in the road that we've seen that smoke been thrown from the T side, where they throw it and then they just rush someone in on top of Generator, and then they strafe jump onto the other side just spraying. We saw it in the pistol round. We've seen it in that round with the MAC-10. While they don't find the kill, it's still consistency. They just keep doing it, and it's working out well. I mean, they're forcing out that player time and time again. They've died in the exact same position 2 rounds in a row. So the jumping taps are always nice, but single taps from long range of a P250 is even nicer from Steeko. He is the owner of those apartments.
Yeah, apparently. Oh, spray is pretty good initially, but it doesn't really matter. JL will still take down Yuan Fratro, and it's 3 versus 4 right now. With Rigon and Nork both being very low on health, and Steeko's looking for one more tap. Doesn't even need to be a headshot at this rate. Rigon backing up. Oh, and Scenario will be there to help him out. That's super important. And now sneaking onto the bomb side, although there is some backup showing up pretty quickly. They've stolen an AK as well. This is a very winnable round from Apeks.
If Synopsy doesn't reveal himself here, this is quite good, but I wasn't expecting the boost. The timing works out well. JL gets stuck on his teammate, but does manage to find a kill in the process. Senary finds one. The spam there from JL. Everyone is sub 20 HP right now. Rigon has 8 to work with. There's a smoke in play for JL. There was a nade this round be over and done with, but Rigon needs to be clean in his approach here. He needs to wait for these long-range fights to come into play. The Deagle is revealed. The long shot does not connect. Rigon now holding. Just needs a single bullet to take down JL. Finds him. Looks for the second now as well. Okay, in hand, and he gets it. Clutches out the round. The lowest HP out of the 3. 8 HP, but 2 kills to be able to close it out.
the repositioning for Egon in that 1 versus 2 is worthy of study, because as soon as he gets spotted behind the new box, he repositions, and you can tell the CTs, they still think he's back there. And then he actually repositions again to go into the fight. And every time, it just throws off the incoming attackers a little bit, just enough that they're not quite ready. Really well played. That's a nice round to, if you ever want to become good at that kind of thing, to look at.
Peeks left of the pillar on the first one, right of the pillar on the second one.
Yeah, just really good stuff.
GXX does drop down.
Oh dear, this could be an easy kill. It should have been.
Wow.
They had the setup for it.
No, he didn't hit anyone with it. They've done the boost on the left side and the right side now.
It's pretty cool. I mean, I think that's a nice idea. It's 10-8. I still don't feel like B&E have really built the momentum, but just like in the first half, this is the first real buy round coming out from Apeks. This is important, right? If you win this one, then you can actually start to do a little bit more on the Bad News Eagles side. So we're going to find out here. They are checking out Banana, just with one person, and the rest of them are set up waiting and expecting maybe some sort of repeat from the CT side.
It's quite interesting that knowing this is the first full buy round, B&E have opted to go more towards this A bomb site instead of B, where they've been finding success time and time again. These long angles being held by the rifles and the AWP of Nork. Of course, it doesn't look like Nork's going to be involved too much. It's going to be these two site players. Taps there from Synopsy, not going to be able to connect into anything. Nate goes in, both from JL and the pit player. Synopsy opens up with one to tack out JL. Now Stiko jumping on top of the bike. Small gaps being seen, but with the bomb being planted, he's not really in a position to be able to help right now. Needs to wait for the rotates from B.
Jacob is the one with the kit, and he's got 12 health, and you can't really drop the kit yet, so this could be super, super tricky. Oh, what a headshot from Sneery, and they're going to back out instantly. As long as they have the pit player, maybe they feel like they could do something, but now definitely not. So that's a nice round at a B&E, and if you look at how they actually attacked that corner, they had 3 people swinging against the pit. It is just so aggressive, and once they go, they don't really slow it down. It's just relentlessly attacking, very, very hard to stop. And again, mechanically, they're super gifted on the B&E side, so that's kind of what makes them a real nightmare.
They can kind of get away with things like that due to that, right? Because other teams, if they were to swing that, focusing all 3 rifles that are swinging on that corner at one angle, they get punished. But the fact that they swing, they go, cool, we found a kill here. Oh, cool, we're just going to rush onto the site. As you can see from Synopsy, like, well, there's probably a guy inside a pit. We'll deal with him later. God, what was that angle from Zenery?
It's just, I think it's like probably a metric that's really hard to, we can't really measure it necessarily, but there's some element of follow through that all teams experience, and a lot of teams, if you call a strat like that, will want to slow down, because you maybe when you triple swing the corner, if you keep running, you could be running a flash or a Molotov or an HE. There are lots of reasons why you would even want to slow it down. Why do you want to say, well, you have plenty of time in the round, you're still on Banana, you could decide to triple swing it and then go back to middle and just wait and see if you get another reaction. But the follow-through on B&E is so overpowering, and their belief in what they're doing is just, it can be really all-consuming. And there's something about the game that just plays in your favor when you're playing with that mentality. It feels like you can get away with a lot more if everyone really believes in it. But I think keeping that belief intact is one of the things that B&E have to do to be able to win, especially a match like this one.
And that was something that we saw wavering in that first half, right? Yeah. That belief kind of faded away until the those final few rounds where they came out on top. And even then, they were a bit laboured. Synopsy killed a teammate once again while blind, but he does pick up Kixan in the process. Yeah, I mean, he was low already, so ripping the kill gold out from Apeks.
Yeah. Ooh, a flash into that's such a sick setup. Synopsy keeps it going, a triple in the round, and the round's already been won here. Again, B&E just take a deep breath, get the bomb down, don't make any big mistakes here, and you should be fine. Although Stiko is sneaking around the middle, he actually could have maybe found the bomb if he was peeking middle. That would have been a real nightmare. Yeah, you want Flatro, he's already seen that. He knows that some of this up. You're going to find it an easy and free kill onto Nork. And now, eventually they could go hunting Stiko if they wanted to. This is huge. This is B&E tying up the scoreline, making it 10-10. Absolutely a chance for them now.
Not a single round so far from Apeks on the CT side. They've been close a couple of times. They've got it down to 1vx situations, but then you just see the B&E guys, they come out on top. They dig deep and they find what they need. Stiko is not going to be able to save that M4. That is now 6 rounds in a row if you count the CT from the end of the first half. And Synopsy is like, God, there's someone in front of me. Oh, it's a teammate. Oh, there's a kill behind it as well. No, we'll take that.
If he doesn't do that, they probably both die.
100%.
So sometimes you just have to.
The greater good. This is more like it from him. I love how emotive some of these teams are. We saw it from Thomas yesterday on Into the Breach, where there's an amazing clip. I won't repeat what he said.
Beautiful.
It was so funny. It's just good to see people back on LAN and people just really enjoying themselves when they're in the moment.
It's probably very hard as an outsider to appreciate the level of emotion that go into some of these maps because everything counts. Every single round. And again, some of these games, if you lose them, if you lose a round in a bad way, you're going to remember it for months, maybe years into the future.
I mean, on the line is qualification for the final Counter-Strike Global Offensive Major. The last one. There will not be another one. The next one's in CS2. It's already been confirmed. This is it. If you want to make history in this game,
in a year.
That will be in a year. This is the only major of the year as well, which adds even more pressure onto it.
Yeah,
usually we get
crazy.
2 a year, and this time they're like, no. You get one, and you get a new game next year. It's like, okay, good trade. Acceptable trade.
Yeah, get some time, I think, more than anything else, the important part, right? For people to actually learn the game and to adjust all the small things. I think it's a reasonable idea. Oh, that nade is pretty good. Lands right on top of Scenery. Don't want to see that happen. Oh, they try and push up, but regardless, they're ready to receive. It's a good kill. And again, the mechanical skill on these B&E players is so ridiculous. It's just going to be so hard to play against. And now that they're on the T side, they get to dictate the pace in a way that they couldn't on the CT side. And you can tell how unstoppable they look. Double entry there. And instantly the round is gone. 11 to 10. SB&E take the lead.
It felt like a pre-aim map there from Rigon. It was just like, oh, cool, I'm blind. I still find this kill because I know exactly where I need to be aiming. Okay, and from this point, I know where to transition to be able to get the next kill from what they're holding. It's just the game knowledge, like you said, the mechanical skill is just so high on these B&E players, and I suppose Rigon specifically as well. And well, they are now going to be hunting down these 3 final players. Don't think Nork revealed the AWP in this round. So if he can get away scot-free without revealing it and also saving it into the next round,
it is
little ace up their sleeve.
Talking the other day to Devil Walk, and we were sort of going down the, you know, all the memory lane of all of the old Counter-Strike that used to be played and all the rest of it. And we ended up talking about French Counter-Strike, and I think we both ended up agreeing that one of the hallmarks of what used to be French Counter-Strike back in 14, 15, something like that, was just relentless aggression. Like they could be slow in some rounds in French Counter-Strike, but generally, once that you actually started a fight with them, that would be the fight would be to the end of the round. You just keep going; it would never stop. Classic Tech 9s and all the rest of it on a map like this one. And Devil kind of said that's a little bit like kind of how we play in a way, and it is. You can have slower rounds out of them, but it does feel like once they pull the trigger on something, there isn't a lot of, oh, let's fall back and reconsider, then let's recommit to something else. Like, they're really just all in.
First thing that pops to mind for that kind of mentality is VP, where they find a pick and they go, cool, let's let them react. Whereas B&E are like, cool, we've got a kill, let's not allow them to react, and let's just push onto these sites. And that's what we're going to be seeing here from One Flatro. Out onto site already, Util drop down to be able to stop anyone from moving out of anti-flash. They literally forced them out of the site without even getting into a fight. They've chucked Util and said, bye guys, Assar now, you've been evicted. It's a 4 versus 4 with the bomb going down.
Honestly, the fact that they escaped that quad corner is kind of impressive. I thought they were going to get shut down immediately. Jail, I think, tried to swing in on the other side by Library, but he kind of got killed. Ooh, flick not connecting from GXX, but he's allowed to go back. The smoke is up, and they're going to recommit the smoke. And I think, in spite of the fact that it's a 4-on-4, they might want to reconsider going for this Apeks. These rifles are so important. They are trying anyway. And J-Kami goes down. I don't know why they're still doing this. It feels very, very risky. Kaizan going down, and now Stiko and Nork, 2 versus 3, and they are going to back on out. Could be an expensive round for the T's in terms of getting away from the bomb. Might be a little bit tricky here, but it's 12 to 10. They're taking the lead in a big way right now.
I love that Stiko chooses to do the 5-7 over the M4 at that close range. It's like,
why not?
Screw you, you're not going to spot my gun barrel on the swing.
Oh, man. Yeah, this kill right here for Rigon is
really nice.
Big one.
This here as well from Flatro, the spam through the smoke and then picking the second one up as JMX swings. Yeah, that's...
Oh, the pressure.
They're not happy.
It's gone the other way. Yeah, it must be very exhausting to play against a team like B&E when they're like this. The jump down.
It's non-stop.
I think you could make a whole content series where all you're doing is kind of going through how, if you put on the VP or the Vitality glasses and you look at their game style, you could criticize it a lot. You could say, oh, but they're doing this wrong, and according to sort of like tier 1 European Counter-Strike theory, this isn't what you're supposed to be doing, and blah, blah, blah. You do all these things, right? But the results do kind of speak for themselves. You can tell that once they hit that zone, even if you know, I don't think Apeks are confused. They know what's coming. They just can't stop it, which is really sick.
They literally can't react to it. It just happens. Synopsy's going for the Mac 10 up close and personal. He's jumping, spamming, getting the kill. Nork there with a no-scope. Nork, oh, it's the backup there from Kicksan. He whips the shot, shoots through the legs, goes up close to Seneri, but Seneri's good for the trade. Now in a 3 versus 3.
Yep, they're still pushing, and this is where you want to see them relax, because they don't really have to. JL gets one more in Unifracture. He's going to go down to Kicksan. They do just, again, that would have been a perfect moment for any other team in the world to say, you know what, that fight took a lot longer than it needed to. If we push in, they could have already rotated. Let's just calm it down. But they don't have that break function. They keep on going, and the rotation was in. They knew there was a third player there, but a fourth one that rotated in. Great stuff from Nork here. Even the staying alive inside of the smoke, it doesn't seem like a lot, but the extra 3 or 4 seconds that it buys is absolutely huge. Apeks finally winning a round on the CT side. Great news for them. And now they need to keep it going. They have to stop Bad News Eagles from this madness.
I mean, we're already seeing a slower start here from B&E in this round. Sure, we're like 5 seconds into it, but Util being committed down to Banana, Util being committed over towards Apartments as well. Waiting to see if they can force a mistake here from Apeks. This is an uncharacteristic round from them. Let's see what they're going to be able to convert it into. Smoke's now going to be committed over towards A just to be able to delay Apeks, maybe force them for a bit of a rotate. As we can see, this is a 4-man gamble stack over on the A bomb site for the Apeks guys, and only a solo player on B.
Yeah, it's a classic setup on Inferno, and usually, and they're doing it now, you just go and check the middle, right? Because the risk, obviously, is that they attack the B bomb side and you have one defender, but you can kind of mitigate that risk by just being a little bit active in the middle, and especially if you find a kill in there, it's going to be worth it. Now, they are going to start to group up on Banana, kind of being pushed that way, so this could be a very tricky round. The rotation starting to come back a little bit now from the archway, so they are going to get a little bit closer with a couple of people, and B&E might be close to missing their window here.
Yeah, good timing in that molly as well from Kicksan, just to be able to kind of delay the inevitable. So he allows that rotate to come through from the A-bomb site. Jacob thinking about going through the smoke and said the pop flash in. He's just going to continue spamming, and it's Kicksan on the site who finds that opening kill onto Regon. Boost now from JL, does get that sight line to be able to find one, but he's only good for one. Now with the bomb going down, they need to force the rest of this rotate here from Apeks, and it needs to be quick.
Surprising that there are 4 players on the site and nobody's checking for the boost, but they managed to trade it like you said, so it's not necessarily all bad. Tough choice to be made right now. They have a kit on Jacob, but almost no nades to set up the retake with. So if you get a really fast headshot, turn it into a 2-on-3, you could justify this. You could still go for it. Here comes the flashbang and the peek behind it, but no one's going to get flashed on the other side. Unifracture does go down. There's the opening that they wanted. Jacob with another kill, but he gets dropped. They need the kit. Oh, they've picked it up on Stiko immediately, and he's already going to try and tap it, try and see if they could force it out. GXX hoping to shoulder peek it, and it goes down to Nork, but oh man, that is a close round. If they don't get the kit immediately, and if they fail that shot and he gets wide swung upon, Apeks could have lost the round.
Yeah, that got a little bit too close for comfort, but great from them to be able to retake, especially considering how hard this site is to retake with such limited utility. They had one flash, one nade. The nade did what it needed to do. It banked off, cleared out generator, ensuring there was nobody there, or if they were forced out of it. Then the flash, while it didn't work, it forced them to look away from it, allowing them to be able to swing in. They weren't in their initial positions, what they were holding, and it did the secondary effect of a flashbang, forcing people to not stare directly into it.
Timeout called now for Apeks. They really, really want to see if they can keep this rolling. They finally started to win some rounds on the CT side. And you can tell the emotion here on all of the players. They're so wrapped up into this game right now. We're at a stage now, once again, where once you get to this kind of a scoreline, this is where the real heartbreak begins, right? Because if you just get blown out and you lose 16-7, maybe you just think, okay, we had a really bad start.
Don't worry about it.
It wasn't great. But now you feel like you can win it. Now you feel like every little round that you lost in the past is going to start to matter. So this is it. Not a lot of money, really, I think, on either side.
This is what I get for saying our predictions are safe, isn't it? One round in, pistols one.
No.
Oh, never mind, I'm back on the horse. Synopsy. Nice little pick down to Kicksan. He tries to get a little bit of aggro on the other side of that smoke. Here comes your setup on A.
But why did he try to do it? You can see the traces he's just shooting through. Nork Tries to pre-fire it, flashed out of the position. This is so dangerous. They're going to keep pushing. You all know that they will. And there's just an unstoppable fight on the other side. Rigon with a double, and he keeps pushing. A triple at the end. And BNE, they are back with a vengeance here. 13 rounds on the side of them. And this is devastating now for the CTs. They're in trouble.
That was so crisp. I mean, they just rush out onto the site, and exactly what we've been saying. It's non-stop. They get one kill, they keep pushing. They get another kill, they keep going. Oh, sorry, you killed 2 of us or not? I don't care. I'm just going to run at you. Look at this swing. Rigon picking up absolutely everything. There's 1, there's 2. Finds the final one in the round as well.
Look at what it does to the money of Apeks. They have one M4. They've done this before, and they need to do it again. Jakim. Not a bad beginning. He's been playing very well at the moment. Flashed out, looking for more. The spray is nearly perfect. He tracked GXX mid-air, but he will go down. And now, BNE, they've screwed up a couple of rounds like this already in this map. If they do it again, I don't think you can recover from it one more time. They probably, in my opinion, they already should have lost based on the rounds that they've screwed up. The fact that they are here at 13-12 is pretty impressive. Stiko, he's on a mission.
Sneaky boy.
He's boxed them in.
He has.
And you know they're not going to turn around. They're not going to go back.
Of course they're not. They've got their eyes set on the B-bomb site. There's a small gap in the smoke from Kicksan. I'd be more confident this is a 5-7 or a Deagle, but the PT-50 is just as good. Taps away, not going to be able to connect. I think there was a little bit of team damage in the process, but he's okay for the time being. Rigon going to be able to find 1. Kicksan there does finally find 1 with the PT-50. A lot of damage onto the next as well. Stiko in a 1 versus 3. 3 of them are pretty damn low. He's only good for 1, though.
That's actually horrifying. If he got that instant kill, he is in a 1 versus 2 against 2 opponents of very low on health, and there's no bomb plant. That could have gone horribly wrong. And they actually, again, they push into the 3-man stack because they don't really know how to back up. But I'm not even criticizing them, I'm just saying that this is their style. They're 14-12, and they're just powering through.
It's incredibly
so
unique.
ridiculous.
It's so unique, and I love it.
Yeah,
the only time you might be able to say it's not unique is if you go and play in MG2 lobbies on MM. Then you'll see this all the time.
Yeah, but it's also unique in the sense that most other teams end up trying to play to whatever style the consensus is that that's the most effective one. Obviously, VP sort of pioneered their own style, which a lot of people don't like, but it's been obviously been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt how effective it could be.
Major winners, so.
Yeah, you don't have to argue with that any longer. But most of the teams, right, everyone sort of follows behind. You say, okay, this is the thing that's the most effective right now. And BNE are very clearly sort of cutting their own path into the metagame, which is really interesting. They've got a Tech 9 Mac 10 once again, and 3 people got head armor. So let's see, again, the speed behind this kind of weapon, especially if you're Bad News Eagles, could be real interesting.
Quite fragmented buy here from Apeks. I mean, they've bought up into the rifles. We do see an AUG. This is very aggressive.
This is scary as hell.
How many is going to be able to find? Finds one in the former center, and the backup there from Stiko. This is the trading potential that we needed to see from the CT side of Bad News Eagles. You're posting 2 people up there. Get 2 kills for crying out loud. They found nothing, and they're showing them how it's done in the form of Apeks.
What a great shutdown for Apeks. That's so scary because, again, if they trade 1 kill, BNE are going to go all the way to the A-bomb site. But this is worked out really well. GXX and Rigon are left, and now it's just about not losing any more people. The Molotov down there, JL, he's going to be able to put it out. That's pretty important. Yeah, just keep everything alive. The money is what is going to keep Apeks in this and maybe even win them the game.
I mean, it worked. The flash was there. He kind of flashed himself, but
sick.
Chuck the smokes down. Right clicker flash inside of it. Everyone's blind. He's jumped out. Unfortunately, he gets bodied in the process. But I like the attempt. It's very on brand.
I think if they don't meet anyone in apps there, I think BNE just set up for an apartments explosion. I think that's what they wanted.
The waterfall out of
out
of
just
window.
Get everyone, because they had a couple of people in the middle, that, like Synopsy here, that could have thrown the flashes to get in the pit and all the rest. I think that's what they wanted ultimately. But forward defense from Apeks, they're up to 13. Really good stuff, really important.
Still looks like good mentality on B&E though. They still look like, it's like, okay, sure. One of those things, it is what it is. Final timeout being called here, and I can understand why. We're coming down to the final moments of regulation time. It's 14-13.
I mean, you can probably crack Apeks completely here, right? That's what they've got to feel like. It's worth taking this timeout because if we get this next round, we're at 15. They might have a little bit of money to buy, but it's not going to be super impressive, and we can just end the game before they really get a chance to do anything with. So it kind of makes sense. I'm trying to think. They have really tried to attack Banana a lot, and maybe the one part they haven't tried so heavily is actually Arch side.
You're right. I can't remember the last time, if they have at all, tried to go B from Arches. We saw it a couple of times from Apeks where they lurched that single player round after like executing down on Banana, but yeah, let's see something new, B&E. Go Archers.
Don't have that much either. I thought they actually had a little bit more money on the C side, but they just don't. So that's interesting.
Well, that's basically all she wrote. Rounds over in the space of a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
It's frags from every single person on the squad, basically.
Well done. And for Apeks, look at how huge it is. They lost nobody in the previous round. This round, again, 5 people alive. So now, even if Bad News Eagles manage to punch through the wall and get one more round on the board, at least Apeks can keep it going.
Their eco's looking so good as well, right? I mean, off the back of that, not losing anyone. I think, the lowest was Stico on 1.8k at the beginning of that round, of course, with win bonus, with kill bonus as well. He's up to 5k. Yeah, everyone's going to be sitting pretty for the remainder of regulation for Apeks. This is actually the last shot that B&E are going to have, I think. They need to win this round, take it to 15, and even if they lose it in quite a laboured way, at least they have overtime to kind of play with, but this has very promptly turned into Apex's game.
Yes, they have the money on their side. 14-14, see if they can manage to slow it down. A little bit of an attempted spray through the smoke, not going to connect with anything. As Deco started to fall back, Jacob's playing on his own over here, so a little bit scattered maybe on the defense. Not a lot of opportunity to set up any kind of refrags if you manage to lose a player here. I don't think it any revenge kills.
Really not a fan of that wallpaper.
Nope, not at all. And look at the grenades that have been used already for Apeks. They've used so many nades, flashed on through, and Norky's going to call it out. Sound the alarm. They're on Banana, and let's see if they even slow down. They just want to keep it going. A little bit of a jump, a flash again at the corner, and the speed is so overwhelming. They're trying to force their way into the bomb site. Good headshot, and a nice kill from Nork in the back line. That slowed them down. They're forced to maybe slow it down here. Spray for the smoke. He almost got it. It's a 2-on-2, and GXX, not even any fear, planting out in the open. JL, he is a bullet away from death. I can't believe that they've managed to force their way through. When that smoke fades, Bjorn Flatro, he's going to get this kill every single time. And now Stico's in trouble. This is so ridiculous. This is not how any team except for B&E play Counter-Strike like this. And it's just almost unstoppable. Stico trying to get back into the bomb site. He knows one of them is there on the other side. It's a crazy risk to take that jump, but I don't think he could do this. He's in trouble already. Good headshot, shot in the back, and it's 15 on the side of Bad News Eagles.
I mean, finding that kill onto GXX, the fact that he just jumps over the top of both boxes. He's like, first one, no, never mind. Oh, there's someone with an AWP over here. Let me just kill you, grab that, flick back round, flat throw. I mean, yeah, he never misses those ones. I suppose if there is one person you want in that 1v2 clutch situation, probably is Stico with his performance this game so far. So, yeah, I don't know. It got a little bit too close for comfort at the very, very end there. And Apeks now on death's door. They do not want to be going down to that 1-2 bracket. Jacob up close and personal, goes for the spam. A lot of damage being traded back and forth, but no kills as of yet. The boost comes through from B&E. They aren't going to be able to find anything of it. They have to slow down. They're forced to due to this Molotov. Nade goes in, it does limited damage, but Rigon, he says, you know what, I feel bad. Here, take some fire damage. Takes himself down to 52 HP. Looks for this tap on the corner and waiting for the util. Flash goes out. He is good for it. Kicksands taken out of the round.
The confidence is just so ridiculous. They just don't care. Every time they feel like they have a fight.
Bad News Eagles are falling away from a sight.
Yeah, it's a rare sight.
What's going on?
Savor this moment for a little bit. Let's just take a moment to breathe and say this is one of the few times they actually do it. And it might be backfiring. This might teach them never to do it again, because they're kind of walking back. Apeks have realized, yeah, nobody's kind of here.
From JL.
A little bit of a crossfire. It's looking good. JL with a double, and this is going to be overtime. No question about it. JL with a massive triple kill to try and save Apeks here. Johan Flatro is going to be the last one left, and he's already very low on health. Absolutely no shot at getting this round through. That is huge. Grenade to end it, 15-15, and we are going to overtime.
I mean, yeah, that was exactly what we need to be seeing from JL there. He's played that corner time and time again throughout this entire game and hasn't had too much success in it purely because they haven't really been pushing down mid. And the first time they do it, the first time they waver in there, we're just going to go to the single site that we opened with approach. It blows up in their faces, exactly like you said. They're never going to do that again.
And to be honest, you know, you got to give Apeks some credit as well. Imagine how hard it is to call the rotation to the A-bomb site, knowing that the team you're up against pretty much just always follow through whenever they go to B. They just keep on going. So that can't have been an easy call to make. It was a great call at the moment. And JL followed up with the triple. Pretty sick. We get overtime. I mean, yeah, why not? It's an interesting slowdown in a game. I think B&E would love to just play all the way to the end with no more breaks.
Yep.
Because I think the momentum is just going to be in their favor. But now, on the other hand, they have more money to work with, so that could also kind of inspire them to be a little bit more aggressive.
It gives them that opportunity. No down rounds for them. It's rifles across the board. It's, well, the same thing for their opponents, though, unfortunately. So no way of getting away with some of these cheap rounds. You need to make sure that your aim is clean and you're finding these executes exactly the way that you intend to, which for B&E is pretty common, thankfully for them. They stay on the same side in the first half of OT1, and then they swap over after 3 rounds. Who is going to be able to come out on top?
Here we go. First team to 19. Made pretty deep up there. Oh, that's not bad at all, but the Molotov is going to burn him alive on the other side. The spray through, I don't know how they're living on the CT side. I feel like they should have been dead already. Jacob waiting back here. So far, it's a 2-for-1 trade that's going to be favoring Apeks. They'll take that, no doubt. And Jacob has managed to sneak his way into the corner. They are going to come through the smoke, all of them right in front. And Jacob, the spray, it couldn't have been better. A double kill right there, leaving Scenario on his own.
I mean, smoke goes down. Not going to extinguish the fire and the flames, and yeah, he just takes way too much damage. Spam through the smoke, and then just the little chips as he jumps on through. Commiserations, but that was a very bad news Eagle round from Apeks.
They're going for it here. He actually runs in between them. It's pretty crazy.
They don't clear him at all. They just let him pass. He runs on through.
Not ready. Wow. Okay, 16 to 15. One step in the right direction. And B&E still with money. Obviously, in the overtime, you get a lot more of that.
Deep nades. Barely connecting onto Synopsy, though, as he scurries himself into the corner. Molly going down. Is that going to spread? I think it is, but it gets extinguished in time. Still 50 HP. Well, now 5 HP as he swings onto the corner. A lot of damage traded back, though. It's GL who's going to be dropped low. Opens up some more opportunities for this explosive B play, which hasn't found any success so far in overtime. Last round, it blew up in their faces. This round, they're a man down, and we're seeing this consistent 3-man stack from Apeks. They've fallen a player back towards this A-bomb site. Here comes the execute once again. The molly doesn't land. It explodes in the air, so it's not going to clear second box, but Jacob's still good for the opening kill on Snary. Looking for a little bit more here as well. Spray isn't as consistent as would have liked. Rigon jumps on top of the boxes, presents himself to the site and says, what are you really going to do about it?
Getting the first kill is one thing. The second one is absolutely ridiculous. He just instant flicked and deleted him in the corner. And now he himself is boosted up, looking for a long range. This is so risky at the moment. Could turn it into an instant 2-on-3, but he's got a little bit of a clue. And also, JL is very low on health from earlier. He's basically now a 1 versus 3. Nork is going to get blown up, and great recovery. It's a 4-on-5 beginning for Apeks, and they still manage to lose the round here. B&E just pressuring that B bomb site. That's worked out so well for them.
Really excited for the second half of OT1. The fact that we're going to be kind of reset to what we saw in that first half, where it definitely took B&E a long time to even become comfortable. I mean, what, they won 5 rounds on that CT side, and that was it out of the 15 played.
JL's up to 30 kills.
Things we love to see.
Yeah, and right behind him, it's Tabson's long-lost brother, Jacob, who's just doing 24.
24, wow. There was a team in UKCS where if you got 30 kills in a game, you got bought pizza, and that was their incentive.
That was their incentive. I like that. That's the kind of psychology that we need in Counter-Strike. Pizza for kills.
I think people would buy into this, actually.
I bet it could work. I mean, I'm sure there are like animal studies with pigeons and stuff like that, you know. Where
CSGO players synonymous with pigeons.
Yeah, like,
they are 1 and 1.
That's why we do the studies, right?
Exactly, exactly.
We know it works. Here we go. Last round of the first half of overtime. They're back to the setup, aggressive in apartments, but this time, when Flatro shows up and takes down Nork, instantly blown up. Last time, he got the kill in reverse, and now they're going to pick up the AWP on Stiko and make a run for it. 4 and 5. It's a good start for BNE.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Try it again, and it doesn't work out. They read it fantastically. Molly's coming down, and Stiko's actually on the other side of this. He's safe for the time being. Whiffs the shot, though, not able to swing out as wide as he would have liked. And this is much more methodical for BNE. Waiting for this util to explode all over the site. Stiko there, trying for the shot. Not going to be able to find it. Has to fade away into the smoke. JL inside a pit. Looking for a couple of openers here. They've not been able to clear him as of yet. Synopsy gets cleared. Oh, the no-scope there from Stiko. So nice. Rigon picks up JL after he trades one out to Ron Flatro. And now with util committed onto the site and the rotates coming around from B, this is going to be difficult.
They have some great utility on the CT side, but they need to get out of this position in the library, and that's not necessarily easy. Rickon lets go of a bullet, and Jacob never even saw what hit him. Flick not really connecting, but Stiko still takes another shot. It's Rickon again. He's been a monster in this game. 3 kills for him in this round, and he'll get the 4th as well. Oh, he's so excited at the moment. 2 out of 3 rounds going the way of BNE, and they are loving it at the moment. Rickon was up to 23, 24 kills at the end here. This is sick.
You saw JL move into that 30 bracket. He's like, I want some of this. Give me a piece of that pie. But look at the swings from Rigon. He's just so confident in his approach. I mean, he gets dinked to that angle and he doesn't care. So stoic in the hold. And he manages to find all 4 of them.
Yeah, 26 kills for Rigon. That is a big problem for Apeks, although their T side did look really good. So I would not count them out. I think Apeks still have a shot at making this double OT, or maybe even just going all the way through. We'll see. Now already beginning. And yeah, BNE had some really dreadful rounds on the CT side, I'm not going to lie. So hopefully they found a way to change that. I feel like almost they should be more aggressive just because that's their style. Just play the CT side like it was a T side.
And while it's not rush aggressive, it's, hey, we're going to set up in all these off angles, 3 people trained onto you, and I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to swing us and you're going to get absolutely destroyed. But right now, Apeks, they're not committed to anywhere.
This is really absurd. They're holding 4 people on A and all of them on the quad side. That doesn't normally happen. It means nobody's holding Arch. Lone B defender is fine. We've seen that before. Even he is starting to rotate a little bit towards CT spawn. They're just so sure that they're going to be showing up and they're going to get absolutely rewarded. Slaughtered in the middle or Apex. There's no way through here. The whole entire team is defending it. You can't do it. And the bomb is dropped in the middle. I don't know how they knew, but they had such a good read and they were absolutely correct.
Norks in 1 versus 4 with an open hand. Well, trades out to the AK. It would be one hell of a round from him to even stand a chance. Finds 1, but dinked up in the process, down to 14. He can be tickled here, and well, it's going to be a USPS shot instead of a nice tickle, but it does the job.
Oh, they're so hyped up.
So damn right. I mean, I would be after that as well. A 4-man stack all on short.
I feel pretty hyped up myself, and we're just watching the game. It's 18 rounds on the side of Bad News Eagles. Apeks have 2 shots right now at bringing in a double OT. Which again, the money, they can do it, but this is an insane call that came out. Whoever made that, they deserve some pizza.
They do deserve pizza. Can confirm. Synopsy calling a masterclass on that last round, and double op. It is double op setup. Where is Rigon right now? Is he posted up over towards B? He is. I feel like, why would you give Rigon the AWP? He's been wrecking them with the rifle, but I mean, they have an idea. 3-man setup this time, not quite the 4-man setup, but the boost there, it's going to get them the kill. Huge. Nork goes out of the round. 4 more kills, and they can walk away with an overtime victory here against Apeks. And they've had to battle to get here. Wallbang spam through on the other side, and Stiko is punished. Oh dear. You stop spamming me, I'll spam you back instead. Drops him down to 10 HP. He heard the damage being dealt as well, so he knows that someone's tagged up.
It's a bit like if your neighbors are making noise and you start banging on the wall on your...
Shut up!
Now everyone's making noise, you know.
Let's get the bottom of the broom, just like bang it on the ceiling. It's like, please.
Oh, here we go.
3, angle being held. Rigon from the long side as well, waiting for someone to swing into him, has forced out of the angle.
They don't have any more nades on the C side. They're just pushing in with no more flashes or anything. It's great. What a flick from Rigon. He has been an absolute champion in this game. A huge reason why they're 2 kills away from getting this series. Flashes are coming through, and they're so aggressive on the retake. They're not going to slow it down in the back of the low on bomb site here. They need it. Kicksan to do something, but he can't. Stiko is left alive in a 1 versus 3. He gets the first one, but a bullet touches him, and he's dead. Grenades, not going to kill anyone there.
No,
they're already on the defuse, and he cannot stop it. 19-16. That's bad news. Eagle survived the Apeks scare.
Yeah, absolutely crazy for BNE. Able to come back after a very rocky start, but OT is all they needed. A couple of cheesy plays towards the end. The boost was super nice. I mean, the Cypher situations, you can only do it a couple of times, and they chose the exact right moment to jump into that execute.
That is that's devastating for Apeks, obviously. They had such a brilliant first half, 10-5 in their favor. When they were on the T side, it looked like they were going to cruise all the way to a quick victory, but instead, BNE, once they get to the T side themselves, they're just so overwhelming. I mean, this was if you were new to watching BNE games, this is what you could be expecting in the future as well. It's a lot of fun to see. It's really nerve-wracking because you keep thinking, this is way too one-dimensional, or it's going to get countered any day now, any second, and it just can't. It's so overwhelming.
It's just quick flowing Counter-Strike. It's, I find a kill, we continue pushing for more kills. They don't stop doing it. They get the frag, and then they push the site. And then the one round they didn't do that. They found the frag, they went A, and that's what forced them into that overtime. But of course, on that T side, they were head and shoulders above the rest. Apeks just couldn't find the answers enough of the rounds. They only found 4, 5 total to be able to take them to OT. But even then, that was kind of a blunder from BNE to give them and put them in that situation. Look at them, they're ecstatic about that one. After a rough first loss against OneWin, they've definitely refound their form in these last 2 games.
Yeah, and Devil breaking the birthday curse as well. A little gift for him.
A dub obtained.
Yeah, it means they're 2-1 now, right? So
it is.
Yeah,
best of 3
good position to be in.
Best of 3 time for them now. They're all so they have a lifeline. They lose their next BO3, it gives them the opportunity to then win their next BO3. Of course, that then drops them out of Legends and moves them down towards Challengers, but who cares about that? Let's have a look at these stats. And 32 kills on JL, but it simply was not enough. But the man himself, the top fragger on Bad News Eagles Rigon, is joining us now for an interview.
Rigon, talk me through that one. That was a close one, a long game, but you got the win in the end. Talk me through your feelings.
We feel really good. I think we expected to win, to be honest. It was a close game, but we made it hard. We lost full eco first round, so I think we made a good comeback, and yeah.
You know, you boys, you struggled to get into that game at the start, right? Apeks started to look pretty strong, and it took a while for you guys to get going. What turned it around for you guys? How did you get back into that game?
For sure, we knew that our T-side is really impressive. Like, we play really good T-side on Inferno. We showed in practice as well versus some teams. And yeah, that's all.
And for a team like Apeks, how do you guys prepare for them?
We had preparation, but we didn't really prepare. We just watched some stuff where they sit MOUZ and stuff like this, but otherwise we just played our game.
And finally, going in towards tomorrow's games, what's the preparation going to be like for those? You know, we don't really know who you're playing just yet, but what are you guys going to do working on tonight and tomorrow to get ready for it?
It's a best of 3 tomorrow, so I think we have a bit of advantage because we're going to play our map pick and stuff like this, and we will prepare for sure. We will see who we play, and yeah, let's see tomorrow.
I'd love to say, well, thank you very much for joining me, man. Best of luck and well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, a bit of a relief, but also, again, the confidence, right? We expected to win it. They realized, yeah, we screwed up a couple of rounds early on. They made it maybe a little bit closer than it should have been. They are a confident team, and that's part of their strength, surely.
Yeah, 100% they are, and that was kind of that wavering confidence in that first game is kind of why we're a bit surprised to see them lose to OneWin. But now they're coming into this now. They're 2 games up, they're 2-1, and they're now moving through tomorrow to the best of 3s. We are going to be chucking it to a short break. Make sure you grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and when we are back, it's going to be UKCS versus the major champions. That's going to be a hell of a game to watch. We'll see you in a moment.
Our first time Royal Arena playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Welcome back. Now, we had overtimes across both sides of the streams, and now we're heading in towards our second best one today. It's already been a pretty long one. We've got ITB taking on Virtus.pro. The UK boys trying to do me proud, but Virtus.pro, they're a pretty tough opponent.
They surely are. This would be beyond a miracle if they could pull this off. I mean, this is, again, the best of one format makes it a little bit more doable. It means there is a chance if you get off to a crazy start, but man, it's not going to be easy.
Let's be honest, if ITB were able to pull this off, we could probably say this is the upset of the year, upset of the major cycles,
would be
probably for years to come, right? This would be an absolutely ridiculous performance. However, these ITB boys, they proved themselves yesterday against Sprout. That was a pretty good game, and the main man we're going to look towards, Cypher, just a ridiculous performance yesterday.
Yeah, he really was running wild, and I think throughout the whole tournament so far, he seems to be near the top, if not the top, which is pretty crazy to imagine. Yeah, this guy right here, don't overlook him. They're going to need him on his absolute A game, and they're going to need everybody else as well. This will be a very, very tough game, but yeah, I mean, I'm impressed with them so far.
Yeah, exactly that. And we got a chance to have a little conversation with Thomas just prior to this game, so we're going to check on that one. Thomas, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, coming off the back of a pretty decent win yesterday against Sprout. Tell me through your thoughts after the back of that game.
To be honest, we expected to kind of win. We played them a couple of weeks ago. Good performance from Kai especially, but yeah, the prep worked out and it was pretty smooth. But yeah.
And of course, for you, it's a kind of a slightly new role as you're not IGLing. Talk me through your thoughts, like how it's been, adapting to the kind of a slightly new role as being the caller, the main man in charge.
It's definitely different. I do prefer life, the simpler way, but somebody has to do it. And to be honest, I've took the role head on, and I'm learning, I'm progressing slowly. But yeah, I've got a great coach with Juve. You know, he's really doing a lot of grand work at the moment and supporting me and pretty much developing me. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it so far.
And of course, coming in towards today's game, Virtus.pro, it's a pretty tough opponent. Give me your thoughts coming in towards this one.
Game time. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anything can happen in a best of one. I think all the pressure's on them, to be honest. No one expects us to win. But, you know, you never know.
And finally, what would it mean to you guys to make it towards a major? I mean, obviously, it's huge to have UK teams representing at the RMR, but to get that one step further at a major, what would it mean to you?
I don't know. It'd be pretty pog. It'd be pretty nice to get some stickers. Yeah. It'll be nice, you know, in the terms of doing it for the UK scene. I think the UK scene's always been sort of like shit on. So it's nice for the UK teams to be here and also doing quite good. So, yeah.
Yeah, KW, Thomas. It's great. Appreciate it. Good interview. Good times. I mean, he did bring up some good stuff, right? I think it's important. He's not wrong. The pressure is on VP to not screw this up. In a way, maybe people don't expect the ITB boys to do anything. So yeah, I reckon it's still going to be VP feeling pretty comfortable.
Yes.
This is the lineup, and yeah, I think James last time had a rating that was just under 1. He's made up for that since, and obviously with the rest of them, I mean, this is just a very hard team to play against. Even if you just discard the ratings, they're just they have their own style, and it's hard to match up against.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, they're a very difficult team, but we know in the servers, or like you said, to try and break down Virtus.pro, it's so difficult. Flit so far has been the main man on the server, making a lot of difference when it comes towards his individual firepower, but again, being very hard to shut down. And this is the thing with Virtus.pro, they're kind of one of these sides where if one person's a bad day, like James, for example, someone else will make up for it.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And even in a slow start, I mean, they proved that in the last game. They can still turn it around. They're still a very tough team to get rid of. Yeah, talking about the UK scene, I mean, Tom is kind of underselling it a little bit, like he doesn't really care, but I mean, this would be an absolutely historic victory. The fact that we even have a couple of UK teams here is in itself really cool. I have no doubt that if they manage to really accomplish something, that could inspire a lot more people.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, I got the chance to speak to Thomas, but also to Flit over from Virtus.pro. So go and check out this one. Flip, man, thank you very much for joining us today. Of course, coming towards your second day, you're starting off against Into the Breach. What are your thoughts coming towards this game?
We're just focusing on ourselves. It will be a good game because they have good results yesterday against Navi and against other team, and it's a good team, and we will try to win it.
Fair enough. And of course, for you boys, for a team like Into the Breach, which are not kind of used to playing, what do you prepare coming towards this sort of game? Do you kind of work on your own game, or do you try and counter-strike Into the Breach?
We just try to play our game and be ready to on their play style also, because it's like some mix maybe, I don't know. And anyway, it's a good team and we will play our game.
And for you boys, of course, you know, major champions, everybody's looking to you, the target on your back. Do you ever feel any pressure with that?
I'm not, but maybe some of my teammates feeling, but I think it's good because we are here to like defend our title, and it's good, and maybe, but we are good.
And how's the addition of Kyron been in towards the team? Of course, we've seen him in a couple of events now, but this is going to be for him his second RMR. He was with Aurora last time, now he's with Virtus.pro. How has he been kind of, you know, gelling in towards the team?
He's a good guy, but he's young, and every tournament for him it's like big experience, and to tournament he's like more, he's staying like more stronger and better, and that's it.
A very interesting Veto coming through off the back of the interview as well, right? We're heading in towards quite a puggy map. Mirage is sort of the middle ground for everybody, right? And this is going to be really interesting looking over towards Virtus.pro. They've only played this map 3 times this year. 2 wins, 1 loss. And one of those losses being a pretty damning defeat to Navi in Pro League just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. Obviously, VP, they picked Ancient. We ended up with Ancient the other day, and that kind of was a weird, didn't really work out the way that maybe you would have wanted. So yeah, I feel like this could be a good battleground. Maybe somewhat even. At least everyone's gonna have a real shot at it. No one's gonna feel completely left out on this one. So I'm okay with it. Flit, I mean, he didn't look, he wasn't talking super confident. I sort of giving a little bit of respect over. The Unicorn odds, though, are, I think, more reflective of reality as the heavily favored VP. Shocked if anything else was the case.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're coming in towards this one. I think for ITB, the big onus is on them to get a really, really strong start. They'll be starting that T side, so we're looking over towards ITB from the get-go. Pistol rounds, second force buys off the back of that, right? And really start to build up an early repertoire. Statistically speaking, it's not one of their best starts on Mirage. They like starting the CT side, so starting T side may be the difference. But of course, it worked against Sprout just yesterday, so maybe heading in towards today, it might be enough for them to move in towards tomorrow, 2-1.
Everyone is hoping right now. That could be it could be a wild day. Here we go. VP versus Into the Breach, and we're on Mirage to begin with. These teams are 1-1. So if you lose here, you've got your backs against the wall. You don't want to do that. You want to have a little bit of a lifeline, and that's what they're fighting for at the moment. C side for Into the Breach, and VP on the CT side. And oh, there's a bit of a stack going on towards CT spawn, and also down in the shadows, ready and waiting. Here we go, jumping down. Cypher trying to get the opening, but a couple of great headshots coming through on the CT side. Those USBs are cutting down Into the Breach.
Yeah, now, of course, the two players in towards CT, just giving a little bit of space overall, and Volt got some room to work with, but numbers still favor Virtus.pro, and they know that Into the Breach getting the bomb down here, it's just not really a possibility.
Yeah, you need another kill probably before you could really go for it. Kicker is kind of low on health, so there might be a way to do it. They still have plenty of time, so they could take a deep breath, which is kind of what they're doing right here. Trying to double swing towards the connector. Fame is right in this corner. It should be an easy kill on the first one. Could have easily been a 2-for-1 right there. And Volt is now, I don't know, very hard position to win. He goes straight for the bomb plant. I don't blame him for it. Waiting probably doesn't help. Oh, that's interesting. That changes everything. Although Kicker, he snipes him from the back. He actually had a chance there, but it'll be Virtus.pro to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, they'll make to work for it, but what matters most is VP starting well, starting strong coming in towards this game. Like we said, the pressure is on Virtus.pro. We're not looking at ITB and have any sort of expectations over towards the side. If they make it competitive, we'll be happy. But Virtus.pro need to overcome their opponent here with somewhat relative ease, and that's a really good start. Of course, a couple of casualties here and there, but for the most part, it started well, it ended well, and it allows Virtus.pro now to use this as a little bit of a catalyst coming forward. Get a little bit of momentum starting early doors, and start to build up their repertoire on the CT side.
Yeah, just lock it down. And I mean, I think the advantage, though, being ITB and starting on the T side, even if they might be a little bit better on the CT side, is just at least you can kind of like dictate the pace of the game. And especially because of how VP played the T side as well, you feel like you can set the pace here. You can sort of get into it a little bit better. So that might still, I think, be a little bit of a bonus in a way. Nice shot from Volt coming out and taking down Flit. A little bit of grenade going down on the kick it, but they didn't really check it beyond that. They kind of trusted that there was going to be more of a reaction. Volt is going to keep going. This is pretty impressive.
Yeah, Hero AK coming out for him. Full spy off the back of the bomb plant. He got a couple of kills to his name in towards the previous rounds. He's giving him the money to work with. Jamie the Scout spots one in towards bottom con, but on scopes are probably the worst time. It gives a little bit of space for Into the Breach to work. But right now in a 3 versus 3, Kicker going to try and reclaim as much space as he can as Volt posted, holding, waiting, but can he find the question? Yes is the answer. Volt will find Kicker. Numbers go in favor of ITB.
Well, that AK has done so much work for them right now. Fame and Jame are left, still 50 seconds, and it looks like they're still going to go toward the A bomb side. They're not really reconsidering that. Jame, that's an awkward jump. I don't know why he would want to do that. Might have been heard, and he's worried about it. Checking out the B bomb side now, just single-handedly is Rollin, so he's going to find that there's nobody here. I don't think they want to rotate out of this position over the bomb.
Yeah.
You have not that much time. I think it's like 23 seconds or something to run from this side to the other if you go through T-spawn. So at some point, it's too risky to try and do it. You could get interrupted. 20 seconds now, and Jame is worried. They're going to be putting a grenade down there, a little bit of spam on top. Fame actually does get tagged up, and he's going to reveal his position. 12 seconds left, and crucial, very good kill to take him down. The bomb is going to be planted behind it, and Jame, instant headshot. Volt with the quad kill to win the round, and that's a huge return to the game before really even VP could get any kind of momentum.
Yeah, I like to say more often than not as well, the second round and a half is more important than the pistol. The pistol sets the precedent, but winning these force buys is massive. It just swings the momentum early doors back in favor of Into the Breach now. It's a really good response, but it all comes off the back of this man, Volt. Monstrous round from him. I mean, this guy, he's had a lot of really good experiences previously on Fnatic Rising, the academy team, and was arguably one of the best players there alongside alongside Pepsaw. So really good to see him now find a new home after they disbanded. And looking pretty damn good here at the RMR. Nice couple of shots from him. Only Virtus.pro with not a lot left in the bank. Just Jamin, a scout, and a few pistols alongside him. It's going to be a tough round to try and make this one work.
Yes, it definitely will be. And they're staying pretty grouped up. I think Roland's playing in middle on his own, but apart from that, the rest of the team is kind of all headed toward this A-bomb side as a group, and that's great news. Why give VP a chance to find a solo kill somewhere, maybe pick up a rifle? It's better to just kind of make sure. And they're being kind of careful about it too. Even though they are hitting the bomb side early in the round, they're not rushing it. If there was a stack, they might have been able to sniff it out. They're going to get the bomb plant behind it, and this is all very well done up until this point.
Well, Crucial, spotting the shoulder of one. Does need to be a little bit careful. This nade could be pretty healthy, though. Bouncing off, a lot of damage on towards Fame, dropping him to 47 points of HP, and he'll find the kill towards Kikitsu. The full buy, the better buy over towards Into the Breach, netting them a relatively comfortable second round, all things considered. 3 remaining alive, may I say, over towards Virtus.pro. Will flip barely. And it's a question of now, in the exits, can they find anything? Crucial will just slip the net, as Karen couldn't quite spot him out, and it will be that second round collected with what's looking like it's going to be only the one casualty, which all things considered isn't too bad.
Absolutely fine. VP never really in a position in this round to do much. They were smoked off, and the bomb goes down, and they were just kind of, you said, looking for exits pretty early on, and not really trying anything else. So good, 2-1 lead, favoring ITB.
I'm going to say as well, this is a map in which it really does allow for individuals to shine over towards ITV if they're going to even open the door at a conversation about them pulling off an upset here, which still seems so outlandish. It would require massive individual stepping up. Like, we've already seen Volt with a 4K.
Yeah.
We need to see the likes of Crucial come online when he picks up the AWP. Even Cypher as well, the big name that we spoke over towards Into the Breach. But right now for Virtus.pro, we haven't seen their stars really shine all too much. But they haven't had the weaponry to work with either. Heading in towards round number 4, it is once again just going to be a pretty minimalistic buy over towards Virtus.pro. So just waiting. Basically, round number 5 is where we get a real insight into what they're all about.
And one thing is having those big performances, another one is having them in the right rounds.
Yes.
And this one, I mean, if you get a quad kill here, don't think anyone's really going to care about. In the next one, it could be huge, right? If they could take the money away from VP in the upcoming 5th round, then that's where it really starts to count. So I guess we'll see. Rylan is out looking for some easy kills for the MAC-10. It's a good idea. Oh, nicely done. Flit just deletes Thomas in the middle of the map. Rylan, though, oh, he's got to be so careful here. Does jump down, gets a quick kill. Oh, and he keeps going down into the underpass. There actually was a second player with him in the window. Oh, and he's right there. Cairo unable to shoot him in the back. Kind of labored spam with the deagle. So is this. Crucial, though, will take care of Fame. Still a 3-on-3, and they should be able to hold this bomb site. Cairo wanted to be the hero, but he's going to give away the AK for it.
It's very scrappy, I've got to say. Virtus.pro in the Chaos, at least making this somewhat competitive. James, just a USB to his name. He wants money to work with for an AWP in towards the next round. One spotted, damage dealt. Alright, surely Cypher should see this one off. I don't think it's going to be anything too problematic for Into the Breach to find their 3rd. It's just more a case of, can Virtus.pro make it expensive on what is a minimal buy?
Yeah, and they've done a little bit. I still feel like saving the AK might have been a better choice, but in the moment, you know, that's a bit of a coin flip what you go for there. Next one is going to be the real deal. That's where we get a real sense of how fresh VP are feeling. I think the game that we covered yesterday, they were off to a really slow start. It took a long time before they started to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, against Bait, right? I mean, and of course they got punished for it. This is the thing. We kind of looked over towards VP and we kind of said it was too little too late. They gave Bait way too much of an entry in towards that game very, very early doors. And because of that, despite VP having a monstrous comeback, it just wasn't quite enough. And in a similar fashion, in a similar vein, we do need to be careful here in saying Virtus.pro, they cannot allow Into the Breach on T side start running riot. Right now they're doing a great job. They're dictating the pace of the game. The tempo is going to how Into the Breach want it to be played. And it's not really normal. Virtus.pro are normally so good at controlling the game and making teams play their fashion. Thomas, nice reaction towards Flip, will delete him. It's finally opening kill in towards round number 5.
That's one hell of a return from a position where there was no smoke icon on that kill, but I feel like he couldn't have seen much of Flit at all. Just able to get the really quick comeback there. And now they're setting up for a very straightforward B execute. With the smokes and everything else, they can maybe block off Jame. Ooh, not quite yet. No smokes landing towards the market. That might have been a mistake. They're going to get a headshot anyway, but Fame back here and Chiron on the other side. A great little crossfire that's been set up between them, and crucial, he's going to be on his own. 1 versus 2, but this is a winnable round for him. They could hear the scope, and they know that he's up here. Molotov trying to force them out. It's a really good idea, but he just couldn't quite do it. At some point, he has to commit to it and just make the jump down, and they're going to hear it right away. Still very, very patiently waiting on the other side. Good kill for Crucial, but Chiron, he's quickly there to stop him from firing even another bullet. So VP, they live for the round, but this is not all bad. I don't think Into the Breach are going to be too sad. If they actually get 4 kills in the round, they keep the pressure on that VP economy.
Yeah.
This is doable. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Tom, that is something special. I've got to say as well, you're spot on right, but coming into the next round, and Virtus.pro's economy is going to be a little bit janky. There might be a couple of half buys coming towards this. See the FAMASs, maybe even the likes of MP9s coming through. I think Joey, there's a pretty decent attempt there in the 1 versus 2, getting the 1 kill. The AWP will be scooped up. That's the main thing for Virtus.pro. James got something to work with. It's more a case and a point and a question of what's the buy going to be like across the rest of the board. I think it's going to be pretty brutal in case of there's going to be a few FAMASs to work with. If I Into the Breach, they're going to have AKs. So off the back of this timeout, it's going to be Juve, the coaching, have him have a couple of words, rally the troops. I think so far though, there's nothing really to be all too concerned about. I think they just want to make sure that Virtus.pro don't start to get the feeling for this game and don't start to get comfortable.
Yeah, the only thing there is it's a little bit of a shame that there was no smoke down to stop Jame in that window, just because it could have, if nothing else, they could have focused on something else in the bomb side, right?
Agreed.
I think better utility, and they have that B bomb side every single time. But yeah, hindsight is 20/20 on that one. 3-2 the scoreline. Like what Tom was saying in the interview as well, saying, he didn't really want to be an in-game leader. I think that's true for all in-game leaders. Nobody comes into this game thinking, I want all the responsibility and probably all of the criticism and none of the fun. But, oh, it's close. It's real close. Let's see, Cypher. Good position. The spray. It could have been better. I think gray screen, and now the spin around. What a headshot to bring down Fame. 3 versus 5. This is everything you could have wanted for a beginning.
Oh, Kai Watson, you naughty boy. That's a lovely second shot, I'm going to say, in towards short. 18 points of HP in a 5 versus 2. 5 versus 3, may I say. Virtus.pro in a little bit of a rough position. They're pretty isolated as well in terms of how they're set up. Jame kind of playing in the middle of the pack with the AWP over towards jungle. But what can they do here? Virtus.pro, this is tough. And then more or less just giving up the B bomb site right now. It looks like they're going to play a full committal over towards A. Just play with the numbers game and hope the trade's good enough. But Ralen's going to spot one in the side. Chiron will fall. And the B bomb site, where the bomb's heading, is completely barren. There's no one there to meet them and greet them.
Yeah, this is the style of economic play that VP really pioneered, right? Gamble a bomb site. If they show up, maybe you fight to the death and it could be fine, but if not, you just save the rifles. And you know it already. They're not going to be sad about it. This is part of the plan. And from VP's point of view, they're thinking we're going to be dangerous later on. Although Roland is making sure that even the saving part of the strategy is kind of getting blown up. And that's normally very difficult. I feel like this is where VP normally shine a lot, is that once they call the save, they usually get away with saving almost everything. And this time, James is going to get hunted down. Roland's cleaning up absolutely everything at the end of the round. This is super expensive and very uncharacteristic for VP.
Yeah, and they've really caught them off guard. They're blindsided. I've got to say, Roland, a really good job just to make sure that for VP, the economy is still going to be in such an unstable state going through in the earlier part of this half. I mean, really well done. ITB, solid round from them. I mean, a great start from Cypher, of course. You see him screen, that double from him. Brilliant. Head on a swivel for that second kill over towards short. But all things considered, I think Roland really has to be sort of the hero in a way, not just in kind of a more macro sense. He's done a lot of damage to that Virtus.pro economy. As you can see, they're just going to be in towards a low buy.
Yeah, it takes away one of the weapons that VP normally have, which is always having a fairly good economy and always staying dangerous. Even if there's a couple of FAMAS that are in play in a round like this, it just changes everything. But now instead, what is it, a couple of P250s and some USPs, maybe some smokes to slow them down, but it's nowhere near as dangerous as if they would have been allowed to save the other 3 rifles, especially that AWP on Jame, obviously.
Yeah, exactly that. And even in this sort of round as well, I'm going to say, if ITB get outplayed, they might just be able to beat them with firepower. Speaking of outplayed, though, Kicker does swing his way through ramp. It's a lot of information. The Vault was ready, waiting, expecting. As he finds that kill on towards Kicker, we'll find the opener. This round should, for the most part, be pretty conclusive in favor of ITB. They should find a 5th here. The main thing, I think the priority is just making sure it's not expensive.
Yeah, don't lose too much. And presumably a conversation that they're going to have at one point here, if they didn't already before the game, is to not get carried away if they do get into a bit of a lead, which they already have. This is already pretty impressive, right? 5-2 is going to be good, but you are playing a team that notoriously is so hard to get rid of. And even if VP get up to 5 or 6 rounds on the CT side, It's not impressive, it's not great, but it's probably enough that they can stay dangerous for the rest of the match, and you just have to keep that in mind and don't get too caught up in the moment if you're on the ITB side, because that's a fast track to losing a game if you suddenly feel like, all right, we've done it, we're through, it's all good. That's never going to be true against VP.
I was like, we saw Shaders yesterday as well with Bait, right? I mean, it seemed like they got carried away. They had such a monstrous lead built up where, in their minds, I think they got comfortable. And I think getting comfortable against Virtus.pro is just the worst thing you can possibly do, because James always has a plan. He always has a way to get back in towards games. You cannot allow him to kind of start to get the edge on you, especially the mental edge. I think for Into the Breach, even taking pauses midway through this game when they've got a bit of a lead, not bad. Either way, pops up with the ult. To no avail. Crucial gets information though.
And mid-control, lightning fast mid-control for the T side. Normally somebody you have to spend a little bit more time angling for and maybe get somebody into the underpass, and they're just there right away. Fame does not want to go back down there. Even when the smoke is gone, he feels like it's just too risky.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. FaMAS on the other side. Cypher, just wedged up against the wall. And Chiron, he was not expecting, he was sort of pretending to check the corner, but not really.
Half cleared it. He will get punished for it. There's the opener. Once again, Cypher. The man to find opening kills. Not the light, Thomas. The IGL stepping up. Fame will fall. This is now starting to get pretty diabolical over towards Virtus.pro. They've lost control of the B side, and James is hightailing it out of there.
Yeah, he gets one parting shot onto Thomas. Still sticking around in the market, but this is where you normally see VP already having called a save. They don't have any nades to get back in here. I mean, how would they clear all these corners right now? I kind of get it if they had 2 Molotovs they could chuck in there.
Yeah.
James is going to be going down, and they should pick up the AWP and try and make... Actually, they've already escaped, so they have to go back now to pick up the AWP again. Rollin is out looking for the hunt. They realize this round has already been won, and Rollin, this time he can't quite do it, but still, 6-2, and it is an expensive round no matter how you put this for VP. They don't even have the AWP.
Yeah, I think they can't really risk it just because of where it was dropped, right? He's over towards door and kitchen. I think it's such a precarious spot that for Virtus.pro trying to scoop that back up will be so costly where they won't have the double rifles to work with. The buy is going to be slightly mixed. I've seen Virtus.pro force around this sort of buy, right? Got 2 rifles to work with. 1 more can be dropped off guaranteed. Maybe even a FaMAS is a lot of better utility. It's more a case of a question of how do Virtus.pro want to play this? Do they want to kind of continue trying to implement their style and go for a slightly more passive approach? Or are they going to force buy in towards this one? FaMAS is supporting the rifles. Watson, Kai, he's loving what he's seeing here. Cypher's been having a fantastic game, as we know. And force VP in towards a timeout as well. Not often many teams are able to do that.
Kind of sounded like Cypher couldn't even really believe himself what's going on. He's like, what's happening? Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting. So far, so good. They keep the economy low. They keep the pressure on, and they're not really feeling a lot of trouble yet. The fact that they are able to run into the middle of the round like this one, just completely taking control of it, in itself is a little bit interesting. It shows a level of confidence that definitely wasn't expecting. 6-2, and like you said, VP could force it up, and they have.
Yeah, they've gone for a nice little force buy ahead. I mean, they had kind of enough people with money to drop over, so quad rifles coming in, 1 MP9 for Kyron. It's not going to come through for Fame. He just wants to make sure he doesn't get flanked coming through that underpass position. But Thomas pushing it front. Spot 1. Easiest kill of his life. Can he make a second? The answer's no. Flip. Trading him out. But Kyron going to be tested. The MP9 in towards back sight. Will find himself 1 and still continue to lock it out. But Vault will drop him.
Yeah, the fact that they find Fame in the middle like that, even if it's just a quick kill, huge. They put the pressure on the B-bomb site. Crucial. He's got the right idea. Almost getting jiggled up. There we go. But he's back for it. Jane goes down. And there's nothing that Kickit could do about it on the other side. 7-2 in their favor.
Wow. Anders, you starting to believe?
I mean, you feel like you kind of have to, right? You feel like this is very, very impressive right now.
Yeah.
I still have to just remind everyone, they must keep this up.
Yes.
They can't let VP back in. When you're a tier 1 team at the level of VP, all you need is that 1 opening, and this whole game could change. So the focus just has to stay on that T side.
Yeah, I mean, the VP are never down and out. We already saw it. Bait's the great example yesterday, but we've seen it generally sort of bitten towards Pro League, bitten towards Kato as well, where for this Virtus.pro side, when times look tough and they're down and out, they still manage to find a way back in towards games. But right now, I'm like what I'm seeing. We're seeing the individuals really coming alive. Of course, we've already sort of sung the praises of Cypher, but I think Volt and Crucial have both been doing really, really good work. Crucial on the AWP as well, just keeping Jame at bay, and that in itself is easier said than done. Now, lost bonus of Virtus.pro is pretty damn healthy. Not something that they're too proud about, but it does give them buys somewhat consistently. So the all back in play, 3 rifles and a FAMAS to work with as well. What will they do?
Oh, that is super scary. Looked like maybe Flip was going to be in trouble there. Oh, they're rushing right up Jame. Nobody told him that they could have been in connected. That seems like a massive overstep. I'm actually so confused. I don't almost ever see mistakes like that at a VP, but there definitely was one there. I don't know if they thought there was a smoke going down. I mean, there is now, but that's wild. 4 on 5. And they are going to set up for another A crunch, which, to be honest, VP are kind of in a position to try and deal with. They're close to having 4 people here, but that doesn't make it any easier. Cypher's already snuck all the way up. Don't think he could see the gun barrel, but he's trained on that corner anyway. And definitely has the right idea of one more casualty here for the VP side of the bomb side, and they are going to get blown up. Rallen again playing that solo mission, just out looking for the kills. Volt is going to entry and almost gets it. It's all good anyway. As Flit goes down, it leaves Kyron and Kicker left.
Oh, with Kicker falling, I think Kyron just calls it. Well, he's going to try to call it, but the only problem is Crucial's in towards jungle. He might even struggle to save. Where does Crucial post up? He's waiting for this, or he's expecting a rotation from B. Kyron's usually the jail / bench player over towards that B side, so Crucial has some sort of an idea, but the wrong one. Left eye peeking, though, never going to work. Really good Counter-Strike being played here by Into the Breach. They're up to 8 rounds. They've guaranteed a lead at the start of the half. And it all sort of starts here.
Yeah.
Miscommunication, cluttered comms coming through. And I think we have to look over towards Fame there. The player in towards window with the FAMAS. And he just somehow misses that information coming through. And it just gives Cypher too much to work with. It's really well played.
The only way that I can explain it is that actually VP are so confused by the fact that there is no window smoke that they assume that it can't really be a mid-take yet. And that's been happening a couple of times, that Into the Breach have just avoided the window smoke and said, we're not even going to throw it. And then maybe they just don't call it. They say, but they're not really middle yet, because, I mean, that is like the default on this map. Every single time you throw the window smoke, no matter what you're doing, but not this time. I can't explain it otherwise, but yeah, that is a big problem. Jame has got the AWP. There's a FAMAS in play and some pistols to try and back it up. But yeah, this is really impressive. But again, Cypher, just to point it out, another triple kill in that last round. He's looking fierce right now.
Yeah, 12 and 4 with 111 ADR. Not exactly a bad performance for him so far. 3 in towards, and speaking of the devil, he shall appear. Cypher will find Kickers. Of course, this by somewhat middling, let's call it. An all been played for Jame, and a FAMAS and support for Kyron, but alongside of 2 pistols, going to make this a very difficult round. And if things fall by the wayside, they might just call for an early save.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against right now. It's just so far away. They already have all the control that they could have ever wanted. Going to be 9-2 here. For the T side, everyone's getting a little bit excited.
I'm starting to get a little bit giddy here, Anders. I mean, this is going to be an upset of the ages. I didn't really have it in my heart to put them as my predictions going through, but I kind of regret not doing it, just to support the UK boys. But I go with the head normally. I
don't think anyone could have made a rational argument why Into the Breach should beat them here. I mean, the only things that we've already covered is it's a best of 1 and the pressure is on VP and not on Into the Breach. Those are the 2 things, but that should still really not amount to an actual win. They're going to take the AWP away from Jame, I think. They're going to try and run him down. Ooh, good kill, but just you should be able to spam it through. There we go. It's worth it, 100%. Yeah. AWP is out of it. Yeah, what a way to get this day started. 9-2 in their favor. Just to be clear, just to build it up before we get there, this would be a historic victory for British Counter-Strike. There's no way around it. It'd be a huge day. Thomas, I think, said it in in a pretty direct way. But yeah, British Counter-Strike kind of has been the laughingstock of Europe and the world, maybe. And maybe rightfully so for a long time, but it'd be really exciting if that could change.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is the thing with British Counter-Strike. It's always been a case of we have individuals that are good, but we've just never had the rosters that are good. I mean, Endpoint have struggled for so long to get to a good, solid space, and potentially you could see something here, but not towards this round. Flick, great start from him. 2 kills to his name.
Yeah, you have to go back to Counter-Strike Source, I think, to try and find some of those lineups that that are a little bit more memorable. And that is rewinding the clock quite a bit. So
it's before my time, I've got to say. So
9-2 is the scoreline. We're in the 12th round. And finally, there is some kind of a sign of life here for VP. Something that says, oh, wait a minute. We actually need more than the 2 rounds on the CT side. Let's try and get that done. Crucial is hoping for a mistake. Not quite going to get it. Wallbang. It doesn't really do anything. Fame back here is going to be put under some pressure. Oh, shuffling around the grenades. He's finally going to be able to put out that Molotov. And that's a very, very deep swing for Volt. I don't really blame him. You kind of have to do something if you're in that 5-on-3, but they're going to get wiped out. Not a single casualty on the VP side. So something that they can finally look to and say, all right, we could do something here. We're a little bit back.
It's a pretty good round, all things considered. I think ITB made a lot of rookie errors coming through in towards that one. It starts really well here, you know, flying in towards mid is something that Into the Breach have done so well and so consistently, right? Taking that mid control, and for the most part, pretty dry. I mean, the lack of utility has been pretty alarming, but they've been kind of getting away with it. Now, finally, Virtus.pro have kind of woken up and adapted to that. They've taken early control, flipped the main aggro in towards window in that round, and it just denies the space they create. Once again, now, Fame reclaiming that space, and it just essentially denies all the control that Into the Breach are looking to get. They want to be playing these either A or B splits, but they're not being given that control anymore.
Again, an interesting delay on that mid smoke from the T side, right? They do throw it, but they wanted a little peek in there. They wanted a chance to try and swing for that fight. And they don't get any kills behind it, but it is just a fun way to approach the map. And they are going to take slower mid control this time, a little bit more of a common way to try and do this. They're also holding the extremities just to make sure that there are no aggressive pushes coming out from VP. So this is more of a standard round really from both teams.
Yeah. I gotta say as well, while he's not been kind of running away with a KD, Ralen's impact's been unbelievable in terms of hunting at the end of the rounds and even just making sure in those lurk presence that he's able to be so consistently causing problems towards Virtus.pro. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing from him. He's a kind of a name that when he came in towards the squad there was question marks around, but he's been doing really well. Right now, 45 seconds to work with. Into the Breach don't really seem to have a decision.
40 seconds. Yeah, they've wasted a fair bit of time here, but speak of the devil once again. Ralen picking it up, taking the opening kill. Thomas with a good swing to drop Fame, and now they're in trouble on the VP side. At least James will stabilize the window for a minute here, and he's back looking for it. He's got the right idea, but one misstep here, and he's going to get shot at the back. It's not that far away. 22 seconds. They need to capitalize on this. They need to move right now, and VP see it coming. They are already rotating to this A-bomb site. This could be a disaster for ITB. Bomb is on the ground. 10 seconds now. They're trying to get the opening volts. He gets the double, and now it's Chiron left. He's under pressure. The FAMAS, he get the kill, but he can't stop the bomb plant now. 1 versus 2, and he wanted to go for the swing, but Cypher is going to be there, and he's not a man to miss that shot. Very critical, and right at the end, only a couple of seconds left of the round. It'll be the T side to pick it up 10-3.
Yeah, I mean, try as he might, but James just could not keep them at bay there. He's getting overwhelmed. He knows he's open and exposed to multiple angles. And ITB, while they leave it late, it's so effective. Vol, that double from him, sumptuous stuff. That shot onto his ticket is beautiful. Really good work, and look at celebrations. Elated over towards Into the Breach. It's exactly what we want to see. These guys get hyped, that's when things get dangerous. They've guaranteed, at the very least, double digits at the turn of the half. Already, we're on track for what is going to be the upset of the RMR cycle comfortably, and maybe even, I guess, this year.
So far, yeah, this is looking very, very impressive. It just is. Running into VP, normally you would say this is going to be such a gut punch for a team like Into the Breach, saying, why do we have to play them in the 1-1 matches? That's dreadful. That almost guarantees that we're going to be going down to that 1-2 scoreline. Run moves into the main line. Thomas, he finds the headshot on the flit. Oh dear. They do have the double up set up though on the VP side, so it could still be dangerous. Chiron doing the secondary opening over in this hallway, and he might get a lot of pressure his way. This is going to be an interesting test of his abilities. What he needs to do here is get a kill and escape. Just run away as soon as you can. And there we go. Cypher runs into it, and he goes down immediately. So that's what you want to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, the flash is not quite deep enough. Chiron, if they just pushed it a little bit further, they would have actually caught him, and potentially Cypher could have got away with something. But no. Numbers now favor Virtus.pro, but the rotation's coming back over towards A. Ralen and the bomb isolated. This is so risky coming through from Ralen.
Yeah, it is. But this position as well, the fact that he's got this deep in without any found, he's taken 10 risks just even walking up to the spot.
Ooh, and he crosses the bomb. I mean, that's huge already. Now, potentially, the script starts to get a little bit flipped. Being held, crucial, with the orb, and shot up towards Fame as well. Things are starting to turn the util, causing problems, but James got other ideas.
Oh, a late nade. Thomas blows up Kick It, and he goes for the deep play into the middle. He's revealed his position. They're going to think he's there.
Yeah.
They're going to go, oh, wait, he's going to go back instead. I wish he would have run to the middle. Missed shot there from Crucial, and he's going to go down. They smoke the bomb instantly. Thomas, he's going to have one crack at stopping this defuse. Oh, it's 10 seconds, though. They don't have a kit picked up. This might actually work for Thomas. He gets the kill and comes swinging out through the smoke. He can't find the angle. Oh, he's got one more second left, and it's a full 10-second defuse. VP, they lose every single player, but they will claim the round.
My God, it's so close. It's too close for comfort. But Thomas, I mean, credit to him, he gave it a great effort, but it just could not work out. The rotation back in towards Palace, it was risky. And I think because of it, he kind of gets in his own headspace in a way, where he's thinking, okay, I've got to rush, they've got a kit, they're going to be getting on this 5 seconds. He gets to go towards James, huge, but he can't find the lineup. You know, it happens.
He has really no way of knowing because of the path that he had no way of knowing whether that was going to be 5 or 10 seconds or how long they had even been on it. So he just had to go for it, fair enough. For VP, this is the 15th round, but they don't have anything. They lost every single player. Even if they win the round, they come into this with no grenades. They've got some weapons, but not much else to deal with. They need this round badly, VP, but if they get it, they're going to stay competitive. Another entry for Cypher. He's really been on point here in James. Spray on the secondary target. It's not going to be quite good enough. Fame, basically a free kill to take down Crucial, and it's back into a 3-on-3 with Rallen very low on health.
Yeah, it's a very messy opening here. I mean, they're just relying once again into the breach on individuals stepping up to try and find space to work with. And Cypher, not a bad job in terms of finding his kill. However, the impact of the back of it doesn't amount to all too much. Rallen, just going to post up 3 points of HP, so very little he can do. A strong gust of wind, and he'll be dropped out. One spotted over towards ramp, and now Flit is starting to relay his information as Kicker comes in for support. They know there's minimum 2 here. Over towards A, holding, waiting, lining up as well. It's a team kill from Thomas, and leaves Rallen 3 points of HP and a dream to make this work. And to make matters worse, he's got no bomb.
Yeah, he's, way on the other side. This is probably impossible.
Yeah.
They had some more grenades to try and take that A bomb side with. I understand at the same time, if you throw the nades, you are signaling to the rest of the CT side that you're going to be showing up. But yeah, that double peek in there, they just stuck on top of each other. It's unfortunate. Still, for VP, I think 5 rounds, it's not great, but it's absolutely doable. Do not underestimate them. 10-5 in the first half. Very impressive for Into the Breach. Now, they need to follow up on this. They need to commit to this. Second half is coming right up.
They say it's the hope that kills you, but honestly, Anders, I'm puffing on a little bit of hopium right now. It's a 10-5 half into the breach on their statistically worst side of T side. I mean, you do start to believe a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard not to right now, but hopefully, I mean, I feel like we could get away with it, but for Into the Breach, the focus just has to be unrelenting. Yes. I'm sure that in the timeout here between the two halves, that's what they were thinking about. Just don't get carried away. Win the pistol. Don't stop this until you got to 16, until you're celebrating that victory. Yeah. If you let VP back in, if they win the pistol here, the game is right back on, I guarantee it. 10-5 in the first half. Into the Breach now on the CT side, VP on the T side. And they are trying to do something historic here. British Counter-Strike being put on the map. If they can win this one, there's no question about it. Thomas in the back towards CT spawn. Cypher is up close, and he really has been the man of the match so far, but he gets traded immediately. A little bit of a goosh onto Thomas, and he gets dropped. The rest of them are coming up behind. This could be pretty sick, but I think they got spotted. I think maybe know how many people are in CT spawn, and that's all they need. Oh, what a flick as well. Chiron keeps it going. A quad kill for him before he gets shut down, leaving Rallen on his own.
Yeah, it feels sort of unwinnable here. Rallen would need magic. Fireworks coming in towards this one. 1 versus 3, looking for a quad clutch. Goosed makes it even worse. Down to 36. Make that none. Jame will see him off, but it's all off the back of Chiron. 4 kills to his name. And a really nice plant by Flit, I gotta say as well. The information Chiron gets, as you were talking about, just means that they can go for a nice safe plant, planting for con/ramp, and it just leaves them with all the room to work with in the world, where for Into the Breach, trying to reclaim space back on towards the A site just sort of felt impossible, especially with the lack of util.
Yeah, and you see it in the replay there. The smoke that they throw towards connector and jungle allows them to sort of hug the right-hand side of the bomb site, run all the way to the bench, then hug that wall and run the CT spawn. And what it really means is they get the Glocks so close, right? They don't have to fight that many long-range fights against the USP. It's a really cool way to do it. Good little flight path into the bomb site. And it's a stack over at A with a flashbang. I don't really mind it. Noise being made. Flit is going to have an army of people, but it should be fine. They lost at Mach 10. I don't think anyone cares.
No. And then obviously the pixel peek through the boxes as well. Info's being gained, Jame. Nice and easy. Cypher will fall. It is just a pretty minimalistic buy across the board. It's Rallen in the 5-7, and, well, that's about it. A couple of pistols, USPSs alongside him. This should be very comfortably up to 7. And this is what we were talking about. You know, when we look towards Into the Breach, losing that pistol round completely changes where kind of their headspace is at and how the momentum of this game starts to pan out. If they were up to 11 early in towards the half, then the hopium really starts to, you know, exceed themselves. But right now, Virtus.pro, they're hot on their tails.
They did not have a Mach 10. Did I just make that up? I feel like he had a Mach 10, but no one's picked it up. Yeah. Wow, good taps from Jame.
Well, yeah, Flare the Mach 10. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why they didn't go for him. Unless maybe it was one of those cases where they had the Mach 10, shot it in towards open mid, and they kind of did it with too scared to go and collect it. Something along those lines. But yeah, they had a Mach 10. Well, Flit had one. Didn't pick it up. But either way, it's one of those low buy rounds where for Into the Breach, it's sort of like a throwaway, bit of a cannon fodder one. They're looking for a couple of kills, try and make it expensive if they can, but it's not all too much of a necessity. Bit of a corker on the other stream as well. 9-5 over there. Team Falcons at the moment in the lead against MOUZ. That one could be a little bit of an upset as well in another way, right? That one could be quite spicy. Virtus.pro in towards their second timeout used, but it's going to be a full buy coming out for Into the Breach heading in towards this next round. This is what matters most. They need to kickstart their CT side momentum immediately.
Well, no question about it. Again, T-side VP, they could be scary. Very interested to see how Into the Breach are going to try and deal with it once they start to pick up the rifles. If they just want to try and test out their default, you definitely could justify that. It makes sense to try and see if you're just going to be able to sort of play a normal defense. But if that doesn't work, then maybe you would have to try and do something a little bit more exciting down the road. Try and get some of those pushes in. 3-round gap at the moment. So again, this is why you don't want to be celebrating too much too early. So it's a very winnable game for VP.
Yeah, this could get kind of concerning. Either way, right now. 3 AKs, 2 Glils. Over towards the Virtus.pro side. It's a nice, comfortable full buy over towards Into the Breach. M4s across the board. The only thing maybe somewhat concerning, a little bit limited when it comes towards utility. They've already burned the vast majority of it right now. They've got a few smokes left in the back pockets and a singular flash.
Yeah, it's not very impressive. That's the kind of buy that could really inspire you to actually go a little bit aggressive because how do you hold on to a bomb site? Don't have any kits either, so getting the frags before any bomb goes down is probably going to be pretty important. Thomas already spotting it out. Chiron, he's taking a huge amount of liberties. He didn't even check the shadow position. He's just running into the bomb site saying, you know what, if anyone's there, I'm probably dead, but instead he has such focus and he's going to get the kill on Rallen. And I think they would need to save right now if they even can. James on the other side. This is such a scary beginning here for VP. They look instantly comfortable on the T side.
I've got to say right now, it's looking pretty good. Crucial will get a double on the way out, so this save, at the very least, making it expensive the other way, but money's not going to be an issue for Virtus.pro right now. More case over towards the CT side. Crucial and Volt need to keep hold of what they've got. And like you said, this is now getting a little bit precarious. We're starting to see Virtus.pro, the Sharks, circling, smelling blood in the water, and into the breach are starting to bleed profusely. They need to be careful. This was a pretty healthy lead at the halfway mark, but it can be so easily chipped away. All it takes, a couple of rounds and a bit of momentum, and Virtus.pro are back in this game. And this is what we always say, Virtus.pro are never out of these games. We saw it against Bait yesterday, of course, didn't end up working in their favor. However, they were able to claw back a monstrous deficit just because you can never give them up.
One of my recurring nightmares is that I'm being chased by polar bears in a city where all the doors are locked and all the cars are locked and I can't escape. And I feel like maybe Into the Breach are going to be sharing that dream if this keeps up, because this is horrifying.
That's intricate. That's very intricate.
Yeah, it's not a good time. Never a good time.
Never a good time.
I've got to say, I mean, you can feel the confidence, and to be honest, this is what I kind of expect out of a team like VP. I would be disappointed if they weren't able to summon this kind of confidence, because they've been in this situation many times throughout their careers already.
Yes.
For Chiron, sure, maybe it's a bit different, but the rest of them, they definitely should be ready to pick up the pace as soon as they're given an opportunity. Good trade from Volt. They will absolutely take that. If they could get someone to pick up the AK, Rallen is kind of close enough by that he could. So, yeah, ferry that on back to him.
Either way, Crucial, info heard, Flit on the corner, swinging into it to his demise. Flit will find that kill, and in doing so, not only garners him a lot of space, but brings the numbers in their favor. Rotation back over towards B. There's nobody there to meet them. Into the breach, and they might call for an early save. They've got 2 rifles to work with. Just keep hold of them.
Yeah, you're still going to have the round lead. I don't think it's worth it. You have to think about the slightly longer run here, think about the economy, and just chill out for a minute. But yeah, these rounds have been very convincing and fairly one-sided in favor of VP to start the second half with. So if they had a lot of nervousness coming into the second half here, I think that's going to be almost entirely gone already. It's just evaporated the way that they've been playing.
Yeah. I've got to say as well, while he didn't get a kill until this round, Chiron's entry path has been really good.
Yes.
He's been getting a lot of information. I mean, the youngster, he's seriously talented. You know, there was question marks, right? He came from Aurora. That team was sort of meh before he got picked up. Then the second Chiron leaves, Aurora become the best team in Tier 2. And everyone kind of thinking, okay, well, maybe was he the issue? But James saw something that we are now all starting to see. I mean, he's a really talented guy. Mechanically brilliant.
Yes.
And of course, when he's now slotted in towards the James system, or the James and Dastan system, he's really doing a good job. I'm interested to see kind of how his career develops, right? He's so talented, and now if he gets kind of, I guess, you know, his inexperiences in check, this guy will be seriously, you know, around for a long time.
Yeah, I think it's hard to, I think, oversell how much it matters being next to somebody like James or someone who has the experience at a deep level. Even if it's just for like 6 months, you can learn a lot. So I'm sure he's going to be enjoying that. Speaking of which, James is top of the scoreboard for VP with 17 kills and 16 on Chiron. So they're doing a great job at the moment. And they're 1 round from making it all the way back, at least tying up the scoreline.
Yeah, 4 in a row from them. They're looking pretty damn good. Virtus.pro, they're going to continue. Rallen caught in no man's land towards top con. Flit, that's the easiest opener of his life. Wasn't even flash Rallen. Just not expecting that level of pace, and Flit will make it a double. Cypher falling to another important kill as Virtus.pro have cracked open the A-bomb site.
And relentless. Oh, the tracking as well. Thomas will get one in return, but it shouldn't make a big difference right here. Already, they are playing for the afterplant. Fame is going to go down. That's unfortunate. Volt. He's just able to find that kill, even though it's a very favorable fight for the T side. Flit is going to be sneaking up out of the underpass. I think he was actually going for a really late flank into the B bomb side. He wanted to catch the rifles, but when they lost Fame in the middle, he kind of came back for the kill. Crucial. Only job here is to save the AWP, and that's going to be a tied up scoreline, 10-10.
Yeah, the hopium really starting to diminish now. It's evaporating. I think for a Crucial, needs to take a leaf out of James' book and to try and keep hold of this AWP. He's going to be pretty damn tough, though. He's being hunted. He's being heard as well. And I'm sure momentarily going to be spotted out with a bullet back of the cranium, because I cannot see this being saved. And Flip will see him up. He could have even gone for the knife as well. But who needs the BM?
Seconds away from switching from the hopium supply to the copium supplies. It's coming.
I think we switched. I'm on the other tank now. I mean, other canister. Hopium gone to copium. It's 10-all. And VP, let's be honest, they are completely on fire. The momentum has just been brilliant for them. The way they've come in towards their T side has just been immaculate. No mistakes being made. We saw, a few rookie errors being kind of creeping into VP, which is very uncharacteristic for the side. You know, the likes of Cypher getting away with murder, dropping off James, and miscommunication here, there, and everywhere, which is very visible. We're not seeing that anymore, and now you can really see why they've been forced into a pretty early tack pause here, just because they've completely lost control of this game.
I would be interested to see if they would want to put together one round to try and stop VP in the middle, but it's just been very tricky. Again, they're doing actually something similar to what Into the Breach were doing on their T side. They're just very, very aggressively taking it. Sometimes, again, without even smoking the middle, they just go straight for it. This time there is going to be a smoke, and classic setup here. But yeah, they need to find a change here on the CT side. VP are they strung 5 rounds together in a row. They don't look like they're going to be slowing down at all.
Yeah, money was okay for Into the Breach towards this round, so we see a little bit of a buy, but it's not too overzealous. They've still got money left in the back pocket, so this one falls flat. There's another buy to come through into round number 22. Scout spots one, tags one, spots a second, but can't quite find the shot. But Thomas is reeling a lot of information. However, the rotation's still a little bit slow. He's going to get overwhelmed momentarily, and he will. Chiron, Flick go one apiece, and that'll just crack over that A-bomb site. Cypher to answer back, keeps the numbers somewhat in their hands. However, they just now have to play full retake, and once again, they might call for an early save.
Yeah, they could probably justify hanging around and doing this stuff, just shooting through the smoke a little bit, but yeah, they don't get anything, and they will fall back. Maybe thought they were going to try and stick around in the jungle, but they value the economy, and you can't disagree with it too much. A shame that Thomas couldn't find the one more tag, because double tagging the T's like that, it can make the whole team slow down. You're just not as confident pushing the bomb site, because it kind of feels like you're almost pushing 3-on-5 into the bomb site. But yeah, it wasn't available for the Scout, unfortunately, and VP are going to take the lead 6 rounds in a row as they get an 11-10 scoreline. And this is what it means to be a Tier 1 team. This is what it means to just have a lot more depth in terms of coming back into games and kind of trusting in the system. You've played through this many, many times. You know that T side is going to be strong, and they're playing right into it.
Yeah, from a 10-5 half to 11-10 in favor of Virtus.pro. UKCS throwing up, crying right now. They're upset, and I can see understandably why, but Virtus.pro, they're just different gravy. So well played, so well played. And I think you're spot on. You're looking at Thomas there with the Scout. Good job to get the tag on towards one. He's looking for a second as well. They kind of played that kind of tag and bag sort of philosophy, hoping the rifles can come in to support it, but the rotation was so slow by Into the Breach that Thomas just gets overwhelmed. Deep nade coming through, rolling down to 55 points of HP. Not exactly the dream start for him. And Cypher could be overwhelmed momentarily. Will just about get out of dodge.
I like the idea. I think putting somebody like Cypher into play, because his mechanics are so strong, why not put him in a position where he can try and find an early 4-on-5, especially if you think he can escape behind it. It makes sense, but it's also the kind of play that's so hard to do against a team like VP. Yeah, punishing these teams when you're on the CT side and getting away with it is usually very, very tricky. They will usually find a way to do it. Oh, Fame. He did get dinked. He's down to 15 health. Nice shot from Crucial. That's what they need more of.
Hey, we're speaking about Cypher's kind of mechanics, but it's a beauty of a shot. I gotta say, by Fame. Just trained on the angle. Speaking of, Thomas is parked up. He's hoping to try and at least go 1-for-1, but left IP could be risky.
Bolton's back. Thomas is going to get the one, and he keeps it going. Swaps out for the AK. This is pretty sick. It could be something now. Alone is James in a 1 versus 4, as Crucial will get the headshot on him, and This round is done. 30 seconds, and James does not want to go for it. Into the breach, finally getting their first round in the second half here.
And this is now where we have to look over towards Into the Breach and kind of question what they've got in the back pocket, what they've got in the strap book, in the repertoire, because this game is completely changed now. It's gone from being Into the Breach dominating 10-5, you know, a really, really big lead for them. The mental, the morale was really solid, to the script being completely flipped, where they're now under pressure, and now they've got to play this game essentially on a completely level playing field. There's no longer the gap and the momentum in their favor. They've now got to play this as if they are equals of Virtus.pro, and that in itself is mentally really draining. So we're looking over towards Juve, the coach, Thomas, the IGL, to really build them up, and you can see he's doing exactly that.
23rd round. Thomas getting them fired up. Hoping this could be a ramp. Some sort of halfway back into the game. A little bit of a run boost. It's a good idea, but he can't get the flick quite. Still, it's going to get some information for the CT side. The bomb is dropped back in T-spawn at the moment, so at the present time, it's just a VP looking for some map control.
Oh, Jane holding inside of that smoke. There might be one lurk, and he's all too aware of it. Crucial. Over towards Shaw's been a bit of a menace. They'll know all too well about him, so they're just going to make sure they don't give him too much of an opening pick. Rollin, tapping, finding, Fame falling. It's huge. Just gives them some numbers to work with. But Thomas will answer back one of his own. Jame in for the trade on towards Volt, but it's messy, it's scrappy and chaotic. In towards mid, leaving Chiron and Kick It all alone in a 2 versus 4.
Thomas with a huge round, especially finding that second kill for the smoke is absolutely gorgeous now. Kick It and Chiron are left, and Thomas is just going to keep going. Once the third fight here, the fourth one even, he's going to get shot down by Chiron, who goes instantly for the bomb plant. Not worried about CT spawn either. 1 versus 4 for the young player. I don't think you can do this. Rallen's walking up behind as well. He's going to get shot in the back. And oh, there we go. A little bit of a labored spray, but it will be a 12th round for Into the Breach. Partly due to Thomas, in large part, in fact. Nice triple.
Yeah. Really well played from him. Of course, I think, you know, the masses will just see an IGL, but the minority will kind of all know that he was, you know, proficient rifler, endpoint days as well, even with Envy, I think, right way back when he went up to NA for a very, very small stint, but a very, very proficient rifler. And now he's building up the team. He's starting to get them fired up. And if Thomas can lead from the front, lead by example as an IGL, but of course, also a very mechanically gifted rifler, this is where they can start to get competition out of this. 11-all, Raw Tide Square. And it is a very, very hotly contested game on the way out here. The question is, who is going to take early parts of momentum? We have a pause coming through, a good time for a conversation, bringing both Dastan and Juve in towards that talk. But a 12-11 into the breach now need to continue this run of form. And if they can win this one here, that'll set them in stone.
He almost got caught, but instead it's Cypher showing up. Fame with a good return. They wanted to save Crucial there. He got caught on the railing. That is horrifying, but he's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
1-for-1 trade in the middle. Not bad.
Off the back of the chaotic start, all kind of goes quiet immediately. Virtus.pro regrouping. That's looking over towards B, but they're just going to leave one. That'll Kick It lurking.
Well, the bomb is back in T-spawn, so they're probably not just going to go straight for it. And now that Kick It is dead, that's nightmare. Now they have to go back. Otherwise, they could try and take a fight at B. They can pick up Kick It, can pick up the bomb, but now they just have to run for it. Chiron goes down as Rallen is going to find the shot. This round has fallen apart here. Into the breach. This is real interesting. There is still some money left on VP even after this round, but they're going to get wiped out.
Rollins sticking around until under as well. The lurking presence once again netting him some super impactful kills. Jame all alone in the 1 versus 4, and I think once again we look towards this, and you know, as much as the meme entails, save at Jame time. I don't think it's really worth giving up here. 35 seconds. He's going to be tested, and he will be deleted. Rollin, monstrous round from him. 3 kills to his name, and Into the breach starts to let themselves a somewhat little bit of breathing room.
After losing 6 rounds in a row to begin the second half with, they've now really come back. They've just won 3 in a row. Yeah, this is looking once again very, very promising. Oh, man. They're once again very close to doing this.
He is a beast, Crucial. I will agree. Rollins had a great round there. 3rd out of 4 timeouts used. VP starting to feel the pressure. Once again, Dastan going to come in towards the conversation. They're going to try and make something work here, but I gotta say, Into the breach, we go back to kind of what we were talking about, VP, about the bait game. The old too little too late. I think 10-5 is not all too, audacious to expect VP to come back in, but it was still enough breathing room for ITB to kind of really correct themselves on the CT side. Now they've understood what VP is starting to do. Looking pretty damn good. At the moment, 2-round gap is not comfortable, but at least it just gives them something to work with.
Yeah, but they've also built up the money again on the CT side, and the round loss bonus for VP started to build up once again, but they are still investing everything into this round. If they get a bomb plant, maybe they could keep the pressure on a little bit. Yeah. If not, then Into the Breach are basically 1 round away from actually getting to 15, and that's going to give them a lot of security. So, man, the pressure is on VP. There's no question about it, and I love this. Trying to switch up the defense. They are trying to have a variable position here on the CT side. This time it is double down on the A ramp, and they haven't really done that before. They've been doubling up on the Palace once to try and take the fight up there. Now it's going to be over on this side, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, all goes a little bit quiet. Virtus.pro, they like these slow-paced rounds, trying to bait out CT utility. And a resmoke coming towards the top window, or top mid, that is. At the moment, very quiet. What's the decision going to be made here?
I thought they were going to go for the silent drop, but nope. They're going to be picking into Crucial instead. Right to the legs. He didn't get the shot instead. Chiron with a double opening. Absolutely sick. They had the setup to deal with exactly that kind of scenario, and they just still couldn't do it. Rallen aware that someone could be coming through the connector, so he wanted to see if he could be ready, but instead, Fame will shut it down, and it's time to save once again. It's going to be 13-12 here. No reason for Into the Breach to stick around.
Nah, that was all hinging on Crucial. He had to get a shot there towards Ram. If he doesn't, the whole thing falls apart. You're expecting as well Chiron to go 1-for-1. The fact that he's able to get away with 2 kills as well is pretty damn monstrous, but they are playing aggro exits.
If we get the replay, I bet you he's short right between their ankles on the first player coming around the corner. It's absolutely heartbreaking. It's a good idea. It didn't work out in their favor. Cypher, okay, he's making it expensive. This actually does matter. Not just for his scoreline, but in general. He goes for it. He does have the kit, but Flit is in the middle, and he just knew the lineup. I wonder if they could have made it. Either way, it's a sick attempt.
Can you imagine? Imagine the scenes and Ninja the Fuse coming through at this sort of high-stakes moment too. Thankfully, doesn't happen for Virtus.pro. They'll net themselves up towards their 12th round, going within 1, but it all comes down to Chiron once again. Double entry in towards ramp is just monsters. With all he praised the entry pathing, just does such a solid job just to crack open that early part in towards the A side, and then alone he can just sort of be cannon fodder, give them space to work with. 13-12 into the breach. They still have a lead, but the pressure is most definitely on. And the money starts to get a little bit more secured over towards Virtus.pro too, where they're not really on the cusp of a broken economy.
Yeah, so far it's, what, 7-3 in favor of VP in the second half?
Yes, yeah.
So, you know, if we had started out this way, we'd be saying, man, VP are destroying Into the Breach right now, right?
Yeah.
If you just forget about the fact that they already did play on the T side, obviously, but still, that's kind of the context for where we are. Double AWP on the CT side. Volt, secondary AWPing at the moment. Yeah, it could be powerful. Does allow you a little bit of a liberty, usually over towards the B bomb site, where you can have that deep angle. And that means you can more easily rotate the second player that's at B into middle, or even all the way in the window if you really wanted to.
In the same vein as well, that Chiron's a pretty decent secondary AWP. I've got to say, you know, same over towards Vol. He's pretty good. He did a lot towards Fnatic Rising at times as well. So we'll see how it pays off. They're looking like they want to make their way over towards A. Util being set up as well. Consmoke, Stair Smoke, CT potentially to come through as well, just to give them some alleviation of pressure coming forward. With 40 seconds, they've got to go here and now.
The problem here is that Cypher could go completely isolated. He needs some backup. The smoke's going to be going down. He needs somebody to help him. Rallen, good shot to begin with, and they're testing this back. Oh, he never even gets to fire a shot. And Chiron, he's not missed a bullet in ages. Another good headshot to bring down Crucial. Rallen trying to keep his team in this round. They don't want VB to catch up once again. Wide swing. Thomas, though, he'll stand up to Chiron finally. And Flit, going to have to use that smoke and reveal where he is. Oh, sorry, it's Jame back there. Flit's in the middle towards Connector, so they can't easily help each other out here. But the Bombers at least plants it for the middle, so there is a shot at it here into the breach. They see an opportunity. They want to go for the retake. They don't have any more smokes. They don't have a kit picked up either. This is going to be a very, very tough retake. James gets shut down. Rollin just keeps it going. A triple for him, but now Flit, he's got the perfect lineup. There's a 10-second defense. They finally pick up a kit in the meantime, but I don't think they could do it. Flit will shut it down. Nice triple. Great bomb plant position, and just a great after plant here for VP.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, Flit set himself up so nicely that even if his teammate fell individually over towards short, he can make all the difference. And he does exactly that into the breach. I think the big thing for them was burning their last smoke, not on the bomb. It just made, it made life so easy for Flit. Karen, once again, like you mentioned, not missing any shots right now, but in the post-bomb, Flit's played that to absolute perfection. 3 kills to his name on the way out, and you can see just how annoyed they are at that one going south.
Yeah, I think they almost ran into the bullet, and I think he just almost got that one for free.
Yeah.
So that's a real shame, but I don't blame them for going for that retake. You probably should have to have done that, right? 2 on 3. And they did pick up a kit right at the end, so there was a real shot at it. Well, game is tied up once again. It's 13-13. VP finding their 8th round on the T side.
Cypher, someone's sticking. Flit. The question is, did he have the information? Yes, he does. He will find the kill. Flit to 4. Cypher, once again on entries, being brilliant, matching that of Kyron. Over towards VP, the orb, this shot. Head all down to Volt, but he cannot convert.
Yeah, Volt, he needed that spray. This might work for the smoke. It's so close and crucial. We'll get Kyron as well. Fame in the back by the bench. This is really dangerous. You can do a lot of damage back here. And remember, the bomb is not planted yet. They don't really need to be this aggressive, but they are. Cypher's pushed all the way up. This might actually turn out really well. They might not expect it. He's going to crouch right on them, but James with the flick. He takes down Cypher, and another headshot comes through. They're fighting their way back. Rollin to the rescue as he takes down James and Fame both and get another round on the side of Into the Breach. They are getting a step closer, and they're almost there.
That's a ridiculous shot from James. Those reactions are monstrous. However, it's still just not quite good enough. As we see ITB somehow, someway keep the lead in their favor. They're still on for the upset. And of course, we've seen an upset over towards that B stream as well, as Falcons have just taken down MOUZ in a monstrous defeat. I've got to say, I think it was 16-8 overall.
That's really sick.
That is a big, big win for French CSGO to try and make themselves representing a Paris. But of course, here over towards UK CSGO, ITB have a lead 14-13, and Virtus.pro are going to burn their 4th and final timeout. They are really under the cusp. They're feeling the pressure, and Dastan just desperately trying to rally the troops to make sure that this isn't the upset of the RMR.
Yeah, Falcons, you're not wrong. The French want to get onto Paris, obviously. We can all understand that. But here, instead, it's the British that are trying to put themselves on the Counter-Strike map and make history, which it definitely would be. Yeah. VP. They've been playing very well in the second half. I think the pressure is still probably on Into the Breach, in spite of the fact that they're a round up here. There's no money on either team, so this one could be for the map. If they lose this one, VP, they might be screwed.
We like to call this one the old swing round. This does feel exactly like that. Winner of this might be able to lock things in their favor. Definitely more towards Into the Breach. Win this round here, Virtus.pro are going to be broken. They've gone for an AK, 1 Galil, a couple of pistols on the Mac-10, and it's all coming down to B hits.
Volt jumping here. Last time he tried to put down the smoke and create some space, and it did not work out for him this time. He's got some backup. Rollin, can they get the Molotov off in time? That's going to segment the push, and Volt! That 1 kill is huge. It slows everything down. And remember, the rest of VP can't really get here. He does go down, but Rollin's going to be there, and the bomb is committed to it as well. And Rollin's been playing out of his mind in this game. He's finally shut down, but it's still a 2-1-3. And now the rotation is coming in. Cypher is quite far away. I think he was all the way down to the A ramp, but now he started to make his way here. Flit nearly gets blown up. The Molotov as well. Crucial. He's going to force him out into it. That could have been the kill. And the bomb will get planted. 2 versus 3, and everything on the line here.
This is so difficult. They're taking a lot of damage as well. Flit down to 28 points of HP. And he's gone for a monstrous rotation. He's rotating all the way back over towards Apeks. James will no longer have to be cautious of this. Needs to isolate fight this one. Crucial to fall. Back to a 2 versus 2, but he's dropped through the smoke, and it's all down to Flit in a 1 versus 2. 28 points of HP and a smoke on the bomb. This one surely done. He'll find the killer towards Thomas, but it's too little, too late. Into the Breach, up to 15, and a 1 round away from the upset.
I don't know how he shot him through the smoke, but he did. It seems like a big risk to be spraying for the smoke in that 2-on-3. But well played. Yeah, they take down Jame. Even this 1 kill for Volt is actually super important. And wow, very, very close round. Look at this. There's no sign. I mean, Jame got the shot on the other side of the pillar, and then he walked back into it. Unbelievable. Into the breach. They're getting close now. 15-13, and they are 1 round away.
Look at the cash, look at the funds over towards VP. They are in dire straits. Fame into just a Tech 9, a triple Galil and Jame on an AK with such limited utility, and it's looking like it's going to be a quick A hit.
Yeah, Kicker just walking out with no warning. Crucial, always able to adjust. That's normally when you die with the AWP. You're just not ready. There's no flashbang to set it up. And now Thomas, a little bit of trouble here with the MP9. He does get the dink on and flip with the headshot in return. So 3 versus 4. As they have a 1-man lead on the VP side and are looking to try and bring this a step closer into overtime. They can't lose this round into the breach. They don't have any money for the next one. There's the bomb on the ground. Cypher, he's done it all the way through. Now he just needs 1 more shot here to maybe seal the deal. Volt will get one, and Cypher, look at his cheeky play, walking for the smoke. He's so ready! Taking now Chiron and this Jame on his own. 1 versus 3 to try to hold on to this and keep the dream alive here. Otherwise, this will be a historic day for British Counter-Strike. Jame, he's got tagged. They know that he's there. Oh, he's so screwed.
He's done. Surely, in a 1 versus 3, Jame would need a masterclass. And right now, Utah coming through. A pop flash to keep him at bay. Jame, there's just nothing in him. He's getting peppered, bombarded with utility. The bomb down, 30 seconds into the breach. They are just moments away from a monstrous upset. Bomb needs to be collected, 20 seconds, and to get on towards the side as well. He'll avoid the flash. But Jame, what can he do now? Time is ticking of the essence, and missed the AWP shot as well, but he's got the information. It's all down now to can Jame isolate this fight with 10 seconds left. Ladies and gentlemen, it's done into the breach, have upset Virtus.pro. What a result for UK Counter-Strike.
Yes, a historic result. There's no doubt about it. I don't think they could even believe it, but it's really happened. They've taken down VP. They move into the 2-1 category, which means they have a couple of chances now to make their way through and qualify. It's absolutely sick. I don't think many people were expecting this, but they do look like a very, very interesting team. Rallen and Cypher at the front leading the charge. It was really, really impressive. And yeah, what an exciting way to start the day.
Oh my God, what a game. What a game. I don't think many people could have logistically talked through why Into the Breach had a shot there. That is a monstrous upset. Virtus.pro, 8th best team in the world. Into the Breach, 53rd best team in the world. The odds are just stacked against them, but they have come here. They've proved themselves in what is a damning performance. But I think, you know, we can talk about the how good that was from Into the Breach, but I think we really have to hone in on what happened to Virtus.pro, right? I mean, that was a rough start, which really came back to bite them.
It was, and it's a little bit of a replay of what we saw when they were playing against Bates, and we see them make some mistakes that we just normally wouldn't see. Not the same amount of saves, which seems to have been like their core plan. Now, if they're trying to walk away from that, and it could be that they're trying to sort of change their style a little bit, it's hard to pick up, you can tell. But I've got to say, I'm just really, really impressed. This was a hard game to win. You could see at the start of the second half, VP just came barreling back and into the breach. They have to have some real fortitude to withstand that, or they were going to get blown up. So really well done.
Yeah, I really do have to give credit towards ITB, not only in terms of it's really good that they started so well. 10-5, the half's great, but what matters most is that game changed. It stopped being a game of, oh, ITB have got this lead and they're keeping this lead. They then had to actually fight on a level playing field against Virtus.pro, and they were able to take the game towards them. And even on the CT side, they didn't fall into the pitfalls of Virtus.pro. They didn't allow them to dictate the pace of the game. I'm so impressed. I mean, look at the scoreboard as well. Cypher, 27-18 with 96 ADR. Roland, just in behind with 25 kills. Just monstrous from those two. And for Cypher, for such a young guy, you know, he's just shy of 20 years of age, to be putting UKCS on the map like that, I mean, just so proud.
You have to be. Very, very good stuff. Super underdog story so far. But yeah, they should get some confidence behind this one. Taking down VP, that's definitely real interesting. And yeah, the rest of the team are kind of there as well. Thomas certainly had his rounds. And Crucial, I mean, with the AWP, hard to play on Mirage in general with the AWP, but I think he did a pretty good job. So yeah, that's I don't think many people were expecting it, but we'll take it. Happy surprise.
Exactly. When you're going against Jame as well for Crucial, I've got to give him credit. We do have a winners interview. We're going in with Cypher as well, so go and check this one out.
Cypher, let's not mince words here. How does it feel like beating major champions?
Yeah, it's kind of fucking unreal. Like, excuse my language, but it's insane, man. I actually can't believe it. Like, everyone played so good, man. Creature had insane rounds, Vol had unreal rounds as well. It's just unbelievable to play.
Did you guys know it was in the bag when you hit that 10-5 first half? I mean, you look at this matchup and it's like, surely that shouldn't be allowed to happen, right?
I mean, like, when we hit the 10-5, it was like over the moon, right? It's the best you can ask for, really. I mean, we could have got a few more rounds, but it happens. But I mean, it was more like, as soon as we hit the 10-5, we were focused on the CT side straight away. It was like, because we lost pistol, so it's insta like they're back in the game, you know? So as soon as half was over, we was like, okay, we got a full focus, we got to just, like, last half didn't happen. We just focus on this half and we just go, that's it, play our game.
So I think on that second half, it was like, what, a 6 to 7 win streak from them. How did you guys reset the mentality to be able to get back into this game? Because it did look like they were going to pinch you at the end there.
Honestly, we were just playing bad. Like, no one was taking fights or anything. And all of a sudden, Thomas just said, guys, just stop being fucking pussies. Literally, stop being pussies. So then all of a sudden, everyone just started calling what to do, just start swinging. Just I aimed them.
Who do you want to face tomorrow in BO3s?
Who can we get?
I wish I could tell you. Is there one team as of right now that you think?
Easiest game at this point, man. Just give me the easiest game. That's all I ask for.
Awesome. We'll leave you to it. Thank you, Cypher.
Great winners interview. You gotta appreciate it. I don't think he's really even, reality hasn't really set in.
It hasn't.
Exciting times. What a great day for British Counter-Strike. We're all excited, and we are excited for a break as well. More games are coming up. Stay tuned.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
a full English breakfast to kick off the day here at the RMR. So we got the Baked Bean boys back on the set. How we doing, lads? That was damn sick.
Unbelievable. History being made, major champions losing to British CS.
Where were you when it came home? You know?
It's not home yet, boys. It's a massive win.
It's
unbelievable.
It's home.
It's not
it's
home.
Coming home. It's
they
on the
still
way.
have to win another match to make it to Paris.
Yeah,
I think that's the end goal, but that's certainly a good sign in the right direction. But it's not the only direction we'll be taking things, Harry and Jackie. It's not just winners, it's losers as well. That's where we find ourselves right now with OG taking on Saw for an 0-2 match. Of course, we're here on the A stream. We have 2 more games, BO3s now, as we enter the fray. FaZe Navi to finish the day. That one's going to be a banger as well.
Yeah, hell yeah, it is, man. I mean, you know, when you have FaZe Navi playing each other. Chef's kiss on that.
Wet for me.
Chef's kiss on that.
Wet.
But let's start homing on R1, right? OG taking on Saw. We got OG on our screens right now. Been a kind of turbulent year for the OG squad, right? We've kind of got this whole situation with Nex not being there, Nico coming in. They've had a little while to kind of get used to that now, I guess you could say. But even then, you know, it's still a pretty rough spot to be in, having your IGL out of the squad, having Nico have to move in to fill that. We can take a look at the bracket as well and like see how this is starting to shake up. Yeah, you know, I mean, I think the kind of surprising note as we look down into the 0-2 bracket, right, is we have Saw taking on OG, but then the other one, Sprout Viperio down there. I think that one kind of hurts, especially for Viperio, because they've had some close matches in this, even taking Fnatic into a double OT. So, you know, there's been chances for that squad at least. Sprout yesterday, they were one of the teams that actually fell down to the Brits already. They have another like chance for revenge in that regard, so that's kind of cool. But here's OG. Walk me through it.
Yeah, you know, this is it's not been a fun couple of days for OG, but keep in mind the teams they've played. I think both of these teams have actually had really rough draws. OG playing FaZe in their opener, getting 10 rounds is decent, and then going on to GamerLegion where they only field 9. But this is a team that's gone through a lot of turbulence anyway, Jackie, right? In having players removed, in having Dexter step out recently for an event, Smoothie had to fill in. Now they don't have their in-game leader. Nex are gone because, well, gone temporarily now as Nico takes over. It's all over the place for this team. It's hard to know where they're going to go.
It feels like a little bit of a chop shop at times, right? The players come in, suddenly they're stripped, and then they're sent back out. You never really know what you're really going to get, but hopefully we'll see some good signs from them.
Yeah, I mean, dude, here's the one thing I always end up thinking about OG, right, is that, you know, when Dexter joined this team, obviously it felt like huge news, you know, he was like a real hot prospect. This was coming off the back of, you know, great results at the major, and you know, then he joins OG and you start thinking that they're going to get really competitive, but then they've encountered all these problems, and I think for a guy that's this talented, you know, it feels like a bit of a waste. We actually spoke to him though in an interview, so let's see how Dexter's feeling.
Dexter, thank you for joining us. It's not been the best of starts for you as of yet. How are you feeling coming into this best of 3?
A bit disappointed. Maybe not a bit. But it's best of 3 now, and I think if we want to prove that we should be there and we should qualify, best of 3 is the best thing for us as a team.
Have you guys identified the things that went wrong yesterday? Was it just difficult matchups, of course, FaZe being that opening one, or is it purely you've reset the mentality coming into this, you know what you need to do?
I think we know what we need to do today and for the next matches. We just need to start doing these things from today.
Do you think the lower bracket run now, basically, being X and 2, is going to be possible for you guys? You still believe you can make it to the major?
I mean, of course, we believe in each other and we believe in our team. So, yes, it's possible for us and we should show it.
I got to say that Veto at the bottom was probably the most worrying part, not just the interview, right? We have Vertigo as the first map, a map that OG have fielded a 9-loss streak on in recent times, and so that doesn't fill me with hope. But on the flip side, you have Saw, and these guys have always been on the cusp. They've always been right there, but never quite over the line. We saw them almost make it to Antwerp back in early last year, where VP, of course, eliminated them in a terrifying and a sad ending, as VP often give us. But But for Saw, I think this is a great opportunity now. Yes, they've also had some rough games, VP and MOUZ being their opponents for the opener, but now they have a chance to fight a, should we call them a wounded OG? I think that's the best way of looking at them right now.
Yeah, they're not at full strength, right? It's like a wolf that's kind of been trapped in a bear trap. They've gotten loose, but that leg's a little bit gammy, Hugo. They're not quite as quick as they once were, but I tell you who is quick. The man that's on your screens right now, Just.
Yeah.
I was really impressed. I mean, the game we had from them yesterday, although they went on to lose it, he had some sickening rounds, and there was times where he was clawing them back from what looked like an unwinnable position.
He was the saving grace, wasn't he? You know, a star AWP player, definitely a guy to keep our eye on today when you consider the counterpart on the other side, and Dexter, who, you know, I think this would be such a sad story for Dexter as an individual who left Spirit after taking top 4 at Antwerp, you know, having a career high, being the highest rated player for his team at that event and fielding some massive results, going on to join this team that you could have argued at the time maybe looked like an upgrade, but Spirit have kept on swimming strong, and OG have only been drowning ever since. Not just from their own, you know, doing, just from the you know, difficulties that this roster has provided. And yeah, I think this would be honestly a sad day if OG went 0-3, but it also isn't surprising me.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's kind of just been an asterisk by OG for a long while now, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm inclined to agree. The kind of head-to-head between like Dexter and Story is going to be interesting to keep an eye on. Also, look, we got the odds down there. You can see OG coming into this one as the favorites. Yeah, I can understand how that happens.
They are the favorites, but it's
I don't know.
Right now.
Yeah, for me, like because of the form factor, I kind of look at Saw as like my favorites in this one. You know, I like what this team could do, and I feel like the thing that's kind of sick about Saw is actually it's like their B and C game, as it were, is actually good, right? So it's like if things aren't going to plan, I think they do have ways to manipulate rounds. They do have like a kind of another layer they can drop to, and for guys like Mutirez and Just, whose highlights we had up there, they'll find ways to be impactful, even if, you know, they're not feeling it on the day. They'll still be able to take tremendous amounts of space, put on a lot of pressure. I think guys like Mutirez are great at that. We talk about how he plays a bit of a buddy system in important moments, like he's tethered to his teammates, and I like it, man. Saw, they roam as a pack, they work together. OG, this is going to be a tall task as we head into the opening map of Vertigo. One that has not fared well for these boys in a long while.
I think we've got a 3-mapper just off of the Veto, right? 2 very weak maps being picked against opponents, and it's not just a weak map for OG, it's a strong map for Saw. So, need to see them start things off on the right foot. Pistol round on the T side, and they're walking out mid. OG with 2 players here, ready and waiting.
Nico on the dualies. He's not spitting seeds, Hugo. He's spitting bullets quick, but it's only going to be 2 frags, and now it's down to the main man, Neo. Frag, ooh, to potentially keep this pistol round going, Harry. Hits the first. Is there much more to be done?
Oh, it's a pretty tall order, isn't it? That bomb over here in mid. We'll start to duck away. Mutirez hides for a moment while his teammate pushes all the way up through B, and Neo Frag is actually going to give him the room to get out through middle. Holding for this. And, you know, we talk about how Mutirez likes his kind of tether, likes his buddy system. These two are going to try and play off of one another now. For the time being, Mutirez has to get that bomb planted. It's a Neo Frag chance at the 1v1, but he won't check for it. And so Just picks him up with ease. The pistol round secured by Saw as their T side gets rumbling, gets rolling. And, you know, I think coming into this, we were talking about Just, talking about Mutirez. I think these two are the ones in terms of the way that they position themselves for fights. I really like it. I feel like there's a lot of safety in how these guys set up. Even in that round there, the fact that Mutirez slows down in mid, allowing Just to walk all the way through B, push up to CT, take a deep angle. That's the whole reason that Neo Frag isn't ready for it.
Already Saw bringing a lot of energy after winning that pistol round, right? They know they have a pretty good opportunity in terms of matchups go, especially compared to their previous opponents. So they're going to seize this with both hands. B rush, a man in the smoke. They should know about this one. Ujux's checking it out. He will get cleared. Fiku spam. Scout firing off for Dexter, but these are left-right smokes of gens. These are perfect bits of utility to get Saw very deep, and Just takes a decisive peek to force the save. OG throwing in the towel. That's not the scout, it's a deagle for Neo Frag that connects, but it will not be enough for OG to be tempted in.
No. Tail tucked between the legs. Run away. hold on to what you got, because those digs and that scout, especially with the armor that you pulled out as well, is a lucrative save to hold on to. For Saw, I will go back to your point. It was quite interesting that actually they were a little bit more energetic off the back of the first pistol round. It feels like they've been one of the teams that is actually a little bit more reserved, a bit more muted for the first sort of 5-6 rounds of the game. They don't like to get ahead of themselves because I think they worry that it will spiral and then that confidence you built immediately gets tucked away. So hopefully that's not going to be something that could play in. Right here it seems like a little bit more calm, just go through the motions, keep yourself level-headed even.
Yeah, for OG, you have to wonder where their heads are at, right? Just the constant issues of in-game leaders and players swapping in and out, and, you know, pretty unproven players in this team in terms of, like, Fiku, who looked really good when he joined this roster, like, as a debut, but, you know, it's hard to keep that going when you don't have necessarily a dedicated in-game leader by your side. I spoke to Nico a bit at Pro League, and he talked about how he'd actually, you know, like we maybe turn our nose up at the idea of him leading, but he's actually been a secondary caller for most of his career, especially when he was in this OG team originally, was often helping out with calls. So I think that's an interesting talking point. It's not something that has been vocalized too much. He's a pretty quiet guy, but that's definitely helpful. That definitely gives you a lot more faith in, you know, OG's ability and his ability to lead. But he's got these young players to kind of, you know, raise inside of this team, and this is not the time to raise them. It's all raising the roof in this 0-2 matchup, looking to go 3-0 at the start of Vertigo.
Yeah, this one's looking nice and locked in. Or at least it should be. But yeah, you know, I like that little Nico story time. I remember when you told me that you had a little conversation with him, because he is a pretty like you know, like reserved dude. Yeah, you know, he's not any. I don't think he seeks like validation for a lot of things. You know, so
I told him,
just kind of kept it under the radar. That like, actually, I've just, you know, I've always kind of been used to chiming in the mid round. So, you know, that is sick. And I do think Nico has a good brain on his shoulders in terms of how to play the game. He's not like one of these guys where he can get away with like playing super wild out there Counter-Strike, right? I think he does like to take a pretty regimented approach to the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a huge career playing under so many different players. Like, remember, he was in Heroic for a long time under Cadian, out in NA. He's played with North. So in terms of in-game leaders, MSL there as well. Yeah, this guy's gone through a fair few.
He's been under some extremely like tenured, you know, kind of legends of the game across his career who have, you know, always had like, you know, kind of staple IGLs alongside him. So yeah, you know, you have no doubt that he's kind of picked stuff up along the way.
The guy played with Hiko in Rogue. I mean, that's out of nowhere.
It's always funny looking back.
If only we had Stiko in that team, man.
True,
Hiko, Nico.
So yeah, Nico. I mean, Nico's played under Snappy, Cadian, and MSL. Like that's, you know, those
nearly
are
the holy trinity.
Yeah, it just needs Glaive and Carrigan.
It's a lot of grey matter.
It's been all over the place. So let's see. OG on a gun round, got a one-way at the top of ramp. Dexter, realizing they're up yellow, has to fall back. Don't know what that smoke was from Saw, whether it landed or not. They're going to play above it, perhaps. Good grenade. Dexter's in trouble. Molly will come through on short side. How is he still here? Finally, the Molotov comes in. They've got to peek with this, though, or it's wasted. Smoked out. It's going to force a bit of respect. Saw hold on. They're waiting for this re-aggress. If it doesn't come with a flash, OG might walk into their death. They leave, concede the ramp, and re-aggress on short.
Little of Ujax trying to get somewhat gory, but Flames will be the one that takes the initial glory. Story, though, clacks back with the AWP and silences the first. Roman as well goes in with the spear, and they're chopping their way through them. Now it's down to a 2 versus 3. Low HP on Roman, and he's over towards the sandbags, but they've pushed up for the plant, and Nico debating whether or not he can really find an early opening whilst waiting for Fiku on the rotate.
They've got a man trapped in at default, so I do think it's worth trying to pressure this kill, trying to deal with him, right? See if you can tip the scales into the 2v2, but they're not giving you these fights, and now both players are tagged down low. So OG, you know, they hang around. They're tempted by this man that's trapped in. I gotta say, Story in that one round, and I know it's literally one round with the AWP, but those were clean shots with the AWP. That was like, this is someone coming into the game laser focused, right? Because he hit 4 shots in that round. He tagged 2 players actually in the post plant and actually finished off one of them as well. So, you know, a really nice round from this AWP. Got the openers, and you know, when you're in the server versus Dexter, it's a bit of added pressure because this guy can just take hold of the game single-handedly, and it's nice that Story, seeming keenly aware that competition's going to be high, has come into this looking very switched on.
I think to add to that as well, Harry, it's the fact, right, that it's like T-side vertigo. For an AWPer, it can be really awkward sometimes because it's out of your comfort zone, like the horizontal angles.
A lot
you
of
have a
T-side AWPing on this map is just kind of holding ramp and hoping for peaks. And then when you get that control, normally you want to be taking the long-range fights, right? But he's like combat AWPing the short side. So ballsy way to try and play it, but he makes it look like it was always meant to be played that way.
Yeah, it's like he's got a shotgun with scope attached for max precision, you know?
Just holding for this B push. Does get overwhelmed by the second man. Story holding on to mid. Also got given a jiggle there from Flames. But they know that the pressure is on OG here, right? In this situation, they don't have a lot of money. Nico, I do like that he's kept the aggression coming in after pushing B. Gets out with another kill. NeoFrag gets the info that A ramp has been taken, and so OG now know that this is 100% the A play, especially with that info taken at, oh, well, you know, you tried. It was looking like this was winnable for a moment, but then Ujax does that, and even though you've got Nico on the backstab, they know about him, they being Saw, they know that he's coming in from this angle, so they're holding it from the top of the ramp with the AWP, and yeah, Nico just has to say, all right, it was a nice try, we made it competitive, but this one is done, we'll just save. So Saw up 5-0 to begin this game. Reinvestment right around the corner for OG, and they do need to come in with a round sooner rather than later here, or else this one runs the risk of spiraling. You just kind of need to earn the respect over towards ramp, really, right? It's terrifying when a team just feels like they can keep running at you here, feels like they can keep taking this space because it gives you such a strong, you know, staging platform to launch the A offensive. And when you kind of give that much room to this Saw squad, they're going to feel very, very comfortable. Also, what's going on with the mirrored maps again, man?
Double vert,
double vert.
Always the way.
Oh, mate, it's not just double vertigo. It's actually Viperio currently in the lead as well, 6-2.
I'm shocked Sprout let Viperio play Vertigo, not just because how bad they looked on it yesterday, but how Viperio and Into the Breach love Vertigo, Jackie. They love it, they wear it, they play it every day. So Sprout learning that the hard way today, it seems.
Got to do your research, Hugo. You can't be picking these maps against these UK boys. They'll just lap it up like a cat.
Fast into the B side of Saw. Fiku, he's given up the site. He's actually got a 5-on-4 already, and Saw getting very aggressive. That molly forces Jerks forward. It's going to have to be a wide plant. It's now not for the stairs, so Saw have to play in the site, and Nico will put them in the grave. Good shot from the current captain. There's a big rotation coming in. Roman's taking his time, though. He's heard a flank. He will deal with it, but he's 10 health. This should be unlosable for OG.
Yeah, Mutira's in behind Tetris, but a bit of an ugly swing, and now he's getting wrapped on the left side. Roman can't play for this. And so OG...
They're good. They're on the board.
Yeah.
Nico with some crispy shots as well on that AK.
He's looking good,
He
man.
has been looking great, man. I mean, the round that they came closest to winning so far was the round where he drops B with nothing but a deagle, gets out of the round with 2, turns it into this 3v3, and then they have to end up, you know, regrettably saving in that moment. Nico looking very switched on. And I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think if you're Nico here, considering the circumstances, right, like with Nexus departure, him getting bought in, having a chance to kind of really like put himself back in the shop window again, it makes a lot of sense, right? Trying to prove that he can lead and he can still frag.
I like that molly. Just gives Saw close mid control. It's actually great to stop an AWP perhaps. Nico just walks into mid, doesn't expect them to be wide. Saw are doing a B split, and Fiku needed a multi-kill. It was never going to happen. Roman shuts him out, and that's the round, really. 5-on-3, Saw with a default plant, and OG have already thrown in the towel. And this is where Saw, if they want, they can start hunting. They don't have unlimited money, but they have enough to justify a couple of kills here. Story won't push with the AWP, but they may come to him.
Ooh. He's like a tripwire, just waiting to set off now. They're going to actually peek into it. That was Dexter trying to take the full frontal assault with the AWP, so that's dropped on the ground. Double molly as well. They do not want them to recover this. They set the whole place ablaze.
It's a good boost, though. Oh, Flames only one. You got to fight for this one, Neofrag. They're coming. Nice exits, and an AWP to boot as well.
So where I think this gets interesting, you know, from the story perspective, and I don't mean the player, I mean like the story of this game, is the third and final map. And Hugo, you've already said you think this is probably going to be a 3-map series, is Inferno, which obviously famously was where Saw had their major run stolen away in overtime versus the Outsiders.
Really did them like that.
Yeah. So, you know, that's the third map in this series. This time it's a very, very different, you know, stake on the line, while also being kind of similar. It's this idea that elimination is right there by the time you get to that third map. And so that's an interesting one because it's tied to the kind of history of Saw at these RMRs.
I'm getting worried that it might not even go 3, Harry, to be honest. Like, it's not a great start for OG.
Yeah, but like, let's be real. Their form on this map has been pretty bad. So, you know,
be able to reset.
I think you can... you know, you can't say that you didn't anticipate that Saw would have a very, very good time here, because they've got a lot of ideas as to how they like to approach this. They're very well versed on this map.
OG, yeah, they've read this one, though. They've actually moved second player over to B. Saw were faking A this... Oh, yeah, Nico staying here, dropping a one-way. And even though Saw were doing their default on A, OG, maybe they've watched the demos and they realize this is a fake play. It is going to be a B hit. The nades are falling short. Nico can stay on default, and 2 players in B is enough to force Saw backwards. They are stuck in limbo right now. They don't know where to go. Going to try a boost instead. I love this boost. It's so powerful. But you can see that Fiki's got his eyes on it.
Oh, just goes up right now. He's going to get that kill delivered. Nico trades it out, and Mutiris will fall over in middle. Now, this is kind of weird, because walking up a ramp is one of these Saw guys. Yeah, he's taking space. This is a fake. Okay, this is an interesting maneuver. They're giving Roman all this time to take room over towards A to safeguard the bomb coming in. Problem is, this bomb is going to have a hard time making it into the site. OG know that with one peek, they can win the round, and so they all swing it together. That one's a little awkward. I think if Roman was even 5 seconds ahead, you know, like 4 seconds ahead of where he was in that round, right? If he had like the tiniest bit more time to have been able to get up there, obviously they're playing it into the final 10 seconds of the round as that bomb's rotating in, would have been a very different, you know, situation.
OG just realized, like, when you hear a player running up wood with 15 seconds, what that means is they already have the site. Like, there's already a player further pushed because this player's not clearing anything, and why would you run up ramp with 10 seconds? So OG don't fall for that one, and they all swing together. That's really, they deal with it very well. They don't let it get out of hand. So, Saw with a timeout off the back of an OG round win. But Saw don't have to worry yet. They're still in good control of the money and the game.
I've always been a fan of that as well, man. Take the time out. When your opposition get around, ice them a little bit, give yourself that chance to have a somewhat break and talk about things. In terms of what you got to roll with here as well, Mutiris is going to be on the MAC-10. Galil, 2 AKs and a 1 Deagle for Just. We know he can hit some filthy shots with a weapon, but Dexter, whoa, nice. That is quite grimy.
Cheeky little flick, and that's the thing, you need OG stars today. You need them more than ever. You need Dexter. Most importantly, you need a player we haven't even spoke about, Flames. This guy's a superstar in the making, if not, you know, already there. He just hasn't got the receipts and the runs to prove it, but we know this guy can put up numbers against some of the best in the world. So you need these two on form today. Dexter with a star, a very audacious angle, but one that can easily get him a kill and allow him to drop off safely. Very far forward on that position, meaning he couldn't afford to miss that shot, but he won't hang around forever in fear of a flash. Flames wanting to commit in front of the smokes, playing with his AWP, but he's got to watch his back. He's not watching his back. He turns last second and does get the double kill. That's nice for Flames. Dexter dies, but it was worth it. Picks up the round for OG. They push through the smokes, and they do not surrender.
Yeah, there were a couple of cool things about that hold from OG, actually. You know, like, they're not only are they kind of playing that double yellow side, which is really, really nice when the wall of smokes is being thrown in against you, because it gives you that much more, you know, presence in the bomb site. You don't just have to set up to play retake. But on top of that, you know, Flames actually blocked the smoke that was getting thrown over on the left-hand side of the bomb site, leaving a hole for his teammates to peek through. Dexter, apparently that was a wallbang, nailed it.
I don't know how. This is a map where your AWP decides the pace of the game on each side. The AWP will take spawns, the AWP will make the calls of where they want to be starting out, and especially in a team like this where you don't have like a really regimented structure, you know, a fill-in in-game leader. If Dexter says he wants to peek a spawn, you don't argue, you allow it. So him back-to-back rounds, taking different spawns, finding opening kills is what OG need.
And for Saw, you're just hoping that maybe you get a little bit lucky, hit those one taps, but that's not happening whatsoever as FiQ furiously flicks his way through everyone that pushes up. It's just Roman that remains, but much like numerals, I think he's going out of fashion.
It's a good one.
Nice. Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Roman numerals, what a treat they were.
Yeah.
Always quite confusing once you get past 4.
Yeah. Lines and dashes and diagonals. Actually, they made perfect sense until like the hundreds.
They do actually still use them now, even in some places. No, well, no, not like the Romans. Just
what are they up to nowadays, Jackie? The Romans.
Well, the problem is they keep trying to leave Rome, but all the roads have this weird issue where they just lead right back.
Yeah. That's a banger, dude.
All right, Jackie's had his funny juice today. Man. He's on one. All right. So Saw, this lead's starting to evaporate. OG are closing the gap.
Oh, take that. Neo doesn't know how close they are. They even go ahead of us one way. I think he missed it. He panicked. He just ran, and rightly so. The lineup was there, but the spray does not connect, and Flames has to put a stop to this. Molly on the site is well timed. They can't plant. It's only going to cut out half of that elevator smoke. The flank is coming in. Justice holding the wrong angle. I love that. Tucks in his cubby. Rarely cleared. Rarely played. Never cleared. And the eject it. I was going to say, the longer you hold that, the better. Because Nico the whole time is telling his team to wait. Don't play, don't play. I have flank, don't play. But now has to take that kill. And they're even chasing in the post. I can't believe OG are going for this.
Problem is, they might not be OG, they might just be Go, but it looks like they have to try and do something fast here. Just hitting the shot into the back line, blows the head off of Dexter. Roman covers him as well, supports as they shut down FiQ. And that's another round for Saw.
Very well done. Yeah, OG had the money, so that's why they sent it there with 3 rounds in a row. But not enough to get it done. I love that. That's the intrusive thoughts right there. What if he's not shooting me? What if he's there? I didn't clear the angle. Yeah, the realization. And it's also 50-50. Like he could be either side of that. So not checking it initially is forgivable. If anything, statistically, it's more likely he's on your right. But can't win them all, can you? Spam through the smoke.
Oh, mate, as if he's hit that.
It's not the best start for OG, considering their rounds have come off of Dexter finding 5-on-4s. Now he doesn't even have the AWP. That is by choice, though. Playing the A1S through the smoke to spam. They have the under-ramp smoke, the one-way. Dexter won't hang around. Saw, I like the slow default. They're going to take the ramp eventually and play out the round. Or they're going to go B.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. OG, in this moment, when you go a man down on Vertigo so early, you kind of need to do one or two things. You either need to go in info gathering, or you've got to gamble, right? Because you can't play this in your kind of standard setup a man down. You're just lacking the resources to do anything meaningful. So we kind of see like a bit of a gamble here with 3 players leaning over towards B and mid for like the fast rotate, and then one guy left over at A just to play for the info, make sure that It's not coming that way, so they have this stack over at B, and Saw go right into it, right into the belly of the beast.
That's my A4 player.
And that leaves Roman as this lone A lurker, an empty bomb site, no bomb, no friends left to share it with either, and a 5th round on the board for OG. Nice little response there after going a man down. They held out over at A for a minute, waiting to see if Saw would pick up the pace, would try and hit the go button. And when that didn't happen, the call came in. I'll take the gamble, we'll go over towards B, and they end up reaping the reward.
It was also quite fitting how the minute you touched on Flames, right, not really being activated in the game, he started to come alive, got that 2K, now here again, another hat trick of frags found. You're right, man, like he is genuinely such a sick talent that still has so much more to give us. We're only seeing him really at the beginning here off the back of his time in the UK scene, playing under Mighty Max and the boys. It felt like he adapted so quickly, got on with the banter. We've seen how funny he is, hailing from the west coast of England.
Daniel Jackson, of course.
Yeah.
No, for sure. I mean, he's 19 years old. Like, it's kind of like the comparison I make with some of the MOUZ players, like Xertion. They are playing at a very high level, very well, and they are very young. So they've got another decade of this in them at least. You'd hope. Yeah, I saw a slight oversight in the last round. They thought they'd done their default to make OG scared on A, but OG made that gamble, Harry, that you talked about. They put 2B and saw only molly default and quad. They didn't molly close, and they didn't clear it. So it didn't expect OG to have the read there, but that is a nice call being made from whoever did it. Presumably Nico. You never know, though. Saw now bursting out through middle. That molly timing is all. The Flames throwing nades. Nico has to cover. He does get 2. Flames is there to swing, and Nico with a triple kill as well gets rid of that eco with ease. OG can win the half. It's within reach.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I think you've got to give some credit here to the output that Nico is having. It's been fantastic for him over towards this B side of the map, man. He's been kind of dominating it, and Saw, they do like a B play, but it feels like that's had to fall out of favor a little bit with how strong this side of the map is looking. Weirdly enough, you know, Dexter's actually the guy sat down bottom of the board right now, struggling to find a lot of impact. Hasn't always had his AWP, now brings it into this round. And I mean, here's the thing, 6-7 with Dexter being quiet is a good scoreline on this map for OG. The fact that it could get even sweeter, and as you said, they could win out the half, that'd be big. And it begs the question, you know, what happens if Dexter does switch online?
Yeah, I mean, he's had a couple of opening kills, which I think are very valuable. They're in rounds OG1 as well. He's desperately trying to get one here. Oh, 99 damage to Neofrag. Dexter re-aggresses when his teammate fell back, so he had no info. They'd run all the way up the ramp. He expected a lot more respect. Flames now kill them all or lose the round. Those are the options, and he's down to 10 health. They'll fire off.
Did Neofrag burn in his own molly?
He's trying to figure that out. I was looking at the scoreboard. He's either
because he died to himself, but I didn't see what killed him.
Hopefully we can get it on replay.
Because there was a tag, but he has straight wrecked himself.
Yeah, it did say Neofrag, and then an assist from Saw killed Neofrag. But I'll report back. I'll find out.
It's never ideal.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I was looking at it, and I was just like, what's happened there?
So he was on back short. I wonder, did he like nade himself?
Nade or molly, I mean.
It has to be a nade or a molly, right?
You can't damage yourself with a flash,
anything else.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe a decoy if you stand on it when it hatches.
Sure.
That's 2 damage.
If he died to a decoy, I'll eat a shoe. The Vince classic.
Yeah. He never ate that shoe, by the way.
No, never did eat the shoe.
Yeah.
He naded himself.
Oh, that's unfortunate. If he's further to the left, it bounces, but it bounced back. Yeah, and Flames was basically stuck in a 1v4 after his 2 teammates fell, so it was never meant to be for OG. Saw in the half. They finished what they started, and now they can make it just that little bit crispier. Couple more minutes in the air fryer, and things will look good, but they don't clear the corner. That doesn't come back to bite them. Last time it did. Nico re-aggresses. He knows there's more. Smoke lands on top of the box. Desperate throw. UJUX will keep things up though for Saw.
So wild that UJUX has gotten out of this with the double. Like, he was the guy who got, attacked first by Flames in the corner at mid, was able to flick onto him, and then Nico comes in to try and mop him up. Well, UJUX is low, and he still gets it. Saw, they've got the man advantage, but these are the rounds where they've often ended up walking into the stacks. So let's see if they can navigate this one a little bit better. They're trying to do that due diligence here and clearing out the angles over towards top ramp, looking in towards the A site. Been pretty common for OG to lean B when they go a man down. This time it's just a 1-1 split with a man in middle as well. NeoFrag gonna grab this info, but the molly forces him wide, and Story nails the shot.
And he just used his smoke on short as well.
Fiku's trying to get involved, swinging out through the smoking elevator. That's a nice double, and it's given OG a chance. Dexter won't be ready for the man in middle, but UJUX is low. Dexter won't deal with him, and what a round from UJUX to find one more for Saw before the end of this first half. 9-6 in their favor as they move on to the CT side.
Well, here we go. Second half of our first elimination best of 3 here for the European RMRs. We're on Vertigo, and it is Saw versus OG. As you can see, everyone getting themselves back into the mindset as we will head on into our second half. Pistol boys.
Yeah, meanwhile on the B stream as well, dominant a game for Viperio right now, 14-5 up against Sprout on Vertigo. A BO3, of course, that we will go to Ancient next, but that is another shocking result from the Brits here so far in Copenhagen. There's many more coming down the docket. FaZe Navi this evening, but first let's finish this one off, see if Saw can finish what they started. It's now OG on the T side, able to dictate pace. Molly on sandbags and short rush, but Roman with the dualies is ready to receive. Only one. Pistols up close, Neofrag doubles up, and it's getting a bit loosey-goosey in the sight. Story smoked, mollied, and spammed by the taps, and it's going to be the plot for OG with a man up.
Yeah, backstab in for Just. He's got the dual Berettas, though. Not ideal at range. However, that kill in the sight suddenly gives Just a bit more room. OG were trying to reposition, trying to go back and look towards the site with it getting taken. And so that allowed him to spring to life. Neofrag was tagged up earlier on, and now he's even lower. 6 HP, just trying to win this to time. No kit on Sword, so he does have a little bit longer. And Gutierrez gets off the bomb. He will win that fight, but it's going to be close. I thought he's got it. That's fine. That's all well and good. Saw are going to grab themselves a pistol round.
Damn,
as they just narrowly get that one past OG.
It looked perfect for Neofrag. Like, you often see players when even if they think the opponent's on the bomb, they just won't peek. They'll call the bluff because it's their best bet. It seemed like he did that there on 20 health. He pulled back, but then he went back in for more. Doubted himself. If he didn't, he wins a round. Vituri's got off the bomb, but that's a shame. Saw get that defuse, and now it really begins. Their map pick looking good. OG forcing up, waiting for nothing. But these forces, as we know, are very potent second round. Not ideal. That could have been a big nade as well.
Yeah, that would have been lovely if it went through.
That's the problem with nades. You got to hit them.
Yeah. What do we have here for OG? It's going to be bare bones. 1 smoke, 3 flashes. Got Flames on the quick boost. Just is fully hiding right now. And they don't have a molly, so this is a great position in a round like this, as long as he doesn't face early. Materia spots that boost, jumps up. Ooh, Fiku tagged. Now Just doesn't want to jump the gun here. This could be the undoing, but he's trying to help his teammate. You can hear him getting dinked. Flames with a fantastic clear. Looks straight towards quad after taking the first player, and OG owned the site.
Ooh, Ujax, though, is clapping straight back. I mean, the man's just dived over the top of the Molotov, and Flames, he's been somewhat burned. Tagged down to 58 as the shot will connect. It's not looking good for him, though. It's quite awkward in how they're going to be able to pull this one off. No kit in play, just the smoke in the back pocket of Roman. Neofrag already on the flank, and that's the headshot that probably secures the round for them.
Yeah, Saw can't give that a look in. Not once they lose the first 2. If anything, Ujax didn't even really want to be where he was, man. The molly just kind of forced him there, right? So forced into a fight you didn't want to take, into a retake you were never going to attempt, and OG up on a 7 on the back of the force buy. That round is all Flames, baby, in more ways than one. A mixture of the player and the Molotov winning that one for the OG squad. This was lovely rooting from Flames. Great checks, great clears. And for Sort, that one's going to hurt. Losing to the force buy in the second, drying you out of those conversions that you felt like you earned, a chance to kind of pad your scoreline now in a tie game with a, not quite a tie game, what am I saying? But yeah, now in a game that's closing up and a chance for OG to really close this gap and look to tie it up once they, or if they can stick the landing versus these saved guns.
Brawl at top ramp. Flames has got an upgrade though, and they're coming his way, they're running. Oh dear, they line up. Flames gets 1, but there's so many more players from OG, and they will chase them down. Vituri's pushed out of the site. He wants to go back in through the smoke though. He catches nades out, but it's a messy spray. And a 3-on-1 presents itself for Just. He has great timing, but that may be all he has.
That's all she wrote in the round. OG securing another one. Finally getting their feet firmly planted down as well, getting a bit of momentum back in the favor of the camp. It felt like there was some sporadic rounds here and there in the first half. Now it's looking a little bit more cleaner, the baton being passed between Nico and Flames. And for Saw, you just got to shake it off, get yourself back in, and reset things here. But this will not be the round for it. This is just USPs that are pulled out. They're stacking towards A. If OG can find the weaker knee of B, that will be a freebie. And if Dexter can find some players to absolutely brutalize with this Mat 10, he could be in the money.
Still 4-10 on Dexter, surprising. You know, Harry called it early. I expected a little bit more, but yeah, it's not ideal. But his activation could make all the difference, as you said. Dexter getting some info, get some money, get some confidence, build up. Good flash. I mean, it blinded CTs as well, but they still get the kill. Strength in numbers, and OG believe the same. They rush B, they win the round.
Yeah, Sora's just going to go fight now, man. Like, just come over with your pistols, with your Mac 10. You want a Mac 10 to get a kill, you'd love that. Story, they've given it to him with that exact purpose in mind, right? It's like, yeah, go crowdfund that AWP. They're going to hang around, try and maximize the damage, see if they can catch any players leaving. And then they decide, well, they don't want to give over the old kill bonus.
I never like this call because the T's get more money if they win the round from bomb explosion. I think it's like 250 more, I want to say. So sure, the kills are more valuable, but it goes both ways, right? Because Story, presumably, is going to throw this Mac 10 out
right,
the map.
That's
so
kind of why I expected him to try
do something.
Yeah,
you should always
especially, you know, it's like if you had an AK right now instead, I'd be saying, yeah, man, hell, go save that.
The only difference is like, okay, the other logic is like, okay, maybe they think there are more Mac 10s in play, and that's a justification. But I would at least like to see a Mac 10 try and go like maybe two out of the 4 players go for it. And yeah, it's just you're still giving them money. Even if you're saving USPs, you're still giving them money.
But what if you play the Mac 10 in the next round?
No, this makes, yeah, I guess it makes more sense.
Run boost in! Flames has come alive once we've gotten into this second half, man. He's been a beast on the T side so far. So many of these openers, so many of these multi-kills are coming from Flames.
He didn't pull it.
But fire meets Flames. They're fighting fire with fire over on the B site. And now OG looking to try and get their revenge.
Story. Sorry.
With the little jiggle in. No worries, man. You're forgiven.
Story on the Mac 10. This is so weird, dude. Like, he could have... he's just playing the long game, right? But this is such a crucial rifle round. And I want to see how he's going to use it. He's going to group on A. He might just go upgrade. And they'll end up saving because OG are walking into B right now. About to throw an exec. Or if you can call it that, 3 bits of util, all of them dumped in, and they have the site.
Ooh. There is still one man trying to lay down the law. Full Judge Dread, as the Dread will be seeping in for Saw. They've got to try and contain that fact. Backs off towards middle to see if there's anything more to be found. The rest of the team on the rotation, heading through the Diagon Alley.
Uh-oh. Mac 10 going to lead the way in. Baits the shot out of Dexter successfully. Second man located, and you see that that wasn't the Mac 10. So now you know that 2 players are on this wrap round. Dexter could just hold this. Now Story has a chance to keep them pinned in, but he's actually going to look to move up the stairs. They're going for damage after the timer expires here. Story is to just get out with the A1S. Almutires falls after getting one over in mid. So that's OG up on a 10, tying this game up now. And it all started with this little run boost. And the opener over at B from Flames.
Didn't expect this game to get so close so quickly as well. It felt like OG weren't really in the right mental space coming into it at first. But now, actually clapping back, and keep in mind as well, in terms of the 3 maps that we have here, this is Saw's pick. This is the one that they really want to get the win on to set themselves up to stay in the RMR, because that's what you're fighting for. This is an elimination best of 3. And Saw, they've had that happen to them quite a few times, Harry. They don't want to go through it again.
Dude, the one thing I really can't get over is I was just thinking about the money, right, and that whole situation with Story playing the MAC-10. And if he did get one more kill, and, you know, obviously didn't buy the util with the MAC-10 instead, he would have had the AWP. So, I don't know. I really don't know how to feel about that previous round, because I think it did hamstring them here, right? Like, they had the MAC-10 coming in on a flank, left him in a kind of weird spot in the retake. Yeah, where like, the rifle had to do the heavy lifting. And, you know, now he's got this this M4 saved out of the last round, and he's at least going to bring out the AWP in this follow-up. But I just think, you know, you've kind of given a bit more.
Yeah, you've let OG build in.
Exactly, right? And on top of that, I think even for someone like Dexter, just having the comfortability of knowing he doesn't have to worry about a counter AWP on the other side just yet only makes him more free to try and build back into this game.
OG are fragging right now. Look at this, man. They're just, Flame stopped shooting. He thought he had the kill. It was looking so good. What happened? What went wrong? Quick, Fiku, run. Dexter needs help. I can't believe he's playing the AWP right now as well. Just hoping he doesn't get swung on the other side, playing timing games.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward spot for Dexter, because right now he doesn't feel like he has a good read on the game, right? Like, when you're kind of down in this spot, you do second-guess things a little bit more, and normally he's a very decisive player. This is why you need Fiku here, but they've joined up together, and now they're looking to assault the top of ramp. Dexter lands one.
It went flying. It went.
Gonna grab that.
It's crash landed. Just run B.
Fiku sneaks past. Man, Fiku in clutches. Fiku is the clutch player of OG. He's meant to do his best in these moments, in moments like this one, where it's just him versus the world. However, just knows it's going to be this B play. He saw him look to leave. Now he moves in with the scavenged AWP from Dexter. First shot misses, and Fiku going to walk it over the line. OG are on fire, and they walk into the lead now at 11-10.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a clean round, right? Like, the assault at ramp was actually quite nice from Saw. Flames just stopped shooting. I'm not sure about that one. But otherwise, OG hold it together.
Nice magic.
Saved by the bell. Fiku does it as he needed to. And OG, finally, we have Story on the CT AWP. It only took 7 rounds.
This is kind of wild, though, right? Because coming into this, we touched upon it. This hasn't been a good map for OG. They're on a 9-loss streak here.
Yeah.
And they sit in the lead right now.
Yeah, this would be crazy if they actually won this map, given how it started, given Saul's T side. That second round force buy changed everything. And Flames, as you said, has been monster in the second half. And he's calling for a boost again, I think.
Well, he certainly lit a fire underneath the OG squad, but now he's going to be the one that is lifted up on the shoulders of his teammates, gets himself into the boost angle, just buying his time, waiting here as well. Here's the rumblings, flash over the top for him to go for the information phase. Oh, talking of heads, that should have been one peeled off. Instead, it's a 1-for-1 trade as both of them go down at the same time, and this is a 4-on-4.
No,
it's not. Fiku on the boost finally puts the boot down.
I love how he gets that kill, he crouches, and he does it again. It's so good, and Sora trying to fight him. He has such a favorable angle. They're on M4s. They dink him. He wins that battle every day. They're going to push in now. It's just Mutiris at the back of the site. They're spamming him out. Nico's killed the cover. Oh, Mutiris with a pistol now. Can he save the day? Surely not. No, he's done it. One more man, and he's got time for the reload, or so he thinks. He does not. Dexter hunting him down onto a pistol of his own. 20 seconds of flankers here.
Roman with the backstab.
No way.
Hang on a second,
What a
Dexter,
read.
you madman. He's running all the way around. He's called the bluff on this one.
Gotta go, though.
Gonna make it into the A site with just enough time left to get this bomb planted. Roman's cleared out B. He realizes what's happening. Dexter with the plant. He just gets it in. No time to spare. But the plant found, ramp plant, and he's gonna have plenty of time to get himself set up here. Roman. He was quick to realize what Dexter was up to, so he's here pretty speedily through CT. Dexter has had a rough go at it in this game, but a 1v2 might be the confidence boost that OG needed. Dexter from behind the sandbags looks to win this one. Back turned, and he will lock it in. Not the prettiest of kills, but he gets that 1v2 to keep these rounds coming down the pipeline for OG. And after, Mutiris goes huge in that fashion, right? Back of the site, lights them up with some spectacular multi-kill, finishing off a man with the USP, only to have the round robbed from you in a 2v1. That hurts the mental of Saw. It hurts the money. It does them in, and it keeps the success rolling through for OG while bringing Dexter into the fold a little bit more.
I can't believe he doesn't call the tap as well. He just hides out of sandbags, waits for the kill to come to him. Unbelievable round for OG, considering Maturius' work. And that is a crucial round. That is a round that Saw are not going to forget about soon. OG have had just no issue taking A. They'll go back to it again, another regress.
Oh, here we go, pushing into Neo Frag as he'll farm them up with the support of Dexter to deal some damage. 3 players remain, and the fire is forcing them out of the positions they want to be in. Site control taken for OG. Viperio finally getting the bomb down. They're still tagging them. They're still slapping them. They're keeping them trapped, and they're always just removing any chance of confidence for them. They can't find anything through the smoke, and that time's already ticking.
No kit. I feel like we've had no kits in any of the retakes. Both the 1v1 clutches, no kit. This round, no kit. It's not just been a money game, but I think the management of it has not been the greatest for Saw in this CT side. And it doesn't help because you're not winning rounds. So it's, you know, it's not like you have the money to, you know, get everything you want, to get that AWP, to not play Mac 10. But look where it's left them. 13-10. 7 rounds in a row for OG. Every round since the second. And they might finally break their loss streak.
And dude, I mean, like, once again, right? You know, sure, Flames has been looking like really tidy since moving into this second half. I think he's a big proponent behind the success, but like quietly still trucking on in the background is Nico up top of the board, like, you know, putting in all this work, all this effort. And it's really nice to see. I think, you know, this is one of these examples where actually, you know, sometimes with OG, you kind of end up looking at them and you go, okay, is Dexter feeling it today? Oh, he's not. Okay, well then they're going to have a very hard go at it, right? But the other guys within this squad possess a hell of a lot of talent. I think the problem is just, you know, the kind of consistency isn't there, right? Actually, you have some very complementary pieces. You have some very, very talented openers. I would say Neofrag and Flames, right? There are just games where Neofrag can dominate, it feels like, in terms of taking opening fights. So he's been lethal in that regard. Flames has been lethal as well in getting those opening kills. And oftentimes they've actually been on opposite sides of the map from one another. So it feels like you're getting assaulted on 2 fronts by 2 guys who are in their element. And then, you know, to kind of round it out, you've got Fiku as the closer. And I think that was one of the things that went missing for OG as of late. But he's had a couple of clutch moments in this game. He's had those rounds that he often finds and scrapes through for OG.
Oh, wow.
Finally saw get something good going their way. That's Flames and Neofrag, those 2 openers we were just talking about, dropped out over towards the base of ramp. And Fiku is clotheslined over in middle.
Danger. Oh, he wins it. Should not win that. But great opening kills coming from Saw. The top of B, they crunch together. They've wanted to do that a lot, right? We've seen the A ramp pushes with flashes, often team flashes there. And that's a far better look at things on the B push. No, surely not. Nico minus 99 gets both kills on that flank push. Saw jump the gun, and it takes off their head. Nico is faking this. Dexter's going to go B, and Saw don't know yet. Can he silent drop? We're going to have to see. Eventually. He's waiting for Nico, though, for the time being.
That was just nasty from Nico. Like you said, man, the fact he not only got the frags, but still barely survives with 1 HP makes a world of difference. Now you still have that extra presence on the server. He can support by rotating in, grabbing the bomb, but it's going to be tight on the time. 20 seconds before they finally go for anything here. Looks like Nico arrives on the scene finally, but he's walking into the waiting arms. Muterus, that's the bomb drop. Now it's all on Dexter to do something deadly. He winked at us on the camera, but if you blink, you'll miss it as the round's gone.
That's awkward. He thought he was still behind default. Didn't see him leave. Maybe a miscomm or, you know, just a misread of the situation. Nice push back in from Maturius. The timing was everything there, right? He just realized. Nico down.
That was awesome.
That was ghostly.
Can we do that again?
Yeah. That was ghostly.
That was
right
like
there.
beatboxing. That was cool.
Right. It reminded me of the Moonbase Alpha, if you know. Yeah.
John Man.
Football. Right. 13-11, and Saw finally break the streak.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, over a mid. Story so blind. And Fiku going to get the opener. Nico sets him up with that flashbang. An early 5v4 OG. This is a really nice position to have. You know, it's where you get the pick as well over here in mid. That just suddenly, you know that's going to force some repositions out of Saw, going to strip them of resources elsewhere. And this is where you're going to slow it down. You're going to wait and see what the reaction is, right? Because in this moment, we were talking about it earlier, you either need to take a bit of a gamble or you're going to try and reaggress, try and push and prod a little bit, see if you can find an equalizer, or at bare minimum, take some info out of the round to better adjust this setup. They were waiting for the reaction, and there it was. Saw do find that equalizer they were looking for.
Ujax biding his time as well. Right now, he is in a prime position to potentially be able to absolutely souffle them, but they get done in! Dexter with a turnaround, hits both of them with one bullet, blows them to bits, keeps OG's chances at an all-time high as the numbers dwindle so damn low for Saw. It's just 2 of them that remain. Just at least has a kit this time, but there's not really much you can do in the grand scheme of things, and they're being funneled into Fiku, who's waiting to have a Fika, but instead, he's out of commission. But this round is dead and gone. OG, they're going to be on 14 on Saw's map pick.
Now I'm at the point where I feel bad for Saw. Now the empathy is setting in because they have had some very unlucky situations, and that is one of them. That was a seemingly perfectly timed push to backstab 3 players of OG, and Dexter turns around and skewers them. That's very unlucky. And plus the 2 1v1s they've lost as well in this half. There's been a lot, yeah, and that's the round. The Material's got that 3K with a pistol on the back of the site. Saw have had some very unfortunate situations.
Dude, this is, and this is where, you know, I think when you kind of think about the mental and the pressure that comes with being O2 and the fact that, you know, I hate to keep dwelling on Antwerp, but I do really think this was like where a lot of people got attached to this Saw team and the storyline, right? Like, Mutiras has been in Global Offensive for its entirety, right? He's always been knocking around. He's always been in with the goal of trying to make this happen in the current day. They came so close in Antwerp, and man, I just remember after that game, he was doing an interview just bawling his eyes out. Like, he was just crying, man. Like, it was sad for this team. And now, like, to have those feelings coursing through your veins all over again, a map that your opponent hasn't won, you know, in the last, like, 4 months, 5 months. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you know, and now you're having rounds like this go against you. You're having Dexter start to warm up into the game. Like, bro, he's had a 1v2 now. He's had a collateral that wins them around out of nowhere. He's starting to feel like he's finding his footing. So the task is actually getting harder for Saw as time goes on.
Yeah. This would be a sad way to go, considering this map felt like a shoe-in, especially with how it began for Saw. But OG, they want that 2-0. And this would put them in position to do so. They haven't finished it, though. 2 low players. Just with a lot of B control allows a rotation. But the bomb is coming back. Just has to pick. Does he commit? He wants to. He has to. He needs to. And he also needs a multi-kill, really. Will they clear the corner? Nico coming in first. Just falls immediately. Great shot for Nico. Again, a lot of credit to the current captain of OG. He's been putting up the goods. Lurker on A gone. OG have the site, but Materius is going to throw everything he can at them. Running in. Dexter finds a pixel shot. That is an unbelievable kill, and it might cool it off for Saw. They might have to think about the money. They are stubborn, though. And in they go. This is the game on a retake.
They're trying to make it happen. Fiku up close and personal, but it's all Dexter all the damn time. This man just keeps wrecking them again and again with the scope. He catches them slipping in a bad position. He wrecks them. And that's OG. Now at match point here in the first map of the series, dominating for the first time in a very long time on Vertigo.
What an unreal comeback, and especially for Dexter as an individual. 4 kills first half. He now sits at 17, or 16 rather.
Oh, dude, like, he's high-fiving folks now, you know? Like, he's actually, like, dude, Dexter, even when he was winning, he was just kind of sat there, like, kind of, you can tell that he was feeling out of it, you know? But sometimes all it takes is that handful of rounds to bring you right back in, and suddenly he's cheering, he's high-fiving, doing the signature Dexter slap, right? And this was all little things that were missing, that were screaming that something wasn't feeling right in, you know, his read of the game, his mental. He just was doubting himself today. But he's starting to believe now in a very big way, and that's scary. The last thing you wanted to happen was for him to get switched on. And, well, it is a mow down. Nico even TKing in the mix, but it might not matter. B-play shut out by Story. Roman misses the timing in middle, and they're over construction. They can hear him. They know that he's here. He's a dead man, and so OG, they break a 9-loss streak. They steal Vertigo away, and they go a map up in this elimination best of 3.
Yeah, OG, I mean, it's a team that we expect to see at majors, but, you know, it's historically not been where they do their best work. And even now, with a roster that they maybe didn't even want, they're surviving another map, and they take Soar's pick out of the series, Overpass next as well. And that's one that, well, has looked as dire for Soar as this initially looked for OG. So OG set up very well now in this series.
Yeah, Dexter goes into that second half with 4 kills to his name. He ends up second on the board for OG, coming alive in that second half with a 1v2 in there. Collaterals aplenty, really started to warm up by the end of it.
That's why he's here, Harry. That's why he was bought out. That's why he moved teams despite going top 4 at a major. He wanted to do something incredible on an international roster, and, well, he certainly started in the right direction. So that's next. Overpass. Thoughts, concerns, criticisms, 2-0?
Yeah, I think it probably is now, which is they're not at all how I expected this to go. Not with the form of OG, with the maps that we had. I thought this was going to be a 3-mapper if OG were going to win it. Now the fact that they've bested them over here on Vertigo with Overpass coming down the pipeline next, I'm extremely nervous for the Soar boys.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Overpass next. Stay with us.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Monacy is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Let me just move this little chair over, Jackie, so we can come a little closer together. I don't know where Hugo is. He got so emotional after Soar's L, he actually had to duck out for a minute, feeling those emotions of the Antwerp RMR all over again. But yeah, you know, let's digest what we just got to witness there, right? We just had OG besting Soar, breaking a 9-map loss streak, all the while it's spearheaded by Nico, right? The kind of the man who was bought in at the 11th hour after Nexa had to drop out, and he delivers in spades, right? 27 kills to his name. He was kind of the guy keeping up appearances throughout the whole first half. When Soar were most competitive, Nico was there to try and put a stop to them. And I think critically, he kind of bought enough time and brought enough inspiration to the table for OG to actually, you know, pick up this map.
No, exactly. And it's kind of fitting as well, because it feels like Nico's always been one of those players that is so damn talented individually, but like you were saying earlier, he never really wants to boast about himself. He never really wants to put that out there to the public. But he's a humble dude that tries so damn hard inside and outside of the server, but he is a mean machine when it comes to deagling, rifling, absolutely anything he put in his hands. And he kind of reinvigorated them. Like we were talking about the body language for OG. Yeah. It was sad. By the end of that game, everyone looks so damn into it. They're like in the zone now.
Yeah, I think, you know, the reason why it's kind of cooler is, for my mind at least, Dexter is a bit of like the emotional spirit level of this team in a way, right? Like he is the guy, you know, we've all seen the slapping of like flames in his hand, right? Yeah, like you've seen all the high fives, you've seen all like the pictures of Dexter just going absolutely insane, like ape that they've just won around. And so he kind of is normally that hype man. So that's why it felt a little concerning to see him, you know, whenever, even when they were winning rounds, he would like just be sat there at the end of it, you know, head in his hands, feeling kind of out of the game. But by the end of it, even he was back on side. You know, even Dexter started to get hyped again. And so I think, you know, having someone like Nico to, sure, maybe he isn't like bringing the noise per se, but he's like keeping you in the game mentally. He's constantly reminding you like, come on, we can win this. And I think it only adds kind of credence to it when he'll be the guy winning you the round. He'll put up 3 and then he like looks down the line. He's like, come on, boys, you know, like let's win this. I mean, you know, when we had the interview even with the ITB guys, Cypher was saying, you know, like Thomas just turned to us and said, guys, stop playing like pussies. That was the quote, by the way. It's a quote.
It's out there.
So
it's public.
It's allowed to be said. Yeah, you know, that was what he said to them, and it kind of, you know, it just brings you back into the moment a little bit more. So yeah, very impressed with what we had out of Nico. Very impressed with what we had out of OG. For Soar, this is really gonna hurt, man, because now we head to OG's map pick. You know, we get ready to head to Overpass. This is a map that they're pretty well versed on. This is a map where Dexter, with him kind of building back into the series, he can really take some ownership. And this is one where, you know, Soar, they're all right. They're going to have some ideas here, sure, but I just don't know how the mental's going to be after having Vertigo go against you in that fashion.
No, exactly. I also think another key factor to this is also the starting side as well, right? Like, if you're looking at Soar coming into this and having to slog their way through what could potentially be a T half, it's one of those where it grates you down, especially if the emotions are low. T-side overpass, but it does just get you mentally. You're trying your strats, you're trying other strats. At some points, you're just pugging because it feels like it all goes wrong. And we can flick back to this as well here. Vertigo that we just saw on our screens. In terms of the fragging capability for Soar, there was a few players stepping up. For the most part, though, it's close grouping. It's only really Mutarist that was able to have those rounds. And for me, the one that stood out, of course, was back B, but it amounted to nothing. And that's the sad part. You're never really getting that glory,
dude,
right?
He got that phenomenal 3K, and it's those moments where you're kind of, I'm always of the belief that if you're going to play into the emotional side of the game, you're accepting that it's like a double-edged sword potentially, right? Like, sure, it can make you feel unstoppable when you pull up and you win like some crazy round that you're not supposed to win, and you fully lean into the emotional side of it and you let it kind of take you away. That can take you to extreme heights. But on the flip side, it's like, by opening up that emotional avenue almost, the L's hit that much harder, right? And being brought back down to earth really hurts the mental. And I think rounds like that are almost the make or break for Soar. And that was the difference, is that OG, whenever they were in that position, they would go on to win those rounds. And you know, it just kind of reactivated them and brought them back into the game. Whereas for Soar, it was like this constant reminder of you're doing a lot, but it isn't enough, you know? And that's a really rough feeling. And yeah, you know, I feel for Mutiras here. He puts up good numbers, puts up good performances. We say, you know, we always talk to no end how experienced this guy is. And so I think it makes sense that he's able to hold his own in these high-pressure situations. But that's where you've got to look down the line, right? You've got to kind of rise above the pressure here, or else it is all going to boil over. And your time at the RMRs, unlike RMRs gone by, isn't going to be, you know, some tense affair where you actually have a shot to make it to the major. It's going to be a flat 0-3 in the last major for Global Offensive, and I think specifically for MOUZ as an individual, but for the whole team, that's what makes this hurt even more. It's not like there's going to be another one of these in 6 months, like is often the case, right? And man, like he was, like I said, he was crying after they lost at Antwerp. He knew the chance, he knew what was on the table there, and I think this one's going to hurt even more because this is the final Global Offensive major. There is no redos.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well. Like, we need to keep hammering that point home as well, because it's the fact that for so many of these players, you already had an exceptional amount of pressure on you coming into this event originally. Then, with the announcement of Counter-Strike 2, everything changing, the major's not there. You know this is the last one. You know this is the last major, the final one we're ever going to get, right? Suddenly, you're thinking, okay, that 55% pressure has doubled to 155% pressure. Now suddenly I'm terrified about my legacy in the game. I'm terrified about making it, but actually having a bad mark tarnishing where I was. And that'd be a shame to see, right? This is a team that's got so many fans now, so many people that are invested. If they fall short so quickly, Harry, it would be detrimental. But you can mirror that sentiment for OG. That's why it makes it so hard. This is our first elimination best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the chapters closing, it really does make the highs higher and the lows lower, right? And I think that's really, you know, the extremes have widened. So yeah, you know, there's a hell of a lot riding on this now for Saw. Will they be able to bounce back? Or are we going to have OG pull up with a 2-0 and look to save themselves from that elimination by going up into the 1-2 bracket? We'll have to find out in just a minute. Stick around, because we've got Overpass coming down the pipeline in a couple of minutes.
I'm okay.
You're right.
I'm
mate.
okay.
It's all good, man. There's still a second map. They're still in with a chance
They can
here,
bring
right?
it
We
back,
believe in
Hugo.
Materials
They
and the
can bring it
boys. Come
back.
on, man.
Sorry, I'm just flashbacks, you know. Flashbacks.
It's-
Couple of majors ago, we all remember what happened.
Right.
We do.
So
And now
We all remember
03.
that we got
03,
these damn
Jackie.
odds.
I know, man.
know,
Look, just don't think about it, right? Look, so look, the
Okay.
odds
Take
might
your mind off it.
not be looking pretty for the
They're not,
comeback,
they're
right?
not.
They're really not. OG heavily favored here, and sad to say, you know, with good reason. The kind of the results for Saw here on Overpass have not been great. I think it's fair to say they've actually played it a fairly good deal over the last few months, and calling it a mixed bag feels disingenuous. They've had one win in the last 3 months. That was over Endpoint. Other than that, all they've taken is L's over the 7 times they've played it. So bit of a tricky spot to find yourself in if you're Saw. Let's see if Mutiras can inspire the troops or if OG are going to send them packing.
The Orpa's Paradise, we call it. Dex has got that P2 Fiddy. Going all the way along. Very classic for Overpass T-side on the pistol round, but do they drop B? That's the question. Going to clear front toilets at least, push Saw all the way back to the bomb site, you'd hope. Or even just these footsteps have done enough, but from Connector, Roman pounces, and he finds 2 kills as another player. Neofrag alone, he has been given a chance to leave if he wants, but he desperately needs his kill. Takes it as well. 3 on 3, the world's your oyster.
You're going to be able to gauge a lot of how this is going to go by this first half. Saw get, I think it's like 80% of their rounds on the CT side.
Yeah.
So, like, this has to be really, I'm looking like a 10-5 first half. If and I would say that's bare minimum. I think ideally you're looking for like 12-3, 11-4. So let's see how this fares. Pistol round, as a result, is weighted very heavily. This can give the T-side a bit of a freebie. And with that happening from Neofrag, Guns Akimbo finds a double. And now it's just in the 1v2. But he's got dualies of his own. Are 2 guns better than 1? All 3. We'll find out. Over towards the dumpster, taking a peek in. Nothing being offered up. One man back at long, the other tucked on short. The truck plant always makes it tempting to try and stick this, but with no kit, that's not an option. Just needs the kills, and he'll go hounding them down. Wins that first fight, but no idea where Nico is. He's the man tucked in on the long side. He's going to swing out and win the round with OG getting the pistol. This is already a very, very good start. I think pistol rounds, you know, whenever we talk about them, on a lot of other maps, it's more so just because, you know, you get off to a nice beginning, right?
Yeah.
You get a couple of rounds. But here on Overpass, where T-side rounds are as hard to come by as they are, winning a pistol can almost complete like 50% of a T-side for you, as long as you stick the landing on the conversions. So this map, more than others, it's extremely important. It's a very, very, you know, key round in the game.
Especially when you add to that fact as well that we've had so many good pistol rounds from Saw. For them to lose out that one, that's another extra bit of edge that already you could see with the body language is affecting the confidence. And for OG here, gravitating towards B early, the Mac Daddies have been pulled out, 3 of them to be precise. And a couple of rifles supporting that. Flames, he's going fast and furious, but Itokyo drifts out of the round, but Nico still doubles down. Muterus in the back line with the deagle. He's trying to jiggle. He wants to make himself happy, but I don't know if he'll be able to reminisce like the Frenchman did so long ago.
Oh, gonna say 4 on 2, and it's a save. It's all Saw can muster. They cannot catch up. Oh, Dexter's looking crispy right now. He's warmed up, right? You don't have the Dexter of the first half of Vertigo. This is a different breed, a different guy entirely. Muteras. Maybe mincemeat to the Mac-10. In comes Viku. So methodical, and he's going to win it. That's all that matters. 2-0. And OG in control already. On the way to that 50%, Harry, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see more rounds out of OG's T-side than even that, with the difficulties that Saw have had that you've presented.
Well, look, assuming I've done the numbers right, which, you know, is always a scary assumption to make, I just went and had a look at how many rounds they've won on this map over the last 3 months, right? 76 rounds total. And as I say, they have like an 8% of those rounds being on CT sides. That means they've won 60 CT side rounds. That means they've won 16 T side rounds total in the last 3 months.
Over 8 games, 16 T rounds. It's not great. It's not a great stat, but OG had worse stats almost on Vertigo, so anything is possible here. Not in this round, though. Nice clean sweep for OG. Come in with the guns. Hopefully have Stories, AWP, and all the trimmings.
It's not looking good for the T side.
You're just looking at numbers, are you?
I went and looked at a lot of different numbers just then. I'm very concerned, actually. So, yeah, if OG put up... I mean, really, this is actually... if history is anything to go by, this is actually probably already enough rounds. So, yeah, it's a little concerning. Saw, they really need a good CT side. As in, they really, really need it, or else this is going to be scuffed. A lot of teams struggle with T sides here on Overpass, but some more than others. OG, with all this control over towards long in the first rifle round, this is kind of the key for me, because Saw lose this, they're eco again, OG go 5-0 up, and at that point, that's already a great T side by any perspective, by any margin. That's before you take into account the actual results of these teams on this map. So Saw really need to stick the landing in this first rifle round. This is weighted super strongly in this game. Story, 1 kill off the AWP, swinging out at long, takes another man out of the round. That is a clean double from Story's AWP. And there's Gutierrez to help out along the way. OG are losing numbers here. It's looking like a flawless round for Saw, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Oh, can he get out? He got jump spotted. Does he want to throw the AWP out the map or play it? I mean, unlikely they'll take the double AWP anyway. You may as well give it a go, try and get revenge. And that is beautiful for NeoFrag. Even if he can stop them from getting an AWP, that'd be massive. 20 seconds, may as well die on this hill. Fight for survival. Kill all close players. 15 seconds. Come up with a dumpster. Misses his shot on that crouch from Justin. It's going to be Saw on the board nice and early. They don't let it get too out of control before they rear their heads.
I suppose one of the factors to that as well, man, is that we need to see Story really building himself into his best form on that CT side, right? Because you're a lot more limited. T-side AWPing on Overpass, sure, you can still find your success, but for the most part, all about the CT. That's where you want to be the big dog. That's where you want to be the one hounding them down. And he went quiet on Vertigo. I think that's fair to say. It wasn't the same affair from what we saw yesterday. So Story can pick up the pieces here, start to build a bit of success for them. Could be the dream start for Saw on the CT side.
Yeah, I think it took like 7 rounds for him to actually field a CT AWP on Vertigo as well. So it was, we talked a lot about the money there and some of the decisions being made, but even despite that, when he had it, it felt like he didn't have anywhere near as much impact as even Dexter did in those 2 opening kill rounds. I don't think we had anything like that from Story. So it's a better map for it though, and he showed it last round with a couple of kills up long. Oh, wow. How is he there? Dex is holding that angle. He takes down the CT AWPer. They're going to pop out Monster with an opening kill. They don't know about the second player on short. That could be the surprise for Saw in this round. EU Jerks trying to stop that bomb from crossing right now. Nico can come back and cover, but he still doesn't know about this one. Viku's taking his sweet time, and he slips the net with a perfect plant. Nice shot for Jerks to take Nico out, but it's still a 3v4 with the bomb down.
Yeah, what's kind of wild here is that OG actually had like 2 players left inside of the site. If Saw were a little quicker here, they would have had some favorable fights moving in for this retake. Them having to slow it down and wait to see if they can catch anyone sifting out of position meant that OG had time to bring over these guys that were seeking their fortune over towards A and Connector. And so they will clamp down on that round. OG already up onto a 4th. And even though that last round was flawless for Saw, meaning they can, you know, stomach a reinvestment here, it will lack a couple of key features. Won't be able to bring that AWP out. And I mean, if you did decide to throw some money into this round, it's going to be a pretty poor buy. I'm assuming you just force around the saved M4. So, or sorry, like partial buy around the saved M4, looking for the investment in the next, and then that will at least allow you to bring out an AWP. So, assuming that's the decision they make, and that you don't have, Materas on this hero M4 pop off, which definitely can happen. I'm not willing to write that off. But if that doesn't happen, OG are in such a good spot to start running away with this. It's going to throw them up on like a 5-round lead. They're going to be sat real pretty on the T side. With the better half still to play and a map up in the series. Little tech pause. And, I think maybe this could be beneficial for Saw, as you just kind of sit there, maybe a moment to cool off. Alternatively, maybe it lets the pressure set in even more. So, we'll have to wait and see on that one. For OG on the other side, I think while they're on this hot streak, they just want to be in as much as they can. So hopefully this is a nice quick resolve.
Yeah, it's always interesting watching the body language in times like this as well. If you can maintain the energy, if you need to, like you said, Harry, just kind of compartmentalize it for a little bit. Take yourself out of where you are, forget about the overall game for a few seconds, take that time to breathe. Because it can be a bit intense. Those technical timeouts where you're sort of sat there just feeling like, I want to get back into the game. I'm on a good roll right now. The longer I'm being iced out, the more I feel like I'm not at my best. So the mental aspect of it is always a big part that you never really know the insight to. So it's interesting trying to gauge that off the back of the faces. Like even Dexter looking happy on camera, winking at the camera. Next second you see him sort of hand, in the hand, trying to just slow down a little bit, take those few seconds he's got to fully just reset and go, okay, things are all right.
Deep breaths, Anders would, if Anders was the coach, I mean, you can't talk obviously during these timeouts, but he'd make sure his players know about those breathing exercises.
They're
about
good,
those,
man.
Yeah,
Anders was telling me about
focus inwards.
I can't do breathing exercises
because
I know, but that's why you need to do that. You're not listening to why. You need to hear my reason.
I know you're listening.
I want to know, Harry. Speak to me.
Thank you, Jackie.
Go on, Harry.
I'm terrified. If I'm focusing that much on breathing and I switch to manual mode,
right?
What if I just either forget in the future to keep breathing? Because right now it's so automatic and I don't think about it. And even talking about it now has put the fear in me. What if I just forget?
I know this is a meme, but
what do you mean you know this is?
I know. Well, this is a meme, right? From you. This is a bit. This is a bit.
This is a deadly serious.
It's a bit.
This is 100% genuine.
I don't know what my counter argument was, but that's stupid. That's all I'll say.
Wow, that's savage.
I'll say
this. Is this the attitude the breathing exercises is meant to bring you? Hugo? Maybe you should do a couple. I'll mute your mic for you. You know what? Get breathing.
No, it's good to breathe, and it's good to focus on your breathing. It's good to manually breathe and not let your thoughts
talk us
define
through
you.
how you would do it.
No, Anders did a great segment. I'll let him take it. He's the expert.
I did use the play CS with a guy called Drummo, and like the thing is about Drummo is he was so sick at aiming, so sick at playing, but outside of the server there was times where he'd sit there and you'd look at him and he just wouldn't be breathing for a little while. He'd sort of just gasp and suck in a load of air and you go, you all right, Sam?
Yeah.
And he'd go, just forgot to breathe for a bit. And it's like now it all makes sense how sloths get too tired, forget to breathe, and just die.
It's actually very important to breathe inward through your nose, not your mouth. It's actually very healthy. And I was worried, like once when you see people in movies, right? Like say you're like a hostage and you get like, you're on a chair, they gag your mouth, right? And I always think when I watch those movies, like, what if you have a blocked nose though?
Oh yeah.
Your brain will actually just like push that out. Your brain will just, if you can't breathe out your mouth or breathe through your mouth, your brain will just unload your nose. I don't know how that works, but you can't suffocate that way. Apparently, that's what the internet told me.
It's like reloading.
Yeah, you'll reload your nose.
Hang on then. In that case, if I'm ever having a stuffy nose, Hugo, put the gag in, and then I will feel better.
Of course.
The gag.
We've got the gag. Yeah.
It's always under the desk. We have it just in
ready
case.
in my backpack to go. I think everyone should try breathing exercises.
Yeah.
I think it's good for the soul.
They can't go wrong. Take time for
I'm
yourself.
soulless, mate.
Yeah.
Me and the gingers.
Well, you said it, not me. I'm not going to go that far.
That's why Thomas is such a stone cold killer, man.
Yeah.
He just don't even value human life.
It's quite aggressive.
In game.
It's quite a lot.
In game, of course.
In game, of course. In a Minecraft server.
Yeah, in Minecraft.
That guy actually did get in trouble with the law, who was sending threats and then just ending it within Minecraft.
Yeah, it's
Interesting
not a
maneuver.
not a good support. Not a good clause in the court. You know, I don't know if that will.
Funnily enough that you mentioned
true.
Thomas, though, right? Here's a fun fact
Go
about
on,
him.
give
Go
us
on.
give
This is like
us-
the last time we were at LAN together, pre-COVID, ages ago. Thomas walked past me and he just goes, "Oh, Jack, I found your phone." Gives it back to me, and I thought that was really weird. It was 100% in my pocket like 10
Did he
minutes ago.
pickpocket you?
No, well, this is the thing. I thought maybe that was the case, but the first time I thought nothing of it. It was when he did it 2 hours later and then gives me my phone again and explains to me that he'd been watching loads of pickpocketing videos online
No
just because it's
way.
apparently like a cool skill to have
No,
the
it is,
sleight of
yeah,
hand.
yeah.
And he thought he'd try it out on me because we're friends and he
Yeah.
knew that I
That's
wouldn't be
awesome.
upset. And then he was just like, "Yeah, actually, Jack, I've been watching you every time you walk past and kind of gauging when was the
Go
best
for the
opportunity
hug.
to pickpocket
Yeah.
you." Yeah, and he was like, "Yeah, remember when I gave you that hug? Swipe your phone, bud."
That's actually a really cool skill to have.
Well,
right?
I'm
Just to
terrified of
use on your
Thomas.
Yeah, so
friends.
don't get too close to
don't get
Thomas.
too
never
close.
going
Be
near him,
careful.
like-
That's really weird. Yeah, it's like lock picking. You know, it's
I'll
like
nick your shoes.
It's a cool skill to learn. It's a cool skill to learn, but I'm like, why do you need this? Like, why do you need to
What if
know
you
how
locked
to
out
pick
of your flat?
Well, no, lockpicking
No,
I
but
think
like
is pretty
padlocks.
valuable.
But like, okay, yeah, I guess. Well,
I've always wanted to learn.
What that-
but I
what-
don't have
what
the
about-
patience, and my hands tremble all the time.
well, that's actually part of
and my
lockpicking.
heart
They're just
races, and
shaking
I
them
can't
around.
breathe. So
You should cover your mouth.
am I okay?
I don't think so.
I've googled it on WebMD, and it says that I'm dying. So. Oh, we have a little bleeding nose situation
Yeah,
here.
not
So
ideal.
someone has a nosebleed. Do we know who? Neofrag. Oh, he's had a nosebleed before.
You're a nosebleeder.
Yeah, but do you not? We actually were doing an event where he had a nosebleed and he had to stop.
Oh, okay.
So that's kind of rough if he gets those. I can relate to that. I get them a lot. So while we let him deal with that, just going to put a bit of tissue up the old nostrils and dry that out. We'll throw over to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back soon. So I just immediately like.
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great. Let's go, baby! As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No. I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go. Quick. No. That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now. What?
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
All right, so the Lord of the Show looks sick.
That does look
Yeah,
cool.
that does look fun. It's kind of like the Eric Andre show, but slightly different.
Yeah, need a little more, you know.
Time to deliver a Launders ball.
That's good. Yeah, a bit of a more Hannibal Buress.
Hey,
He's back.
He's returned in the building.
He's
There we
dealt with the nosebleed.
Hope he's all good.
Yeah, bud. Nice.
He must just have a sensitive nose, man.
Yeah, you have it though a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can fully vibe with NeoFrag.
Yeah.
I've had nosebleeds during
Maybe he
casts.
was listening to
They're
the
not
cast
fun.
and he was breathing
hope
a
he
little
wasn't.
too
Yeah.
hard. A little too hard. But obviously, despite the issue, usually we were talking about the tech timeout sitting in silence and all this. A lot of teams like to reset with attack timeout straight after these long pauses so they can chat it through. Everyone seems ready to go though. OG in control of the game. Saw with no money. We're back in. Let's get ready to rumble.
Oh, here you go. You'll get done for that, mate. That's
Really?
trademarked.
I'm going to say
Every time you say it, you actually have to give him 10 grand. It's Bruce Buffer's quote.
Let's rumble now. Here we are.
There we
It's
go.
Nico down in the connector trying to deal with players jump spotting. NeoFrag, in the meantime, pint less blood in his veins, but he's feeling it.
It's rumbling time. Is that okay, Jackie?
That's acceptable. You could also go for the classic, let's get ready to ramble.
Yeah,
there
that's
you go.
for us. Oh, the backstabs, but oh, he pulled nades. He pulled nades. A second's difference kills Nico and disallows the trade. Materials with his back open. He smokes it off. Will he look up? Onward? Inward? Yes, he will. And he will find the third as well. Materials taking matters into his own hands in an eco round.
Somewhat trapped between a rock and a hard place, but it won't even matter too much. I mean, you've got support there from Roman as well. Both of the exits being watched, only 45 seconds left on the clock, and it's Flames and Dexter who would have to do something absolutely devilish. Flames is starting to create space up on long, and that is actually the only player that doesn't have a rifle really to work with. That's the P250 in the hands of Story. So maybe there's a bit of an opportunity, but you'd still need Dexter to rotate out, and getting out of there is not going to be easy.
Oh. Nice one.
Yeah, everyone is now adjusting. Look at the minimap. It's terrifying. It's like Alien. They're in the vents. And now Flames.
Isn't that Among Us?
Look, man, Among Us. Here he is. Looking sus as ever. But dead.
Dear.
No, not dead. Now dead
now.
to the toilets player. Dead now, of course. As the save comes in from Dexter. You know, they weren't really believing they could do much in that 2v4 once they had the space from Flames over towards long. I liked that he was like trying to force a bomb plant. Dexter was even like taking the long reroute all the way back around and try and play into that if the bomb gets planted. And all it meant was like, you're left in this situation where either Flames plants the bomb and then you attempt the 2v4 with Dexter rotating in late and they don't know where he is, or Dexter is safe and can save that AWP if Flames dies. Obviously the latter ended up happening, but now they run it back again in this round. They've smoked the mid-molly but immediately turned around, and so I think we might see something leaning over towards B. That's just trying to give the illusion that they've ran out mid early, hoping that that keeps bodies for Saw on this upper site.
Yeah, a lot of teams have lineups to even throw that smoke on the molly from T-Spawn without actually having to send a single player there. Just keeps that presence up, keeps that conditioning, means the CTs won't take middle and won't fast flank. I think you're there. And in fact, OG even are still leaving NeoFrag to work middle on his own. B-Shot getting taken by OG. Don't fire off the flash, that's good, because that was an info flash for Saw. They weren't playing it. They wanted the T's to just spam blindly and announce their presence. So while Saw are aware of the possibility, they yet to have confirmation on this take. Meaning OG are ready to go, grouped up, about to hit the site.
Flame's going to lead the charge with his Tech 9. Try and set up these AKs to trade. He moves in, but mowed down. Who jerks around the pillar, lights them up, and the first two players that try their hand at this opening move get destroyed. That's one of the rifles out of the round two, and it's irretrievable for Fiku as it's dropped deep in the short side. This is a very, like, these are the moments where essentially you've tried the opening move has failed, and it's cost you dearly. And so there are teams who would just save here. And honestly, it looks like OG are going to be one of those teams. That's how Overpass goes sometimes. Kind of like a reverse Inferno. 2 kills in the right place, end the round. Only on this map, it's for the T side.
Yeah, just so, I mean, even if you go like 5v3 into B, if the CTs have a good crossfire, if there's a double monster setup and they dodge a flash, they're going to win. So it's very hard to win if you lose your default fights early, no matter where they are.
Exactly. Overpass, as far as the map goes, it's kind of the default test for T-side teams. Like, this map is just defaulting as much as you can if you want to do well. You know, don't get me wrong, you try your hand at a couple of up-tempo rounds here and there, but that one gets really awkward. The reason why you don't play in a B 3v5 is because normally you're going into a 3v3 there. On top of that, going back is uncertain. You know that in response to this, there's the chance that maybe they go pushing for info, they take map control, so you're left having to clear way too much on a rotate back over towards A, and so the round just becomes undoable, unwinnable. They save the guns out of it, and they're going to try again now.
And you might say, Harry, but why don't teams just rush B? And that's because
you can't blow the smokes up yet.
Yeah, true, that too. Because of how long the A site angles are, you can start solo A, you can start quad B almost every round, like leave a player in heaven, be ready for a B rush, cycle util. Okay, they're not B rushing, all right, I'm rotating back up. Obviously, a lot of teams just play standard 2-3, but it's very easy to stack B and to quick rotate, even if you're not stacked. So yeah, you have to do a little bit of work before and execute in this map. Can't just throw everything in at once. Matirius has been very frequently down in connector, but he's getting run down now. Fantastic shot by Fiku. On a round, remember, the OGO playing off of saves. Their economy isn't good, so they've already got another gun. Dexter dead in middle. Roman with a huge kill to remove the AWPer and any mid control for OG. They might be forced into B. Sooner they go, the better.
Yeah,
right now, no one's
honestly,
playing the site.
Like, someone went quad A to open up, and considering they went quad A, it took them a little while to even really get much involved in these mid-fights. Luckily enough, they did find Dexter, giving them this 4-on-4. But, you know, the rotates is still a little ways out. It's kind of, you know, the retake B setup. Oh, that shot's going to help from Roman. Got anything else for us? Come on, lad. One bullet at a time. He's looking for another. They will lose Story moving in through the connector. Just taps down another man low. Fiku lit up, but not dead. Still in the round. There's a separate fight going on at the connector, and Flames trades 1-for-1 inside of B. Nico's just got a man trapped, but Zora the ones on the clock. They needed that kill, and Ujerks will provide it. Fiku holding for him, but the site's already overran. Fiku normally great in these clutches, but this one is asking far too much. It's Ujerks with a huge double down the connector to make it happen.
He didn't get on the bomb instantly. I'm just throwing that out there.
To make it happen.
To make it happen.
To make it... Oh! Yeah,
Okay,
they got it.
yeah,
They got it.
happen.
Nice.
Phew. To make it happen.
A bit.
They made
to
it happen.
make it happen.
It was happened. It has been made.
Happening status, it's... Oh, man.
That's a good one. They played that 2v1 really well as well. They knew exactly where he could have or should have been from his last position, and they didn't rush that short kill, giving him 1v1s, putting pressure on him with a bomb tap. Great con rotate there from Roman. 4-4. They finally force OG to eco, right? They've been half buying and putting money in because they have a couple of guns saved every round. Now they finally just lose everything. So OG just looking for a couple of pretty pistol picks. Will Sora offer up those fleshy domes. Domes not known for their flesh.
Not normally.
But there is some.
Unless you're an orange, in which case you do have that protective fleshy layer.
Would you call the skin the flesh in terms of an orange?
Yeah. It's like bread. It's got that plastic flesh you have to take off to get to the real bread.
The wrapping.
No, that's the flesh. It's like a banana, mate.
You've lost me.
I don't know what you're on about, Hugo. This is
You've
basic,
lost
mate.
me.
This is basic fruitology.
Fruitology? Well, you are a fruitologist yourself, so...
It's very true.
Me, I'm just a vegetable.
69 damage onto Story with a dink down the long side, man. He's lit up on that AWP. But his teammates should have this one under lock and key anyway. Dexter does find that P250 kill eventually. He just really wants the AWP, but Roman's locked it down over towards the short side.
Roman's
He's started to come alive,
yeah. He's playing great right now. He's had a lot of impact. A lot of big rounds of taps. Helping out Matirius in connector. Shut down that 2v1. Farms the ecos, deservedly. trying to keep Saw in this match. And yeah, OG, sure, 4 rounds. We're talking about the difficulty Saw had on T side. You still want more than 4 rounds, because just the momentum of going down 11-4 is enough to get Saw over the end.
This isn't the end. This is just the beginning of the 10th round. Slide back on into things. Fast play through the Molotov, but Jerks does not want to allow any sort of map control to be claimed as Flames gets burnt up. Nico takes one to the dome as well. And now you only have 3 players remaining already for OG. This is not looking ship-shape.
Yeah, and we've seen OG in these positions before, and they've had to save, or they've lost in a 3-on-5 execute, and Saw can just play very standard now. Fiku, can he get given a pick? The AWP spots him, and he knows he can't just reface that angle without utility or changing up his position. I like how Roman's even re-aggressing here. It's risky, but he knows he has so many gaps towards the short side, so finding a 1-for-1 here would basically win the round. But he wants more than that. He's got a big flank. Story with a nice angle. Can he grab the kill? They've walked just past him for now, but the flank is still coming in. And Story knows this is a possibility, but Roman will confirm before Story's denied. Here's the backstab. The timing is beautiful. The shot not so much, but he takes a kill and lives. And they know Fiku's here. Won't last long, surely. Gets a dink off. Roman is also low, but Soldiers don't really need to do anything. Dex is walking out B with the AWP. He doesn't have the bomb, so he can't even win the round, sadly. And they fully left B. If Dexter had the bomb, he could make this interesting, hilariously enough. Like, he's a clutch AWPer, but now he's stuck in the middle of B. Takes a shot, they're coming for him, and he'll die to the heavens. 6-4, some awkward rounds now for OG. If they can't find the opening kills, they look like they're in trouble.
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not at all worried yet. I know this is Saw, you know, really starting to find their footing with 5 in a row, but like as mentioned, this is kind of what you expect, not just on the map, but from Saw in particular, right? This is their better side. This is where they feel the most comfortable, and this is where they should be getting the most rounds. It's reassuring to see them get 5 in a row to find this berth up into the lead. But honestly, I think OG have already done a serious bit of legwork. I think, you know, if they were even getting any rounds at this point, then that would feel really, really rough. It's nice, though, for building the confidence back up for Saw. Roman seems like he's benefiting from that right now. Double kill over in mid before he's overran. Gives the gun to Flames, and OG, look at how quick he's gone down long. Oh, they've mollied him. Ruined it, of course. Can't have a good thing forever. Dexter just hates playing with Flames in these moments. Always just going back into the connector again, isn't he? Leaving Flames alone to go and take the A site. Worlds apart, but on the upside, I think if anything, seeing Dexter walking back like that makes you think, oh, they were trying to rotate back with the bomb, so they must be looking to go B. Doesn't make life any easier for Flames. He can't get past the A hold, and he was 1v4 anyway with that hero AK. So.
I'm at the point where I want to see a B rush, but it's just not even off spawn, but just an early proper B execute into the stack, because surely OG have that in their repertoire. They have like an exec they can run, but the rounds we're seeing are just not pretty, and they're not working. So try something different. Go for a faster tempo play where, you know, maybe you just go for the triple nades on B, try and catch that boosted player, or just lob in a, you know, fast heaven smoke and run an exec. Because yeah, this has been a very ugly T side so far, despite the early couple of rounds that OG got. Because remember, they have 4 rounds, but that is 4 out of the first 5.
Yeah, we need to see that momentum now really carry through more than ever. 7-4 split on the score. AWPs on either side as well. 1 for Story, 1 for Dexter being donned. So let's see if the AWPing prowess will come out tonight, and we'll start to see some explosive rounds. Again, Roman taking control early on towards middle. Ooh, big boy nades.
They're far more grouped on A, 3-1-1.
Dude, Flames didn't know it, but if he tried his hand at the short spam, there is a kill there to be found, at least one. 2 players close to the spam spot.
Even Saw expected to be quicker B, because they are still 4B. They think it's coming, but OG is so quiet here. You've got to expect to rotate eventually. As flashes start to go out along, that should be the signal. Like, yep, let's move a player up. He is very quiet. Jump spots field nothing. Short gets taken, and I love this for Saw. They've even aggressed. They pushed all the way through the tunnel. They're going to have a T-spawn flank, which is not great in terms of like impact. You're not going to find kills here, but you get so much info, and Saw can triple pad A, which is exactly what they're doing. They're actually going to go for the 4A. I love the move. 40 seconds, OG. They're running into a absolute whirlwind.
Roman flashed in over at short. Support from Mutierrez is available, and he will step up. Looking to deliver 2 kills in the round, but a trade found out of Nico. He's trying to propel them in. He was the guy back on Vertigo. He was the man, but only good for 1. And with a missed shot from Dexter, this one's probably going to get away from OG unless this guy can cook up something big. The no-scope lands. What? Now 1 man left to find. Jerks with the backstab. He's planting safe from the short side, but Jerks is in deep. Dexter looks aware of this, checking into the flower beds, but tucked in. And there's that 1v1 going the way of Saw. A confidence-boosting round. That one's coming down to the wire, and Saw is still able to walk that tightrope, that thin line, into another round, keeping the streak going. That's now 7 in a row.
That really hurts for Dexter. I felt like he had the perfect position. I don't think he was sure about the flash that came over, because it could have come from below at B, as well as being on the short flank. But yeah, just tucked in close. The timing, not great for Dexter on the peak. And a great reaction again for Saw, where they re-aggress B in the mid-round after seeing very quiet B approach. And they find that big flank that wins them the round, plus the stack. Without the stack, that probably was OG's round, right? They traded evenly on A. But Saw are controlling this game.
Yeah, OG, they're the passengers right now. And Saw are the ones driving themselves closer to victory. Story, seeing what he could find towards Connector, but he won't be challenged. They'll just create space with this, bleed up towards the toilets. There's no one there to contest this time as well, but the positions have been switched up so much from Saw that it might niggle in the back of your mind, where you're thinking maybe there's someone close, maybe there's someone tucked round the corner, so you don't want to take too much. You just put the pressure on early, try and play the mind games against Saw, and then you back your way down onto short, where Ujax is waiting for potentially to spray down and slay down his way through them. Hits the first, dives out, and gets away.
How does he live? Monster walk. Wow, that's a flick. He was not aiming there. Flames, maybe he can manhandle them, make a round out of nothing, make some madness in the B site. Third shot for Flames, and he knows they're up top as well.
Come on.
Doesn't chase the kill, just wants to win this round safe and secure. Where is that last player? They're scared of the flank. They know Roman's been very active towards the connector. Mutierrez with a big swing and no trade. He's trapped in the corner, but they've not got a molly.
Yeah, there's a chance here. Flame's going to be planting the bomb, so Dexter needs to land this shot if the short player looks to swing. Oh, he's left him. He's left Flames. Hang on a moment. This is awkward now, but Flames head on a swivel. On for the ace. 4 in the round. Why not complete it with a 5th? Will get dropped out, and so now Dexter has to do it. 1v1. Mutierrez, the veteran of Saw, on the other side. Low ammo in the M4, has to get the reload off. He's missed his jump a couple of times, and Dexter makes quick work of him. Might not have been able to win that other 1v1, but this one finally goes his way.
Yeah, had to. If he loses that, his confidence is in the bin, right? Flames just got a quad entry. Look at this first shot.
Wow, dude.
It looked like he shot before he aimed.
When that's how you open the round, like, you know you're in for a treat. This was so clean.
You could tell he was feeling it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel Jackson. Are you for real?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm worried about Flames. What's he doing? What's in his breakfast cereal? That's a crazy round from the guy. And that could change everything here. Saw's streak broken after 7 straight. Can OG build off of it? Or is it a flash in the pan? A spark in the saucer. Oh, he doesn't know he's trapped. Gets back into cover. Dexter with the peek. even if Dexter dies, there's a trade. Oh, good clear for Story. He checks deeper. There's another player there, and he's got help as well. Molly lands, the short does not, but the rifle is there to rid them of Neo Frag. We know there's one more man to deal with. Dexter firing off this AWP. But right now they're trying to pinch OG, trapping Saw in toilets.
They're all trapped in. Story still slaying. Went for the repeat as well off the back of the confidence. Heel firmly planted, but the bullets are connecting as the Galils get gory and the numbers drop down to equal pegging. Both sides with 2 players alive, 35 on the clock.
Big reset as well. They're going T-spawn to B here, but Just might find this. He might hear it. Depends how far OG run from. They're not close to the wall. I do wonder. Let's see if Saw realize they don't. They still think it's a long take. And now they're going to flank A. This is awkward for Saw. Sure, their rotate timings won't be too bad. By the time they get to A, they can just drop CT, but they don't have any surprises in them. All they've got is the kits and the util and a 2v2. This is close, though. You've got to stick it.
I mean, dude, we'll get it. Dude, they're so good at managing this to like the final millisecond. Saw, though, their whole bread and butter is like these moments where you're just 2 guys, like we say, tethered together. They love this, man. This is what they're good at. This is how Mutira's likes them playing. So let's see what they can do. It's not going to be easy, sure. They don't know anything about the position of these players, right? That's the scary part. They could be deep. They could be hiding close. One man is Fiku down in the water. They walk right over the top of him. Dexter rids him a one, and they don't even look down. Fiku gets them for free, and with 6 rounds now to their name, this is a very good T-side for OG. This is more than they needed, as I see it. I think for Saw, you know, they were riding the high of 7 rounds in a row at one point, but that was always the problem, with so much of the legwork getting done across the first 5 rounds from OG. Really, all it took was a couple of even one-and-done rounds here and there on the T-side, and it would have been great. And, you know, now they've won 2 in a row. Now, you know, there's actually limitations for Saw heading into round 15. If this finishes 7-8, OG are crazily happy with how this has panned out. And Saw are ludicrously behind, despite being in the lead.
At that point, you've got to fight fire with fire. And it will not get any easier. We've seen some of these pistol rounds be clean for Saw, but they're never something you can rely on. At least that's a reliable nade. Tons of damage done. Dashed out through Monster, but look at Story again, reading the round like a book. Takes the control on long, finds Neo Frag, and gets the opening pick for Saw. That's been something they've been great at playing off the back of when they found those first picks for free.
What's he looking for?
I don't know, the milk carton was there. It was
maybe a smoke's been dropped. He can't find it. It's not the end of the world, but OG a man down. This could be Saw with a 9-6 half. They have a double monster setup as well. U-Jokes with a very powerful position. But with the door off, he's got to flick back between the 2. They're walking the smoke. It's not going to go as well as they wanted. There's a re-swing. Materius takes both. And OG in hot water, getting boiled. Just Dexter left for the 1v4.
Yeah, well, even though he gets the first, it's the end of the line pretty swiftly. They melt him down, and so at bare minimum, Saw get out of that with 9 on their CT side. Their big challenge, though, now ahead of them. Staring elimination dead in the face if they can't turn it around on their T half of Overpass.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosin.
Oh, hello there. It's currently 9-6 in favor of the Source squad. Over on their T side now, on the map pick of OG. OG have 6 rounds to their name, and that was fielded on the T side of Overpass, a map that's kind of notoriously tricky and finicky to get these T side rounds on. I would say 9-6 is a scoreline that OG are happy with. They were helped out winning the pistol, nailing the conversions in that first half. And if they're able to repeat that to open up the second, then this one very, very quickly ties up and Saw's problems look to multiply. On the flip side, if Saw can win a pistol, get off to a nice beginning here. We said pistol rounds are weighted heavily on Overpass, right? Especially if you're on the T side. If you're able to win that, get a couple of rounds there. It does a lot of the legwork for you. We could see Saw get up 12-6 if they win this pistol. So there's a lot riding on it, and a lot of util purchased up here. They've clearly got a game plan, they've got ideas, and with OG starting 3 over towards mid here, pushing on in, they're gonna get this idea that actually this is a fake in mid. I think this should kind of make it obvious that this is gonna be a delayed B pop. They were set up to play retake here anyway, and with Fiku nailing that opener, it was so important that Story traded that.
Big T-spawn flank, but that's a nice kill for Nico to keep OG up. All the flanks being held. Ujux hears it coming and makes things even. Kit for Nico. No smoke, though. Playing 2 flashes. Might be able to get his teammates in, but I always love that smoke on a pistol. Oh, he's been tapped out. The Kit's gone in heaven. Now they're on the clock, and they're running out of players and time. Neofrag in the clutch. Saw looking for double digits, and I think it's in there. Ooh, their palm. Nice shot, but time is expired. Neofrag on damage. And they face them together. Nice pistol for Saw. Nice and easy B-pop. They get it done in the post-plant. Saving their lucky stars and looking for Inferno.
Yeah, you know, I mean, starting off triple mid, it gave them the info that it wasn't the mid play, but the terrifying part of that is then you learn, oh, bother, they're going to the site that only has 2, and this is where, you know, you had a couple of key kills in the round. I think the fact that they uproot those 2 players in the B site so quickly, you know, they deal with that, what was kind of almost a retake setup, just with players glancing in. They deal with that very concisely, and it leaves OG in a bit of a bad way. OG right now doing something that's like a little interesting. Hang on a second. Oh my, this is fine. It's all under control. I'm no longer worried. So yeah, they're taking the eco here is what I was going to say. And so that's with the goal of investing in the next round. I guess you're trying to minimize how many how many rounds they get from winning the pistol, right? Yeah. You want to bring your buyout straight away so you can start removing rounds from Saw on the back of the pistol. But it's a risk-reward management there, right? Because the decision you've made is you are going to have a slightly weaker buy. You are going to be lacking things like the AWP. You are going to be a little lackluster in terms of the util, or maybe having to sacrifice firepower to bring that out. And if you lose that, Saw will then start streaking a lot of rounds together. So this decision isn't without its own share of risks here for OG. Let's see what they can do.
Oop. Released it a bit early. Saw go back down to B after throwing a lot of smokes. Look at that mini-map. 4 smokes in play already. Make it 5 now. Everyone's dumping them while they still can. There's no kit for OG in this round either. That's one of the limitations you talk about.
Bit of chip damage as well. As Nico drops to 50 and Fiku just loses a single digit off of his life. They're slowly shuffling their way around as well, getting grouped up close on short. You've got the nades for it. Bomb's in position too, and Mutarus wants to lead the charge. He has been the mean machine in key rounds for this Source squad, so he needs to keep it up here with the backup of Just. They take down Nico and Fiku, and that's the site completely barren.
This is just what I wanted from OG in the first half. I was talking about it during that 7-round streak. I just wanted to see a very simple B-pop, and OG were AAA because they had no control. They were playing safe on long, they were playing on the A site, they weren't playing toilets, they hadn't taken mid because of all the util, they weren't on party, so they had no info, and Saw, despite starting with 1 player A, immediately just went back to 5B and popped out. OG never really gave those rounds a go on T side. They can be very difficult to win, yes, but you know, OG make a gamble in the first rifle round, and Saw just go B 3 rounds in a row very early. Perfect move, and OG are in trouble.
Yeah, they are. I mean, this is like the risk reward we were talking about, right? Of going for this earlier buy. It can hamstring you for these first few rounds if you lose it. And now, obviously, they have. They're even getting hunted down there right at the end. So we'll have to see if the guns were saved out of it.
It's not even the buy. It's just the call. It's the play. It's yeah. Saw keep it very simple, and they just go for trades on short. They don't even need trades. Look how basic this round is. It was one flash and a heaven smoke.
Yeah, I mean, that's where, you know, if I'm honest, considering you come into that round with limitations, it feels like, you know, that maybe plays into the idea that they get so deep up short in a way that feels almost like way too free, right? Like, you don't have anything to try and suck the momentum out of that play. Many ways to gather the info as to what's going on with util. You know, you can't like throw an info flash over towards short, trying to like slow down someone moving in or get the info if they're there. You can't molly it once they start pushing. So you had to keep your eye on it. And obviously they both got caught looking the wrong way by that immediate short push. And you know, for my money, I would have loved to have seen, you know, I think those rounds when you're coming in with that third round buy is a great time for gimmicks, right? Things like the short boost getting employed, maybe like lobbing up even a sight boost to go and clear the, you know, deeper angles over towards connector, blowing the door off, something like that. You know, there's ways that you can try and put it to use in spite of having the limited util that you're trying to hold on to towards the end of the round. Here we go. They're pulling out some gimmicks now. This is nice. Good timing for it. And clearly Saw are expecting this as well. They've needed the boost to open up this round. Flames dead at long. That's one of these guns taken out of the round super early and in a spot where OG have got no chance to get that back.
Yeah, they needed that gun. And that's not even a flash peek. That's just a dry swing. And Flames misses the shot. So Saw have already removed one of the two threats in the round. They're ready to trap the other down in dark as well. Oh, they're cooking. Let them cook. Neofrag burns alive. He does take a kill, but there's too many players on top and bottom of blue. It's a 4-on-1. Dex's D may be good, but it ain't this good.
Yeah, and you know, we didn't actually catch it, but I'm pretty sure at the end of that last round, yeah, Dexter did get removed, losing his M4 that he was trying to save. So, yeah, you know, and that's why he only brings the Deagle out into this round here. This kill was nice to open.
This is a sigh of relief for Saw, right? For both teams. OG breaking their map loss streak on Vertigo 9 in a row. Looked really good in that second half. Nico leading the charge. Dexter with some clutches at the end. Flames had some massive impact. Now Saw are doing the same thing. They're writing their own story in a map that has been horrendous for them, especially on T sides. They've come in with a very strong CT half, and they have yet to drop a round in this T side.
How close it was at the end of the first half as well. Surprising they snowballed so quickly. And they're actually creating a lot of space for themselves. Dexter's finally back on the AWP. He went for the peek out on middle, but he was flashed off. Barely missed the shot by a hair. And they're really collapsing in on him.
He's just left mid as well as they take it. Try to peek long with Neofrag, but the dodging's coming from Saw. I say that, they regress long. The entry, Neofrag, Dexter, highlight real time. Let's see what you got. Quick shot. Molly goes behind him as well. He's going to reroute back to the toilets. Roman's already gone wide though. Dexter, that was close, but not quite. And not enough for OG to win this round. Saw, 4-on-3. Don't overplay your hand. Don't overcomplicate it. A group up will win them this round. Flames is trying to find stragglers. Shark in the water looking for blood. He smells it.
He's got the Poseidon in his hands, but can he spear them on contact? We'll be able to at least silence Just for now and bring them back down to an equal split in terms of the battle of attrition. Utility dashed out to block off the site. Final 20 seconds on the clock here. The bomb in the back of toilets rotating off, but that's Flames' domain.
Oh, no
he hits
way.
the first head. Muterus with the trade for 16 seconds. You've got to do it quick, and it's not looking like there's much to be done.
Nico just doesn't need to peek here. His teammate will first, and yeah, they deal with Story. Oh, tap back from Gutierrez. He might need the kill. He needs the kill. He can't plot. There's no plot. He needs to chase this down, and Nico will hold the line.
My God.
Thank goodness they can't depend on this guy. Plays it to perfection. Never swings from behind the truck till it's all safe, till the round feels guaranteed. He's trying to win it to time. Gutierrez knows what's happening in that moment. He's a veteran player. He chases down the kill. But Nico holds his own in the 1v1, and that's actually a really scary way for this 1v1 to go, by the way. It's all coming down to a fight that you know is inevitable, so it's just about winning that one engagement. And whoever's better in that one moment gets all the glory.
Yeah, if Mutirus wins that round, it's probably done, right? It's probably GG. OG are broke against 14, but they've been given a lifeline. They better hang on to it. Good flash. It goes both ways. A team flash a second time. So we'll still take that short control. Dexter's AWP announced at B. 4 shots remain. And Saw don't like what they see. Oh, I love this monster setup. The Navi nades. In they go. It's the spam! Oh! The spam will do it. They line up. Knock down like bowling pins. Saw strike back.
Oh, this is brutal, man. Yeah. What a ways for this one to fall apart. Flames.
Oh, bloody hell, mate. To get a smoke?
Don't know.
Or a gun. It's ballsy. And this is a great play. This is a great play. Yeah, they don't even need to go B yet. Flames is going to force it, though. Roman can flank B, or he can call them up. Okay, likely the former.
You're not ready for Flames doing this, but he's still he's rising up. He's levitating above the smoke. Oh. Well, elect to try and leave. Cool idea. Cool way to try and play for the info. Now drops the Molly. That forces one man in. Now Roman is still wrapping heaven. Oh, wait. They've seen Flames, and they knew that Dexter was here. And at this point, while Roman has A, they will look to try and leave. OG are giving chase. They drop the bomb down in the connector. Dexter, if he wins this next fight. Oh, it's so close.
Why are they rotating? Why are they leaving? You got Roman in heaven. Just let him flank, let him cook. But yeah, a bit of panic there for Saw. They still win the round, but that could have gone so very, very wrong. A 20-second rotation, sure, they knew it was empty. They had to clear nothing, but just give Roman a little bit more time, I say. God, that was very scary. Good reposition for Jerks to go wide. Dexter hits one more bullet there, he wins the round.
He knows it as well. Everything about that was just so scary. Like the whole flame scenario just had me really feeling a little bit off kilter. But Dexter, the hero M4 here, immediately does get himself into the thick of it, as he will find the first shot off onto Just and silence the man. So you've got a bit of an edge when it comes to the battle of attrition. You've also armed yourself with a second rifle. Fiku, oh boy, is he going to be walking into the door? Roman's right there. Smoke fades.
They're in A. Neofrag finds out the hard way. And Dexter, who was once down in connector, is now middle, and they're on his back as well. He's dropped the bomb. He just walks backwards, and Roman finds a great timing through Con. 3-on-3. Saw with the sight, going back to get the bomb. Jerks just has to stay alive. Living here is everything. Wait out that smoke, deploy a new one, and let that bomb come in. OG, they have to give this everything they've got, but it still might not be enough. Good shot from Flames. Still traded. Both players spotted now. OG trying to come through the smokes. Fake out. OG don't bite. They don't budge. They wait for the time to strike. Next tap. They'll probably go for it. Another peek. Nico's on the move. Out and dead. Good tap again. Jerks putting on a show, and it's Mutirus with the spam to find 15 to Saw. Not going to get eliminated like this. Not going to go down 0-3 without a fight. They look to take their opponent's map pick in the series.
And dude, this is huge news, man. Like, Saw have historically struggled on these T sides. This is them giving it all they've got. And for OG, this is, man, I mean, as far as CT sides go, this has been really ugly at times, right? Like, I think it's like a compounding problem, because Saw are looking lights out. You know, we've had this reactivation of guys like Roman. I think UJerks as well is well worth mentioning, because he was quiet on that first map, and that's not normally something you attribute to this guy. Saw looking to damn near clean sweep the second half. Only one CT round for OG. Neo frag spam to death. And Saw, they get fed down in Con. Dexter will equalize, finding the 4-on-4.
Oh, no.
Trying to escape. He's getting pressured. This is going to drag him back into the connector. And there's the backstab to deal with him.
It's not pretty. I think he realized he couldn't escape. Tried to fake the steps, but then they didn't see him, so they just wide swing.
Yeah, I mean, a part of me just feels like he was so nearly out anyway. Like, I understand he's nervous about the party peak, but I know. It felt like he was like nervous in one moment, but then at the same time was willing to walk back, turn down the connector to it. So, you know, it's mixed signals, we'll say. 3v4. Saw in the lead. Looking to finish this now and send us to a third. That's Inferno waiting in the wings. And suddenly, you know, if we get there, it's all up in the air again. If anything, I would say Saw come into that as favorites. Especially after how this map has gone.
25, but there's almost no way Saw can butcher this, right? They've walked the entire way
literally,
up.
as long as they keep doing what they're doing right now, this is done. It's a 4v3 with a retake over on A, where OG they've not even like considered, you know, they're just full gamble down towards B. So they're going to have to rotate up in for the retake. The gamble is a fair enough assessment in the 3-on-4, but now it leaves you in a really bad way. You're coming in late to a site that's already been taken. You don't know how deep Saw are, so you're going to waste time clearing out bank, clearing out CT, and now you lose your com flank. At this point, it's all dawning upon them. Nothing they do is going to be enough here. The bomb's planted for short. Saw have got 4 players on the short side to play just for time. They don't even have to fight here. All the pressure is on OG. They're defusing the bomb. No one's swinging. Oh, my goodness. That ends up getting really close, and it shouldn't have, but Saw will lock in overpass, and they're now going to send us all the way onto Inferno.
What a sigh of relief as well for a team that has had so many troubles with T-sides, who really got no T-side rounds on overpass in their last few games. They managed to put together almost every single one. 7 out of 8 in the second half for Saw, and they redeem themselves in this series and take us to Inferno to try and fight, to not get eliminated, to not be the first team gone here from the EU RMR Group A. Of course, on the B stream, Sprout and Viperio are also fighting for that same right, but someone's got to go.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you know, for OG, this is kind of, this is wild. The idea that now it's going to a third, I think they knew that this is where they should have closed it out. They knew that this is where they were supposed to do it. You know, this isn't the result as to how it was meant to go down on the numbers, right? And I think that's why it's going to hurt for OG, especially because, you know, on map 1, you had guys like Nico to kind of bring players into the fold, to wake the team up. Here, we were kind of missing a hero player. Flames tried, gave it a go in a couple of those rounds. But, yeah, you know, I think Dexter's still feeling very hit and miss. And towards the end of that, it felt more so miss. So, yeah, there are some worries cropping up for me.
Well, that's it, folks, for now. We're going to come back in a couple of minutes, and then we're going to have Inferno, the third map of the series, to see who will be eliminated in last place. 0-3 on the line. No one wants to lose. Find out who it's going to be.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun, to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that, because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Welcome back, folks. We've got Inferno as our third map, our decider for this 0-3 game. But for now, well, we finally have more streaks broken and maybe more to break in the future, right? With Saw taking their opponent's map, pick a map that has been statistically awful for them in recent times. They make it a pretty quick affair, boys.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it was impressive how they did it as well, finding a lot of success over on the T side. You know, this wasn't one of these overpass games that features like a blowout in one half, you know, which is normally the CT's team like racking up loads of rounds in the first half and then having to grind out a victory. This was actually a concise win on this map, which, you know, can sometimes be hard to come across. And it was by Saw, a team with a bad track record here, right? When we kind of look down the line as to how this one went, number of hero players, hero moments. Roman was very much the first player to get activated here. You know, he was, for my money, a big reason as to why they started winning rounds over in that first half to begin with, so that we can start reliving some of these moments, man. He was lights out, and it felt like something just clicked. I think it's in these moments where you know it's like you either leave it all out on the field right now, or else, you know, you're heading into CS2 feeling like you have words left unsaid, like, you know, you didn't even do justice to the global offensive run, right? And so staring elimination dead in the face, it's like you may as well go for broke, and it really felt like that's what Roman brought to the table here.
Outside of that as well, I think the other factor was that we could always see when we clapped the cams, Roman was not only having sort of the classic, you know, oh, I'm excited, I'm getting the team hyped up, but he was directing it at players. You know, he was specifically saying, like, Muterus, sick round, bud. Like, you won that for us. He was always targeting it at someone and making sure the players that we know on this team can go absolutely massive were being lifted up by the rest of the squad. So not only is he putting up numbers, but he's also keeping men like this feeling at their best.
It's nice to see, you know, Maturius and Roman having great games, considering this is 2/3 of the core of this team that we've saw back almost make it to a major last year, right? In Maturius, Just, and Roman being the remaining members of Saw who went on in Antwerp in a 2-2 game, no less. So obviously this is going a little worse for them, but there's always chance to recover if they can take away Inferno. And yeah, this is one of the OGs of Portuguese Counter-Strike.
Yeah, one of the things that's so impressive to me about Mutirez is how he is so often actually the difference maker for this team. Like someone who does find and thrive in like high pressure moments is often the case for this guy. I think that comes with the experience. But you know, he's 30 years old. He's been doing this for the better part of a decade now. So you know, like this is a long time in the game, and he's still consistent in the performances he can bring to the table. I also just kind of want to talk a little bit now about OG. We also have the other stream going on over here, right? Sprout versus Viperio, and Sprout are.
Can you count? Can you read rather?
What?
Can you read?
What?
Oh, sorry. I thought you couldn't read the scoreline.
No. I can read it. Sorry.
The hesitation.
I was saying like I was just building up to like, oh no, it doesn't look good for Viperio, and then it threw me through a bit of a loop.
I know you usually.
I thought I like read the team names wrong or something. I'm like, no, it's definitely the game.
Can you read though? Just checking.
Yeah, I can read.
8-3.
I did learn. But no, man, I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about OG as well, and in particular, I wanted to home in on Dexter, right? Because for my mind, obviously, when he left Spirit after Antwerp, which was like a legendary run for that team, it was relatively like early within Dexter's like LAN-proven career, right? So you know, like it was like this dream run, and he looked like the full package, man. He was so good in those playoffs. I mean, hell, we got to cast him. It was a treat. We remember that very fondly. Then he leaves Spirit, he joins up with OG, and so you're expecting like, okay, you know, it's kind of a left field move, right? But OG were trying to build something here, right? As they'd brought new folks into the roster. Since that point, let's think about how the majors have gone for this guy, right? Over in Rio, they get eliminated in the challengers stage. Now, might not even make it through the RMRs. That is like a consistent downturn for Dexter, someone who we know after that run back at Antwerp was a hot prospect. A lot of people wanted this guy in their team, and he's come to OG, and man, like, you know, the results have just been on this steady decline, and I'm always left with this feeling like, you know, for Dexter in particular, even though there's a lot of other talent on this team, just looking at where this guy came from and why he joined OG, and you know what actually led to this moment, I think it's almost like a bit of a disservice. I can't imagine he's very happy, right? Yeah, and how different could it have been if Dexter ended up somewhere else post Antwerp?
Especially bad considering how it's been kind of out of OG's control. Some of the roster
like so much of it has just been these horrific spirals. But like, man, you know, we kept thinking Dexter's going to be someone who's going to be at majors, put putting in huge numbers, putting up big impact, and that's not been the case. And now they might not even make it out the bloody RMR. Third map waiting in the wings. That's going to be Inferno. We'll be back with that in just a minute, so don't go anywhere.
Deciding map of this series, and the first team to be eliminated here from the EU RMR is Inferno between OG and SAW. A map, guys, that OG are on a 6-loss streak on right now. They've already broken a 9-loss streak
What do
today.
the loss streaks
So
even mean
they
at
don't
this
mean
point?
anything.
What is the history of media? It's all out the window. Everyone's just
Exactly.
playing up to an individual level. OG still coming in as the favourites, but the gap has closed down quite drastically from where this was heading into that second map.
Those unicorn odds looking good for OG, but it's always hard to know. It's always hard to know. We've had a lot of upsets of the RMR already, Jackie.
We have indeed, mate. What were you going to say, Harry?
I was going to say, now that we get to go to Inferno, this is where, one more time, you know, because you've been watching and you've heard me say Antwerp for SAW 100 times now, but I'm just going to remind you guys that back at the RMR, this was where, in a 1v1 to close, the Dodo, who was in the team at the time, ended up falling down a Jame in some last-second clutch that ends up forcing the game into OT, crushes the minds of SAW. They were devastated. Like, at that moment, it felt like their worlds were ending. And then, you know, they go on to lose that and fall just short of making the major, and then even go on to make changes within the team.
Yeah, who were the top 3 players in that series for SAW? They were Materis, they were Just, and they were Roman, the three remaining
that are left
players.
over, yeah.
And I've got to say as well, the standout player to me, in addition to those three that we've already talked a lot about in that segment as well, Ujux has been just excellent since joining the team. I've really enjoyed watching this guy play and come up over the past few months. He's looked very solid for a young player, and of course we've got the Orpa in story as well, who's got a big role to fill up against someone like Dexter, who is at least landing on his feet today.
He is, and he's hitting some of those shots as well that are very Dexter-esque, right? But I will add the caveat to that was back on Vertigo, which at this point in time almost feels like a distant memory you don't really want to think of, right?
Dude.
You played 2, now it's about a best of 1, effectively.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like, Dexter is sat up top of the board for OG, but it still doesn't feel like he's bringing that same X factor as normal, that same je ne sais quoi about it, you know? Like normally when you see Dexter in a 1v3, yeah, he's favored. He likes those odds. But I haven't felt that vibe right now. I think I really want to see him come alive here, because, like, this is the moment where it really matters. On the Source side of things, this is their chance at redemption. The map that let them down back at the Antwerp RMR now becomes the one to try and keep them in it here for the Paris Major.
That's what it's all about. So fitting as well. I know it's not the qualification game, it's the elimination game, but the fact it's on Inferno, it has that same sort of chutzpah to it. And it gets you in the mood.
It has the same, you know, like bad result out of the two, right?
Yeah.
Which is if you fall short, you are eliminated and your chance to make it to the last major in global offensive history is done. And they don't want that.
No. It's the last thing on their bucket list, but who's going to kick the bucket? Oh, and a pistol round its flames from 2 sickening shots. Oh, Harry, he's already fired up.
Yeah, Flames has been good across this whole series, really, across both of the opening maps. In particular on Vertigo, T-side, he came alive. He was causing so many problems for Source. So getting him rip-roaring start like this is a big deal. 3 kills in the pistol, and it's all left onto Just in the 1v3. Scooch out through mid, but Fiku's seen him. This is going to prompt the swing from the short side. Just has been smart, but oh god! Oh, the devil's in the details, and that one is just a couple of whiffs, couple of missed shots. I got to say, you know, credit to Fiku, who was manipulating his hitbox like a madman, staring into the wall, shimmying around, his head constantly moving and obscured by the concrete, turning his back to him, because headshotting someone when their back's turned is like literally harder than winning the lottery. And so, yeah, he does well to make this look so labored and ugly. This isn't just missing.
No,
this
exactly.
This is Fiku being a little goblin, really, more than anything else.
It's one of those displays that now you've seen this for everyone at home. Take that. If you're ever in those awkward scenarios, try and make your character model as awkward as possible to physically get shots off on, because it will help you. Sometimes it can just about save your bacon. But Saw, what are they cooking with into this round? We get into the second, and Fiku is waiting to farm up the frags with an SMG. 2 for free, but there is a man in the back, and that's Muterus with a tech on deck. Hits the first head. Neo's fallen. Fiku still spraying from far away, and he's slaying. Can't quite get the 4th frag, but 3 should be enough.
Plant is good for Saw, honestly. That's kind of what they were hoping for at bare minimum here on the back of the B-Rush. They do a little bit of damage on their way out through the doors, and you know, getting that bomb down could at least allow them to pump a bit more money than this next round if they'd like. Allow them to keep the damage up, right? It's more about what you're forcing your opponents to reinvest in at this point than you winning the round. And the extra $800 combined with a couple of you know, SMG finds in there. I mean, you know, you could even buy up heading into this next round. Yeah, you know, OG on Inferno, I gotta say, keep your eyes peeled for Fiku. I actually am a big fan of this guy on this map. I think his kind of ability to pull up in some important anchor moments over towards B, and also his ability in clutches here. I always say he's like the clutch king of OG. Well, it feels like that goes up on this map. Now, for the other side as well, I think that Neo frag in the second half when he's on T side. Keep your eye out for this dude over towards Banana, just kind of getting stuck in, going on some mad dashes, trying to make entries happen, usually with someone, you know, there to back him up. Maybe a Flames. They've been playing a buddy system every now and again in this one, though he does like a bit of a lurk, doesn't he? So we have the AWP in hand for Dexter. That's been bought out for OG very early on. The rebuy for Saw did come through as well on the back of that bomb plant. They're trying to capitalize on the damage that they know that they've done to the money of OG. The fact that they fully reinvested on so many players means that if Saw win this round, they break OG's money very early on in this game. But will they get past this triple short side setup?
Oh, the battering ram up on top, supported by the cannon of Dexter playing around the edge of the smoke. And he's cutting them to pieces, left them trying to slither their way back into the round, but Flames up close and personal, pounds just into the ground and leaves it all on Muteris. Galil on the balcony. All he'll probably find is a breeze, but instead, he starts to bite back in, gets the first frag on Flames, punching in the numbers as well. Now you've got a 1 versus 2 with Fiku and Neo frag coming in from either side, forced to try and keep this alive. He's up close, waiting with the Galil. Smoke's down to buy time as well, so this gives him a bit of an edge in the round.
Yeah, this guy, cool in the clutch, usually went hunting for that kill over in mid, but that's the thing, man. When you're playing Fiku, he just kind of says to himself, well, what would I do if I was in this position? You know, he likes those 1vx moments. So even though Muteris is usually very proficient in them, I think he does well to even get out with a bomb plant again. Because like what this is now going to allow, right, is that, yeah, you lost the first 3 rounds, but you're up to 4-stage loss bonus. You get an extra 800. You know what that means? You're buying again. And so you've actually bought every single round since losing the pistol here. Saw have been able to keep the pressure on as a result, right? That's another round with only 2 players surviving. OG might be up in the lead, but they're not out of that situation where 1 round going against them is going to reset the money.
Oh, you could hear the Dexter slap, Hugo. It's back.
It's got a ring to it. Yeah, patient 2v1 for OG, and I think that's what we need out of them, right? Remembering they are the the favorite team. Remembering they're the more experienced team, arguably the better team. And so they've got to show that today. Fans on Blast.tv agree as well. Oh, wait, no, they don't.
Oh, it's close.
Who gets eliminated? They're voting. OG get eliminated. So, exciting times. We'll have to see. I mean, the numbers do scream that way, but the numbers have meant nothing in this game today, right? Obviously, a lot of prep coming in to a matchup like this last night. Oh, Flames flashed into middle. He's even going to go back. It's a double volley. He can't escape. No way he jumped over it. Using that barrel to his advantage. He gets over 2 Molotovs and lives to tell the tale. Take that one. 5 on 4. High risk, but all the reward for OG, and it's forced Saw back into a B execute.
I've also noticed we have KD and money on the HUD, which is nice.
Oh,
a nice touch.
yeah.
Come on, guys. Yeah, let's go.
Right.
That's
all we
it.
ever wanted.
Here we are. A B play for Saw. Fiku up on the boost. Well, he's not burning him out, so he's allowed to sit up on his perch. Will get checked, but Fiku, man, he loves the B holders. This guy, back of the site, he's churned them up. Getting past Fiku is proving easier said than done. It's a big hat-trick round from him. You know, across the other maps, he's had a couple of clutch moments here and there, but he's not been like a big round player. Here, though, that's going to be a different story. As I was saying, Fiku, he does love this map, man. He just comes alive on it sometimes. I've seen games where he can just take charge single-handedly. It was actually back at the Blast World Finals where I really kind of fell in love with him over towards this B site. So yeah, dude, this is a weird way for it to begin, because you know what's happened is Saw have kind of been goated into like buying in all of these rounds as a result of doing damage, getting bomb plants. Now the loss bonus is maxing out, so that's going to keep happening. But they're still at this stage where like there are little limitations to it. They're finally going to overcome that upon like losing enough rounds, as weird as that sounds, thanks to the money and the loss bonus building up, and now maxing out. They're going to come through with 1 low buy, like partial buy, and then that's going to give them everything they need in the next. But essentially, you know, this is like your eco. This is your delayed eco that you never fielded earlier in the game. And it's let OG get off to this 5-0 start. And even though these other rounds have been competitive and you've gotten numbers out of it, it's going to be harder to do the same in this one. So OG can kind of dodge this threat of reset that was looming over them over these first 4 rounds if they keep this one clean.
Banana push comes in just as the slam is finishing off, but it's the nade that's the key talking point, and Fiku as well on the fadeaway hits the 3-point over the slam dunk onto just Neo frag in the back line, farming him up. Keep those pistols as far away as you can. Muteris from a distance will take down 1 man, but that's it. Just a flash in the pan as the 5th round goes the way of OG. They don't get any shenanigans going on up against the Techs. And Saw now really going to have to start to sink their teeth in.
Yeah, time to wake up, right? Can't let OG get storming into this game. Already we've had a couple of players look very fresh to begin for OG. And even Neofrag starting to get loud as well, so Saw could get in trouble if they don't field something here. Story on the AWP, gonna need him in a post plant to truly get activated. Dexter going for it in the apartments, gets through the Molotov, and may not have even been seen while doing so. Nico has his back as well, so that just gives Dexter the freedom to stay on this angle as long as he wants. They're going to opt against it. Lots of util getting used. Back to the bomb site that is 4 strong with Neofrag out of utility, picking smokes up from CT to recycle them. Flames dead on mid. Flashes go either which way. Still have an opening kill, and they need to play off the back of this. A very important round. Could just group up for a B exec right now. And that is so tempting. But Meteorus through the smoke. This is, he checks it, but not enough.
They're going to go B. They're going to go B. They just saw Fiku over on A. They should know that this is the B player, right? Or one of them. And so this B site is that much weaker as a result. But suddenly Neofrag, the stars align. 3 in the round. He lights them up as they come out through Banana, and man, that is just brutal. Miss-smoking at the spawn means that last kill is collected for free. They might have started off looking pretty with that kill onto Flames in top mid, but it so quickly turned sour. Neofrag didn't even mean to get 2.
Yeah.
That was just stray bullets catching a man at the back of the pack, and Saw. That hurts. They don't even feel like they did anything wrong there. They read it well. They knew that Fiku was out of position. They knew that B only had 1 man in it, but sometimes 1 man is enough.
Yeah. Even lined up a 4th player as he hit as he killed the 3rd, he hit the 4th. So yeah, I mean, if you're lobbing CT smokes on the fly like that, they're gonna have gaps. It's pretty desperate for Saw, who had a 4-on-4, had room on B. They just knew they had to go off of timing alone, like you said, Fico being spotted at long. So here we go. OG writing the script right now and trying to right their wrongs of their map pick and of previous Infernos gone by.
Fiku's the one writing a novel just with his play style right now. I mean, 12 frags to his name, hasn't died very much at all, just 4 deaths, 222 ADR. That's the sort of numbers you want to be seeing. But Neofrag, he's been warming back up in the series. The energy's there, but he's blown clean out of commission. Fiku, catches 1. But even after he's gone down, a Martyrdom Molotov from Neo will at least be able to buy him a bit more time for the rotation.
Flames has a gap again. They smoked the molly, right? So it's not a missed lineup or anything, but they don't know until it's too late. Flames nails that cross shot. They've got to re-smoke it if they want safe passage. And even then, Flames only now calling for rotations. Meteor's put down to 5 health. Not pretty. He's going to cross back. A bomb makes it in on a blue plant. Well, they're going to need it as well. Even more damage. Can't even move out the site. They could do a boost, but CT Smoke's fading. Roman gets just behind cover. I'm pretty sure they saw him there. Good tap, Roman. You're going to need a little more than that, though, as you put your captain, your old boy, in the clutch.
He's low. He's tagged up from that skirmish through the smoke earlier on. Mutierrez, this is not an easy clutch, but he's threaded the needle in with a backstab. 1 in the round, but not enough to win it. OG claps upon that B site and nabbed the defuse 7-0. And man, this is where, you know, if you're Saw, if you're Mutierrez in the gang, like, you know, you're having these emotions start to come back. It's a familiar battleground. It's one where you already have your history on this map, and you can feel that it's happening again. You know, even just a few weeks ago, speaking to a few of the guys over at Pro League, I mean, we were talking about, like, those rounds and how, like, rounds do actually haunt you. How, like, when something happens, you know, where you lose some, like, 3v1, 4v1 that you're never meant to lose, those rounds genuinely stick with you for a long time after the fact, right?
Oh, OG getting cocky now. Very cocky. Goes back for seconds. Dexter gets his just desserts, though. 5-on-4 for Saw. And New Jerks up top. Oh no, the timing! Even if he was blind, if he had his gun out, he could just shoot, and he might have found it. But Flames, he's been very active in middle in making flash plays OG setting him up nicely, and Fiku even getting aggressive as well. This guy just can't and won't stop right now. Oh, he saw it. He saw the bomb. It will be on the mini-map at least, and he can tell his team they're out mid. He's going to die to Apeks though if he doesn't turn, and Roman wins that fight. Still, all the info in the world for Nico. He knows what's going on, but he's got to stop it.
Yeah, Flames. Oh, he's missed both timings on the crossing players. Nico, head on his swivel, does turn back to long in the right moment, but Story through the smoke gets rid of the rotate. Nico has got to do this alone. He is in this one as a solo entity right now. No one to help him, no one by his side, and Story will get the better of him. Just Neo frag.
Go on.
In that last time, the stars align for him, but not in this round. He's locked out through the smoke. They saw his feet through that little gap in the right-hand side and just spammed him out. And so finally, it takes them a long old while, 8 rounds deep, but Saw finally break the streak of OG and get there first.
The amount of small intricacies in that round, it was terrifying stuff. But it's great for Saw. It's one of many that you need, sure, but every great story has to begin somewhere, and for them, this could be the opening round they need to at least revitalize themselves somewhat. They've got the firepower to play with, and they really are taking this hot and heavy up towards Banana. There could have been some chaotic kills already.
Yeah, they throw a smoker card just to make sure Dexter's neutralized for a few seconds. But that's maybe all the time you can buy against this guy. He's going to play a flash, set his teammate back into Banana. Take that control. Figu goes on top of the boxes. Neo frag anchoring A now. A lot of position swaps in the CT side so far. But obviously you, again, want to work around Dexter. Very vocal player. Calls what he wants, tells you what to do. And honestly, you should listen. 7-1. OG want to break that money immediately right back if they can. So, as they leave Banana, Dexter reaggresses. This can free up Fiku to rotate. You can trust in a solo warp on B. He started to make a move. 35 seconds. Saw set up and ready to go. They even have a one-way in line.
Yeah, for library, that's sick. All right, Nico down and oh, he's dead. Double mollied out into the open, forced into a fight he didn't want to take. Into the back of the site, they will clear out Flames. Roman with a big check. Looking to cash it now. Nade does great damage on a Just. The sad thing is, because that isn't the kill you're going to save. If that was the kill to bring you back into it. Oh, hang on a second. Fiku dealing with Story over at long. Now might entice him to give this a go. I mean, he's one man, he's flying solo, sure, but we always say clutches are this guy's specialty. Lots of damage done on the Just down in the pit, and a whip spray, but he will recover, and thank goodness he did. If Fiku had time to adjust there, gets that kill, and with Dexter arriving, that retake is happening, but instead, Saw hold on, and they get a second round.
Yeah, the big kill is Roman as well, right? Clearing that guy from the back of the site. It seemed like for a second, Saw weren't ready for a third man entrenched in A. But a great check for Roman. 2 kills from him and Just each, coming out of apartments. And it's the check that wins them the round. Saw building in, better late than never.
Make sure that mouse is clean.
When you feel like you got screwed, like, oh, my aim's better than that.
It's like the Cooper clip where he's trying to get cat hair out of his mouse, and he's just going, "This damn cat!" Oh, man.
Don't want hair on the mouse pad. No water bottles either. Nothing. Dexter, pre-smoke on the molly. They almost lined up. He'll take that one, but he's not done.
Boosting him now. Oh my God, they are just throwing him in a fight after fight with the hero
Story.
warp. Oh,
He's
Dexter!
quick.
He's here. He's awake. He's activated. This is Dexter getting switched on. 2 in the round. The hero AWP knocks out another. Now he's burning, but still alive. Even more for Dexter. Destroys Saw. Bottles them up and ruins them at Banana.
486 damage
he
in the round.
He even landed that collateral onto the last man. Roman is the walking wounded man. He's out of there. He can't attempt this. 1 player, 1 gun, nothing else in the round, and Dexter does it single-handedly.
What a full eco.
Even though Dexter has been performing in these other maps, we haven't quite had, you know, these Dexter plays. But right there, that is vintage Dexter. You could just tell by the way he approached it that he was going to win this round.
I don't know why they're coming back for him as well, right? They're trying to trade that kill when a couple of them and the bomb could have gotten out. They could have escaped, used their util. Last time they saw an AWP there, they just smoked car and went back to A, right? You know it's a low econ round. Sure, they haven't seen anything but the AWP, but they know he saved it. There was nothing else to play with for OG. It was USPs for crying out loud. And Saw just continued to face and fight. They're going to live to regret that one.
This is exactly what OG needed, though, right? And I really hope that by the time we got to this third map, like something would click within Dexter's mind. It's like, you know, this really is the last chance. Like, there's no second chances anymore. And so I wanted him to get like mega activated, have this confidence to want to get involved early. And man, like a play like that. The fact that everyone from OG is there egging him on every step of the way, you know, they're all saying like, mate, we'll boost you, we'll peak for you, we'll bait the shots. Don't worry, we've got full faith. Whatever you need to make these fights happen, whatever resources you need, we've got you. And if that doesn't get Dexter back in the game, if that doesn't, you know, breathe the life into him, then nothing will, you know. And I think it certainly will. You don't make plays like that every day, even if you're Dexter.
No, but and the timing of it as well. The fact it's just the one saved weapon. A round that almost looked like it was never going to happen. You're expecting him to maybe get a frag, but instead he kills the entire damn team. And it's not just him that's been going off like a mean machine. Fiku's on 14 kills. Neo frag with 10. Flames at the start of the game. He was the one creating space. And Saw, because of the knock-on effect, don't really have much to work with. But they're putting it to good use. Think on Dexter. They repay him for the sheer aggression he showed in the previous round.
And Neo frag. Set down low in Banana. So Saw, this is a winnable eco round with just an AWP and a bunch of pistols, as much as it was for OG, but they need to capitalize on this damage. Dexter with an easy shot, gets off the angle. Repeak is dangerous on 3 health. He shouldn't do it without a flashbang at least. And Neofrag has his cross as the rifles swing in, so does the AWP. And everyone finds a piece of the pie. Saw with just one man. Good luck.
Oh, he even got the third, mate. No, he's there. You go. Dexter's back. Dexter's back. It's not like okay, pretty good Dexter. This is like prime Dexter, switched on for the third map at the worst possible time. And now for Saw, you know, history really does feel like it's repeating themselves. Their run at the major will be decided by a CIS AWP, absolutely ruining them. That's what's happening here. They're not in control of this game. They don't have a chance to get back into it right now. Nothing's screaming out that there's a world where Saw are going to start grinding this one back out. They need rounds. They need them soon. If nothing else appears, if this goes 10-2 up, with Dexter looking like this, with Fiku winning fight after fight over towards B, him and Neofrag, this terrifying duo to run into over there. I don't see a world where Saw can build back stronger into this game. Missed shot for Dexter. Drive by out of Roman. Come on there we go. Mac 10 into the action, into the fray. And the big bad out of the round now.
What a play for Roman. And he's even got the AWP as well. It's perfect. He's low. He's looking on that Moto side for a pick. There's no one even here. OG is saving. Sure, partly a gamble, but they know deep down that Saw aren't coming into B after that double up for Roman. Neofrag spotted bottom Banana. Mutiris can molly him off. Bomb getting planted. And honestly, if I'm Saw here, I'm not even thinking about OG's money. I just want to keep 5 alive to avoid reset if they lose the follow-up round. So that's very important to just stem your bleeding. But what a massive round out of Roman.
No, yeah, that's sick, dude. Drags the crosshair immediately in the close quarters angle and then goes on for even more. It's insane that they pick up the round off the back of that. And it's a round that has so much gravitas to it as well. Like Harry was saying, it looks like they've all fallen short. They're starting to look a little bit limp. You get a round like that, maybe there's a chance. Players like Roman now amp up the team again, bring the energy back, because OG, they've got tons of it. They look hyped, they look happy, they look like they're calm. But for Roman, this is where he gets vocal.
Yeah, I mean, this needs to be the moment, you know, where like Roman kind of looks down the line. It just says like, guys, it's not happening this time. Like, I will not let this happen, right? If he can be that hero player to kind of spur the troops on, then that's great. And I mean, you know, that was exactly what happened on Overpass. He was like the first guy to get activated, and then around him, you had Ujax and Mutiris start to come alive as well. Okay, so they win that one out of nowhere as well. It was the Mac 10 that did all the heavy lifting. If you can start streaking a couple of rounds together, we can change our tune on Saw, but it can't afford to be a one and done. And you won't catch Dexter getting that aggressive through the apartments again. I think he learns a lesson there. You know, even though he's feeling it, play within the limits. Flash into the apartments. Nico, good. Well orchestrated for the first. And he even flicks back up to find Roman. That was the hero of the last round, now dead as the second man to fall to open this up for Saw.
He was going for the gun. He wanted the AK, and he still recovered and won that second fight. Definitely should not get away with that one. Missed opportunity for Saw to not trade that kill. And it's left them in a sticky spot. 3-on-5, where they have long control, so they think. But Dex is moving back in for the kill. And no one really needs to shuffle. OG have a nice crossfire on A. Their B hold has been just unbeatable in this game. And they're playing the same setups. So unless Saw get given something, which we can tell they won't, they're going to be forced to save or go.
I mean, right now, Saw are playing Inferno like it's a one bomb site map. They can't, every time they tried to go B, they've been destroyed. And A's been mixed bag, we'll say, but it's where they found some successes. This round is sadly not one of them. It's going to fall on deaf ears.
I love how Beatty Flames is even playing here. He doesn't even need to uncrouch. He might now that he knows they're coming, but he's waiting for Nico's cross before he fires off. There's the contact. Trade kill is perfect, and Dexter has that final finish onto Story. OG are playing to win right now. They're not making mistakes. They're not overfacing. They're being proactive in early rounds, and they're settling back with advantages into very nice setups. And there's a reason it's a one bomb site map right now, because, B has looked like a problem. More so for Saw, man. Even these XX have been ugly. Like, I want to see a proper XX on B, if they can even get Banana, and that's hard enough.
That's challenging enough, right? Like with how OG have been approaching it. And did even this round. That was tight. That was attacked through his teammate.
Good
Collateral through Flames, and Flames finishes the job. Lots more damage done into the round. They're fighting them all the way down mid. It is a brawl. It's madness. Dexter even onto the M4, holding up close, waiting for the smoke walk, and he dominates Roman. It's just Mutierrez left to stew in what's happened in this round. He knows that that is a full disrespect call. They forced the fights down mid. They forced the issue. And Mutierrez left up in an impossible clutch. 9 HP. He's a dead man as soon as he comes around the corner. 11-3. A little flash in the pan round towards the end for Saw. But everything's coming up in favor of OG. All the individuals are switched on. The confidence is brimming. They're really feeling cohesive. Like, for once, you know, it's no longer a couple of players feeling like the victory is assured, trying to spur on the guys. No, they're all on the same page now. They're all envisioning the win at the end of this series. And for Saw, that gut-wrenching feeling that this team has experienced before on this very map, it's starting to set in. Round 15 to decide if you get a 4-round T-side. Not the prettiest buy either. But they've done it with this before, right? You just gotta hope you can somehow find something here. That's a good timing onto Neofrag, right? So there you go. There's your one little edge in the right direction. And it's thanks to a fortunate timing. So now they're just going to group for the B play.
He knows. Dexter knows this is their best move. He's even aggressed in apps. This is their best play. Group B insta, throw a proper exec. That smoke's going to screw lineups up for a moment. They have to wait it. But piecing it together, a couple of smokes, a couple of Molotovs. This is the final hurrah.
Flames repositioning, getting himself ready to rumble. Fiku in the back of the bomb site as well, looking to knock the blocks off. Hits the first headshot as mutilated Roman with the trade back. At least keeps them in contention of the round. You can plant the bomb now. You can secure control of the site, but the rotations are arriving. The cavalry's here. OG ready to try and mount a comeback into this, see if they can recover the site, recover the round, and end it with a huge advantage here in the third and final map. Flames, he'll take the pace. HE bounces off the wall. Roman, a little bit of HP slivered off. Molotov to force him out of position as well. Just can't do anything as Nico gets naughty. Ujerks will fall. Nico's doing everything. He's the one just punching them again and again. Roman with a flick hits one. They get them low and Story will save it barely at the end there of the first half. Can they come back or will they be leaving? Find out after the break.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil, so I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
$11-4 at the end of that first half. OG lighting up the server. A couple of stray rounds here and there for Saw, but it feels like their worst nightmares were realized in that first half. Dexter getting switched online. OG as a whole coming together as a unit and just kind of unanimously deciding that victory was already theirs. They were willing to fight you down mid. They were willing to push into your spawn, for crying out loud, taking all the way down middle into ramp in a lot of these rounds, trying to challenge down Banana. It was a real aggressive CT side, and that just comes with the territory. It's allowed this 11-4 half. Some phenomenal moments in here for OG and some sad ones for Saw. They're coming in trying to pick up the pace in this second half with an aggro pistol round.
Dexter ended that first half 13 kills, 3 assists, 7 deaths, playing at an elite level indeed. But Saw hit this one coming. They've got a kill down mid, and OG filtering into the pit, flying through. Neofrag needs his trade, or this round is dead in the water. There's the flank, though. Dexter does it dirty again, and he has just enough ammo to set Neofrag up for the kill. Somehow, OG flipped the script, and right in a 12th round on this pistol, just nothing Just can do.
And the sad bit is, you've got to do something. You can't afford to just let this round sail by here in a pistol, but he doesn't have any bells and whistles to back him up. He's walking into the Lions den. Neofrag with a big old Lions main, bites down. And that is a pistol round that could really decide the whole damn thing, Hugo.
Yeah, there's not much room for error now for Saw. Pistol in their pocket. Expect a force buy really from Saw in the second round, but it would be desperate here. And OG, despite their, hilariously, despite their worst maps being in the pool right now. At least off of recent results, they've come through with the goods both times.
Dude, you know, I want to say as well, Dexter, that round, I mean, there's been other rounds that show it, but that round to me shows that he's like feeling so comfortable in terms of his read on the game. Like throughout the other 2 maps, he was getting kills, but dude, it looked really uncomfortable, and that's not a vibe I'm used to seeing with this guy, right? Like, it looked like he was unsure what angles to hold with his AWP, wasn't feeling comfortable where he could make plays in the starter rounds. But here, despite the mid push, he wrapped up through middle and shut down those short side players. 13-4 is going to be the score on the door. This is an OG round, and that was kind of already decided before the round even began. What with Saw taking an eco here, they were never going to win it. They've taken the eco with the goal of bringing guns out straight away at bare minimum. This lets them maximize buy rounds for the remainder of this game. But the game might not be very long. If that first rifle round falls on deaf ears, you're buying again and up against 15 with 4 rounds to your name. So dire straits right now for the Saw squad. Gonna need a hero, and I'm gonna nominate 2 players who it could be. It's got to be Roman or Mutierrez. They've been the most consistent. They are the guys you can depend on when the pressure really grows. I wanted to see more out of U-Jerks here, man. He's been a big-time player for Saw, but the pressure's looking like it's too much for him. He's fallen off massively in this third map, 4 and 15.
Even though Saw have gone silent, I think a lot of it has to be props to OG. I think they're finally showing us the level that we'd expect to see from the caliber of players that we have in this team.
It's the rare everyone on OG having a good game.
Sure.
You know,
that,
like because normally, like even you've got some phenomenal talents on this team, man.
No
And
doubt.
you've got some people who are fantastic. In particular, like opening moves, and then you have Fiku as this and Dexter. In fairness, he's kind of a jack of all trades in that regard. But yeah, you have Fiku who's like a really strong closer, right? And so sometimes they're not all on at the same time, right? So you never get that like complementary vibe. But right now, everyone is just excelling in their craft, excelling in their field. I talked about it in the first half. Neofrag at Banana, this guy is a menace here normally, so they've done well to tame him, but he's still going to get the opener.
How?
He actually gets the opening kill in this round with a long-distance nade lobbed in over the top. So even though you bully him with your utility, he comes in with a swift reply, and now he's given a Mac 10, because Neofrag only knows the life of someone who goes in at the front of the pack. He wants to try and get traded, just cause chaos with the Mac.
They can leave him here for the time being as well. They've put him in a cubby at top B, go full flusher, and everyone else just rotate out and work A. They actually do want to BX sec. They're going to let Viku be the faker. No nades to do it, but he can hear every footstep from the apartments. Here's the BX sec. Do they commit with this? This is their bait for Viku. There's him dying, so now they may as well just go into the site. Nice flash. U-Jerks went over that coffin smoke. He'll go back for more, and that's a sign of the times. Desperation strikes, and OG will plant that bomb.
This is just horrendous for Saw. There's 3 players remaining. Roman and the slight edged boost at the back, trying to see if he can find any potential chip damage. They're teetering on the knife's edge with the Famus. It does hit the head of Dexter. He wants to push up for it. Flames on a Neon Rider, gets a bit too confident for himself. Charges in, time ticking away. They've got to be swift, but Nico at the back of the site, ready to pound them down. Only gets the one. They jump on a bomb.
I do want to see, because
it's going to be tight.
He had no kit. Did they swap? Oh, he did have a kit. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I got a bit nervous too.
I was scared. I was scared. Oh, that felt like a round for Nico, honestly. If he didn't swing there, they had to go manually clear him. It would have taken some time. Very close round.
Yeah, I can kind of understand swinging somewhat, though.
Yeah,
right?
he isolated the 1v1.
Not only that, it's like that guy is the one closest to the bomb, and he can hear he's getting chased down on the right. But if he kills the guy actually by the defuse, he could win it to time and look to take this one fight on someone who's focused on tapping. So, you know, he just tries to like finesse it in the 1v3. Ends up falling short. But honestly, man, like for OG, what does that mean right now? Nothing, really. They still have plenty of chances to re-exert their dominance over this game. Even though they don't win a 1v3 or a 3v3, rather, in the post plan, I guess. That's what it starts off as. Some nice kills from Story to bring it back. You know, this is but the first step of the marathon for Saw, really. You know, like they've only just had the starting gun go off. So a long road to try and recover this. And it's not going to be easy, I think. That much is guaranteed with how this game has gone so far. You know, even though they've won that round there, OG still going to be coming in with a bit in this round. Still fielding. Weapons are plenty, even the AWP for Dexter. So the going is still tough.
That's one way to molly the balcony. That's crazy. Bounces it off of the ult mid wall. Pushed down Banana, punished by Nico, and there's a second player even in front of that. Saw find out the hard way. Just battered and bruised to 4. Must concede. And wow, look at the support. Saw almost called the third player over to B to gamble.
It's like the worst case opening as well, man. You lose Ujax, just barely gets away, but with just 4 HP, all he is mere presence on the server. Now you've got brackets control with just one man lurking in the back of the pit. That's just Roman.
Oof. Jump in. This is great for Saw. If they send it, they can fast flank this player. It's the only way they can win this round right now is by having a quick rotate, because that guy on Arch, he's taking some time, just doubts it.
Sadly, I just don't think you do that. That's the problem.
Saving
like,
your
you just don't have like the room to actually make this play happen, because if you went for the flank and they were holding it, you look embarrassed, you lose your weapons, right? Ooh. Now they start to come in on the wrap, now that it's confirmed that it's the A play. Roman with the taps. This guy is a bit of a tap king, really. Lovely one way to play around. They don't even know where they're getting shot from right now. Dexter holding onto the mid flank. 20 seconds on the clock. The bomb's trying to go B, but it's cut down on rotation. And so Saw, something to be proud of here as they repelled the B play. Lovely round from Roman. I've got to say, man, he's very tap-centric with how he gets these kills. He was doing it back on Overpass. He's doing it here on Inferno. Oh, it does feel good to see a tapper.
And they seesaw, you know, OG there, right? With that banana flank, OG realized, hey, we have a gap. We can go through Arch Smoke. We can flank CT. But then the library push comes in off of that rotation. And Saw punished very well. OG realized they don't have the time to wait out that smoke and try and find Roman who can hide in the pit and buy time. And OG can just get caught between every position.
Momentum's up in the air a little bit. For Saw, coming into the second half, they were like a seesaw. It could have gone one of two ways very quickly. One of them they were looking forward to. The other will plague your memories for a long time to come here at the final set of RMRs, the final major for Global Offensive. With OG at the minute, the only thing they have to mount an offense is just those pistols. Couple of Deagles sprinkled in, 2 P250s, and a single Glock. And they're walking into the lion's den of Ujax.
Did he see them? Ooh, I don't think so there. Second player gets caught, but they're coming through. Flash should be good. Ooh, the spray down is easy, and Saw make quick work of the eco. Nice shots for Ujax. Maybe these eeks can get him not just stat padded, but a bit more warmed into this game. He's had a very quiet one.
This is great. You know, you keep a 5 alive round. Right, that builds up your money. Suddenly, in those moments where, because this will happen, it's almost a guarantee that this will happen at some point. OG will get another opening kill, and you will be a man down at some point in this game, what's left of it. And that was awkward the last time because they were 4v5, trying to gamble over towards B. I mean, they ended up winning that round anyway, thanks to Roman down in the pit putting on a show. But you know, you could see it was awkward, and that was largely because of limitations with the money. It was like this risk-reward of not wanting to throw it away. You've gone for the gamble over towards B. There's a lot weighing up into that decision. Now you have a little more degree of freedom. It's not like OG can win one round, break your bank account, and then they're winning the whole series. Just gives you that much more levity, that much more room as to how this pans out. Trades even over in mid. Roman gets out of there. He knows he's got to stay alive into the late round if he wants this. That leaves Story to hold on to middle. Deals with the first man in, looking to get out of there as well. Story will escape with this AWP, but he's going back, looking to double dip. Why stop after one, he says. Looks for more, but Neo Frag will stop him in his tracks.
Yeah, that nade, that smoke kicked up by it really gave him no vision. Oh, it's ugly, but they're going to try and get this boost up. Scale the rafters. Fiku looks for that shot over the pit. It's been spotted, drops down. Dexter coming through apartments. Ujax moves ahead of it, though. And again, they're going to jump the gun, but this might be perfect timing. Neofrag just pulls back out of middle. They can get caught looking the wrong way, pulling nades, and that's an easy frag. Nade out. Neofrag can't prime his gun in time, and mid-control take him. Just a very low Dexter stuck in apps. 30 seconds, and Saw with the bomb in their control. he might just save.
And the players that are finding kills for Saw, the ones that we were saying we expected to see so much more from. We wanted those rounds from Story where he creates a bit of space. He starts to shut down rounds. For Ujerks as well, we know him to be unreal with a rifle at the best of times. Didn't really have that. He fell flat. These are 2 rounds back-to-backs where he's straight in your face. He's giving it the big one. The whole team now starting to get back into the mindset that this isn't us on the edge of defeat. This is us mounting a comeback to keep ourselves alive and kicking in what is going to be a gauntlet run through the bracket.
4 in a row. I mean, you know, it's the start of something. This is still 2 rosters who have yet to field a single win coming into this BO3. Very hard draws, of course. Remember, Saw faced MOUZ and VP. OG got GamerLegion and FaZe.
But you know, right now we're kind of witnessing a bit of a transformation. You know, like Saw, it was kickstarted by Roman once again as like one of the more experienced players here. Right, he's been in these sorts of positions before. And, you know, with him finding success, with guys like Mutierrez having kept up performances all day, it helps bring your teammates back into the fold, and it feels like that's what we're getting now, right? Ujerks got a couple in that eco round where they play over towards B. Now he's influential in that last round, and if you can get him switched online, if you can bring on, you know, one of the younger players, one of the lesser experienced guys to start to reinforce this, right? For Ujerks, he started, you know, playing on LAN at least in 2021, right? So still relatively green when you compare it to the, as mentioned prior, almost decade of experience on Mutierrez in this same spot. So makes sense as to why they're cooler under pressure. There's no accounting for that, but at least the molly ticks over for a trade. Great nade into the apartments. Everyone hated that on OG.
92 damage.
Apps pop, Nico with the flash to make it happen, and so Roman down in the pit, been a star in this third map. Can he hold the line? Looks easy for him. Roman overwhelmed after the double, but he does a lot of damage, brings Neo Frag down low. You'd like to think he's done enough here. The rest of Saw have just got to finish the job that he's started. They win that mid fight. And OG, they'll get the bomb plant. They're kind of happy with that, right? At bare minimum, getting out with a bomb plant, raising a bit of money, but that's it. That's all they manage.
Yeah, I like that pistol spam actually through the smoke. They must have called he was low, and they actually tagged him even lower. Slows him down, gives the info where he is, and he can't really reposition in time.
Bro, this really is a hero's journey for Ujerks, though, man. Right now, he's embarking upon one. Like, he was down bottom of the board. It felt like he couldn't set a foot right. He was just getting kind of demolished. And you can't blame him for getting, or feeling at least, like he's out of the game a bit, right? Like, with some of the rounds that went against Saw in that first half, it's understandable. I think it takes a lot to keep yourself in a game like this. But now, as we say, this transformation is occurring, right? Over these last few rounds, Saw are getting hyped again. Bro, these guys look sad whenever we cut back to them on the cameras. Now we're seeing celebration. Now we're seeing cause for belief in this comeback after all. It might have felt impossible coming into the second half, but now they see it's not at all. There's 4 rounds between these squads. This huge deficit is shrunk right up. Story opens this one, and Dexter is too late to reply. So it's a 5v4 for Saw out of the gate.
Some desperate opening attempts for OG as well, right? Like just running raw up middle. Dexter trying to go for that opening kill, but his teammates picked, and he is offered no trade. They saw the AWP, they knew the intention, and so Dexter will have to reroute and look elsewhere. It can be so hard to find opening kills on the T side of this map. And Saw are playing everything right now. They're going to rotate a second man back to B. One of OG's only options right now is something like an execute. They've been given banana by design. Saw could try and take it back, but it costs them utility. So they'll just set up.
Site. Yeah. There's that rotation from Uterus as well. He's already slightly ahead of the curve in terms of the timing of it. Now you've seen that it's the true play. The utility's dashed out. Molotov to waste time off the clock, and time really is going to be the 6th man on the server. Talking of sick men, though, that Story again on the AWP. He silences Fiku and just waiting in the smoke, ready to tussle if they push on through. It's going to get messy in the final 30, but just trying to just deny anything with the backup of Ujerks. It's 2 frags apiece. Dexter, he's been sick with the AWP, but this time he's going to be ill as he falls out. 13-10.
Yeah, these B hits are kind of one-dimensional right now when they just have Fiku and Apps. Every single time we've seen him lurking there in deep hallway, Saw are ready for it, man. And you kill Fiku there, you know a B hit's coming in. Mutierrez is only confirmed. The smoke fades, and 2 players spraying from CT when there's no smoke. There's no way OG can cross in. So I'm getting nervous on this T side now for OG.
One of the things that is kind of cool, you know, you touched upon this earlier on about how in that infamous RMR game, you know, we had this kind of trio that now the core of this team, right, that stuck around Viperio, Roman, and just, you know, looking good in that game, right? And the kind of problem was the two others, you know, having a bit of a rough go at it. Dodo even the man to lose that final clutch, a memory that, you know, haunted them. But right here, what we actually have is like the two fresher faces are the ones really warming up towards the end of this game. You know, we've had Story on his AWP, getting involved, having these rounds that are carrying a lot of impact. Ujerks has come alive. He's had multi-kills across the last couple of rounds now. So he's feeling like a different player, you know, in the same way that Dexter took a while to get switched on and get activated. He had a ludicrously slow start to Vertigo. He went 4 kills in the first half, but he did get activated, and that's what matters. Here's the round where OG get the advantage. You knew it was going to happen. It was inevitable that at some point they would be 5v4 up. Now the question becomes, can Saw hold on? These rounds are not easy, and OG are keeping it pacey. Story's not ready for the pace on this one, but he does have support. Roman up in the apartments, and the AWP holding the line. They're melting them up the short side, and they destroy OG, who try to play fast up into that A site. 5v4 disintegrates before their very eyes, and it's 4 left standing tall for Saw at the end of it.
I could have gone so wrong there for Saw, right? With Story unscoping on middle as they came back from Banana, and then even pre-scoping on short, but they were wider. Some missed shots on Tech9 run and gun. What can you do if you're OG? Perfect crossfire. You can see how desperate OG are getting, right? Even just in the communication. We're seeing very fast T-side rounds here. Making plays immediately, where Saw still have the util to trade out. OG are going for it again. They're going to pop up mid, but Flash probably won't get this AWP. It has at least one in him. Missed shot, though. That's a calamity. Viperio up close. They do clear him, but he gets away, and he will survive. Uh-oh, how much longer? Oh, no. Viku finally gets a double kill with the App Slug. This has been pretty unfruitful. But he's put up the goods for OG, and they've picked a 14th off the tree.
It's not an easy task, you know. You might be better off just showing restraint here.
Now they got the money; they should go for this.
Oh, just looking for a way back in, but there's the trade and equalizer rather. And now Ujerg smoked off, coming through it. They are on him, man. Neo Frag rings it down with the AWP, and so there's a round for OG finally breaking this streak.
It was getting scary in there for a second.
Yeah, 7 in a row from the Saw boys.
It's crazy how quick OG are playing. It finally works, right? But they've been doing it all half throughout this 7-loss streak of just really quick opening attempts up top mid with the AWP. And yeah, Story missing that AWP shot, that's a huge problem. It's the first domino that falls, and you know what happens next. Saw, they're not surprised by the pace. And they'll meet it again. Look at how quick OG send up mid.
Dude, the pace of this, everyone just wants to fight. They want to scrap. They want to have an absolute brawl, but who's going to be the big baller? That's the big question here in the 26th.
Surely not. They're going to flash through. That's what they're looking to do right now. They really want to just fight from the get-go, man. Taking every engagement they can. Roman makes it back into the pit. Once again, needs to be the hero, but he can't do it this many times in a row. They overwhelm Roman. Story is isolated and alone, and his teammates are moving over, but honestly, with the site already taken, yeah, they had money to give that last round a look, and they still have cash now, but if something isn't provided here, it's so tricky to grind a way back in to these retakes, even in even odds bout, let alone when you're a man down.
It's kind of not even about the money at this point, right? It's like you can't even justify going for this. It's one of the hardest, if not the hardest site to retake in the entire game, and they have a man down, and not even like a molly to clear a corner. They can try and smoke off pit. That's their only option.
Yeah,
they're looking for a last-second stick. This is honestly their only play, unless they're just going to hold off for exits. Going to move in with seconds to spare. But the timer elapsing now. And Neofrag just need to hide out, crouch in the pit. Nice shot for Nico, and it's a done deal. It's a finished round. Story dead to the bomb. Everyone falls but Nico. And OG find 15. Elimination point now for Saw. They will go home unless they find 4 straight.
This is only going to hurt more, I think. The fact that they were pulling this back, the fact that they were finding a way back in. It felt like everything had clicked into place. Hell, man, I was starting to really believe in this. You could feel it coming together. I think, if anything, that's going to make this slam back down to reality that much harsher. Now they are just one round away from elimination in the RMRs.
Heartbreak on Inferno, Harry. Never seen this before.
Yeah. Oh, it's horrible, man. This is going to feel like such a cursed map for Saw in the future. Like it's the... Ooh, all right. In his defense, Molotov did kind of curl around that smoke, so... You know, frag brought down low to open, but not the end of the world.
The end of the story could be decided by this man alone, waiting to deny any sort of control towards the brackets, and that's where they're grouping up again. They found countless success towards the A site. They want to run that back. And they are speeding things up here, starting to make their move in. You've got the first bit of control that you need to play with, but they just scope it out, go for a bit of a read. Bombs on the move as well. That's on the back of Nico, and they're wrapping back down towards Banana.
Not really seen these B heads go too well for OG, but they've been often, you know, in those 4v5s after slower rounds, and so taking things a lot more serious now and respecting that utility, you'd hope. Here, frag. He is going to smoke. He wants to go through late, hoping that Saw had already taken Banana and he'd get offered a kill. He didn't, though. Nice shot for Nico over the smoke. And again, the captain steps up big for OG.
Well, here we go then. 4 players remain for Saw in the back of the B bomb site. History repeating itself once again, but will it be a different outcome for Just? It's a clean connection onto Nico, but the numbers are now equalized. Story struggling to survive. Backs off into the corner. Resets. Fiku on the flank hits the head of Roman. Reduces him. Time ticking away. 15 seconds as Flames will slay. It's all on Story now with 12 seconds on the clock. They've got to get the bomb down and they've got to do something to pop off here. He's just biding his time. They're still not going for the plant. It's going to be far too late. If he peeks out and hits it, he could save it right here, but no! OG do it, 16-11. Saw are eliminated.
Man, it's almost poetic that it comes down again to an AWP on that B site, and it's life or death. Stand and deliver or go home. And unfortunately, once more for Saw, it's the latter. They are done. Heartbreaking for them. For OG, wow, what a journey across this series, man. They started strong on Vertigo. They looked lights out. Questions were raised by the time we got to Overpass. Then we head into Inferno, lights out in the beginning, and then they have to withstand. They have to adapt. They have to rebuild after that 7-round streak from Saw, but they do it.
Yeah, that's
dead. Dude, I mean, it always crushed me. Roman played his heart out in this game. He really did. He must feel devastated.
Yeah, that just hurts. That hurts to see them fall like that. The pressure in some of those rounds, Story not even facing there when he could have killed Flames on the cross. That one's going to hurt. You're not going to forget about it soon. But for OG, hey, on the flip side, they break 2 loss streaks, don't they? Back on Vertigo, breaking a 9-loss streak. On Inferno, a 6-loss streak. And hey, Saw put up a hell of a fight against a team that, you know, we expect to be a top 10 team, a top 15 team off of the pieces they have provided in the roster. But going through tumultuous times with in-game leaders, with players dropping out, with stand-ins a front for OG, but they at least survive one more day here at the RMR and pick up their first win.
Yeah, you know, reassuring from the OG squad. For Saw, their journey ends here. Last chance in Global Offensive, and it's an 0-3 finish with a comeback denied on Inferno. Heartbreak, but it's what has to happen, and now we have 2 teams gone. It's Saw and Viperio, the first to fall down 0-3 in Group A.
I like the graphic, you know, graying out the fallen rosters. Indeed, 2 already gone today. Well, we at least have 3-0 games where we can celebrate some champions and some winners and some Legend spot teams as well. As Bait Fnatic are going on right now, we of course have Navi FaZe next. That's going to be the game of the day, if not game of the group as well, boys. So let's see how this is all shaped up right now. We're still in the mid bracket. We're still at the 0-2 2-0s, and yeah, it's not looked good for Saw today, but OG will live to fight for a couple more at least.
It's crazy as well, just the sheer shift in energy we saw throughout that entire best of 3. It was a lengthy one. If you missed it, like way back at the start, it felt like a whole different game. The fact that Saw brought it back, took us all the way to Inferno, and for it to end on B site, like you said, all over again, man. It's just the tragedy of it, the ups and downs that Counter-Strike has, the reason why there's no other game quite like it, right?
And even though the T sides, you know, were definitely not like as safe as maybe OG wanted. They had a great one on Vertigo, but other than that, they struggled on the other two maps. Nico put up a lot of kills. He had a lot of impact on entries, especially going all the way back to Vertigo. So, you know, someone we said has even been known to be a second caller in many teams, has played under some of the best in-game leaders in Denmark, in Snappy, and MSL, and Cadian. And yeah, he put up a great game today. So I think shout out to Nico for that. Obviously, still a substitute in-game leader right now. But of course, it's not just about the winners, it's about the losers as well. We have Roman from SAW speaking to us.
Roman, obviously not the result you guys wanted in that one. What are you feeling right now?
I mean, it's a sad run for us. We expected a lot more from our performance, but coming in, we knew that it would be a really hard tournament for us because we were the worst seed on the tournament. So it's sad, but we knew we could do much better.
Quite a chaotic series for you guys, but you guys really shined on Overpass. That was a pretty impressive win on that map, at least. How are you feeling on that map?
I mean, it was our worst map coming in, but we practiced a lot. We felt really confident on the CT side, and on T side, we changed a lot of things. So we actually didn't know what to expect from us, to be honest. But we were happy with that win, but it was enough.
Did OG surprise you at all? Because they're kind of a team playing weirdly with a different IGL. Things have changed for them a bit.
Surprising us? No, not really. I would say we should have done a lot better on Vertigo. It should be our map. So just really disappointed with our performance, and that's it.
Finally, anything you want to say to all the Portuguese fans out there?
Yeah, of course. I want to thank them for all the support. They always give us every tournament, every official game. They are always cheering for us, so it's really important for me and for my whole team, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Roman.
Man, I got a lot of respect for the SAW guys because they did this back in Antwerp as well. They weren't afraid to give the exit interviews. I think they want, you know, they really do like wear their hearts on their sleeve. They are just they do just love the game, right? And man, like it's always emotional, right? So we have our results here. OG 2-1 over SAW, sending them packing. That was the O2 games. But now, something a little lighter, something a little happier maybe to reset the palette. We move into the 2-0 matches. FaZe taking on Navi.
Yeah, this is no doubt going to be game of the day and arguably game of the group as well. This is coming up in just a few minutes. It's the one you've all been waiting for, FaZe Navi. Up next.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I'm like, why did I do that? Why didn't I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
we're going to the cool zone, right? 2-0. This is where you have a chance to make it straight through into the Legend stage. So there's a lot riding on this in this Navi FaZe matchup. Oh, it's always a good day when that's what you get to talk about. We can take a look at the group and how this is panning out. So we're up here, oh, right up at the top. Doesn't that feel nice, right? We've taken you down to the lows. Now we take you up high. 2-0, chance to go to Legends. Bait versus Fnatic going on the other stream. Over there, looks like Fnatic are having a whale of a time. But over here, we've got FaZe Navi. Let's start by talking about FaZe, hot off the back of picking up the Grand Slam. As they arrive here to the RMRs, I think it's safe to say the confidence is probably brimming for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, no doubt, right? Coming off of a 6-match win streak, and that dates back to that Pro League run, right? With a clean playoff run, not even a high seed straight to semis, but they played their semis against Navi and came out 2-1, eventually defeating Cloud9 and picking up a milli on the side. Not been a bad week for FaZe, or a bad couple of weeks for FaZe, but it could be even sweeter if they skip an entire stage of Paris and go straight through to the Legend stage. That's what they want, and the man at the helm of the FaZe boys always has a lot to say. So let's check in with Carrigan.
Carrigan, thank you for joining us. Coming off of Pro League, now coming into this, you're 2-0. Is there anything you guys can't do?
I mean, obviously the games haven't been that easy, even though we're 2-0. But yeah, we're playing good. Now, obviously, the rematch from the semi-final last tournament against Navi is going to be a good one. And hopefully we close it out again. I mean, it's always strange to play these best of ones. You have to be very focused. But now we're into the best of threes, so I think from this some point we should expect to qualify for the major.
Yeah, absolutely. Did anything really surprise you in the BO1s? Were you surprised how close they were, or did you expect some stiffer competition coming into this?
I expected more of OG. I feel like that was one of the best ones where we kind of felt in control. The Apeks one, once you got to the CD side of Europa, I just felt like we could close it out. But they surprised me on the CD side. They played really good CS, and I think they lost in overtime as well today. So they're playing good CS, and hopefully they can manage to make the major as well.
Obviously, going into Navi, it's a squad you guys are all too familiar of. Are you humbly confident in coming into this one, or do you think it is still going to go the distance considering the stature of the squad?
I think this is one of the games where it's not life or death. So the intensity and how people perform is maybe a little bit slightly different. I think NPL has played so great so far this tournament, and I think that's one of the key players that missed out on the matches against us. So I think it's going to be a tough one. But it's so strange to play the same team in a different setting 2 weeks later. So we just have to stay focused, and it's the best of three, like I said, no pressure. And just play calm and good CS, basic CS, and hopefully we manage to keep up winning against Navi.
Okay,
wait. Stop the press. Cool interview, Carrigan. Let's talk Veto. Let's talk Veto right now.
Yeah.
So both teams were going tit for tat in terms of balancing out the Vertigo ban, right? And they did it all the way to the end. And Navi called FaZe's bluff, and FaZe got rid of Anubis, sending us to Vertigo. Okay, so firstly, think back to Rio. Vertigo was one of the maps that crept up versus Bad News Eagles, which is obviously a bit of a haunting memory for FaZe Clan.
FaZe did the exact same thing, right? They were in fear of the Ancient from BNE. They banned Ancient. They got Vertigo against them. They lose it in overtime, and that was the match that sent them 0-3 after a Mirage Madhouse to lose in Rio and go straight out in the Legend stage. The Legend stage, by the way, that they qualified by running through the RMRs straight through. So FaZe didn't even win a match in the Rio Major, right? For Navi, this is a map they have never played. They have never played this map with this core.
The only time that you've ever seen it crop up, let me tell you the team. Right? The one time ever that this has ever happened. Simple, Flamey, Edward, Zeus, and Electronic on Navi versus Heroic back at ESL Pro League Season 9.
Season 9.
So,
Season 9.
And that would have been pretty...
Read that roster again, Harry, for people in the back.
Yeah, that was Simple, Flamey, Edward, Zeus, and Electronic.
So
just Simple and Electronic from the current.
I love how they're floating in this game as well, because you have a match where, as Carrigan said, it's not life or death, right? The intensity's not necessarily there, even though it's going to be a high-level game of Counter-Strike, a Tier 1 game of Counter-Strike, two of the best teams in form right now who played a Cologne final last year to all 5 maps. This is still a very important game, and it's a statement the fact that Navi would let it through. Sure, we know FaZe have been akin to letting this map slip through in time. I think back to that ENCE matchup as well, where they floated it in a BO5 and they won it as well. Obviously, the BNE one is the last time FaZe played it back at Rio. They live to regret it. They haven't even floated it since that point, and now they do it against Navi, who call the bluff.
But so now this begs the question of who's mega braining who, right? Is this Navi secretly now touching a map that they've never elected to play, or were they just hoping that FaZe would not call their bluff on this? I don't know, but we did get to speak to Simple earlier on, so let's see if he spoke about it.
Simple, brother, thank you very much for joining me. You're coming in towards today, you're 2-0, you're feeling pretty good. What's the thoughts going in towards this game? You're coming against FaZe.
No thoughts. I mean, I think one of us will definitely be on major, so it's not gonna mean a lot if we beat them.
And if you guys go into against FaZe, what's the preparation like here? Is it because you know them so well that you kind of more work on your own game, or do you kind of look at the previous results so far in the RMR?
Yeah, we were just practicing our weak maps because we know that they have really strong pick against us. Either it's Nuke or Inferno. So, and now it's going to be a more interesting map pool. Yeah.
And of course, for you guys, there's been questions about NPL, right, and how he's adjusting to the team. How has he been the last couple of days with being an RMR, being very high intensity?
He played much better than he played 1 month ago. I think it's because of preparation and because of the new experience that he has from our team.
And of course, last question, what would it mean to you to play, the final CSGO major? What does it mean to you, being the GOAT? How does it feel to be part of the final CSGO major?
It means that Navi is going to be on all majors in CSGO, and it will mean a lot. It's going to be one and only organization that's going to be on all majors, hopefully.
Navi on all majors. Well, let's see if we can see it for ourselves. You've heard it from the man, number one in the name, one in the game, and this is going to be game of the tournament, no doubt about it. I think the only thing we want, Harry, is we need 3 maps.
Yeah, I swear, if anyone wins this in 2, I will be pissed, all right?
Yeah,
we have to see that 3rd map. We have to see Vertigo.
And I think, funnily enough, if there's a world that's going 2-0, it's probably for Navi, because Ancient's just been such a good map for them. And for FaZe, yeah, Inferno, sure, you could make exactly the same point about them. But, off the Veto, I want to say it's 3. We all want to say it's 3.
Something that is so interesting to me is that when Navi went through this trend of picking up academy players, and looking to shift them into the main roster, looking to try and bring up some younger names, guys like MPL, for example, is that, the old Navi Academy squad did used to play Vertigo, and they played it prolifically. Yeah. In fact, every Academy team, every Academy player played Vertigo for the most part. So it was yeah, exactly. Like Monacy is a keen example there. So, maybe there's some crossover, but I don't know, man. This is so interesting. This is so, and I really don't know who's got the bigger brain here. Whether or not
that's the thing. The way this happens is both teams believe it. Today we find out. It's not about who definitely has. No, we don't know. It's uncharted territory. It's an island in the middle of the Pacific we've never seen before, but we're just stepping foot on it now today.
Dude, the one time I even got to see Simple on Vertigo in an environment somewhat like this, at least the tournament was more of a show match event when I was working one with Davey a little while ago. And it was like, okay, Simple subs in last minute and he's playing Vertigo, and already you could see there were signs where the team looked a little bit uncomfortable. But then I heard rumblings that apparently behind the scenes maybe there had been a lot of prac that was going on. So if that's now come full circle about 8 months later, this is the first time we get to see it picked, first time we get to see it played. They come out looking like absolute demons, bud. The storyline's there. Like the fact that there's so many ways this could go, it's just cool.
That's a whole other conversation, right? Like prac partners, you kind of, if you're a team that has an instaban, you want to play a map for the first time, you want to hide it. You don't want to let people know. So who have Navi been playing? Who have they been pracking? Did FaZe know it was coming through? Did they expect it in this series? Or is everyone shook to the core? We're about to find out, folks. Map 1 of this series is Inferno. Map 2 is Ancient. And to end it all, we go 50 stories. Tool, join us for a 3-0 match. A legend stage on the line at the Blast Paris Major. It's Navi versus FaZe.
Yeah, let's get ready to witness some history then, shall we? Potentially in that 3rd map. Ooh, lordy, all right. Legend stage on the line. Navi v FaZe. It's Navi with a CT side start. Simple, looking to kick things off in good form. Runs it, Twist, stones him. And Perfecto's even getting aggressive as well. Now he's out on an island here. Deary me, Perfecto's getting hounded. That is ballsy to say the least. Maybe a little too ballsy. Out of the round, out of Carrigan. Over in the apartments, MPL holds the line, but will get pressured back into a more passive angle, giving apartments control over to FaZe. While this has been happening, Simple has still continued his mission on the B push. He is fully in their spawn right now, and he's cleared out all of second mid. Navi know it's the A play. Hang on a moment, FaZe are coming back. Simple's right here. Simple is right here waiting for them in at the ramp. He's gonna let the first few cross, but Rops still holding for him. Reads that well, and FaZe now have the advantage as they hit up B.
3 players checked that. 3 different players looked towards ramp. They were not falling for that. Navi now set for a retake without a kit in a man-down scenario. We all know Inferno. We know how it goes, and not well. FaZe pushed through. That's a big kill, Rain. Essentially making this round unwinnable. Bit has an argument to be made, though, taking him back down and putting us in a 2-on-3, forcing fights his Carrigan into the spawn. And now it's Bit against the world with FaZe on a crossfire. There's no way he can get back in here. They will not give him the satisfaction. Pistol for FaZe, despite Simple's best efforts. And this game has started.
It started just the way we wanted it to already. Tense fights, roundabout maneuvers, Rops, rock steady on the flank back towards T-Spawn. Man, I was just thinking Simple was going to go absolutely off, right? Just cut him to bits like a human hatchet. Instead, that pistol round falls in favor of FaZe, and the game has begun.
I like the vibe that Navi attempted to bring as far as pistol rounds go. Like they were playing that very aggressive, very in your face. And I gotta say, the mid-round like realization from FaZe to completely change the game up and go back into the B play is brilliant. You know, that is Carrigan doing his tricks.
Yeah. The logic we use of like, oh, when you're on an eco, you play very loose and you play, you know, you make moves you wouldn't make in a gun round because, hey, screw it, you know, we got less to lose, there's less on the line. It's kind of the same mantra I expect from a Legends game like this, right? A 2-0 match where neither team is really facing elimination, neither team is too worried about their destination. They know they're getting to Paris, but everything's off, you know, everyone's loose right now. And I think we could be seeing a lot better individual level, a lot more plays being made. I think this has the potential to be an explosive matchup, more so than the names would even suggest. And they suggest a lot, Harry. FaZe Navi, always a banger. FaZe do their due diligence at B, forcing a triple stack. But they go back to their mid take. Double long. FaZe can completely avoid every single player of Navi if they want. But they're coming in.
Yeah, Bit's going to open up. Rob's dead, trying to wrap around over towards long. Now his team have taken the site, and that's maybe the more important object here for the FaZe squad. They're going to have a chance to get the bomb plot, but with Navi sat a man up and now armed with an AK, they might look to give this a go. They're all hanging around. The only thing that made me somewhat doubtful was the triple B lean having to rotate in, which has wasted precious time, right? That's like the one issue you're having here. At bare minimum, you want to give this a look in. You want to feel like you at least tried after going 5v4 up. And so here's the push in. First man falls, Bit dead. There will be a response out of Perfecto and MPL, who's having a round with the hero AK. Just Carrigan, but this guy clutches his big. MPL rises up and takes his head off. And it's close, it's down to the wire, but MPL's fist bumping, he believes he's got it. Navi, they just grabbed that round with milliseconds to spare.
It blinks. The bomb blinks. That should not be around for MPL. Dude, he gets off the bomb there, jumps up as his teammate falls and hits the instantaneous headshot. And I wanted to talk about MPL because this guy, yeah, we've only seen 2 BO1s for Navi. Yeah, they were favorites in both of them. Yeah, they won them both. But he has had great games so far in the RMR. And it was the opener against Into the Breach on Inferno where he put up a fantastic performance. This guy's playing great Counter-Strike right now. He went 31 and 24. Second game even had a 1.6 rating at plus 14. MPL seems to be getting more and more comfortable with this team, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they've been putting in a great deal of effort. I mean, even before games, you see Blade talking it through with him. They are giving him the support. They are giving him the resources, and they believe in him. And hell, I mean, if he can keep this up, ooh, what a terrifying prospect. Something you've never even really had to consider. He's had a couple of nice moments, but the consistency hasn't been there. If that's something he can find, if the ceiling hasn't been hit, ooh, it's very exciting. And he is a very young, malleable player, is MPL. Tucked into the corner over at long. Has support in terms of util, flashes to gear him up for a peek in a mid.
If they don't have util, so they can't flush him out. And so he's given an option to escape, he'll take it. FaZe looking for Deagles. Carrigan sees the jump. But it's a long take for FaZe and dry at that. MPL, does he have more flashes for support? It seems not. Vector the only one back at the B bomb site. That's where Carrigan's edging his way towards. There's MPL with a dry swing, taking 2. And the bomb's loose. 20 seconds, FaZe getting picked apart. Nice shot from Rain, but it should be no more, you'd like to think. Bomb trying to get retrieved. Rain doesn't last much longer. And MPL confident, but Rops will punish. 15 seconds, he needs to die. And Perfecto will grant him that. Carrigan falls finally. And Navi, a couple of casualties, but they deal with the eco.
Yeah, boy, this is what we needed to see. Already coming out, looking like they're ready to tussle. MPL continuing on from his form prior. No, it's just against the ecos, but every little helps feed that hot hand, keep his mentality in great stead, keep him building up so he can be a critical part of this team. And frustrations already on the faces of the FaZe boys already. Robs, you can see the devastation from the previous round. Now here, at least, they found themselves armed once again. The arsenal is restocked, AK-47s, and utility to support.
FaZe respect the banana take in their first full buy. Looking to get in there later. Rain loves a wall bang. If you watch him on Ancient, we will later as well, but takes apartments for now. 4 strong on A for Navi. How long does Simple hold on here? He's yet to see a thing. Nade goes in, FaZe start to announce their presence, and Simple caught while running as well. Because of the molly, they won't re-swing, and MPL doesn't get an option to trade. Simple's left with nothing. Brokey's crawled all the way up cart. MPL forces kills on long side and takes 2 as FaZe turn around to try and take the A site. Rops has to do it as solo right now. Twist is a long way out. He's over the smoke. He might see something, but it's down below he's going to worry about. Bit will not have a problem with that. And Twist now maybe even asks to save. And a 1v4 gets spotted, and he's jumping out. This is crazy. 20 seconds. They're not going to give him anything. They force him to commit, and so he shall die on that hill. 3-1 for Navi. And this is what I mean with MPL, man. He is taking a lot of moves early. He realizes he doesn't get re-swung to trade Simple, and so he is the one to force the fight. He comes around on long and chases 2 more kills, looking very confident in these few games so far. And to do that against FaZe is a statement.
Oh, a little frustrated as well. Yeah, man, I mean, MPL, you know, we're only a handful of rounds in, but he sat pretty at nearly 180 ADR, so you'll take that. These are pristine numbers out of this guy. It's just great to see because, you know, he's been subject to his fair share of criticism, has MPL, questions around whether or not he was the right choice, but throughout all of it, you know, the one guy who has 100% been on his side has been Blade, just kind of said, like, yeah, it's a big risk. He knows when he underperforms, he knows when he's doing stuff wrong, he knows what he needs to work on, but he had full faith that if given enough time and resources, you can get games out of him. You can raise that level, and maybe we're seeing the fruits of that right now over in mid. Simple gonna open up on a Brokey. MPL on the short side, responds with another. And this is just a brutal round, isn't it? Up against the pistols. Rops low, and the nade sailing in, gonna finish the job from down in pit.
Full control. for now.
Yeah, 4-1 to Navi. Now FaZe looking to bring the guns back out. Thus far, it's Carrigan leading the way. We have had guys like Twist actually getting locked out in so many of these rounds, just getting wrecked, it feels like. So you hope that once he's got his trusty AK in hand, you can have him spring to life. FaZe are already calling in a timeout. They already don't like the way that this has started. The way that Navi are playing screams confidence. It looks like they've put work in. And so FaZe want to try and get ahead of it.
In the last 8 months, FaZe have won Inferno 15 out of 17 times played. 7 win streak right now. Only losses fielded are to Vitality at Rio, a poor event for FaZe, and against G2, back in the World Finals last year, of course, where G2 were coming in incredible form. But even that one was close. So it's simple, sat top mid right now. No one baiting this shot with a jump peek. He's not going to hang on forever, though. Banana getting taken. Twist ahead of the smokes, but they've seen him here before, and they won't see him this time. He gets out for free. FaZe playing very patient in middle, waiting for Navi to expel utility. That they have done. Simple's even making his rotation, bringing the AWP back to B.
Simple with the boost up. Maybe good timing on this because he's about to get given a jiggle here from the base of ramp. That shot misses. Meanwhile, one man out on the long side over towards A. FaZe have changed their mind here. That's because they've got all this advanced positioning on Rain, who's deep down long, in with a chance at the backstab, but it is being considered. It is being held. Watched from a man at default. MPL keeping his wits about him.
What a position.
Rain conceals himself, but I think he would have seen the barrel there. Yeah, that's too much of a close peek to the wall. MPL knows, and MPL domes him. Perfecto and Bit light them up, and that round ends in seconds. Navi looking beastly right now.
What a crossfire. And I was worrying for a second, right, because after Simple misses shot and Banana, you want to rotate that AWP again, but his teammate had already left B. Electronic had already moved all the way back up to that A site. They had to commit with their setup, and well, 4 on A, FaZe get absolutely turned into mincemeat.
The thing that's so odd about this, we keep talking about how like, MPL is just looking really confident with how he's playing. I think that honestly was like his biggest pitfall, was that if he would kind of try to make a play and it fails, like next round, you could tell he's thinking like, well, I don't want to be the reason we lose. So then he would almost try and play too safe. He would lack that confidence to try and make any sort of play. And there was this feeling, does he even need to be a playmaker with some of the guys in this team? But the idea that he's so eager to take some of these fights and down to be involved, not afraid to take risks, I think this was one of the biggest cruxes for him as an individual, was that in games where he would struggle, he would just fall off with no way to build back in, right? It was like he became safer and safer, and as a result, the impact he was having was less and less as time went on, right? Whereas right now, he is looking to be an impact player, and he has been an impact player to open up this series versus FaZe Clan off the back of a Grand Slam win.
Sweet of the berry. The sweet of the juice here for MPL. He's going to be licking his lips with the plays that have been made, but for Electronic, he's just instantly slayed. Rain dives round the corner with attack. And that's now an AK that's been scavenged. Rain is armed. 45 seconds on the clock. They're all around A, spreading around. Rotation into the back for CT, for Navi. They're trying to hold this one. Up on the balcony, you've got Robin McCool, the main man that can always ice you out in a round like this, but it's not going to be easy. No bells and whistles, not even flashes for Quad. So you're going in dry. You are going to be walking into the waiting arms of Bit and MPL. They're hitting their shots, it seems. Struggling for the connection. Eventually lands on the head of Rain. He wants even more as well, but Bit's doing the fancy footwork for him. And they are all falling down quite cleanly. 3 players survive for Navi and another round in the bank.
Yeah, great round from Bit and Pit, even though MPL, he struggled with that AK, certainly. Very low on ammo by the end, but Bit is just dancing round and taking every single kill. FaZe, they had the position. They keep getting Rain on this arch side. They keep getting him past the B rotate, but not able to hit the shots there, nor in the last A take either. So Navi running away right now with Inferno. FaZe on a buy round.
Dude, and the fact that it's Bit and NPL stepping up so heavily in these A-holds is a great sign of the times, especially, man, if we end up on Vertigo, like these are the two with actually the most experience on the map, as wild as that is to say, for Bit and NPL.
Broky's been bullied by grenades. And one more for good measure. Cross your T's, dot your I's. Take 2 for Navi. That's one of FaZe's first banana takes, and the take comes to them, really. Simple's active again, rotates around. We have a boost to the back of B quad. Simple can sit in the library. Read FaZe a bedtime story, perhaps. Tucks rain in. Went for the smoke, though. Not ideal here. 5-on-2. Rops knows he has a bit of room.
See, FaZe don't often like to admit defeat in moments like this, right? Like 2v5, a lot of teams would just be looking to try and make out like bandits with some AKs, but I don't think you want to give Navi that level of respect, especially not with the room you have over at Long. So they're going to try and hunt down this AWP on Simple, but he's not missing, he's not moving. And Rops is fed to the beast in the library. Silence now over on the long side, and Carrigan dropping off. Just looking to hide away. Simple. Oh, dude, the read, and look at him go. Okay, Navi are looking in terrifying form. I don't know if this is, you know, anything to do with the announcement. This is obviously the last global offensive major, but dude, it feels like they've really come into this, like doubling down on everything. For Simple especially. Dude, even just how he looks on the camera, he looks very refreshed.
He does. Man's been in the gym every day.
I feel like it's lit a fire under them.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is FaZe. This is FaZe who just come off the back of a Grand Slam win. They just won the Grand Slam. And here they are, getting bullied. Calling in another timeout, by the way. I think it was a real sign of the times when in, what, like round 4 or round 5, they called out their first timeout. They could just tell, based on the eye test of that first few rounds, like, okay, this might be a little harder than we thought it is, right?
I think it's harder as well to keep it up after reaching high highs, and I think FaZe are a team that know exactly what that's like, right? We remember when they won Antwerp, and immediately they go to Dallas, and they kind of bomb out, don't they? They get caught up by Cloud9, and that was an event. If they won, you know, it would have been their Grand Slam earlier.
In my mind, the slight difference there is that FaZe knew they had more chances, you know, for the Grand Slam. And in the same vein, they do have more chances to make it to the major, but I think you don't want to add any unnecessary risks to that.
My point being, you know, when you do reach those high heights, it can be hard to like not take these games as seriously, but I think Navi have more to prove right now in their current form than FaZe do. FaZe have completed Counter-Strike almost. We're about to get to the end of it, but yeah, I think Navi have a lot more to prove, or at least they feel like they do. Miss long smoke, big problem, but Simple's blind. And Perfecto flying into rain. It's a tag shot through the smoke. Simple repositions, and Bit will deal with a lurk in Rops. So Navi have no issues with stopping this, and I think Simple's going for more.
Yeah, he's hungry, man. And hell, like when you're hitting every shot, try and fire as many shots as you can. He is so keen to throw him. I mean, everyone is for Navi right now. That confidence is exuded by every single player, down to even the likes of MPL, who's just been super aggressive in the openers. Now we have Simple kind of stealing that limelight again as the game's raged on. Twists, who's been getting bullied at Banana. Now it's a different type of bullying. They've just kind of given him the silent treatment, left him all alone in this 1v4. And it's like, man, you're too far away to even die at this point, really. You know, he's going to try run in. Yeah. They might try and kill him off the time. They might just take it while they got it.
Navi just take it when they got it. Ooh, Simple gave it a go. Is anyone going to make the call? No, they swing together, and they finish the job. 8-1. And yeah, I think just given that conversation we just had, I don't think FaZe are a team that should waste opportunities, given that whole Grand Slam conversation. And yeah, they won it, and yeah, they had a couple more chances, but it got too close for comfort. It got closer than it's ever been. So I think FaZe, if they have a chance to go Legends 3-0, they should take it. Right now, Navi are the ones taking names. And of course, remember, folks, there are still chances to go Legends off of 3-1 here due to the amount of teams we have. So it's not the end of the day, as even Carrigan said, or the end of the world if they lose this matchup. But why play more games? You can play less. Show less, prep less. More time off, more prep for Paris. 8-1 right now. We need a response from FaZe.
It's got to be something. Because the longer this ticks on by, the more that pressure starts to mount, the more Navi get into their groove, and the more that you can see these players starting to abuse the weakened FaZe Clan roster. Here into the 10th though, early on, bit of pressure applied towards Banana, exchange of nades. Got a boost in the back of the site, Simple lying there to support as well. Just 2 players up close for aggressive brackets control with Rain. It really has kind of been the only shining light for FaZe at the minute in the group, the Wolf Pack towards close mid.
They're going to burst through the smoke with no flash, completely contact, and Navi right now believe it to be. How patient will they be? Missed shot from Carrigan. Made him jump. MPL jumps up and over the top with 2 headshots. MPL turns from a flash that never arrives, but Bit will survive in the pit and trade things out. He's keeping this A site intact. 4v2, they're out long again. Rain has had this position so many rounds. Can Bit flick back in time? He's not seen him. Rain hiding behind the scooter, slides into the site and takes a 2-on-3. If they can get this bomb down, FaZe have a chance.
Oh, Navi want to face though, right? They've been pretty aggressive here. They've lobbed in that motor smoke to try and creep out behind, but Simple will get bested. Plant in, Rops and Rain trying to cook up a 2v4. They lose Rain, and so Rops is going to fly solo, but dead to Electronics through the apartments. Navi clamp down upon that A site. They don't give them the room to get set up. They don't ever let them get comfortable in that round.
You know, what if Navi never wanted to play Vertigo, but they just knew they'd 2-0 the series, and they'd scare everyone from leaving Vertigo open to them again? If they were willing to float it here, it's 2-0, never get to it. But jokes aside, this is crazy, and if Navi 2-0, I'll be so disappointed. We all want to see what they've got.
No, I mean, but dude, in a way, like, sure, it would suck to not get to see it,
it's a flex.
What it does to the actual like mental game of playing against Navi, it's wild, because suddenly you're like, so wait, do they play Vertigo? Right. You know, like, and you never got to see it to actually see if it was good. So yeah, like that, even of itself, the fact that it is present as the decider is the intrigue, you know, and we all want to see it. But Navi are in great form right now.
No!
Oh, twists,
He went too early.
He is hurt. He is wounded. 12 HP from the Molotov. Really low. 1 nade could end his round. And, you know, he's been having a really rough time over here at Banana. Like, exceedingly rough. 1 in 10.
Yeah.
He's not been able to find much.
First death of the map when Simple ran down B and got the kill. That was the only round FaZe got, remember, was the pistol. And Navi have been in full control ever since. And I think Perfecto's ready. If they can get a re-smoke in time, it's not going to be one. Electronic shoots over the smoke, blinded. He can spam through right now, but the molly makes him go forward, and that's what Rain wanted. Great shot from Twist. Low health over the top. And that's going to be the site taken. And probably the round now for FaZe off of these positions. Navi are so far out. They can entrap FaZe. They can risk losing guns to try and keep FaZe's economy on the edge. We know that that bomb radius on Inferno is large, but Navi are not going to be attempting to win this round. Damage control all together now at the bottom of B, and we'll see if FaZe work that one out. Because this is still important. Like, FaZe keeping all these guns, at least 3 of them, is important. If you don't keep 3 rifles in a 1 round, you actually lose profit on the rounds you win. So Robs is going to go down B. He's going to find out the hard way. And that nade could be the end of Twist as well. He only sees Util this round. Simple's just farming frags. There's 1 more man, and he'll be allowed at least. Oh, Simple was ready.
Yeah, but dude, taking out that many weapons is a very big deal, man. Can't stress it enough. This buy round for FaZe is going to have limitations in spite of them winning it. And pretty big limitations at that. So Navi, sure, they don't play for that round, but they're looking to win the map, right? They're focusing on the big picture. And they know that they've teed themselves up for an easier round here, and I love this, man. You know that you just wrecked the money. You know you put them in a bad way, so they try to come in with some aggression, try to set the pace to open up this round. Looking to punish the low buy. MPL adds another to his tally, finally traded, and Rops, very important equalizer in amidst all this madness. Got rid of Bit, trying to move through the apartments. That's given way to a 3-on-3. For Navi, they might be kicking themselves that it actually goes from looking so favorable to an even odds bout from a 5v3 to a 3v3 so quickly, but it was the speed of those trades that made that hard to pull back from, right? They came in tandem, and so Navi never felt like they had the advantage. They've taken a gamble here.
Oh, yeah. Do they commit with this, really? It's so early in the round. There's a minute on the clock, but, you know, FaZe aren't the kind of team to just send a player walking in to be in this position, and Navi are going to crunch middle as well. If Electronic dies here, it only sells Perfecto better, but he thinks it's B because mid is clear. No, it's not. Rops was waiting. That's the lurker anyway. It tells Navi nothing. They're going to double down on their A hold. This is their best bet. Simple and Perfecto set up in the site, and FaZe creeping forward into danger zone.
That danger zone is really going to be hard to fly high through. It's not going to be easy at this point. Simple waiting in the back of the pit. Scope attached, ready to hit them with the shotgun, or if they come running out, utility dash through. Perfecto caught sleeping. He'll drop to Robin, and it's all on Simple now. And the 1v3, if they don't clear it, he could be so damn sickening. It's the first of the Kerrigan. Had the lineup ready as well. He wanted the second, but he doesn't get it.
Dude, the bolt not cocked in time.
Yeah, if that was even like 0.2 of a second slower, that is a Simple kill right there. So FaZe can breathe a sigh of relief. They can breathe easy that they see that round through. Over on the B stream as well, shot at the legend stage for one of these teams. Fnatic currently up 1-0 in that BO3. And now they're over on Nuke. 8 with a slight lead, but it's only just gotten started. We'll keep you updated with that as to how it's looking. Right now, let's focus on the meat and potatoes of this, though. Navi, FaZe still raging on. And FaZe finding a couple of rounds now, chaining 2 together. This is where they can look to turn the tide.
Electronics found a very uncomfortable place between 2 Molotovs. Fire at the feet, he will escape with his life. Even those jumps are really dangerous because, for example, if a player's over the logs and you try and jump around a corner to make your movement quicker, to get those wiggles in the air, you're going to get seen over the top. MPL flash for a mid-fight. Sees nothing. It's raining apps. I think he's probably called that along, that Navi just cleared middle. So do FaZe expect a triple B? They should. Simple's here as well. FaZe ready to lay up and execute. We're going to see a more standard round here. A 5v5, pump and dump. They do the wall smoke, allowing them access to the CT spawn if they want, but they're not playing with it. And Navi know that. A man over the boxes. Perfecto peers down and FaZe start to rumble in.
Perfecto with not just 1 but 2. Finally, it's Rain to fight back, but Electronic steps up when you need him most. The live wire in the round, and the fantastic finish comes from Simple at the helm. That's the way Navi clean house again.
Yeah, that smoke did nothing to help FaZe, right? Navi knew it was a trick the entire way. And it also makes you look at CT as well when you're running up, right? Perfecto, yeah, he gets cleared by Carrigan, but as soon as Carrigan dies, it's Twist staring at the CT spawn, trying to cover for Carrigan on that run up. And so Perfecto has an easy double kill there.
Dude, Simple has been so mobile with the AWP as well, and I feel like that's a degree of freedom that's coming as a result of Bit and MPL looking so good over on the A site, right? Because normally it felt more like, you know, Simple kind of had to be fairly restricted, right? He kind of needed to support A in games gone by for Navi. What with kind of shaky performances as of late from Bit and MPL not quite nailing down the consistency, but these guys have held their own. That's given Simple so much more freedom to work this AWP, and it's making it that much harder to play into. I'm used to seeing Simple like rage peeking B in a game that's like getting out of hand, so he feels like he has to make hero plays.
Getting out of hand.
But it's so much more put together right here for Navi. MPL at long getting flashed in. They're teeing up their boy, trying to get him involved even more so. Getting pressured by these pistols, but he doesn't need to keep fighting this. Still he will. Goes back in for more, and with support from Perfecto and these flashbangs every step of the way, there was full faith in Navi there. Simple going to close it out. You never know where this AWP is going to strike from next.
I do like this Simple MPL little duo right now, right? They're playing long a lot. They were doing that in the ITB game, like trading peaks and doing double setups. But Simple is just constantly flashing him into fights. A lot of faith in the young gun. And again, we talk about MPL, this guy's not just inexperienced, he's extremely young as well, 17 years of age, playing with the best player that Counter-Strike Go has has right now. So, yeah, the fact that he's looking comfortable is all the more credit to him and to the system that Navi have put him in. This could be an insane Paris major if MPL is playing in this form and raising the level of Navi somehow even more.
The thing is normally it's wins versus opponents like this, like versus a FaZe Clan that do wonders for the confidence in your system, right? And I know that like for guys like Simple and Electronic, you know, you're never that worried about it. You know that they kind of understand the ebb and flow counter, but man, I think especially for some of the guys like Bit who took a bit of a dip in his own performance, what with more attention being put on MPL, for guys like MPL who couldn't strike the balance with consistency, it's so important. And dude, even this round, this is a wild gamble.
This is crazy.
But yeah, man, you know, I think
what is this read?
Games like this just do wonders for your confidence.
I want them to take mid, fast flank right now. They need to. They realize it's too late. This is such a strange round. 5v5 retake at the B side. Oh, I say that. Spam through the smoke. Veto's got more. Oh, bye-bye bomb. Forget the retake. FaZe may never get comfortable.
Damn despicable. Finally, at least, the bomb will be planted as Bit bites the head off of Brokey, and there's an insane trade game going on. It's all on Rain to blow them away. He peeks out, hoping to hit the head, maybe be in a position to do more, but instead, he's dead. And Navi, a round that looks so weird at the start, goes on to be them locking it down, but that's the way it'll end out at the half. We'll be back in for more after the break.
a statement of a CT side from Navi here on Inferno, a map that FaZe rarely lose in the last year or so, and Navi 12-3 off the top. Not a bad beginning, but I do cast my mind back to their opening game on Inferno against Into the Breach, no less, where Navi did the same thing. It was 11-4 CT side, it went to overtime, so Navi can't get ahead of themselves here up against the Grand Slammers of FaZe. Very important pistol that absolutely will decide the outcome of this game. If FaZe win it, we're on. If Navi take it, we're probably going to Ancient. And the prospect of a 2-0 raises its head.
Talking about heads as well, they could be knocked off. Like Project X, heads will roll if you go running towards middle right now. Twists and Rocks need to hit their shots. They only are good for one. Is NPL. God damn, a Goliath with the Glock as he pops off for the first two, and now they're just roaming in to leave them all black and blue. It's going back to the FaZe Clan side, and now we're left with just one man left, Perfecto, with 50 seconds on the clock, flicking left and right, trying to see if he can knock him out with the good night hit. Has the Molotov to buy time, but it's not going to be good for him. He does at least hit the first, all on Carrigan. Brains of the operation trapped in the back of it. Perfecto being punished, but he hits it. And that is perfection put together so precisely. It's not even dicey, it's clean at the end.
He's a clutcher. We know him. We love him. He's always good for it.
Dude, I mean, I tell you what, the thing that's wild there, though, is, you know, that's like two fantastic clutches in their own right. Carrigan often great in those moments, right? When you put him in a 1v1, when you need him to step up. And so the fact that, you know, Perfecto doesn't just best him, but bests Rain along the way, right? Two of the kind of old school players of the FaZe squad. That is a real feel-good moment for Navi. And now that they've won this T-side pistol, this game, it should be theirs if they can get past the force by this first map should be as good as done. Might be easier said than done with Rain landing a dig like that. However, it's quickly equalized by Perfecto. And Rain is still feeling that pressure to try and make a play. He's hanging around behind the car trying to stop any banana aggression. There's even a rotate out of FaZe. They've left just one man inside of A. Robs is going to have to do the heavy lifting all alone.
Surely too much for one man at this range. He's going to run out of ammo quickly. Bit will just eviscerate him as his teammate flies into the pit. Perfect setup for Navi. Even got a moto smoke in the cheeky lineup. Bit's going to get that site cleared and plant the pit and the Balk. So FaZe save what little remains in these SMGs. And Navi are up to 14, folks. I mean, I know Carrigan said it wasn't life or death in that pre-game interview, but we still wanted a little more from FaZe in this game. Look at this shot from Rain. Oh, it looked like he was behind the wall already. You don't hit that online, I'll tell you that.
That is so grotesque.
Damn. 14-3. On a map FaZe haven't lost since World Finals against G2.
So damn good, we get it again.
The last time FaZe lost a game this dominantly was to Navi, on this map rather, 16-1, which was mid last year at Spring Final. Doesn't happen every day, but Navi seem to be the ones to deliver the goods. Roki on a scout, nothing to lose here, but can't re-peek forever. Well, maybe he can. Oh my god, they're just holding nades. No one's covering Electronic. His arm's up for grabs as well. Brokey hits 2 tags down middle.
I mean,
FaZe have rebought again.
Yeah, they've just gone for the Hail Mary, right? Like, when you look at it, you know, you're 3-15 down, and that would be when your buy comes in. I kind of understand the idea of just wanting to try and force as many buy rounds through the pipeline as possible.
Brokey keeps hitting.
Yeah, he's done good damage with this scout, and actually that does make this round a little trickier, right? With all these SMGs and Famis's, Deagles in play around that scout. Not going to take as much to finish off 2 of these players on the Navi side. Simple looking into top mid, has MPL alongside him. These two playing a little buddy system. They were together in this A site hold in the first half. Now, how the turns have tabled, they're going to look to be the ones breaking it apart, perhaps. They get smoked off in top mid. They don't like what they see there, so they go back and try to give this banana side a bit of a look in.
No.
Molly on the logs. Carrigan will get checked manual mode, but gets out with a kill. A bit of help from Rain. Mows down another. This Eagle provides. Rain still has an MP9 in the back pocket as the sidearm chopping around. Look at him go. Rain's on their parade. Banana's locked down.
Furniture flipper in Banana. He's just going for jump shots there. That's one way to do it. The deep banana take, and then Rain just ripping him apart with the MP9. After hitting that jump shot the previous round, and now being the guy in the air. He's done it on both sides. Smooth shooting from Rain in a messy situation, 14-4, but Navi can brush it off. And that was why the buy was worth the risk for FaZe.
Dude, like, you're not meant to spend this much time in the air, Rain.
Oh, where else do you think Rain comes from? It'll hit the ground eventually. Gonna pop Carrigan back into B. If they boost on logs, he'll see them, but they're gonna walk through the smoke, and his gun barrel might block him. Does he have CL left hand 1, or right hand 0? I mean, Carrigan at least goes 1 for 1. Rain in front of the smoke, and they line up for him. Lots of damage to Simple, who even spams back a couple of shots. Robs stots MPL, doing what he does best, lurking out of apps, and Simple surely one bridge too far.
Yeah, I love Robs' positioning on this one. Wins that fight into the apartments, and he's actually leapt up there and taken the space just to safeguard the round. Even if Simple won that fight there, there's not really a world where he can do anything about Robs' position. So a very, very safe way to play it for FaZe. Starting to find a couple here. Late activation, very, very late, right? Like right at closing time, in fact. But stranger things have happened. 5-14. An eco looming for Navi, so a 6th should be as good as done.
Puts into perspective there as well, seeing the ADR, man, just MPL so far ahead of everyone else, and then only Rain to actually have anything to really show for FaZe.
Well, so, you know, in a lot of the kind of hot streaks for FaZe, Rain's actually had, like, some fantastic tournaments. I mean, like, back at Antwerp, I think is a great example of that. You know, he played phenomenally well, did Rain. So at least having him switched on is a good sign for FaZe.
That came at the right time as well, right? Off the back of the Katowice with JKS. People out for Rain's head. Proves them all wrong again. The pop into middle is easily dealt with. Minimizing casualties, I say that until Electronic pulls up with a Glock and gets far more than we bargained for. 2.5.
Yeah, he almost put
Brokey down.
Man, dude, that would have been wild.
If he took Brokey down, that'd be the best Glock round ever on an eco.
Oh, dude, he's such a gangster. Even he's giving it a little smile.
Yeah. It's a valuable bit of damage. Oh, double up. I love this. Robs is pulling out the orb. Don't see this every day. Brokey's going to send his down mid. Robs as well on the A side. FaZe's grenades land well. Robs in the apartment hits his tag, gets out scot-free.
Glad we're seeing, you know, Carrigan and Brokey trade places in this one. Double or pay hold. Looks to fold away. Brokey gets set up with his AWP at Banana because Rain was holding this from the half wall, right? And this is very, very powerful. Eventually, what can happen if Brokey feels content is Rain can just leave, and then that's going to allow a 4-man lean over towards A. But now he's going to hang around. There's still plenty of time left. You haven't really picked up any hints that are suggesting that Navi are giving this A site a look in. And the one place that you found a bit of damage was into the apartment. So you're thinking that maybe that scares them away. That flash is going to bait the shot out of Brokey and send him off of Banana. And so now they won't have that. No, yeah, okay, good. I'm so glad he went back in. He was just letting Rain pop flash for him. And now Rain should leave. Now Rain's going to go because they lobbed one flash and no one peeked, no one pushed. And so he starts to move around. This is all because Brokey scoped up down the Banana. So with 30 seconds, FaZe have started to piece together where this one's ending up. And that 4th man gets here just at the right time.
Couldn't have been better. Carrigan forces 2 kills and even holds on for more. 3 frags in the round has sucked the momentum out of Navi in this buy. And Carrigan, he wants all 5 for all the glory, but Navi won't give him anything. They walk away with 10 seconds to spare. A save for Simple and Bit. Great play from Carrigan. Exactly the kind of thing that MPL was doing, finding that right timing. Not peeking too early, but peeking right when Navi start to walk up short with 25 seconds. Can't watch everywhere. And I like how I imagine it was communicated, went with that HE grenade thrown out on short. Could barely see his opponents, but that goes both ways.
Just impressed with the sheer level of comeback now as well, considering the scoreline was just so horrendously stacked towards Navi. The fact it's 7 rounds might still sound like a lot, but it's a whole lot better than what they were originally working with. And you can piece that back together, especially here. Unless Navi do something absolutely heroic with the techs on deck, it should be FaZe starting to course correct and get themselves back into a driving position.
Oh, the jump again. Again and again. It's crazy. Gonna get punished. It's about time. Simple hears the steps. He knows this. Pre-fires Carrigan. And that's the B site busted wide open, but he's smoked off and he's expecting a 3rd player. We've already heard Double Orbs chime in. So he doesn't want to rush that on his own. He'd rather just group up 5v3, play your cards together. Should still be a full house for Navi. FaZe make a gamble. 2 on that B bomb site. But even if Navi go in, you like their odds.
At the start of this game, you know, there wasn't really a lot going for the individuals of FaZe, though. And normally, like, this is where FaZe can cook up something, right? This is what makes them such a hard team to put away, is their individuals in man-down rounds can save the day. It's happened on more than one occasion over this time. Twist is locked out. Brokey's left defending B alone. 1 man moves in and he tries to swing, but Electronic won't let him have it. And so this one's Navi's, like it or not. Rops getting wrapped up the long side and now boxed in. He realizes they were hunting me from the start and they deal with him. They knock all the guns out. And so Navi finally break through. They put a stop to this streak, this 4-round streak that FaZe embarked upon.
Navi was so confident on that B hit that they still had 2 players lurking. And a frustrating round for FaZe. Rain caught jumping. Carrigan re-swings to trade, but Simple already shooting. And 15-7. That comeback you prophesized, Jackie. Wind sucked out of it. FaZe gets stunned. Drops nice aggressive pick, but can he get out? He's running into the wall right now. That flash was not helpful, and MPL is going to be able to get that trade, keeping things even for now.
Brokey backing off as well, giving up more and more of that control over to Navi that right now really do have both hands grasping the game. And for FaZe, they realize that they're staring death in the face, at least in the first map. They'll always be ancient. And there's Vertigo waiting if we even make it there, but at the minute with the form that we're seeing, I don't think that's even going to be a reality. Unfortunately for Brokey as well on the fadeaway. His toes get blown off and it drops him down to 8-5. At least had the Molotov to work a bit of time on the clock as we are at the 50-second mark.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Simple just barely getting out at 3 HP. Lucky to still be alive, if anything. Gonna try and challenge Brokey, and the AWP misses. 3 HP on Simple, but he gets the kill at B. FaZe aren't in a position to pull anyone away from this A site, though, and that's what Navi are really hoping for. And if they do try to move anyone out, if they start getting paranoid about the B play, these players in the apartments will catch them. FaZe stick to their guns. They call the bluff of Navi. They maintain this triple stack. Twist dead in the pit, and Carrigan wrapped up the long side. This one is a done deal, surely. 3v1, and Rain left up in it all alone. He was the one guy trying to keep things rolling for FaZe, but MPL's got his name, and he nails the shot. What a game from the young gun MPL, the duo of him and Simple. The Snimple duo, as we'll call it. Maybe Snipple. Snipple duo.
Oh, yeah, they cut FaZe's head right off.
Yeah, this little tag team, it's what Navi needed, apparently. It was unreal. Nipple finishes 24 kills deep, nearly 100 ADR, right behind him. Simple, 20 and 12, lights out game from Navi. They were in full control from the offset, and they approached that with such a confidence and such a kind of laser focus that FaZe could even feel it by round 5 of the game when they called in their first tack pause. They just didn't like what they saw. They didn't like the vibe check in the server. So that's all from this first map. Inferno done and dusted. Ancient waiting in the wings. We'll find out if FaZe can bounce back.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go quick. No. That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second. You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant. Roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Navi slap FaZe in the face, and on Inferno, a map that FaZe haven't lost in 7 streak. Navi come through with a dominant win, 16-7. Not bad at all. And everyone's new favorite power duo of Simple and MPL show up big today, at least in that first map.
Yeah, man, the Snimple duo. We never knew we needed it, but my God, what a terrifying twosome these two proved to be. I think homing on an MPL is just the perfect place to start, really. You know, let's kind of talk about it. This was a lights out game from him from round one as well. Like, it's not like, you know, he kind of had like some cool moments in the middle of this, and then, you know, everyone else was already fragging, and so he came alive off of that confidence. Like, no, MPL very much set the tone from the get-go of this game. He was throwing himself into every conceivable gunfight and would more often than not get out with a multi-kill. And I think, you know, when you see the youngster doing that, when you see the guy who, you know, you've questioned the confidence of before in the past, it's like, of course that's going to spur you on. It's like, man, MPL just 3K'd on the short side, and then Simple's like, I want to have a go, right? And so then there was this really nice interplay between the two of them. It looked like there was a real effort as well to try and keep setting MPL up. The amount of times he was getting supportive flashes from Simple for a long for a long fight over towards Archers in the first half. And then, you know, talking Simple, he also started this very confidently. The first kill of the entire map was him running down Banana with a minute 50 left, taking a fight to Twists. The round had just started. They could have all been there, but Simple literally didn't care, didn't have a worry in the world.
Yeah, and they even lost that round. It was only one of the 3 they lost in that entire half. It's worth noting, I think FaZe entered that second half with 2 opening kills in the entire first 15 rounds, and only 3 rounds to show for it. So yeah, they couldn't get the ball rolling to begin. Simple certainly did. He never stopped, in fact. And yeah, a couple of nice closing rounds as well for the guy. Has set Navi up very nicely despite floating Vertigo in this series for the first time with really any form of this roster. Well, in fact, with the core of this roster never been done, right? And now Navi, we may not even see it, which I know we talked about a little bit in the game. It's like, ironically, the best case scenario for Navi, because they don't show their Vertigo, they don't have to give anyone anything, and they also put the fear in every other team going into Paris, like, we can play this map. Well, but remember, Navi, if they win this game, they go 3-0, they go straight to Legends, deep in the tournament.
FaZe had the final ban, right? And you can make the case that, like, FaZe do not want to play Anubis. So I think, you know, when they took it to Vertigo, there's even a chance, what with Navi, like, trying to call their bluff there, that Navi were just hoping it goes the other way by leaving it open, right? So it's like this idea now of, like, say the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario was that Navi maybe have put a bit of effort in, but haven't really, you know, it's not a confident one for them. They're just trying to call the bluff. Well, now it's like, if you do 2-0 this, every team's going to look at this Veto and go, what does that mean? What does that mean? Like, you know, you didn't even have to prove you can play it. You literally didn't have, just the threat that you left it into the end is going to be enough for teams to start second guessing it against you. So,
but Navi's Anubis has been impeccable, right? Since they've been playing a lot of Blast as well. That came over cold to open. They beat Liquid, they beat Spirit, they beat Heroic. They beat legit teams on this very map. Even in that Heroic game, we saw Pro Dig as well, where, you know, Heroic had an incredible T side and still fell apart. So Navi and no sleeper on that map, it makes absolute sense why FaZe would go for the Vertigo to finish, but I fear we never will. I fear this is a 2-0, Jackie.
It's one of those where we're never going to quite get that story, but like you said, maybe that's just a blessing in disguise for Navi that could actually then go on to cause so many seeds of doubt in the minds of every team you're playing against from that point forward. I don't know, bud. It's one of those where it's just exciting at the prospect, exciting at the games that we're seeing, and at least we get 2 no matter what, right?
Yeah,
there's always Ancient to enjoy.
Exactly, and this is bound to be a banger as well. It's a map that Navi have even, I think they played twice against FaZe, once right when it got added FaZe 1, and recently as well, Navi beat them on it already pretty dominantly like that in Virtus. So yeah, while Navi is set up for 2-0, I think this is great because, one, it's a low-stakes game to test the map in Vertigo, but also it sets them up mentally for the Paris Major very well. And it's nice to see that Navi are at least willing to play it in an important game, you know, showing that they're coming into Paris ready to finish the job. Unicorn odds on our screen now. Navi is favorites heavily and makes perfect sense after the beating they just dished out FaZe's way.
Yeah, dude, no, this was such a legit opener out of the Navi squad, and now, you know, now we're looking at FaZe and we're saying, all right, boys, like, you're gonna have to bounce back. It's not gonna be easy. You're gonna have your work cut out for you. You're gonna need a couple more big performances from guys like Rain over towards the Cave. So hopefully, you know, that's one thing you can look forward to, is that he was switched on, and so Cave and Lane are gonna be juicy, right? So let's see. We've got Ancient coming down the pipeline in just a minute, so don't go anywhere. Well, here we are arriving at Ancient, the second map in this series, one that Navi have dominated to open up over on Inferno. Inferno was FaZe's map pick, so now as we settle into a bit of a comfort ground for Navi, we're eyeing up the idea of the Natis Vincia 2-0 to qualify straight to the Legend stage 3-0 over FaZe Grand Slam winners, coming hot off the back of that from just a month ago. Now all called into question. They would be dropping down into a 2-1 if they lose this. Still in with a chance to make it to the Legend stage, but it's going to rely on the whole difficulty modifier module thing. So that's a whole bunch of stuff to figure out down the line.
Yeah, it's FaZe's seeding obviously being fairly low, right? With all of the Rio madness that happened, going 0-3 in Legends after dominating the RMR themselves, and it's not always easy to dominate the RMR. I mean, just look at the other game we have going on the B stream right now. It's Fnatic versus Bait going on map 2. And that's for the same position we're in right now in Navi FaZe to go 3-0 and to qualify straight to Legends. More so for Fnatic, expected in the sense of we've seen them in the championship stage of Rio already. More so a surprise for Bait. And I think part of me also wanted like a Navi Bait matchup to see the two Ukrainian teams taking each other on, but maybe we'll save that for Paris.
Oh yeah, mate. There's always a chance. There's always a chance we could get that further on down the line. But for now, focusing on the present that we do have here, because this really is a treat, right?
Oh, dude, this is like out of all the ways this could have gone, at every turn, this matchup has far and away exceeded expectations, and they were already really high to begin with. It's like going to a 6-star hotel. Do those even exist? I think they do.
They
I don't know.
as well.
It's like going to a 6-star hotel, and then it's like even better than you could have imagined, man. Like this is sick, especially with the promise of Vertigo as a third. And it's a pretty big if we get there. It's even the mental fact that it's even in this series to begin with. That's going to raise questions. Can Navi play this? That's what other teams are thinking right now. And so every other team in the world who have a chance to make it to Paris are all eyeing up this game, and they're saying, please, FaZe, pull it back. We need to see if this Vertigo pick is the real deal.
Yeah, I mean, because we've had teams make the same mistake. FaZe have been the one on the boat to float a map that they're uncomfortable with, this exact map, and live to regret it back at Rio, which was the whole storyline, right? Not wanting to play Ancient and, well, not being a fan of the result. We'll see if FaZe are a fan of this BO3 as we head to their map, the Navi's map pick rather, on Ancient, the big green, as we go in and look for a 2-0 for Navi or history to be made on a decider.
Well, FaZe, they've got the CT side start, and Navi slow on the approach, slow on the roll. They boosted up Simple with a P250. Rain in the cave. He was a dependable figure on that last map. One of the only ones you could really say that about. And in a very key location, one that he feels right at home. And I call him the caveman for a reason, but that did 19 damage. That dink did 19 damage through the lip of the wall. They think that Simple's lower than he is, and now he's getting involved with the P250. They deal with Rain, and there's Brokey dead. Just a flat execution of the cave hold. Piece by piece, FaZe are pulled apart, and they never even had a chance to play. Carrigan, last man standing, taps out Electronic. Any more in the chamber, Carrigan? Any more for us? He's getting wrapped through middle. He doesn't know it yet, but he is on a timer, and that timer is about to run out. The backstab is in for MPL, and even the fact it's MPL making that move, he's like, yeah, I want to kill Carrigan. I want to do him in on the pistol. I'm going to run all the way through mid. I already know we've won it with 5v1.
Yeah, it's something we were talking about back at EPL as well, right? With just how much we saw Blade talking to MPL coming into games, and obviously he was the guy to bring this young player into the roster from one of Navi's many academy projects, the junior team even. So yeah, whatever Blade saw right now, we're starting to see it really unravel in the best of ways for Navi. Future could be bright indeed. Bit of a B rush here in round 2.
Oh, they're already in so damn quick with it. But Brokey, he's slick with it. Slaps the first man. That's Bit biting the bullet literally as he goes flying. Damage done across the board.
Carrigan! Oh, he wanted to run in and just deny the plant. Instead, he falls to MPL, and already now they've got this secured.
Yeah, Navi were allowed the entire site. Brokey died through that CT smoke to reset because of the cave control FaZe had. I admire that play from Carrigan. Stopping the bomb is the best way to throw a spanner in that round. A retake, otherwise, is not viable. And even FaZe know that in a 4v4. They want to replay the round next.
Yeah, it looked like they wanted to try and keep them trapped in over on lane, but it looks like, you know, the calls come down, like, mate, just we'll focus on saving. You know, the damage is cool if we can get some on them hunting us, but focus on keeping the guns up, run this round back in the next. Navi, with their second, with that conversion, they stick the landing on it, but they do have to come up against 4 of these 4 sport players in the next. Oh, Carrigan shaking his head.
Yeah. Dude, the body language for FaZe over the past 2 maps, it's just been so interesting looking at how they've been reacting to this, and Carrigan especially has been the one that's really been letting the true colors come out. You can just see how much this is starting to get to him mentally.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Carrigan and Rain top fragged in that last game between the 2 of them. It shouldn't be like that, really. You know, like that's the fundamental issue here is like you have Twists who went 7-19. That is a grisly scoreline for him to have, someone who can be so influential in these games. Rops as well, he's normally very consistent. 12-18, it wasn't like the worst scoreline available, but you expect a lot more, and especially with the other stars kind of going quiet, you need one of these 3 to find their footing here. Carrigan and Rain again are the ones to force a kill in this round, and they even do some follow-up damage onto Simple. Carrigan adds another to the tally, 2 now from the MP9. And the advantage suddenly flipped in favor of FaZe, especially with the damage done onto Simple earlier on. Robs has missed this timing, but MPL guilty of the same. Ooh, he turns around, wow. Funny feeling, and MPL brings us back into a 3-on-3. Now, they might send him in. That's always, you know, when you catch someone pushing main like that, it's tempting to try and take the space. Just see if you can. See if that's open. Because if you get all the way through A, you're going to play for it. If anything, you're kind of fortunate that Twist has fired off here. You know that rotates have already moved around. The bomb is all the way outside of B. It looked like Simple wanted to take it there, but it's like, mate, you have 13 health, please. Oh, dear, but there's the tag. There's the kill from Brokey. MPL gives up another, and he is taking the bomb B. Carrigan didn't hear this, and MPL's winning the fights on the A site. Carrigan moving in, but the bomb's not going down here, buddy.
If MPL can get out as well.
Dude, MPL's played this one perfectly.
He'll take the AK, he'll save it. That's a very risky play. Risky because we can see on the minimap how close Simple was.
Dude, imagine Carrigan just, here's one footstep, turns around, yeah. 1 bullet, because Simple's like 10 health, round over. Doesn't matter what you do.
Don't know how he saw Rops there, maybe 16 by 9.
16 by 9, bro. What, 16 by 1? Like
ultra wide.
In one of the 360 gaming spheres.
You know, if you're going to call out 4x3, you've got to go both ways, right? Be consistent. Simple will survive the blast, and Navi 3-0.
What do you see, MPL? He just looks at you, his eyes wide, everything, and then goes on to do that. Like, what's going on? All right, Navi, they break apart, that kind of continuation of the force buy from the second round. They do suffer some casualties along the way, all in all for FaZe. You know, you feel a little robbed because you're left feeling like it could have been so much more. But when you think about it in terms of what that actually was, it was a couple of MP9s brought forward with the goal to buy up here. The damage is appreciated, and now they can look to capitalize on that if they win this round.
RV, straight out mid. Look at Bit's position. And FaZe don't even know. They don't want to use all their util to stop this control. Just Twist throwing mollies behind the smoke and doing some spam. It's Carrigan in cave, but we got Rain ready to support. Brokey AWPing back B. But even he is considering a red flank because really FaZe have no eyes on middle. Rob's a very tricky position. If he wants to dedicate behind the box, he's got to constantly watch his sidelines. And this is a spot that will get often mollied. Robs has no smoke if that happens. He's got to fight to the death. CT smoke on the A site. Robs waits. Been made clear now. He sees the arcs of the smoke coming over the top. Gets back to safety. Trying to pick a nade, but doesn't want to dilly-dally. Navi are out in the bomb site with a boost. Dodging him for now. Brokey can't find an angle either. They skirt around the corner to safety. The molly goes flying. Robs 1-4, and that molly actually explodes mid-air. Didn't contact the ground. Brokey looking for kills now. It's a wide plant. Dangerous position. How does Simple win that fight? Brokey's good to trade. 3-on-3 now for the retake and a quick flank.
Walking their way in to see if they can bring this back together. Carrigan, he's been the big dog. He's the one that's going to be barking in the back line, but can he bite down? Veto's back turned. He's the one that's going to fall first. NPL suffers the same fate. And Electronic from CT. Oh, he's not just baiting, he's hitting the heads. Takes down the second man, but will he be left for dead? Brokey, waiting, watching, time ticking away, and you're going to be left with nothing to do apart from running out of there. And Electronic doesn't even want that to happen. Oh, leaves him on 19 HP. The fade away nade will stop it, but the round's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I mean, they at least trade the kill outright. Brokey gets like the middle finger of nading Electronic, but that doesn't feel like a great prize at the end of that round.
Sick play, I mean, to call that defuse as well. There's always going to be like a level of familiarity, not just with your opponent, but at this level, you rarely will see a stick in a 1v1 like that. That would just be so mental to call. And obviously, even knowing that you're up against an AWPer as well, the chance they have a kit is diminished. And Navi gets to laugh it off.
They missed the fist bump. That's
really?
why they were laughing. They just sailed right by, and they both realized immediately. It just felt wrong. They're really, you know, they're really in tune with each other right now.
Vibes do look good in the Navi camp. That goes a long way. Carrigan, though, he crossed. He was going for the climb up. Bit gets caught. Twist taps through smoke out of nowhere. FaZe make this round interesting.
Oh, hang on, this fight over towards B, the nade pull, Brokey sees that, he's foaming them out for the kill, but Perfecto is the one to get it. Carrigan moving in with this hero M4, open the round up, but the timing. Over towards Long, he's going to come in with a backstab, catches Perfecto, and clears up the B site.
It's a scary play to make when you know ramp is open the entire time, but Navi were not in position yet to help out. And if anything, it looks like it was never meant to be B, but Robs has cleared out jungle from pushing mid. And Twist is checking A for timings available, that of which there are many. However, Navi have not moved a muscle. Carrigan going to re-aggress. They've seen him on that jiggle, and that info only goes one way, further from the angle. Navi get the punish. 2-on-2 now. Robs upgrades. And he has a great angle here. One bullet will do it. He connects. MPL low, or not low, full health. And Rops, well, he'll make him low very quickly. Cleans up that round with a double dink. And so FaZe on the board.
They get their first in the 5th round off the back of the heroics that were found down towards bottom middle. Twits with a smoke shot. Robs at the end to be the bookend you needed to close that one out. And they had to get something sooner rather than later, right? If this kept going, especially at this pace, with a bomb blast being the way they're winning it, you're going to be sat there so frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the other thing is, like, that round is nice for FaZe, but they've got to keep it up. And it also hinged on, like, a couple of things going right. You had, like, the Twist smoke shot. That's one that isn't, like, something you can easily repeat. That's just a stroke of luck going your way. On top of that, you know, gifted the kind of fast mid-fight. Navi have played this, for the most part, pretty slow in the opening round, not trying to make massive moves out of the gate. And so they go back to something a little bit slower here. You know, they went for the pace change, it didn't work out. Now the important thing is not to let FaZe start to ride that momentum and close the distance on this game, especially with the money on the edge for Navi. Brokey holding onto the ramp, sees that smoke come over, sees the util looking to hit the B site, and they just smoke it off. Rain plays close to the smoke as well, so even if they try to flash over the top, he should be close enough to dodge it. And so they'll wait for that smoke to fade, but that's a double-edged sword in this one, because, you know, now their own smokes have faded, and that leaves these sight lines open, which is a big problem with Brokey's AWP here. 3 players strong, a long player as well, holding on, but run down suddenly from nowhere. Perfecto and Electronic on these Tech-9s tap out all 3 B-side defenders over in mid. Rops takes one to the dome. He might win the fight, but he's so injured, he's so wounded, he doesn't even want to give this round a go. So much of it hinges on Carrigan, and while he just holds on for the first, it's left in a 1v1. The injured Rops, 8 HP versus Electronic. And that one's never going to happen. Navi with a collection of pistols win that round.
That's an example of like the domino effect, right? Rain is in such an uncomfortable position. Even he is covering Brokey's cave, knowing that if this orb misses a shot, and it probably will up this close, Electronic jumping a corner, Rain has to watch it. The second Electronic gets that kill, Perfecto goes through the smoke. I feel like Perfecto is such a reliable player who almost never makes mistakes. He knows exactly how to play off his teammates in that position. Rain's meant to cover that smoke, but he can't. He has to swivel 180 degrees, and that's exactly how he gets punished.
And, you know, he's right at home. You know, he knows how the B-side anchor likes to play it, right? So has a good idea as to what angles are going to be taken in response to that weird fight over at Cave in mid. It is a mow down. There's a response out of Rain, the caveman doing what he does best. Lighting fires in the cave. But it's only found them a 3v4. It's
I like this gamble though for FaZe. Probably best to move Rain over to A and play together. Their money's on the line in this round, and they have no info, no control, and Navi even taking middle late. Or are they? Checking the A flank, and then they move out. So, yeah, Rain's edging his way towards that A side. But even he doesn't want to give up on this round just yet, with a minute on the clock, with Navi's money also in the bin. Mac 10's in play. Brokey, this could be a crucial kill. But that bomb is taken up and over towards B. And Simple smokes them off, drops an upgrade. And so Navi can take all this real estate towards top red. And suddenly, it doesn't look too bad for FaZe. Rob's cheating over, but judging by Perfecto's rotation, you would imagine Navi will want to go A. Leaving just Brokey in the hot seat and Rob's on info.
There's the contact, his bit, bites down onto Robs. Brokey up close and personal with the orb, hits the initial shot. They're coming back towards Rain. He wanted to reposition. The back foot not going to work out as he slips and the bomb is slipping over, but it won't even matter as Simple just does it.
Yeah, and that's even without Perfecto. I mean, we were already seeing Navi, you know, not necessarily need to play these two VXs together, right? Perfecto was set up for A. They wanted to avoid the orb. They smoke him off. Even like that round where Simple and MPL are on other sides of the map, and Simple goes for a B plant with 5 seconds on his own. It shows that Navi have faith in their players. Simple goes back to punish Brokey, who expects a lot more respect. Not going to get that out of Navi. Still dominant in this game. No signs of a third map yet. It's not the old Ancient. This is pretty T-sided right now in current meta. But you can just tell it's not a competitive game right now, and it wasn't on Inferno either. Oh, does he land it? I swear it was it Electronic who tried to throw this and it never landed. Oh, let's find out. I don't know where he threw it. I have no idea. Donut smoke is in. That's good enough. CT smoke is in. It looks good.
Nailed it, but the smoke lands. That's one thing. You still need to get the kills. Oh, but Electronic's opened up a back door, hasn't he?
They've shoved him all the way over to A with those smokes. Perfecto can cut off the rotate. They've got B.
It's forced this smoke out of FaZe. They start to reroute over. But here's the thing. Navi have been really, really fluid in these moments. They know they don't have to commit right now. With that smoke down, they start to get a little paranoid about it. They take all this space, so they assume, why not take it? Why not go for it? But now they lose Electronic. Simple, got to hold on, and he will manage it. Brings us back in to an even odds 2v2, and Perfecto still hot on their heels on the mid lurk. Rops is left to the hands of time, all the way over in A main. So far removed, and at 17 HP in this moment. This is not a round that he's meant to win. It's another clutch that should be too far past the post for him to even attempt. And so Navi 7-1 in spite of this opening in a 3v5.
Yeah, this is what I was just saying about, like, that was a round. That's not even just a mid-round adjustment. That's just a round set up to be a fake, right? Navi, they're not planning to lose 2 players to Rops there, but if they do, they still have everyone set up to go for a B hit, and Perfecto in middle, knowing that he's going to have the bulk of FaZe on that A site because of the execute. You see that many smokes, you have to rotate. And so Navi play the fiddle perfectly.
Got a little question for you, Hugo.
Go on.
Who's the highest rated player on Navi at the RMR?
NPL.
It is MPL.
It is MPL,
yeah.
I mean, I've watched all their games.
No, I know, and like
it does seem like that.
But like, I don't know,
crazy.
Man.
It is crazy.
You can see it in the server. The numbers back it up. He's looking like a changed man.
Yeah. Indubitably.
And you know, for me, there was always this kind of question around it because it was like, okay, you know, when you look at like who they played so far in Falcons and Into the Breach, it's like, you know, maybe you could pop off versus them in the past, you know, but it's now doing it versus FaZe. That's what really makes it impressive.
I love that move from Twist. Didn't we see that in the Pro League as well, where every round he just made this cave jump? He did like 5 or 6 rounds in a row.
And he kept fighting ledge.
Yeah.
And he told Finn at the start of the game, he's like, I'm going to just keep doing this.
Every round. Didn't work too well.
Mixed bag. It was working really well till it wasn't.
Yeah. That's how it crumbles. FaZe.
Twist is anything. No, wait. He is persistent. There you go. I'll just say it.
That worked. You doubted yourself, but you were nailing it there. FaZe, first time they've actually taken some real estate in this game, right? In an early round and with an advantage. They've got all of B. So this should free up Robs to go back to the A site. Help Brokey has a far angle, but Navi have been consistent with their utility. They've left no stone unturned. Brokey going to try and smoke his way out and fight for the site. He's been mollied off, and he's just used his smoke. That was a pre-smoke for a molly, and the molly still finds him. MPL, a lot of control. Here's that tag as well. Can he find the shot? Brokey firing off. One part wide. MPL smooth moves. He's going to duck, dive, and weave for a moment until Rop spams him out. If Navi win this round, I'm a freak.
All right. Perfecto. Electronic, the 2 left in it, but this is not going to be easy.
No kit.
Oh, that does add extra pressure on the clock. They're going to have to move through swiftly here. Really want to just win one of these fights early, going up, going over. They take them both. They lock this in, and they keep 5 alive. FaZe, that's a round they can be very happy with.
Nice.
That was the Twist's opener you were talking about.
Yeah, that's more like it. He's felt a little bit. He's felt a little bit wronged and roughed in this game, man.
Yeah.
Like, I think it really started on Inferno. Just immediately, probably put him in a bit of a bad headspace, getting dominated over towards Banana. But here, we're seeing him go for some of his more kind of high-risk openers. The plays that Twist usually thrives in, and that's nice. That suggests he's trying to find, you know, that kind of comfortability to ease into. Navi even going to call in a timeout. I think that's quite telling. You know, they've done all this, and then FaZe come in with a second round, and immediately it's back to the drawing board. You don't want to let them pick up momentum. You don't want to let them start to grind a path back out into this game. You want to put a stop to it here and now.
So the score is 7-2, and the opening kills reflect that in 7-2. But who has 7 opening kills? It's FaZe. FaZe have the 7-2 favor in opening kills. It's often Bit dying first 1 and 5, but he's been getting traded a lot, going for mid picks. We've seen some B rushes for Navi, but that's crazy to think that FaZe in 7 of these rounds have found opening kills and still can't close. Navi's clutch factor, because we keep seeing it, right? These 3v5s, these you know 2v1s. Ooh, don't want to test rain on the spams. Man was born in the cave.
According to the legends, yeah. Oh, a nice swing out of Rops. Catches Simple unawares in the mid cubby. Pressuring the cave, but it's this bait and switch setup that they're trying to run. Rain gets spotted leaving. Carrigan's still here, but he's missed that opener, and now he's an enticing prospect for the equalizer. They want to try and chase this. They want to try and deal with him. There's no way for him to get assistance here, and he's still playing ahead of the smoke. Kind of wild that Carrigan's hanging around this much. Doesn't want to get caught out and give back that 4v4. And look at the gap that it's caused. Rain was so fixated on the cave, but Electronic got all the way into the site. He will turn back around and deal with him. But even that kind of puts the fear in you. There was a guy right there. Rain aggroing down the ramp, spots another. Doesn't see the bomb, but seeing a second man. That might put the seed in the minds of FaZe that this is going to be the B play.
MPL's kind of lost to the win. He has to do something here, or he's just going to be left saving his Galil. It's 20 seconds. I think maybe Navi are throwing in the towel already. Oh, Perfecto with a quick shot, but yeah, MPL's coming back. I don't know what the plan is here. 15 seconds. They're still looking for fights. Just trying to get some damage off at the end. Gets in the cave. You don't want to die after time. Good kill, but this round is irrecoverable. Oh, crispy. But there's nothing MPL can do, and he certainly doesn't want to die after the clock. So, yeah, Navi lost in the sauce a little bit there, but they've got the breathing room. FaZe find a third and finally find concurrent rounds. 2 in a row. Navi go back to a very bare bones B. All the utility is on B right now in Electronic. So Navi are hoping to fully fake FaZe out and then go for a contact A. I wish them luck. Trying to get yet to throw anything. Perfecto by his side. The bomb's even coming all the way back. They take the space, but the kills come to them, and that's all the grenades dropped on the ground. Karrigan drew them in, Rain shut them down, and Perfecto still smoked off. So Navi, whatever they had planned in this round, is now thrown in the washer.
This is now just your backup plan. Group up and hope you can stand your ground, but it's not working. Kills carve in quick as you like. Easy pickings. It's a little bit awkward at the end, but it won't really matter. Just Perfecto with the deagle. Should be a matter of time before he's taken down. Oh, but actually, he's just killing everyone. The madman's gone absolutely crazy. 4 frags to his name with a deagle. Bomb on his back. He's running all the way over to A.
Brokey should hear this soon. He's going to run close to the wall. Brokey knows what's going on, and the knife is out for Perfecto. 1 missed shot, and it could be the ace, but he falls at the final hurdle. Brokey stands up, and Perfecto's pissed, but what an opportunity. What a try. 4 D taps.
Wow, man, that was, and like he was low in the final couple. He was low the whole damn time. This one on the ramp. This one was a little more labored out of the 2, right? That was the fight to Karrigan, but these ones, he's low on health in every one of these peaks. Stray bullet would deal with him, but he nails them. That is ludicrous that it comes so close on a round that, you know, Navi, it looked cooked. Electronic died with all the util. The game plan felt a bit weird out of the gate. And Perfecto still made it competitive, still made it costly. FaZe, they need a clean round to try and recover, and that opener onto Perfecto is nice. Putting him in a cage, putting him in a box, and now Rops with that second AWP strikes hot over in mid. A 3v5 for Navi to try and get through. Electronic made it into the red room, but he might not like what he finds here. The AWP's rotated in, Bit does deal with a kill over in cave. Roki gets rid of the point man for Navi. That bomb crossing all the way back through spawn, gonna look to join up with Bit. As these two, MPL and Bit, look to make a B play happen in the 2v4. Right now, 1 man here, but that changes with the rotation of Brokey on round with the AWP.
Oh, that's a good shot. Bit's known for him. Karrigan tucked in, though. I don't know if they're ready for this, especially not if they get drawn in by this second AWP. Robs takes a leg, and Karrigan looks for the head. He falls to a MAC-10, and MPL Plot will go a long way here, but they spam him out, both in the CT side. So, FaZe certainly recovering in this game. You cannot doubt it. 4 rounds in a row. A lot more mobile on this AWP for Brokey. And FaZe not falling for the fakery of Navi anymore. They've gotten away with enough 3-on-5s for FaZe to make that mistake again. Is this a winnable half, though? Or can Navi wake back up?
I mean, honestly, as long as they can keep the damage high still in this round, they're actually still in a good place. 7-5, right? FaZe might be warming back up into this. They might have got the last 4 in a row, but they're still in with that chance to stem the bleeding. Rain dead over at cave. Nice opener. Electronic trying to keep the pace high, but Brokey, dude, he's been a beast on this AWP over the last few rounds. Trading out of the M4, moving in, getting hyper aggressive with it.
Perfecto Deagle.
Holding for this. The Perfecto Deagle has looked them up before, but this time it falls short, and there's Brokey delivering. Oh, M4, he'll make it work with whatever, and FaZe 5 in a row as they take a 6th. That one, critically, is cleaner as well, and so that's where the worries start to set in. They build up a little bit of money now. They have a little bit more staying power, right? The one thing that Navi were kind of holding on to, and the reason why we've had some pretty aggressive purchase options come through from Navi, is this idea that every round you were playing, no matter how dire it got, you were getting it down to like 2 players, 1 player surviving for FaZe Clan. And that That no longer looks to be the case.
I want to see if Navi go back to actually getting that mid control and playing off of it. The amount of rounds they got up in red and they, able to cut rotations was a lot. They're going just for a flat B execute here, and FaZe made a gamble, and it's wrong right now. There's only Rain cave side. If Navi start to go up ramp, they can just enter and take the plant for free, almost. Long smoke, Simple waits for a peek in front of it. It's not coming through. Rain burns until he smokes that Molotov. That's a big re-smoke from the long side. Carrigan comes through. That's aggressive, that's oppressive. And Carrigan and Rain combine for a double. Simple pushed out on 40 health, and the bomb is loose in the sight.
Cold on the ground. And this is clearly too hot to handle right now for Navi. Just 3 of them remaining alive, tucked into awkward angles. But you do have a bit of a squadron towards middle, but there's also a Rops in the back line. Carrigan still finding impact with the AUG as he hits the head of Simple and removes him. Now you're trapped. You don't really know what to do. The best case scenario is someone peeks you and Bit will hit the head, but he's about to be flanked. Now he's dead, and it's all on Electronic.
And they're starting to piece together where he is, or at least where he could be, because they've cleared lane. They're right behind him, in fact. They're all the way up through T-spawn, and so, yeah. Oh, hang on! He's got to recover, No. Brokey dead! And the bomb's right here. FaZe were going hunting. Now, he is still getting flanked through the cave, and he won't be ready for the timing. Just how fast this is on Rain, who runs it down. That is perfect from Rain. He knew he had the drop on him. He knew he had the element of surprise. And I like that he just... you could have made the case for going with 3v1. Let's not risk if that's a tap on the bomb. Rain just full faith in himself, and the speed that flank's coming in on locks it in.
He knows that Electronic doesn't have the info on how quick he's there, and with the Molotov, it implies that Electronic is planting the bomb. To fake there would leave Electronic with more open angles and not enough opportunity to plant. So tries to get the money for Navi. Without it, they're going to go fast mid. I like this change of pace. Electronic leading for a very quick donut split. Rops is on the clock right now. He's done great from this position before. Up atop the boxes, Bit clears. It's going to be Electronic already in the middle of the site. They run through. Does he know over the box? Simple will have to trade that kill, and Brokey only just gets the AWP ready in time. 3-on-3. Carrigan does not care. He's looking to come through. Brokey the same. Navi don't get comfortable yet.
Oh, Carrigan trying to thread the needle. Yeah, those 2 smokes give him a corridor. He's back turned to one of them, and there we go. MPL dead. Carrigan traded. Could have been so much more. Leaves a 2v2 open. Donut's still in play on Perfecto as well, so right now the hope is Bit can just take one more with him. Instead, it's just a bit of damage before he's showing the door. Perfecto's got to do this in the clutch, and there's the trade. FaZe Clan go on to win out this first half. They take 7 in a row, and now they're up in the lead, narrowly so, moving into the second half of Ancient Navi's map pick.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
This qualification, best of 3, could be ancient history here, ending in a 2-0 fashion, with Natus Vincere, born to conquer, finally shutting down FaZe and moving on to the major in that Legends status. But that's if they take this map. Close at the half, 8-7.
Yeah, one hell of a turnaround from the FaZe Clan, right, to make that happen. I mean, you know, they were down 7-1. So to go on and win out the half at 8-7 is a tremendous feat. And that's in spite of a few of those rounds coming really down to the wire. Navi kind of baited into aggressive purchases early on as a result of always having these one-player surviving rounds. Let's see how the second half picks up. It's going to be Perfecto doming them in mid. Oh, mid is closed. It belongs to Perfecto, the Pistol King. Hat-trick on the USP, the bomb tumbling away. FaZe Clan 2v5, and the two players left standing are worlds apart, and that's before you even take into account this bomb situation. Gonna be hard-pressed to find a way back in.
Carrigan. Ooh, we thought he had a chance to maybe hit a single shot, but that's simple that silences him, and Brokey in the cave going spelunking, but I think he's about to be blown to bits. Simple takes 2, the third. Well, that was all Perfecto with free to open it up. Man, that's a statement of a pistol round here.
Yeah, it breaks the momentum as well for FaZe, right? As you said, 7 rounds straight to win the half, to come back from that insane deficit. Navi, well, they wake up very quickly after that 2-minute break. Perfecto, always a pistoler, always a clutcher. We even saw it on an Inferno as well with that 1v2 to start off the T side. And FaZe won't wait long for guns, but it won't be this one. P250s galore. They wait for the mollies, and then just going to run up B together. Oh, MPL getting set up again to make a fast play with Electronic. 2 MP9s ready to tear through these Ts. Ooh, 2 casualties, not ideal. Simple needs to stop them from grabbing guns and getting weird, and so he will. 9 to Navi, but this is where the T side begins now for FaZe. Still a rather quiet day from Twists. Worth noting, 7 kills last map, 7 kills so far, so at least he's on better track, but gonna need him now more than ever coming into a T side. If FaZe are going to steal this one away and flip the series into a 3rd.
Yeah, the one thing that makes me a little more hopeful for the Twists recovery arc was he started to make some moves that I would associate with him a lot more towards the end of that first half. So, you know, there's a light impression that he's building back in. We'll have to see if he can pick it up.
Desperate.
FaZe need him.
Yeah. Perfecto sending it down ramp. Oh, that's a pre-fire. Rops is ready for Simple's angle. That does not feel good to die like that.
That's insane. I would be done. That would be me over the game, actually.
He's cheating.
Go Vertigo.
Cheating.
That's insanity. But in spite of all of this, the bomb is still outside of B. FaZe sit waiting. Navi are about to aggress down the ramp. Yeah. There is some like weird world where they drop the bomb, and they did, but they then all die in a blaze of glory down at the bottom of ramp.
I love that patience for FaZe because they know it's coming, because Perfecto sent it down earlier, so they know there's more players at B, because you're not going to run down ramp, die, and then leave B open. Firstly, you got set up by utility, but with a gap that big, Navi, of course, are playing the site. FaZe very patient. They don't get caught in rotation, trying to send that bomb back. And then if they do, if they're running back through T-spawn off of Rops' kill and rotating, they might get quick flanked. Navi might take B and have really good timing on a retake. FaZe just play it very patient. So Navi can't celebrate for long. They've got to work for Ancient. Vertigo is on the tip of everyone's tongue for the first time. FaZe a ballsy B creep, but they find the gap. And with a full eco stack on the A site, Navi are avoided. Bit of a traffic jam in the donut.
Oh, you'd love another gun here, so Twist don't want to give it to him.
Shaky. Wonder what they're saying.
Yeah, a lot of typing going on. Fast fingers in the chat.
FaZe is keeping as many alive as they can. MPL will save an AK. That's nice. I wonder if he'll play it or if someone requests it. Simple has money for the AWP. So I think there's a world where MPL keeps the AK.
I think that'd be nice to see, right? Considering the form he's actually had the whole damn day. Well, actually, you know what? The past 2 days, man. Like, he's been unreal, isn't he? So if he can at least now keep that in his possession, be able to force an issue immediately, it'd be sick, because he's already rewriting kind of the history books of NPL over the period of 2 days at the RMRs.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think the other thing as well is that, like, he's been great all day, but here on this map is the most strugglesome he's had so far. So give him that AK. Try to make him as comfortable as you can. Perfecto dead over in mid. And Electronic floating around the red room with only this MP9. Might be able to retrieve that gun. It's lost to the mid control that FaZe now have.
Oh, they're
walking out main. They've nailed the timing on this. Yeah, Bit's got his back turned, so he should be a dead man. Oh, they collapse down upon the mid component of this split, and Simple's looking to play through the smoke at CT upon the contact of these donut players. They've gone out and called the closest clear, and so there comes Simple moving out, back in a spawn, gets the info that Rain is here. Molly on the bomb is big, but there's a smoke maybe. No, there isn't yet. Having to rotate around on Bit.
Kit on nipple.
Smoke on the Molotov finally comes in, but it's a little delayed, and that's given Rain a chance. It's given him an opportunity. Gotta get him off, but he can't quite find it. Such a good try. Such a good attempt. 2 out of 3 in the 1v2. Well, 3 out of 4 actually in the 1v4, even better.
If he kept spamming, you might have found MPL, but he had heard the player running up on him, and he had 2 bullets left, so he had to take that little burst kill, and then out of ammo, MPL sticks the defuse in the smoke.
Dude, that actually got way closer than it needed to as well. Bit had a smoke the whole time, and they were already halfway through defusing the bomb in the first instance. So that was wild.
Yeah, that's a scary round. I can't believe Navi win it. Oh, miss boost. Oh, bro, he's begging for help. Put me back up, Chief.
Oh, the timing on that for Simple is brutal. They're already up ramp right as he unscopes. Typical. But he will get his revenge, at least, on the timing gods. MPL in with another Carrigan dead. They've traded favorably on these ramp fights.
Oh, I love
There's no account for that. Dude, Rain in Cave is just unfair.
No, yeah.
+10 to vision. He can see it all.
+20 to BS. Rops, one of the best right now, and he will be shut down after a kill. Talking of headshots, well, Bit's your guy. So now it's all up in the air. Navi, what do they read? They make a gamble, they leave B open, but they also catch Rain in the middle in transition. And because of the direction Rain's heading, they know where Brokey likely is. It is a B play. The utility makes it clear, or is it? Question mark. As Brokey goes back, the jumps get spotted, and Bit wins the kill. Nice stuff for Bit. Huge round, removing Rops in middle, resetting to find Rain, and not allowing that clutch to come through.
And this map here really has been delivering with everything we wanted between these two teams. The clash of the Titans. And it's insane. This is major level CS right here, right now. The fact that every single round just hangs in a thread, right? If you think it's a 3 versus 2, it always seems to come back to a 1vx. You never know.
Yeah, it's a matchup we didn't even get last RMR, even though both these teams are legends. That's because they both topped their own respective RMRs, one in A, one in B. And of course, straight to legend stage, different results. Navi make it to champions for the Furia. FaZe go 0-3. This doesn't seem like the same FaZe in results or in mindset, though, to that of just a few months ago. So Navi leading by 1. That's an elbow smoke from Simple you saw. It's one way to do it. Oh. Rain.
Oh, MPL. Sweet summer child trying to fight Rain in the cave.
He's been forced out. He kind of didn't want to do this, but he has to now. Vector's also smoked and flashed. Simple may have found a kill, but he is inside of the site, inside of the mist.
MPL won it.
He won it.
MPL beat Rain.
Bomb faked, Simple dead. The molly pushes him back, and Vector goes hunting, hounding him down. He burns for that kill, but delays the plant in the process. They can't stick it now. They know Nipple's close.
Yeah, Nipple's close. And he's going to come through the cave. Here we are. Oh, there's the swing. Brokey with 2. The bomb gets away from them, but they don't know where Rops is. It's a guessing game now for Bit. Trying to keep his wits about him. The thing with Rops is you never really know where this guy's gotten to, and he's just missed that timing on the cross back into the site. The bomb's now been retrieved. Here's the plant. That's info. That's big info for Bit. And he looks to move around, and he will deal with him in the 1v1. No info for Bit. Made that a tricky round. Him going quiet gives Rops the illusion that maybe he's considering other pastures, giving him space, giving him room to get that bomb planted, but Bit was decisive in his actions. The moment he actually had a noise cue to go off of, just something to tell him, okay, this is where he is. Bit is so quick in how he reacts to it.
And that's why Robs is trying to move, right? Like he's trying, he realizes that I'm not gonna get given the kill. He actually checked long. I need to reposition. I've given him this info, but the advantage will lie in me if he loses me. If I'm anywhere, if I get a ramp, I can reset, I can flank cave, I'm favored. But yeah, you get a straight up head-to-head duel between 2 of the best aimers in Counter-Strike, and Bit comes out on top in that one. 12-10. Navi edging away now. Robs, I like this, yeah. You see the lineup so the smokes don't roll. They actually don't roll in Source 2, anywhere near as much. So Robs won't have to learn those, but he's got a triple smoke exec on A. Temple, CT, Donor, let's go.
Yeah, here's the thing. If you're Navi, you know about this. You know, you really know about this. This is kind of the rock strat. So let's see how they try to deal with it. Double molly behind default made life very awkward for Bit. Oh, they were close to Simple. That was pure reaction on that shot. Carrigan quelled in a 4v4. Gives way to a chance for Navi.
Great position for FaZe, even despite the pistols.
Yeah, they kind of need a bit more space. They're trapped behind big box. I disagree with you. I think they need to try and take the Temple away. This is a hard fight for Simple to win with all these pistols on the other side. And critically, they will get this little room to breathe over at Temple. Brokey picked up the AWP in his spot, but goes down. And MPL's closing the gap on the big box player. And he'll even convert on the last electronic. Full faith in him, got on the bomb. And that's carried Navi through to another round.
Madness.
I just like how much faith they have in the guy. Like Electronics, like, yeah, you deal with the main play. Like you're literally fighting 2 players at once, but if I don't get on it now, we lose the round. So it's all on you, MPL. And he gets him with the last bullet in that M4.
What changed, man? What changed for this guy in a very short amount of time as well?
Not even 2 weeks, bud. Not even 2 weeks.
Yeah.
From Pro League to here, right? Like what? Maybe
12 days.
12 days, yeah. Like, that's insane. The turnaround time of his confidence. Like, when have we ever seen him smiling so much, hyped up so much? Like, he just looks like he's in the zone.
Yeah, indeed, like, even the attitude within the team just looks really good. Yeah. You know, they're all celebrating. It feels like man, they're happy. MPL's smiling away.
They're a full team. They're the 5 fingers on one hand.
Exactly.
That's the best bit about it. This is like Navi fully linked.
Aggressive in main for Bit, and what a gun to do it with. Robs with another execute, but you'll notice it's kind of akin to what Navi were doing at the start of the T side, but got them 7-1 up, right? Like running A fakes into late bombs B. The difference is you have 2 players about to burst out mid for FaZe, and so they can frag out mid. They can also reset B very quickly. Robs might have to commit with this just so Navi realize that it's not a fake, or at least think it's not a fake.
I don't think this is going to work. I think if anything, Robs is going to die here. Like, this is so, you know, with you've got main. When you're seeing those smokes come over, this isn't going to be the A play. You know that. You're deep within main right now.
Now they're leaning B.
And so they maintain the triple B lean. As a result, you can see that even actually Simple is starting to leave this side of the map as well. They had the info. They knew that those smokes were fakes. That's the beauty of Robs' setup, is he can throw it for an actual hit, but he can also throw it as a fake, as an illusion. And so now that they've cleared out main, I hope we do see Navi look to really pad out the B site. They actually pulled the 3rd man away because it went quiet for so long. Carrigan around long, deals with that 1st man in. They realize that this fake looks like it actually works. Navi are out of position and Carrigan goes farming.
Yeah, FaZe still molly Navi out far enough that they can't play inside of the site. There's only 2 players there. They give it up, they go behind Cube, and so FaZe take a lot of space in that pre-plant.
I didn't actually notice it. I think it's a shame that Bit has the shotgun in that round with the aggression, because I bet you he would have gone harder on that push. When you see that util coming over, when you hear the smokes coming out, and you're in main seeing no one, you know, it should be obvious that that's not the play, but because he's having to play like tight angles with the shotty, he actually doesn't know that deeper main is clear.
Yeah, NBL needs that first kill for that round to work for Navi. It's still a retake round. However you slice it. Oh, can he grab it? It doesn't choose to risk it. Keeps the shotgun intact. Okay, that's something for FaZe. Carrigan manhandling. And keeping it within 2.
Crazy as well, man. Like, Carrigan legitimately has had to be the one to kind of re-amp the team in more ways than one. The brains of the operation, but also the brawn that's won them rounds that otherwise don't seem like they ever would have even been a possibility. It started way back on Inferno as well. You know, he was doing all of the heavy lifting. And like Harry said, that's not normal. If he's the one that's at the top of the scoreboard, something's wrong. But now it's doing everything for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, you won't shake it if it wins you the map, right? You'll take it. You'll be like, thank you, Carrigan. But, yeah, you know, I hope that, as with other games, when we've seen it, you know, sometimes all it takes is, like, one guy to try and spur on the troops a bit. Carrigan is a very, you know, infectious personality. So, hopefully this bleeds over, because he is, he's doing God's work right now to keep the dream alive for FaZe. All right, Navi back in with the buy. Out into mid for FaZe Clan, decisive in how they look to take it, but the flash is great. Twist is dead as well. This is a dire start to the round. How are they going to respond?
Well, let's find out as Perfecto punishes Rops, and this is 14 on the top of their tongue. Oh, mate, he's already in the back line of B. He's been able to get the whole way around. This is Carrigan's map. He's got so much to work with. The bomb could start to shuffle up, but right now it's a bit scared about where the rest of the CTs actually are, and Carrigan's the one that's got to be the playmaker. Tucks in to cut off the rotation. Brokey! No! Oh, the backbreaker! Snaps them in 2, leaves it in a 3 versus 2 for the round. Minute on the clock, you've got everything in the palm of your hand, and Carrigan knows that he can still deny the rotate. It's a shotgun on MPL, and he's listening out. The bomb now going down as Brokey punches in the numbers. He can back off to a better angle. You talk about angles, look at this for Carrigan.
And they check it?
Clear that.
They check it. Do they see him?
No, I mean, dude, honestly, I think it's the fact, right? While he's super deep, it's actually a great timing in the beginning, right? And he's angry at himself after that because he knows he had a great position. He knows that he had a chance to win that. But problem is, once it takes a while and you see, you know, just one guy going B, it's going to trigger in your mind like, oh, well, we haven't actually seen where Carrigan is the entire round. We haven't seen where that last man's gotten to. Maybe he's tried to link up with his teammate. And so I think at that point, when you're in the 3v1 versus Finn, you are checking every corner on your way into B, especially on that CT rotate, which is very common for someone if you're on that like forward timing to go and take that space. And that is the kind of player that Carrigan is. He does try and like push the boundaries of what's possible in terms of the space taking he can get away with.
You could even see him considering both options. Like, do I go back and help Brokey, who's very low?
Yeah,
and
that was the other problem, right? Was this idea that like Brokey's super injured. They didn't have mid. For all he knew, they were in caves. So he's like stuck within 2 mines. There were 2 calls he could have gone with. One was commit to trying to get value out of the flank, and the other was going back to help Brokey. Yeah, and he kind of got stuck in like this weird limbo between the 2.
I don't think you even made a bad call there, to be honest, leaving Brokey on his own. But yeah, Facto very aware. Someone must have called that possibility. Simple, 2 flashes, sail on by. He just needs a little angle to take his shot, and he'll even go forward for it. Any further forward, he would have had that kill. Throwing nades, he'll flick back, and he'll get caught between positions. Easy early kill, but Perfecto in the corner burns to a crisp with 2 frags. He lives, 9 health. Electronic stuck in donut, sparking up with another. 4 on 2. FaZe are getting picked apart right now. Wings off the fly. It's just Rops in a clutch.
Drops. Oh, timing on that as well for the peek out on CT. That could have been the bullet that would have silenced Perfecto. Instead, he's so damn paranoid about where they're going to be peeking him from, clearing the donut. But in the back, it's the electronic to again reinvigorate the roster and finally get them the match point. Not just that, series point, qualification point, and a historic place to be in, because you know that you will be going to the Paris Major if you close this one, especially in a 2-0 fashion versus FaZe Clan, the current holders of the Intel Grand Slam. The fact that they've done all that and then they could just be dismantled in this manner. What a story it would be.
Yeah, and a revenge arc as well for Navi, who just lost in that semi-final to them, as we said 12 days ago. It's quite a recovery arc for Navi, and with MPL spearheading not this map, but at least the previous, and all the others that Navi have played. What an incredible win this would be. And still that fear of Vertigo that we'll never know. Not till Paris. Franco pushes down ramp. Smoke down, there's a gap there. Rain's got something to work with. Do Navi want to cross past? Doesn't look like it. U2 getting traded. Face flash through, does nothing. Still Karrigan run and gun. MPL there to respond. Trapped by a Molotov, but he takes two heads with him. Can't make up his mind. How is he still here? MPL with a statement triple and keeps this map and series in Navi's pocket. They are truly legends, and 2 kills from that.
Yeah, man, after that from MPL, this should be done. This should be it. This should be Navi going on to Legends, man. Crazy. That is such a high-pressure situation. Those are the kind of moments that even the veterans fumble in, right? Because there's just so much going on. But MPL walks a fine line. Mad scientist versus confidence, and he cooks something up down at the bottom of ramp. Now this 4v2 is all Navi need to finish off. And they make it to the Legend stage at the Paris Major in a 2-0 fashion over FaZe Clan. Revenge from the Pro League, and there it is, 16-11. Navi get it done.
Absolutely legendary BO3 for Navi. A statement back on Inferno, and they go forth and finish it in 2, all while floating a map that this core has never ever played in that decider of Vertigo. We will not see it, but it's in the back of every team's mind who takes on the apparent 7-map pool roster of Navi. For FaZe, not the best day in the office, but they've got 2 more chances to make it through in the BO3s.
Yeah, we don't have to play the violins for FaZe Clan yet, right? It's not like this is over. It's not like the dream's dead or anything. They're still in that 2-1 spot in the brackets. They still have plenty of chances here, but that was more so just to home in on Navi. Such a convincing win with MPL shining bright in the first map, keeping up appearances by the third. It's a very even spread, second. It's a very even spread across Ancient. And so lights out from Navi. If this is the form they can head to Paris in, then my goodness, does it get that much more interesting. I think we were already starting to see, this beast rear its head back at the Pro League. They made that run all the way into the semifinals, which FaZe obviously shut them out in, and now we're getting the vibe that things are, getting a little smoother, are on that uptick, are still trending upwards, because now they dominate them and make it to the Legend stage.
Yes, indeed. The highest rated player of Navi right now is MPL, and right behind him is Bit as well. Simple nowhere to be seen, but not even a bad way. Simple's had great games, but I think that just gives even more credit to the younger players, the previous ex-Academy junior players of Navi. And again, we look at Blade and we go, damn, this guy knows his stuff.
Yeah, dude, I'm so impressed with that matchup, and the fact as well, it would have been one thing if they just kind of steamrolled this map, right? But FaZe were offering up a lot of resistance. They were massively up at the end of that first half. I think it was 7-1 lead, and then we have FaZe win 7 in a row to actually close out the first half in their favor. That is like FaZe warming back up into the game. You could have always looked back on this and said, oh well, FaZe were kind of underperforming, and it's like maybe they were a little slow coming into this series, but they definitely built up as it went on, and Navi's domination didn't slow down. They were willing to meet them there every step of the way, and MPL here on Ancient, it didn't have like that same huge game as he did on Inferno, but towards the end, that like 3K down towards the base of ramp, he still had his moments and he still delivered consistently across the board. Even this round where he's like left in a 1v2 while Electronic is defusing with just enough time left, they're willing to put a lot of faith in this guy all of a sudden. This was his like creme de la creme of rounds right here, like crazy scenes. Really, really nice stuff out of Navi. And I think Paris has just got that much more exciting. With Navi's form looking like this. making a FaZe Clan matchup look like a walk in the park. Like, it's not even a challenge, man. And this was after, you know, like Into the Breach, go ahead and take him, into like that double OT game. That was like the opener for Navi here. That had me a little worried in the beginning. And now I see, like, nah, they're big game players versus the best. This is where Navi really, you know, rise their standard and rise to the occasion.
Especially when we looked at Rio as a major for Navi to win, right? With FaZe in their form, falling back in the Legend stage, with Cloud9 going out in the quarters, with Heroic on their side of the bracket, a matchup that has been historically great for Navi. It felt like it was time for their major again, but we didn't get it, and they fought a Furia, and now they're in that conversation yet again.
Right. I want to hear from one man, and one man only.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and it's not Simple. It's not Blade. No. Not any of those guys. I want to hear from MPL. Oh. Let's hear from him.
MPL, thank you very much for joining me, mate. Talk me through that performance. 2-0 over FaZe, revenge on ESL Pro League. How's it feel?
It feels great. It's my first major. We qualified there, and I'm very happy. So, yes.
And of course for you, I mean, yeah, like you said, your first major, you're with the squad. You've only been here for a few months. How does it feel now to qualify for the final CSGO major ever?
It feels great. It means that we did a lot of work, a lot of mistakes we fixed, because we lost to FaZe on Malta, and now we won them 2-0. So, yeah.
And talk me through your performance, man. You're playing so good now, lights out Counter-Strike, really seen you make a difference. But, you know, at times things were a little bit all over the place for yourself. How have you turned it around for yourself personally?
Maybe because I can understand what we are doing now. I mean, I'm not that scared that I was, for example. And a lot of ideas that Blade and Electronic want to do, I understand them easily right now than it was before.
Hey, man, congratulations, and we'll see you at Paris.
Thank you.
I like that he talks about how he's not scared anymore. And that really was the vibe from this matchup, right? The amount of times I've seen MPL games where all it takes is a couple of L's here and there, and he just goes quiet as a mouse. He plays so reserved, and it's like, felt like he was doing himself a disservice, because you can't succeed if you're always taking the safest possible option, right? You don't carry the impact.
Didn't look safe
he
there.
was impactful as hell across this series. So here's our results on the day. We opened up with our Bad News Eagle Apeks affair, then we went on to Into the Breach, besting Virtus.pro. Then we said goodbye to Saw, a sad end to that one, as OG took them down in a 3-map series, and it all culminated with a banger of a matchup, Navi versus FaZe. It was exciting for so many reasons. MPL making a major with a lights-out performance, top-rated player of the entire group after being someone subject to criticism. Navi on the uptick, and there was even a Vertigo 3rd-map decider floated that we never got to see. Every team that's going to be in Paris is pissed at FaZe right now for not taking that to a 3rd map, just to have the eye test as to how Navi look on Vertigo, if it was a big ruse or if effort's been put in there.
I mean, effort has to be put in. You just don't even leave it open unless you're willing to play it at this level, right? And yeah, here's our breakdown for the day. You obviously talked about Saw being eliminated. Viperio also over on the B stream lost out to Sprout and went home. So Sprout got the revenge on some Brits, at least, Jackie, after they lost it Into the Breach the previous day.
Yeah, no, still impressive though for a team like Viperio to be in this environment for the first time. You know, imagine being so close to a major for all of them, the English boys, the Irish lads, and you take a 2-1 loss. That's not that bad. I know in the grand scheme of things it hurts, but still, you were putting up decent numbers. It was never supposed to be your run, so you still at least gave it your best shot, and that's reflected here in the overall bracket.
Yeah, we have obviously a lot of teams new to this level, especially in the British department as well. Not only that, but Bait up against Fnatic, who are right now, if you haven't had your fix of counter today, playing over on the B stream. Still, I'm pretty sure in a 3rd map for that 2-0 matchup. So definitely head over there in a minute and check out Bait versus Fnatic. But hey, this is their 2nd RMR. They seem a lot more confident and comfortable as well. They've talked about in the interviews how it's going a lot better for them, and we've seen that as well in taking down MOUZ. And of course, the previous major winners of VP. Obviously, we go and we look at our future games. We have 2-1s, we have 1-2s, we have everything. MOUZ VP for a 1-2 matchup, guys. That's shocking. And also, B&E FaZe for a 2-1. The rematch from the Rio Legend stage is coming through as well.
Man, that's crazy. You know, because that's one that to FaZe, there is that history there. I know that after Rio, they were almost like harsh on themselves as to you know, losing in that fashion. That's not at all what FaZe going to hold themselves to. And Bad News Eagles became the big bad in a way. You know?
I just can't believe, actually, you know, flipping it back when I said, I can't believe we're not going to have either the major champions of Rio or a top 4 team in MOUZ who took down Cloud9 in the quarterfinals at Paris. One of them is going home tomorrow, and there is no retribution. There's no chance back in. This is it. They've both lost two games already, and someone has to lose tomorrow. That is shocking. 2 top 8 teams, 2 top 4 teams gone in the RMR.
Dude, the world where you don't see VP actually qualify after winning Rio and then finally sort of here, you know, back as VP, back in the flesh, looking like you want to cause a little bit of chaos, and it all goes wrong. The story there could be earth-shattering, not just for Counter-Strike fans, but for the team itself.
Outsiders would never.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, I think when you look at the teams that VP have had to play as well, right? They beat Saw in the opening round, but then they go on to lose to Bait, who are now in that position to potentially get to Legends if they can beat Fnatic. Then they cop an L into the Breach as well. I mean, it's not like you can't look at it and say like, oh, you know, well, VP just got like this really unfortunate hand. There were teams in there that VP, as former major winners, should defo be beating. We can take a look at how the predictions are going on today. How am I doing? 13? Lucky 13s?
I'm first place if you don't count Unicorn. I mean, we will. I'll allow it. It is their segment, but I'm first place out of the talent.
Out of the talent, Hugo. That's what matters.
I nailed this.
Yeah, you did do well today. Jeez, Harry. This is strong. Not a bad go at things, and not a bad go at things in Navi as well, of course, as we close out the day. Going 3-0, going to the Legend stage, and it's a good look for Navi. MPL seems sweet. He seems happy. He seems ready for Paris as well.
He seemed so happy in that interview. He was just smiling away. Like, he knows he just did a great job, you know? Like, that's such a good feeling. Everything about it. Everything about this game was sick. And man, that Vertigo, eh? That Vertigo,
I hope we see it. I hope they don't dodge it in Paris. I hope we see it one more time. But if you want to see more action, or just tune over to the B stream right now. We've got Bait Fnatic going on 20 rounds deep in the 3rd map to find out who will be joining Navi in the 3-0 Legend stage. For us as well, tomorrow we're going to have more Heartbreak and more Heroics, more qualifying and more elimination as well for the Blast EU RMR. We're waiting for Paris. You are too, but we'll see you tomorrow with more Counter-Strike madness.